Hey, I wonder what happened. Hello, everybody. We're back. Apparently, map is too strong. It killed the stream. Uh, pretty fitting for that to happen. I don't even know how much was heard on stream before we got started, but I guess we're back now. So, I guess we're good to resume.
Yeah, just had to quickly replace the maps when the showcase was down. But
sorry, because we leaked the mod 1, we're replacing it right now.
Yeah, we have to get rid of it, so no one's actually gonna be Tengaku this year.
Tomato, 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 tomato.
Well, OWC isn't ready for that yet, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's my fault. I like this comment from chat. Canadians were too grumpy and shut it off. It's our fault. They should have won. Too bad.
For sure.
Well, I guess, yeah, we can get right into it then. As apparently this map is so strong, it destroys the stream with 1,000 punches, kills instantly. As was said, and not sure if stream got to hear it, this map is so unique. Of course, it's Mellow Boy. We're always happy to see Mellow Boy, but this one's doing something a little different here.
Yep, guy who made last year #1 is back with this really interesting concept. This map pretty much never ends. It's just non-stop. Kind of lower spacing jumps, but it really just tests your strain, you know, how consistent you are in hitting these jumps for almost 3 minutes.
I want to point out for this replay, because this is such a straining map. There's no pauses at any point. You're tapping the entire time. Riot single tap this whole thing. He doesn't care.
Yeah, tapping is not negligible here. Actually not.
If you single tap this map, I think you're like Gunga nerf. Because by the time you hit like 70% of the map, your hand will be so tired that you're gonna like just get hundreds on every burst. It feels like. But yeah, this map doesn't stop basically ever. Like it might look a little bit easy, obviously because you don't feel the tapping strain right now on the showcase, but it's really hard.
There are literally in the first 3 minutes of the map there are 2 pauses. That's the first one. That's a pause. Everything else is constant 1-4 tapping. There's no breaks at all. You don't get to recover anything. It's a very interesting concept. Like, it kind of tests your stamina in a way that I mean, I don't know about you guys. I've never played a map that does it like this. It's not really stamina, but like, wow.
Most players
it's like an aim, stamina, grip test.
Yeah.
Grip test.
It's a grip. There's no reset for grip, no mouse drift.
Did you imagine playing mouse drift on this?
Oh yes, I don't need to imagine.
Where's the cadence though? He's gotta lock in. The aim mouse players, but
those like circus drop patterns where it's just like doing like around the screen sort of that pattern, like those are so hard on mouse because you feel like your mouse is gonna fall off the screen or fall off the mouse pad. Just constantly spinning in one direction.
yeah. Yeah, no, the background is a reference to the game that this song is from. Anybody got any information on that game?
Nope.
This just for reference, so people know, this storyboard was we were made aware that this exists an hour ago. Melbourne just kind of decided to put this storyboard in just for fun at the end. So yeah, I'm not familiar with this one. Maybe he's in chat.
Punk his drop pattern. Somebody noticed. The clock pattern has made an appearance.
Nice little reference.
Really excited for people to play this one. It's probably one of my favorite aim maps ever, actually. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
I think this is one of my favorite #1 ones. Yeah.
It's coming to a close in a bit. This section is kind of tricky, like deceptively tricky.
We got a little bit of rhythm in the end.
Little bongo action.
I love that.
#1. Thank
Very,
you,
very
available for the map. Guys back.
Level 100 Ghoul is back.
Well, always happy to have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mellow Boy.
the clip art, thank you. That's so peak.
No better way to wrap that up. Like, objectively, that's just... It's peak. It's actually just peak. You've just witnessed peak.
Yeah, no, thank you to Riot for the replay, and hope you guys enjoyed #1. On to #2.
Yeah, pretty special Nomad 2 we've got here. Recognizable name as well. We've got My Heart Will Go On from Mackie Donald's. We've got, we had to put this in, of course, as thanks to everything they've done. Just so happens that they have a pretty fitting map for the World Cup. So there's a pretty standard Nomad 2 for this one, but yeah, it's got a little bit of an extra touch to it. So.
First real stream map in OWC this year. But gonna be, yeah, My Heart Will Go On by Mackie Donalds. So shout out to him and everything he's contributed to the tournament community. But yeah, gonna be some 200 BPM, 7.8 star non-stop streams. It's what you expect.
No cracking jokes here. I think this map can
threads on the tapestry woven at the peak. Proceed with unwavering resolve. The future has been written by your hand.
That was Valdez from Nagiha. Pretty prominent, like more piano, maybe orchestral composer that some people might be familiar with. So here's one more original here. Thank you so much to Yaspo for the very interesting map here. A very weird, precision alt. Pretty unique. I kind of like it. Thank you as well for the illustration to Tikona. Who is Nagiha's personal artist as well. They're able to work with us in order to make the background illustration for this. Thank you to Sakura, as always, for the video and design work on this, and to Fire Rage for the replay.
Yep. For the boring stuff, we talked about how last week quarterfinal is definitely really like a cookie cutter slot pool for the most part of it. This week we're gonna kind of bring it back, have some more interesting concepts brought out, so the matches can be a little more spicy. This is definitely one of them. You don't see this skill set pretty much at all. Precision swing in Nomad, so we'll see how players do.
This is a really hard map. I believe Fiery was quoted as saying, "I have 30 locals on this map. I'm trying to FC it so bad." And this is the best he got, so like, if he can FC it, in 30 tries, I think people FCing it in the match would be very unlikely. It's a very tough map, very challenging for basically every player. And hopefully we get to see some good plays on it this week.
I think it's so uncommon, this style of map. Yeah, I can't name you really another precision alt nomad pick like this. So it's going to be pretty interesting, I think, for the teams to determine, if they have an advantage on this. So looking forward to see how this ends up playing out strategy-wise. I think we're good to move on, though. We've got, a return of the greats with the Nomad 4 coming up here. We've got a Silica who's returning for... Man, this is a crazy pick here. Void Crossing. I don't know where they even found this song. This is such an underground song. There's very little information about it to be found. So, new song for a lot of people here. But I mean, Basilica's got a very, very polished experience, and it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah, this is just bread and butter control tech. There's so much aim control and a little bit of tapping control elements as well. Some flow, some slider chasing. This map has it all. It's a Silica.
I don't know if bread and butter is how I would describe this, because this is like that really artisanal bread that gets stuck in your throat if you don't chew it hard enough, and then the butter is like some gourmet French stuff. Like this is more than bread and butter. This is like the evolution of that.
The charcuterie. Ooh, I love the slider so much.
This slider is.
You think someone breaks in the middle here?
No.
You don't really know where to go.
Let's practice.
You just stay in the middle of the slider, should have.
I mean, I've looked at this map
there's
for
enough slider
like 24 hours. I've broken there before. The amount of control in this entire map from all the cut doubles is through the roof. Maybe Yip, you might have something to say for this map, because this is kind of like up in your this is kind of your skill set, no?
Yeah, I really like how this map has like 3 distinct sections. You have like that start section where you're more dealing with the slider chasing, and then there's the cut double section, and then here where you're kind of focusing on the cross screen aim with these really fast sliders. And then you'll see the end here in a section, the end section here in a bit.
Yeah. Actually, what makes this map so hard is that, just like you said, there's just so many different tech skill sets being tested that, control is always such a convoluting word.
Oh, that pattern.
Yeah.
That pattern is crazy.
Yeah,
Practice that one. Practice that one.
Crazy.
Yeah, this was pretty hard to get right in terms of difficulty. I believe Basilica's uploading this with the original difficulty of this, which isn't too much harder in star rating, but it's like a grand finals map. So
we had to nerf it down a crazy amount because there's some other stuff in finals and grand finals. We'll show you guys later.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool experience if you want to check that out at some point, if you're even able to play those maps, because, I mean, I can't. A lot of people in our team could not, so now we have this. Nomad 5.
Oh, Dada!
What do you mean, Dada?
Look what it is.
with like 14 overlapping things, and then
You get
suddenly
juked.
it's not so easy anymore.
You get juked and you miss like 9 circles in a row.
Yeah,
fine.
that's gonna be the nomad pool wrapped up though. I pretty satisfied with this one. A lot of
And
like
Ikami
5
is
pretty
already
big
traumatized.
ones.
Traumatized some digital hypno from USC.
We can move on to hidden one here. Another pretty constant thing we've been doing a lot is remapping classics, and that's exactly what Camo's offered for us for this hidden one here. The Creator. We've got a modern touch on this one. I'm hoping every single person here knows this song.
Find me some
'Cause,
good songs.
This is like an S tier classic.
Yeah,
Did
this
you
is
just
gonna
say finally some good songs? And we've had like 3 or 4 or 5 bangers in a row.
Non-stop bangers so far.
Non-stop banger rotation right now. Oh, Hidden 2 is about to say have some words for that one, but that's all I'm gonna say.
So it's a good song, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna be some 280 BPM snap or fast aim, kind of both. But a lot of density, a lot of aim control, and a little bit of like these like burst flow things that you have to aim as well. That just does it all.
Yeah, it really kind of flip-flops around between the snap aim, alt aim kind of thing and these shorter bursts.
Guys, it still feels so wrong to not see this break being like a star that's slowly rotating.
They don't make patterns like that anymore.
I'll never get used to it.
I think it's interesting to see this because I mean I think Camel for this map style, you know, like the whole like aim hidden thing is going to be very familiar. It's not the first time, probably not the last time we're gonna see something like this. But the fact that it's paired with you know, such a classic that a lot of people will identify this with, like the Satan set from what 2012, 2011, I think. It still has a lot of, you know, subtle references to it, I guess. Like it's using very similar rhythm choice. Some of the patterns are like, I suppose, like modernized versions of the ones that you're familiar with. So it's pretty interesting as a mapper to see this. You get this like weird mix of like old and new. I think it lands pretty well.
Yeah, I know.
Also,
Unfortunately, the star had to go, I guess. Well, you know what? You know, look at the flow. It's kind of okay.
Yeah, finally,
that was
not just an aim map in Hidden One.
Nasty cut there.
For everyone who hated Hidden One apparently last week, nobody picked it. Come on, guys. At least give it the old college pick, the old college try. Like, it's a different map. It's mostly all. It still has a lot of that aim edge, but it's more focused on like that snappy like alt instead of just awkward.
It's not. There's not too much alt flow in this. It's
Yeah.
more like stream flow and alting.
Here comes the big pattern. Yeah. And this weird stream into
Whoa.
that pattern is really hard.
Make sure you remember
Yeah.
that one.
Sure. Shout out to Inakon for the replay. I've been doing so much for the team as one of our only Asian playtesters that somehow makes it to every NA lobby no matter what.
Seriously.
But
7 a.m. Warrior.
Red. Actually picks up quite a lot. Everything gets much more space. Big gleanings.
people talked about how you know, we gotta bring back camel aim maps. Here we are.
I think this is also one of those customs that was really good right away. I think this was done
It was
a
like
really long time
the
ago.
moment he made it.
Yeah, this was one of the first. Again, somehow Camel does this every time he's in OWC, but this was done really early on. It was kind of just spot on. We're like, okay, let's go, ship it.
Yeah.
Okay, where's all the Toho fans?
Oh, where's all the
Oh,
terrible
Chiv,
songs? Where's all the
Chiv, you
terrible
wanna give that word a little try, a little college
songs?
try of the
we've-
pronunciation?
If I say
We-
what I think, I'll be suspended.
No,
yeah,
try saying Toho. Try saying Toho. come on.
Just cue the map. We've done this bit too long. Let Chiv give Chiv a break here. The lovely freezing tomboyish bath. Sure, those hot spring.
Yeah.
If you call this song bad, I will beat you to death with a hammer.
Oh yeah, because we
Let's just
bumped this
go.
on the aux for sure. At the function, this is playing.
Definitely.
I'm putting this
yeah.
on.
So we've got a air 8 pick here from Alain. Pretty, I guess more flow aim-ish focus on this one. There's still a little bit of like snap jumps, but I think that's kind of expected on this. I think the actual difficulty of this is just going to be being able to aim a lot of the like the short bursts in this. So
As someone who's played the original like I don't know, speed map, the real old, it's got a lot of references to the patterns in that, but obviously taken to a new level, lower AR spacing.
look at that.
I see a lot of people in chat that are getting a hammer sent to them. Basically, by the way, like this looks really hard star rating wise. It's actually not that hard compared to the rest of the pool. People got like some pretty decent scores in playtesting. As you can see,
Sliders.
Ethan
That's on
Tricks.
the SR.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
like Ethan Tricks, you know, a little bit goated. Getting, I think this is FC, right? Like low FX.
This is a sight read FC for me. Ethan is such a funny player. He's so good, but then he has like 95 act.
Ultimate
I
combo
love to
gamer.
see it.
He was broken in Hippo Cup for a reason. Like he just combo games everything in Hippo Cup.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a sight replay. I think that was done like 2 days ago.
I gotta turn this song off.
Shut up.
Come
No,
on,
turn it up. Turn it up.
Turn it up.
We gotta
That
turn Chip
wiggle,
down.
that wiggle, by the way, that you just saw was really tricky. Like that's one of the big jump scares parts of this map.
It's crazy because I've never heard the full version. I've heard the short one so much.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mafia Master, old full version
Reddit.
set. Still alive. And like, I think I remember Bloxy, I think, which was also one of our old mappers for like kind of songs like this. I think he like met him at an Air Force base. or something. So like Mafia Master is still alive and in the military.
Yeah, this is where the SR increases. By the way, these fast sliders like
Yeah,
have
the fast sliders
0.3
are.
or something.
Oh, inflates the SR so much.
This map is like
Okay.
6.4, 6.5 stars. I think about them.
Lost Umbrella if it was Toho and Air 8.
Isn't it kind of funny? Like, imagine if someone just maybe this is happening to people in chat right now. But if you like took a break from Osu for a couple years and you hear, oh yeah, the sliders are inflating the SR. That must be
Oh,
so
yeah.
foreign. Like if if you missed that whole thing.
The insistent scare of Victorian child.
I love how like that like the slider SR increase like didn't even like make actual tech maps like higher SR anyways. Because all the slider cheese maps became 9 stars now.
No comment.
We don't like to speak about
If I
that.
speak, if I speak, I'll be suspended 6 months.
Thank you to Ethan for the replay. Thank you to Elaine for the map. I don't think we talked about that yet.
I have no.
Yeah. Oh, okay, awesome.
Good diff name.
Good difference.
Shout outs to the
So
diff name.
happy, so happy.
Got one more hidden to go to. Let's go to hidden 3 here. We've got a map from Iljaz. This is enjoy this music nerd song, I think. Big fan of this one. We've got Acheron here, a little bit of a tap flow aim control pick here. For me, this is a tapping map, but it's only 200, so maybe not for the people actually playing in the World Cup. But lots of tapping in this one for a song like this. You'd expect it to, you know, the song being a little bit weird. A few rhythm elements in this as well, but definitely a huge focus on the flow aim part of this. Like the control is crazy.
Basically, just a lot of flow aim, a lot of control, a lot of like, or a little bit at least of that rhythm kind of strain as well coming in. So, just basically for everyone that doesn't play hidden, it's the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, basically. And then just to top it all off, it's also just like incessant. It doesn't stop.
Like, yeah, this map is just crazy hard. A lot of burst flow we talked about, a lot of control flow, a lot of tapping control, and it's all in hidden.
Yeah, I mean this song is just so disorienting too. the BPM doesn't change too much. I know it shows a range, but I think that's only for like a slowdown at the end. Most of this is going to be consistently 200. But constant changing time signatures, it's just very disorienting song-wise. The map does a pretty good job at representing that, so it's pretty cool. We've got a little bit of a hard rhythm section coming up here as well. It's not too difficult, but there's some very, very odd snaps in here. So we'll see if that ends up catching anyone off guard. More jazz.
Really good replay from Toybot.
Yeah, this replay is sick. Yeah, the Toybot coming back, giving us another replay, really good score. And shout out to Jazz. It's been a while since he's mapped for OWC. I think last time it was 2022, tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
The break came back.
Got a bit of a BPM change here as well. This map is very like the tapping in this. It's not really much of a like stream map, I would say, but the tapping is just very, very active.
It is.
Yeah, the speed up is crazy.
That plays so well, despite how it may look, by the way. I think you'll have a lot easier of a time than you think. If you're a hidden player, of course.
If I could play it, I would say this is my favorite.
I ran out of things to say.
I think
is intentional.
I'm not sure if they all got removed, but this map also might have one or two. Oh my god, the spacing! It might have one or two 1/6 bursts in this that at this BPM are pretty tough. Hopefully, I think they're all pretty isolated, so they're not too fast, but it's still kind of 300 BPM, right? So pretty tough. And now for a big tone shift here, let's get into the hard rock pool with another familiar name. We've got a Piroshki awkward aim-ish map. We've got Tsunami, and this is something. This is something.
Yeah.
Is this what the kids call funk?
No. I think like we talked about how number one is like all aim stamina. This is like the opposite. This is all just raw jumps, and it kind of took all the large spacing out of that slot.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say. Okay, I did say this is awkward aim. I think maybe this is misleading, but you know, if you've played Piroshki aim maps of this genre, I think you know what I'll talk about. But like, there's so much control. There's a lot of like anti jumps all over the place. None of them are awkward, but you really need to be on your feet for like every single one of these.
What is this genre if not that? Chiv? Azer? You guys know the genre.
I actually don't know what the term for this movie.
The song?
Yeah. I mean, I think the song is you know, on the topic of like having more like music genres in OWC. I think this is also a pretty uncommon one that I think a lot of people are not going to be too familiar with. So
It's like electropop. Is that a good way to say it? It's kind of hard to say. It's like a hyperpop, but not really. More like gritty.
Okay. I'm convinced at this point people are just like combining two words and be like, yeah.
We're just making up stuff.
arcane music. I like that.
Arcane.
Arcane music. Good one.
Yeah,
It's true. It's true.
Cyberpunk. Yeah, cyberpunk. Yeah. One thing that might not fully come across on stream, because I guess it's probably a little bit more quiet, but this song is super loud. It's very loud and distorted. So I think that's probably why you were saying this is probably hyperpop-ish, because also a common thing there. But yeah, this map is super consistent for the vast majority of it, right? I mean, there's a lot of contrast and difficulty here, a lot of ups and downs, but difficulty is pretty consistent throughout. I think probably one of the easier maps of the pool, I would say.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
can agree
It's
with
like really approachable, but it's so yeah, you can just miss like that. It's so easy to just drop and miss randomly.
Yeah, that'll just happen on this, yeah.
It's definitely really approachable. Like if you play HR aim, you could play this map.
And in the ending of the song, there's a change. Or two.
Oh, it's coming. The ending is actually not hard though.
Okay, this is hard. This is hard.
No, it's not that bad. It just doubles.
It's so hard.
It's deceptively hard.
Yeah, you have to snap way harder on this because, you know, you obviously gotta hit 2 now.
This is gym music. I got it. It's gym music.
It's pump music.
That'll get you a few extra
Yes.
reps for sure.
All right.
Dude, the contrast of all these songs is so funny. The back and forth
something-
we're doing now for something completely different.
So, yeah, so it's so relaxing.
A non-custom here. We've got I believe this is a rank map, right? From
I think it's just the
871 Graveyard.
It's a graveyard map. yeah.
Graveyard map here. We've got Psycha. We've got the eastern like flower mapping. We'll call it flower map. I think you'll get it when you see it. Not flower like the mapper, but like, you know, the petals. Very common mapping theme with
Also
this
not Petals the Mapper. Like,
Oh my god. What else should I say? What, like cherry blossoms, but not the
not
mapper?
the Mapper.
Yeah, a little bit of like this kind of like Oriental mapping. I don't even know what to call it. You know, like the flower sliders and stuff.
Yeah, very like traditional Eastern style. It's always nice to have some stuff like this, but I think this map executes it super well, despite this being just
Random graveyard
like,
map.
it's very like I mean, I've personally never seen a map from this mapper before. Played this for the first time when we suggested this for the WC, and this is just really good, really clean. Star rating also pretty low on this one, I think, for the difficulty that it offers. It's pretty consistent, but the CS actually makes this pretty difficult. Very very flowy though, not much snap aim in any of this, so.
Yeah. This map is like deceptively hard as well. I think people are gonna look at like last product and be like, wow, that map looked like impossible. Which kind of was, but map is not much easier. If anything, this is they're pretty hard.
Yeah, consider that this is on CS basically 7. So, like, every pattern that looks simple is actually extremely precise and tough to actually like snap to or flow through. Like any little mistake in cursor velocity gets you a miss, just like it's all there.
I think the most common thing that's going to happen for this is a miss exactly like that, I think, right? Like just missing a slider head. Thanks, Yip, for the replay, by the way. Really
Nice,
good play.
nice.
Did you want to add anything to that, Yip? Because
Yeah, I think you're mostly going to see a lot of misses, exactly like you said, like missing the slider head. Or you're going to hit the slider head and you're going to miss all the slider ends and you're going to get really low AC. The flow in this looks kind of hard, but it's not too bad.
very short. We didn't even have time to finish all what we wanted to say, but yeah, under 2 minutes of this one. On to Hard Rock 3 now. I guess an experiment with this one. Here's the stamina map, but it's
some shred,
It's in Hard Rock. It's some pure shred. We've got the shred tester here in WeRun. Anything you want to say about this one?
Yeah, so like you got to be super warm for this. It's not just like one of like No Mod 2 last week where you can kind of get by because there's enough rest. Like this stuff does not end. But also you have, because you're focusing so much on the tapping, there's some flow change-ups you got to worry about too.
Continuing with the theme of the joke that we had, this is a map by Riot, not the player. Replayed by Riot, not the mapper. So, thank you both of them.
A lot of people saying tapping is changed in this tournament. So, there you go. Got a little bit of a highlight, maybe 7.9 stars for semifinals 4. But we're looking to make tapping skyrocket in these next couple of fours. So we catch up to the rest.
Yeah, these spacing change-ups mean you have to have really stable tapping too, like not just the stamina, you have to be accurate on it.
Also, pardon my French, but this stuff is 8 stars.
Yeah, this was also nerfed a couple times. Not the tapping part of it, but this being in Hard Rock, I think is a little hard to balance. It's not really the tapping that creates all the starting, but there's a lot of like it's gonna get a lot crazier with we get to see a little bit like how much the distance in these streams like changes.
Oh, yeah. It's some speed
Like,
flow.
The
Even though it was
angles
nerfed, like,
start
still-
getting crazy, but you also have to like snap pretty far to hit a lot of these, so it should be a pretty interesting one. We got like zigzag streams here at the end, so I think this should be pretty interesting for usually like a genre of map that's kind of stale most of the time. I think for a lot of people it's hard to get excited over like just like a regular stamina pick.
Just a stat
Right?
check.
I think it's kind of just been done. So I think this is an interesting new take on it. It looks pretty fun if you can play it.
There's only one person in this call who can.
I have to play for like 2 hours to get warm up to this.
You could probably play this. You can warm up to this, yeah.
Jeremy's got it.
I don't think so.
Oh, Dada's got it in his prime. Prime Dada shreds on this.
Hypothetical prime data.
Alex, you got this tap X.
Hey. How about that one? Yeah, that
So,
about
yeah,
wraps up
only
the
rest at the end there.
about wraps up the Hard Rock pool there. So yeah, a bit of a weird combination of maps here. I think this should be pretty interesting to have this in Hard Rock. So we can move on to DTs now. It's time
Time
for
for the fun
chat to wake up, tab in. It's Fallen Angel DT1.
Yes,
Galvanize
Fallen
OWC.
Angel. It's galvanized time.
They're just pandering. This is the most pandering
God
thing I've
bless.
done.
God bless. Dude, we had to have this map in the pool. So yeah.
The people are happy.
Oh, the chat is flying.
Another classic map coming in from DMB aim and push,
I like how Nane immediately says, "Oh, a speed map," and then I've had to endure Riot saying it for like a billion years. How this is not a speed map because it's what he said.
It's the consistency map, the aim map.
Mechanics. Whatever buzzword you can come up with. Except for control. Don't use that one.
Oh, this is tech.
You try hard enough.
Oh my god, we got the 2014 storyboard.
So awesome. Like, these jumps are not a joke. Like, it's still mostly tapping, but if you're breaking, it's probably in the jumps. The tapping is just,
It
there's always a
depends
stat
on what
check.
kind
You
of
need the
player you are.
baseline.
If you're like a good aim player, but you have to like strain to actually tap this, then of course you're missing like either the triples or like the actual like longer bursts. But if you're a speed player, like these jumps are very tricky because they're not exactly like super comfortable. There's a lot of wide angle stuff and like linears and like low spacing, so you're definitely missing on the aim if you're speed favored.
There's also, like, very small cuts here.
Yeah.
That you need a little bit of aim control for those too. As well as, obviously, the tapping stability I was talking about. OD7, though, OD9 after, so it's a bit mashable if you have trouble.
OD9 DT, yeah. Pretty low.
Pretty low.
Pretty low, and then you consider that a lot of the maps in this pool are basically this OD.
Oh,
It's a
Oh.
storyboard?
insane.
Emotional storyboard.
2015, 2013? I don't know when this map came out.
I want to say
These free
2014
frames-
off the top of my head.
These free streams are always so goofy. I always think they're gonna
Yeah,
eat
2014.
I remember this because I played it the day it was ranked.
Oh, nice.
I'm not old.
Let's get you to bed, Grandpa.
That's not a self-report or anything.
Or Galvanized got a lot of people into this type of map.
Oh yeah. I mean, this was for a while. I mean, DTing this type of map, right, was like pretty peak, I think.
Yeah.
Like RLC type DT as well. Near distant future type thing, yeah. Like, there's a period in time where this was a really cool thing to do. This is what all the DT people were doing. So
D&B remixes were like so in vogue at that time, and then
So many El Pokemara remixes too, like this artist specifically.
Pokemon Asterisk remix, bootlegs, stuff like that.
Yeah. When's the last time Galvanize? Did we use a Galvanize map in OWC? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
I don't have the stat in front of me. I feel like it's been a while though. A couple years. It is worth noting, I mean, this being a marathon nomad, 4 minutes with DT. Bit on the longer side here, I think, for DT. Even DT1, I think you're not really used to that being this long.
Yeah.
Good to move on now with DT2. Map we wanted to put in last year and didn't end up happening, so now it is here. We've got White Happy. Set is Gazamol, but it's going to be Sago's Insane. This map is pretty damn interesting for a DT map. Lots of very active things going on this one.
A lot of finger control, a lot of rhythm changes. Chiv is upset because he thinks the song sucks.
And not even the stream was happy about that song.
No, he's just restarting Discord, I think.
Oh, okay. There we go. And definitely interesting song. If I say what I think, I'll be suspended. But it's the mid-range tapping. Got some Steam players won on this pool. You guys gotta have yet another map.
I think if I remember correctly, this was supposed to be
2022
in
Grand
2022, I think, right?
Yes, I remember it because originally Sayo, if you remember him, he was the one who
Yeah.
found this map. Just stolen valor here for the list of 2024.
Thank you. 2 years later. But I really like this. I mean, it's not my type of map as a player, but it does a lot to keep your interest. There's a lot of different sections here. I think it's very easy to get sunk in this one. It kind of always has your attention, so not too difficult though. It looks kind of crazy because it's really fast when the song is sped up, but the map itself is pretty straightforward. So I think people will really like this one. Got anything for this one, we run as the local shred guy?
One.
Wait, what is this again?
control.
It's like a notification slider, I think. Is that what that is?
I don't know.
I think that's.
Sliders?
I'm trying to remember. I think it's like a notification pop-up or something. I don't know. Anyway.
I don't think-
What is that supposed to?
I don't think Henry even got to play this map. He changed it like.
Yeah, it was changed pretty last minute, but I did play a little bit. I mean, it's hard. It's a bit of a learner too. At least for the finger control and high AR, like you need to be dialed in for that.
And one more time, thanks to Riot for the replay. Man just does like 18 replays for us every week. Kind of good at the game.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll be seeing way more of Riot for the remaining weeks as well.
Absolutely. DT3?
Yeah. Arrival of Tears. This map, man.
time.
This map. Well,
300
apparently,
BPM.
apparently you played this one, so.
Oh, yeah, Henry.
Henry, take the stage.
Yeah, so it's pretty damn fast. 300 BPM in OWC. Can you believe it? Thing about this map is like the streams are not anything spaced. As you can see, they're just a line. So you might be able to get away with mashing it, but at this speed, you need to be really ready for it anyway. Air 8 also, so a bit of a density, but the patterns are pretty simple, so shouldn't be that bad.
Air 8?
What?
This is the original 2011 map of this map. Classic shred.
Curtis is at his screen right now. God bless, I did not sign up.
Maybe they needed him. You see what
He
happened
does
like an hour
he
ago?
does not like these maps. Not a fan of the ARA DTs.
Oh, boo-hoo. My eyes are too fast. They live in the future.
I know. Okay, I know there's like 4 Canadians in here, but somehow every week Curtis still like takes a jab for no reason.
That's my dog. I won't talk anything.
You know who would really
It's like-
appreciate this map? No,
What's up?
now I gotta get out here with some South American representation. Arnold 24 by 24.
I was gonna say,
Oh.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You know who else would appreciate this map? Kagizi?
True.
Oh. That'd be great to see.
that?
Would love to see that guy in OWC. Yeah, up and coming player.
Also, interesting thing about these patterns and like the tappings, there's some back-to-back triples, some odd numbered single taps slash jumps. So if you full ult, you have to actually full ult, or else you're going to be caught double tapping a certain note.
Where's Nissan? Retired.
I mean, he's simultaneously retired, but also mapping and also still playing. So
It's like,
He's
yeah.
he's hit the Nanoya note where he'll sometimes like play some of the WCs or like play some tournaments and then go back to mapping. That's one
Slow
thing
down
that-
there, don't get caught on that.
Yeah.
Can I just comment on the fact that there's 300 BPM streams and we're in semis?
Welcome
It's easy.
to speed era.
It's
By the way,
crazy how much like
beautiful.
this game has changed in
If-
terms
It's
of
not my-
speed.
Might
If
be
you
easy for the
partake-
pool.
If you partake in the Dark Arts, all of these are double tappable besides like one or two. So
It's
if you
true,
really
this
need
is
to,
double tappable for sure.
if you really need to, forum.
Also higher OD than the DT1, so
I can't say Badu
That will
anymore
matter more.
because Badu is. First of all, Romain is not in the tournament anymore. Second of all, Badu is not in the tournament ever. So there goes my one non-tapping player. Fiery also not here.
We need another double
Yeah.
tapping prodigy.
Another double
Who's the
tapper.
next? Who's the butt of the joke?
All right, on to ET4. I'm gonna have an interesting map archetype we haven't explored in OWC, I think, ever. But excited to see
no!
what people think.
What do you mean what?
Wait, is it broken?
The Discord stream is fine.
No, the Discord stream is fine.
No, we'll give
You
it.
do not have the beat map this replay was made for.
We'll give it a minute.
Oh,
kills.
Oh, SpaghettiOs!
let's give it a
We
second.
did a
Can we get a quick check on what happened?
did an oopsie. Apparently,
Um,
I
is the backup
will-
OSZ work?
I think what might have happened is the map was uploaded before, so maybe someone clicked the update button by accident.
Oh, that is right. Yeah. Just gonna double
Well-
check that the replay works.
The replay works on the older OSZ, the previously updated map.
So anyway, want to fill the dead air of something? What an exciting week it has
On
been.
live play. Yeah.
Yeah, watching Brazil get 6-0 was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome, and then seeing Canada get stomped like they always were gonna be, like, kind of awesome week, no?
The stomp in question.
The stomp in question, 6-2. I think it's a stomp, buddy. That's a stomp. That's a stomp. Good Russia Germany match too. Germany looked unstoppable.
Yeah. God bless all these guys fell for the bait and actually voted Russia.
Oh, sorry, I thought that Germany were gonna
Oh,
actually
that was the
like
easiest
be
prediction
a little
ever.
bit.
That was
Yeah, just like the easiest prediction was like predicting Canada over US. Yeah, that was pretty good, right?
that was love for the game.
Yeah. Speaking of matches that were stomped that I didn't expect to be stomped, China Norway, unfortunately, it seemed like they just faltered at the start and then never got back. China looking pretty good.
Can't believe Philippines Ukraine was on a C stream.
Yeah, that,
Oh,
was,
man.
that was one of the matches of the tournament.
Guys, at players, please stop scheduling 3 matches at once.
Yes.
Like, you
Kindly.
can make it an hour before, right? Like, you're not that busy.
Yeah, I don't think a C stream is reasonable for us to provide, but it's good that you know, shoutouts to Dio and Boboman, right? I think both of them
Yeah.
were able to do it on the side, and so people were still able to see that match. So important, I think, to not miss out on that too much.
I think we had double, like, triple boxes this quarterfinals. We also had a third match somewhere else.
All right, it's fixed.
There
We're
we
back.
go.
Let's go!
Where's
PT4.
Paz?
Podcast
Where's
over.
Paz? Where's Rojo? We got the hip hop in OWC finally.
Hell yeah.
James Jan.
Shiv Keef.
Don't say that ever again. Don't say that ever again.
Oh, I'll say it as many times as I
Don't say that
possibly
ever
can.
again.
Shiv Keef.
wouldn't say that ever again.
Some 10.5.
Yeah,
10.5,
10.5. So like, when it comes to higher reading, like 10.5 on like a deep, like a really simple A map is kind of boring. So we want to test it on like a actually like reading demanding map. So yeah, it's some James Jan. DMCA is coming for us, but it's okay.
Don't listen. It's like if you don't say it, it will never happen. Also, if you keep talking, it will never happen.
If you keep saying things, then
Keep talking
like
and nobody explodes.
This is like the spiritual successor to Mad City, but it's far less aim, like you said. It's much more focused on like the control and the rhythm.
This is an easier map than Mad City, I think. So there's not enough like
really similar.
extremely arbitrary rhythms. I think Mad City has a lot of improv.
Yeah.
Also, this has like some crazy beat switches. For
It's much less learning, that's for sure.
yeah. Fun fact: this map was originally for quarterfinals. We had
So
to bump
hard.
it up because it was so hard.
yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we said, we need to keep talking. So, any considerations for like how this plays? Like anything to look out for?
I know Jeremy played it a couple times.
Yeah, you really just need to put in a lot of work on this, because otherwise you're gonna get really, really low AC, especially if you're not comfortable with the AR.
Is beat switch number 1?
Even if you're comfortable with the AR, like your tapping needs to be so you know how to put it. Just
I think this type of map archetype is gonna be super interesting, especially with predictions, because like to be honest, like it's really hard to predict what team will be good on this. Like this is not a common skill set.
I know a few teams.
A couple of teams, yeah, but
A few teams will go really, really ham on this.
just curious about. Oh yeah, here's the
The
beat switch.
third beat switch. This becomes a like hyper pop YouTube intro.
It feels so out of place.
this is a bit of a chill zone for this compared to the rest of the map.
Yeah,
Still a decent amount of aim control though.
it's a lot of aim control.
Playing this BPM at this AR, I think pretty awkward, no?
This part's really easy compared to the rest, I think.
Alright. Yeah, this one team in particular was smuffed this map for sure.
Very cool map though. I think it's nice to have this type of music genre in here. Never really before seen in here. Before we show the next map, I'm quoting this message, this unfortunate message from Mapple Feedback here from an eliminated player from Romania. That guy saying, got eliminated before LFJ map showed up. Worst OWC ever. Surely I will wake up to an LFJ map. Well, it was correct.
That's
It's OWC. It's time. It's here. It's Jonathan LFJ with Falcom Sound Team.
That's your own
it
fault,
was,
buddy.
You know, it was coming one of the pools. So here it is.
How does he do it every time? Every time.
Listen, new YS came out. You gotta put some stuff like LFJ has new material to work with.
Yep. Get ready for the cleanest map in OWC.
Yeah, I think the very first version of this map was so insanely clean, I hardly had anything to even say about it that needed to change.
We only changed like a couple of 1-3 angles, right?
Yep, it was just the 1-3 angles and it was perfect.
I don't think a single jump got changed in this map.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for someone like LFJ who's done so many like iconic maps of the style, they know what they're doing.
He's a
Like
professional.
there's nothing to say about this. He's just gonna pump something out and it's gonna be perfect. So it's nice that you know, despite being busier nowadays, still able to make some stuff for us. So I think people will be happy with this one. It's very much a Falcom Sound Team LFJ map. I think it's exactly what you'd want to see. Still feels very fresh and different from a lot of the other ones though, because the song is pretty different as well. So yeah, pretty happy to see this one.
This stuff is so awesome. It's like kind of like triples jump. But yeah, this map is just so satisfying to play. Like here comes the 1/3 section.
I feel like that's also core to these LFJ maps. You always need the really hard, like flowy 1/3 part. Like, you know, Azure Arbitrator and Gendarme and stuff, like when the zigzag 1/3s come in and then everybody misses.
The tornado stream.
The tornado.
tornado
It's
stream.
here. It's iconic. Like, is here to a lesser extent. I think it's still a little bit balanced, but
So yes, chat. Why is the actual OS that this came from was like 1989, but like this is not from the one that's from 1989. Be real.
LFJ putting a zero arbitrate in the pool for 6 years.
oh, we should do 6 more, no?
Oh, we got this now.
Yeah.
Gotta
But,
keep the streak up.
I will not be surprised to see this in every tournament after. This map
Yeah.
is going to get used.
I'm expecting it.
It's a good map, sir.
Speaking of maps that already been used, I saw that both relay maps in round of 16 and quarterfinals have already been used in like community tournaments. Like, people
Wow,
already
I
know
wonder.
about it.
I wonder if you knew about
The
that
same
before you
week?
put it in the poll.
One of them actually, yeah, one of them was in the same week. He Maxi poured it. He's like, I'm using this map again. But not many
Oh, yeah.
others. It was like a 4-day tournament. So.
Any of this has a slowdown, I think, but it's not like an actual slowdown. It just slows down by like 13 BPM or something weird like that.
There is a few weird timing parts of this. Yeah, we kind of talked over it, but there's a like the break part near the middle has some slowdown and speed up during play. It can be a little awkward. Oh man.
Oh, that's so sad. Great replay by Henry regardless though, and thank you to LFJ for coming back yet again. This guy's always busy, but always got time for one.
Yeah. Hopefully 6 more. Yeah.
We'll see. That guy's unk stat. That guy's real unk status in Osu by now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Jonathan Lovechase's taught me how to map in 2013, and I guess now we're here. So let's move on to Free Mod 2 here. We've got a song from Co-Alter of the Deepers.
Speaking of teaching someone how to map.
Yeah, I mean, why else would I say that?
Yeah.
We've got a really, really cool song here from... we featured this band once before. I think it was a Mirage Delis,
Last year.
like,
Someone
speed.
fired
It was Delatete, I think. It was really cool.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see more of this band. Honestly, it's one of my favorite shoegaze bands. So we've got, I guess, somewhat of an anti-mod here. The stats are a little bit odd. It definitely favors more precision style. I mean, this is like no mod CS 5.5. It's not quite low as an AR. It's still 8.5. Very comfy even on the no mod and the hidden here, but very kind of snap aim focus map here. A lot of pretty precise cursor control. It's not really an aim control map too much, but just the precision part of this makes this pretty tough. Also, I'm sorry, the song is like recorded in 1998 or something, so this has like an infinite amount of red lines. The timing is a little tough to deal with, so OD is lowered a little bit to deal with that. So
Yeah.
we've also got the song does a really cool contrast of like kind of clean versus dirty in the song as well. Constantly changes between both modes, which is something this band does a lot, which I like. And I think the map represents that a little bit here with some of the slider shapes. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, mapped by Azer, played by Azer, and pretty much casted by Azer as well. at
Thanks
this
for the
point.
background by Azer.
Yeah. Thanks to Pizza by Azer. Thank you for the skin by Azer. That's actually true though.
That's Alex's house,
Nah,
actually.
nah,
Like,
I did not do this skin.
someone ping Rainbow.
Yeah. Good luck to the Hard Rock player.
Yeah, good luck to the Hard Rock player. This
Oh,
is-
just a little
I think
comment.
it's not too bad. It's really not too bad on Hard Rock. I think.
It's not that bad.
Hard Rock guy now in semifinals plus is just playing a stage higher than everyone else. Like
Listen, no, it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence that we have 4 replays on Midden. Clearly. Spoilers.
This
also,
well, no, you can't say this. If I didn't like snipe the replay on my own map in this, it would have been a Chili Repair Hard Rock replay. I think the Hard Rock players are eating this one. Okay, no, this is totally playable Hard Rock.
yeah.
Yeah, I will say it's like upwards of CS7, but it's not as ridiculous as it makes it sound. It's like it's all pretty close together. It's nothing cross-screen like we saw in the other precision maps.
Sure.
Also, is it a coincidence that 2 anti-mod maps in a row have been maps by 2 of the organizers, basically?
This dead slot, dude. Like,
Maybe if you're out there, if you like mapping anti-mod, maybe put your name out there. Maybe start mapping some.
I've said this before. Yeah, I mean, I think this happens pretty commonly. Happened that one year where me and Dada both mapped like
Nomad
flowing
2.
Nomad 2s, and then we were like, maybe we should just not always have these types of maps because they're so hard to find mappers for that actually want to do this. I think anti-mod is kind of approaching that a little bit. Anti-mod like doesn't really exist as a map genre anymore, so we have to pivot If that's something that you do, hit us up.
Yep. Alright. That's gonna be free mod 2 on to free mod 3.
Yeah, free mod 3 now. A little bit of a weird slot for this one. Maybe a bit of a filler slot here. So we chose to represent this with Kimuri, ranked map from down, couple years old now, but a lot of very micro aim control and some rhythm and finger control for this, you'd say.
Yeah, slow play is getting one final option in this pool. But a lot of variable flow, control flow. A little bit of tapping as well. Oh my god, that back and forth is really hard.
A little bit of tapping with the ring.
It's control in every way.
Yeah. Also Toho, Mr. Chiv.
Oh yeah.
How many ways can they make this melody?
Listen,
A couple hundred apparently.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of interesting though? I think that's got to speak volumes as to how good the Toho like soundtrack library is. That there can be like literal hundreds of different ways to interpret it, and there's so many artists giving their take on it, and it still sounds so fresh, and somehow it's not old. Like I don't think many, soundtrack sources could really have that. So I don't know where I'm going with this. Shoutouts to Toho, I guess.
I guess it's like a combination of it being like one of the earliest like zeitgeists of Dojin culture, as well as just having a good soundtrack in general. That's completely off topic. Anyway, Kimori, Ethan Tricks once again doing his thing. 95. It's actually tough to get a yak on.
I think 95 is actually reasonable for this.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that is going to be an average play on this map. You could definitely get more, I think, but I think some of the players that you would think of that are able to get really good scores on this aren't playing anymore. They got eliminated already, so curious to see. I think you could easily see some 99s on this. Even on V2, it's not too hard.
I got one guy in my mind. On USA.
Oh, for sure.
One more map to go here.
One.
We've got a Pondbot Toybot collab. We've got the Bot collab.
Again.
Super Reactor X by Kobario. I love this one, man. It's low CS. Important distinction for I guess like a flowy tech map, I guess you would say. This is CS 3.5. Pretty big circles on this one. So.
Some alt tech down at the pool. Can be played by Toybot, despite him being the mapper as well. This map is interesting. Got a lot going on.
It's like genre hoppy, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of the stuff is like it only lasts for a little bit and then it changes immediately.
The song also does a lot over time. It evolves pretty significantly. Lots of very different, distinct sections. Very much a multi-genre song. This one is so. Lots of different styles. However, the map stays quite consistent. I would say this is also maybe the easiest, score-wise, I think the easiest map in the pool. Or close to that, I think. It's very easy, I think, to fill players that are going to be able to do this. The majority of the map is very comfortable and pretty easy. There's still some parts that can catch you off guard. But yeah, just in terms of like raw difficulty on this, I think on the easier side. Someone will break on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, replays wise, if you can play hard rock on some of these team mods, you're probably playing OWC. Yeah.
I think
honestly, I kind of agree with Alex. A lot of them aren't that bad hard rock.
I think a lot of teams will have at least one guy who can play it, so it's fine.
We're also getting to it's something we keep in mind too. I think it's important to talk about, or maybe not important, but it's interesting to talk about as we progress later on in the tournament, and there's fewer and fewer teams actually remaining to play some of these maps. When it comes to finding like a hard rock player for these, the rate, the amount of them that you have to find starts to get pretty low. Like in semis, I think there are 12 teams now. Finals, there's gonna be 6 teams. Grand finals, there's 3 teams. Like, you just need one hard rock guy on the 12 best teams in the world. You know, I think it's pretty reasonable for some of these Hard Rock maps, or the Hard Rock mod on the free mod maps, to be a little harder, I think, than the rest. But I think people are also pretty used to that. It's not really new. We're not really aiming to get, you know, perfect balance for a lot of these, since, you know, both teams have to fill the Hard Rock player anyways. So. Ending is pretty hard here.
Yeah, FC on this map would be no joke. Just because this ending does get so crazy.
It's definitely a map, I think, where I would say if this is played a lot, I think this is going to have the highest average score. But on the top end, it's going to look pretty similar, like the same amount of FCs and stuff.
FCing is a different story. Like
probably like 650, 700k for this, which is pretty high for semis, I think. So thank you, Toybot, for the replay and half of the map. Appreciate it.
Very nice.
We're going to move on from Bot Collab for the tiebreaker here. I'm going to say this because it's funny. We didn't actually go with this, but we're moving from Bot Collab to Boy Collab. If you know the usernames, but...
my
god.
Oh, come on, it'll make sense once you see it. It's fine.
No.
Anyway, so...
Oh my god.
It
So,
will
you know,
make
as a
sense, but
tiebreaker-
I don't want it to make sense.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. As a tiebreaker here, you know, we've got a little bit of an inspirational message. If you end up reaching the end of your match, you still got tiebreaker to be played. You get nervous and all that. Well, someone's looking out for you to motivate you with an inspirational message. Let's look at the semifinals tiebreaker.
You are tasked with the most covert assignment to date. The time has come to pull the threads on the tapestry woven at the peak. Proceed with unwavering resolve. The future has been written by your hand.
That was the semifinals tiebreaker. Thank you to Alden and Meloboy for mapping that. Great song from Minstrel here, featuring vocals from Rikuato. Very, very interesting song here. Very, very upbeat. We got a very, inspirational song here. Shout outs to Saturn and Novarisi for the illustrations. Thank you so much. To Polytetrol for the graphic design as well. To Nafi for the storyboard. To Sakura as well, as always, for the design coordination. To Midori for the hit sounds on this, done very quickly. Thank you so much. And to Malashevsky for the replay. I didn't notice this until now, but what were those 100? That guy actually just SS'd the semi-finals tiebreaker for with like some misses, pretty much. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that guy's crazy.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people kind of said that this kind of feels like a credit song, like a good emphatic closure song, and like I can kind of agree. Like this is like anime credits, like hopeful. It's a really nice song, I think.
Yeah, no, every Osu original will be mapped and ranked. Sorry, not mapped, ranked sometime. So don't be worried if you're seeing some really good scores here. Yeah, shout out to everyone who worked on this project. Gotta get the boring stuff out of the way. But if you guys have any feedback, remember, please message either me, Dada, Azer, anyone on the map pooling team, or put it in the map pool feedback channel for OWC. We're still looking forward to incorporating as much feedback as we can. You know, last week we talked about how maybe we could have used one more speed pick, so this pool should feel a little more tapping heavy. But yeah, we'll see how it goes this week. Thank you guys all so much.
Alright, anything else to add?
Jeremy, anything?
No, I hope you guys enjoy the pool. Worked pretty hard on it.
And Henry's dead. Okay.
So awesome. So awesome. I got nothing to say. Perfect.
I think so. Honestly, this pool, I think people should be pretty happy with it.
It's my favorite pool so far.
It's pretty consistently great. So looking forward to see what people think, and especially looking forward to see it played. Semis, I think, is when the tournament gets really, really, really interesting. I think you start to see a lot of the top end teams really play each other on maps that are hard enough where, you know, it's not going to be 8 ways on everything. So look forward to seeing that next week. We're going to wrap it up for now, though. We're all done with quarterfinals now. So we'll see everyone next weekend here for the semifinals of the OS World Cup 2024. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
「話しに来て And welcome back to the OS World Cup semifinals weekend. Here we are coming at you with a show match on the semifinals map pool with some people from the map pooling team. We've got some map poolers, we've got some of our play testers, and we even got some of our mappers in there. So it's looking to be a pretty interesting match. I'm Miles, and joining me is another one of the map poolers, Dada. What's up?
Hey, what's up? This is gonna be a very fun show match. Let me explain a little bit how it's gonna work. So, Miles is captain of Team Blem. He drafted this team, and I'm captain of Team Azza, and I drafted that team. So, whenever the picks are going to cycle between us, one of us is gonna pick the mod of choice that we're actually gonna play, and then you, the Twitch chat, is gonna vote on a poll, a very quick poll, so as to not have this take too long, but a very quick poll deciding on what the map is and what is going to be played. So if you want to see certain maps, just have a certain campaign going on in chat. Try to swing some votes through, and yeah, hopefully this is fun for everybody. So maps that you want to see that haven't been played yet, we've had 3 matches this far, some very close matches. Try to get them played.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, how that's going to work is, so we'll say perhaps hidden as an example, and then we'll have a poll go up with 1, 2, and 3, each corresponding to its spot in the pool. So if you want to see the creator, then you would vote 1 in that scenario. But yeah, Team Azza and Blem, so 2 very prolific memes in our community.
Very prolific memes of
very-
Bubbleman.
Of Bubbleman.
Bubbleman, show us your meme. Anyway, apparently no warm-ups, no bans, so every map is up for grabs, and we need to roll for our pick order. Azer rolls 17. Meanwhile,
Azer on Team Azza and Riot.
rolls 94. So now they decide which team picks first. Since there's no bans, I'm pretty sure Riot just wants to have Miles pick first. So, Miles, what mod do you want to play?
Okay, so we've got a strategy for this already. So I know you guys really like this custom map in the Nomad pool. It's called Nomad 1. And Team Blem, I think, would like to play this Nomad 1. So we're going to pick Nomad here, and you in the Twitch chat should vote for number 1 so we can play Warcry. Let's go.
Oh, maybe you should vote for Nomad 2 or Nomad 4, you know.
No. Nomad 1. You're picking Nomad 1.
Or Nomad 5, maybe, to just torture
Nomad 5 would be crazy.
my fellow pooler Azer. That's also a very good idea.
Oh, okay, I'm watching it right now. Right now, it's a dead heat between Nomad 1 and Nomad 5, actually. Oh my goodness.
Oh, they're tied. Oh, Nomad 5 is taking the lead. A very quick pull here.
Well, I mean, both are fine. Both are fine. I mean, Team
Stop
Blem,
the count. Stop
very
the count.
good at reading. Very good at reading here.
Yeah,
Is
he
this
did-
Team Blem?
He did pick the entirety of the people with eyes and brains. No keyboard mashers besides my friend Riot. So actually, Nissan is also pretty good at the tapping stuff as well. But Nomad 5 looks to be the final result here. So we're gonna start off with a solid pick here. I'm sure everyone is excited to play it, Alex. I know you can hear me because you have to.
Little bit of lore there. Back in 2018, I think, right? Daramak.
Yeah, the ding pick in WBC 2018, he was very mad at that. Now he gets to run it back. The salty run back in more ways than one. So, Nomad 5. Apparently, Gaby is not present, so we're gonna have a surprise Chiv appearance.
So Chiv, another one of the head map poolers, gonna be subbing in
as an F-17.
Mm-hmm. All right, so roster's locked in. We've got Conrad, Mitten, Azer, Belladonna, and Jackson to go up against Matthew, Nissan, Fiery Rage, and Riot for Blem. Yeah, regardless, Blem on the board. That one was a layup for them.
Well, I have to appease the rest of the team that didn't actually make it into this lobby. So I guess I'll pick Hard Rock.
Ooh, Hard Rock. Not going for the double time yet.
There is a landmine in this Hard Rock pool. Let's see
That
if
is
but the one that mapped it.
Yeah, but you think about that, that's a bit of a landmine in itself. You're putting Riot on a map mapped by Riot. Like, shouldn't he just be really good at that?
Or really bad. You know, I'm always horrible at my own maps.
Yeah, you know, I have a couple maps. I'm really good at them.
Like Happy Lucky Dochi?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is gonna be, I think, really funny. There's maybe 4 test players total who are in this lobby that can actually play Screams to any degree.
Oh,
It's gonna be
it's Chillier, Riot, and Jackson, basically.
probably Belladonna as well.
And
to be honest.
Nissan also. I think we have a decent team for this. I'm confident.
Yeah, your team should be fine for this. My team a bit worried about the 4th player. Someone might have to suffer a little bit.
Listen, y'all remember last year when Wixinator had to play a certain hidden map? I think we're gonna get a similar score to that.
Perhaps. I think Shiv should come in for this. Wait, why wasn't Shiv in for Lovely Ice Cream Princess? That was the one map he wanted to play.
That was the one map he could play, probably. Well,
Matthew,
Matthew? Well,
tap X.
I don't think
Tap-
this is a top Xable map, but let's see. Maybe you can
It's
prove us wrong.
too much flowing to be tap Xable. And Fiery Rage, okay, maybe a Fiery Rage of a different time could have maybe played this, but
Also, no, obviously this is not like a real match. This isn't for anything except my money, apparently.
yeah, I mean, banners. So yeah, Jackson, Belladonna, Chillier pair, Vetoed, Nissan, Matthew, Fiery, and Riot. Gonna go into this stamina map with a lot of flow aim as well on the Hard Rock. And this one, I think it's gonna be a little bit similar to last map where it's a little bit black and white to see who's able to play this and who really isn't.
Well, I'm excited to see Matthew. I'm also excited to see Fiery Rage. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, and it begins.
Great
It's
start.
okay. All we need is Chillier and Jackson to miss a lot and Riot to FC, and then victory will go to the glorious Blem.
Listen. I think we're having someone match Fiery for a little bit.
I mean, I think 3 out of 4 members.
Never mind. I don't think she's quite matching Fiery. No. Riot is shredding, Jackson is shredding, and the rest is dreading.
Yeah, it's quite literally a 1v1, and then 2 out of 3 players on Azza just doing a little bit better than the players on Blem.
Is Matthew actually top Xing? Haven't seen it yet.
No, it looks like he's just playing it normally.
Oh, he
Oh, and
just-
there goes Riot.
He's just streaming. Oh yes! I'm actually like, okay, I expected Chillier to be a little bit more consistent on this. Oh, Jackson just finding a huge chamber. Maybe
Yeah,
it's still comebackable.
No, definitely not. Riot would have to be FCing for it to be comebackable.
Well, he has combo.
Not big enough, though, I think. And there it goes.
There goes Jackson's as well. We're just gonna stabilize at a 300k or so lead. I think the
Just
scores
like the
are
last
also gonna. The scores are also basically gonna stabilize.
I think
They're
the
not,
chat,
will not be increasing.
the chat knows like what these teams want to actually pick,
Maybe.
and that's gonna do it for this one.
This is like you remember that old Flash game that like had you like beat some random like stick figure? This
Like-
is kind of what chat did to Fiery in this map. Like, you're mean. You guys are very mean.
They just hit like a 6 action combo on him. Well. Okay, chat. It's time to clutch up for another pick for the side of Blem. Once again, we're gonna be going to the Nomad pool. So you've got Nomads 1 through 4. Let's go again.
Oh, apparently something is being cooked up here by the organizers as well. But let's just say you can't pick Nomad. You can't pick Nomad 1, but like imagine if we played like Nomad 2, Nomad 3, Nomad 4. Like think about it.
No, chat is a bunch of sadists, I think. They just saw what happened on one stream map and now they're picking Nomad 2. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Well, if anything, that gets it out of the way. It gets it out of the way.
It does. I don't think you prepared your team to pick any stream maps, considering
No, not
that
at all.
your tapping players are Nissan and Riot. But My Heart Will Go On will end up being the pick here by chat. I think we had a great understanding there, chat. We also have a great chance of taking this. We have a great chance of taking this pick. Here comes Skill from the top rope. He did the replay on this. Had a almost FC. He choked, I think, on the last stream. Meanwhile, from the side of Blem, we see Kinacon, also a known replayer. Librarian,
no longer. Wait, yes, longer. I am completely blind. And we got Kinacon entering the lobby. His tapping is probably good enough for this.
His flow aim might be a little bit limited, but we'll see. I don't think we also have a particularly well-rounded 4-man roster, but we can certainly try.
07 for Maki.
07s indeed.
Yeah, but you know, the nature of these flow aim maps can be it's tough to say this after last map to convince myself that this isn't just completely the end of the world for my team, but you know, anything could happen on flow aim, guys. This one's 20 BPM lower. That could make a big difference.
Holy crap. Wix's FC.
Yeah. See how long that goes. Oh.
Oh.
Goodbye, Wix. Well, none of the long streams have even started yet, so probably not gonna mean the end of the world yet. I would say this is probably one of the more comfortable maps in the pool. Just this style of flow aim is something that a lot of players are comfortable to farm. It's gonna catch out Vitoed and Kinacon, and Skill as well, actually. Riot too, okay. Wixinator is holding on to some combo, guys.
A lot of big note locks there.
It's Nissan and Riot. Or not Riot, Jackson.
Same player in spirit.
Pretty much.
Big act lead for the side of Azza, though. To my great delight.
Yeah, Wixinator really got to step it up. That 83 is not doing us any favors. And the stabilized combos coming out as well for Azza. Can tell who chat wants to win here.
Skill catching a big chain miss there.
Jackson and Nissan though, wow, they hold through that big stream. Got
They
two
are just shredding.
FCs. Two FCs into the last quarter of the map. See if they can get through this one. And
Both
they
of
both
them.
do.
Oh, Jackson!
Wait, could this be doable? I think Nissan needs FC.
He does need to FC, and I also think we need to note lock a little bit. Miss a couple of notes, get a couple of score deductions.
Yeah, I mean, let me remind you guys, Nissan used to be a big carry for Team Brazil. Oh, and there he goes.
And he misses the entire stream.
Yeah, no longer winnable, and that's a break point. This is on your hands, chat.
Good. Wow, a lot of people hitting that end stream there. Toughest stream in the map. But, indeed, it will be Team Aza taking the break point here, as it is my mod to pick, and I think it's been unexplored this far. I think we can pick DT. And the DT pool is full of wonders. Maps that I'm sure half the lobby can't read, and half the lobby can't tap. So, because you guys are sadists, and you clearly like seeing at least one score.
Yes.
You guys clearly like seeing at least one score not have any semblance of a competent score. You guys are going to pick DT4 and have someone not be able to read. I'm sure.
And this is great for us because that one doesn't have any tapping.
That is true.
I trust our higher art reading a lot more than I trust our tapping.
I also trust our higher art reading by a pretty sizable amount more than our 4-man tapping, at least. I think we're going to be able to see Belladonna Conrad play on this map, as well as Jackson. Chillier, apparently, as well.
Yeah, no. Librarian, back in her heyday.
Listen,
very good at AR-11.
Put in Chiv for this. Chiv Keef.
Chiv Keef? Hold on now.
Hold up.
Chiv Keef would go crazy on this. We need someone move him to the tourney server.
LeBron Jam. I actually wonder who is going to fill out the teams for this. Oh, it is Belladonna and Conrad.
That makes a lot of sense. Both of them, at least, I know they have played high AR in the past.
Yeah.
While Matthew gonna come in for Blem. Oh, wait.
Oh, Mario!
Mario.
Still with his questionable Uma Musume name.
Azer?
I doubt it.
Asa?
If he's playing on your team, maybe. Well, I guess not. I don't think I've ever seen Azer play a map over Air 10 in like 5 years.
I remember he used to farm 10.3 on like the aim maps of 8 years ago, but nothing higher than that at least.
About to redefine 4th player syndrome. So 4th player plague.
Plaguing the roster of Aza. Blem got Matthew, Librarian, Fiery, and Riot on a journey to take back that breakpoint. Yeah, this is, I believe, our first custom that has been picked, right?
No, Hard Rock 3 was a custom as well.
Oh yeah, Hard Rock 3, yes. Yeah, this one, kind of a crazy one. Haven't really seen this be tested in OWC before.
Librarian finding a miss. The first player that I think is a little bit of a surprise to find a miss. Jackson as well. Matthew trading. Mario also finding a miss there. Chillier pair still comboing. Same with Riot. Everybody else having a little bit of a tougher time.
Oh,
Riot
there goes
will
Riot
find a
though. And there goes Chillier as well though, so it's not gonna be capitalized. Aclead gonna keep it in favor of Blem for now. But this one's looking to be a bit of a clown fiesta, folks.
What is karma to pick a mod and then instantly give the breakpoint right back? But it is still very close.
Yeah, everyone really struggling on this map, and I mean, for good reason. I mean, this is the reason why AR 10.5 rarely gets tested in OS World Cup, because it's so hard to make a really good roster at this approach rate.
I will say, for the people that are watching at home, this doesn't look mechanically tough, but when you play it, you realize that any like map full of like surprises and unexpected reading, unexpected rhythms in this sort of AR just is insanely mean, insanely hard to play. So apparently the point is going over here to Blem because of mostly Riot's antics.
Yeah, but he does go down.
Well,
But 200k lead, pretty good for Blem. And there's no combo on Azza to really try and take this back.
time for beat switch. I still find this part of the song so goofy.
But yeah, another thing for the people watching at home, pretty sure most of the teams left are going to do a lot better than our test players' scores on this.
There's a reason why they're test players and not playing. Most of the reasons are they either got bored of playing or they cannot make the team anymore. So a lot of A ranks, surprisingly more A ranks than I expected, but
Riot and Matthew.
Matthew actually putting a very good display.
97 for Matthew actually on a 4-miss. That is really impressive. All right, Azer is longing for a map that he can play. Well, I've got good news for you, buddy. We're going to the hidden pool.
Well, there's a couple of picks that you can pick in the hidden pool. I'm actually letting chat completely dictate this.
Yeah, I mean, chat has an astounding map that they want to play more than anyone else by far.
Well, I guess it is Cherno's
something onsen hot spring.
The lovely freezing tomboyish bath, Cherno's hot spring by Iosis.
This is like a B tier Iosis song. We gotta get one of the better ones next year.
Yo, never say that again.
Dude, I'm saying it's okay, and I know there's a lot of people who don't like this song.
A lot of people are wrong.
That's true.
Put this song in a club, I'm throwing it down. I'm throwing it back, even. Anyway,
Librarian and Belladonna.
Lots of reading players on your team. I think Konkon Kinokon, I believe, had the not this AR8 replay, but a lot of the other ones. Matthew, also pretty skilled hidden player. Fire Rage, been getting way better at reading as his speed kind of falters. And Wispy, I don't actually know if Wispy is a reading player, but he certainly maps like one. Meanwhile, Conrad, Azer, chillier pair for some reason.
Belladonna.
Belladonna for one reason or another.
Yeah, I can say Wispy he's a hidden player who can play reading. I don't think he's a reading player, so to speak, but can definitely hold his own, so makes sense to see him in for this one. Yeah, this team, or this roster for Blem could probably hold their own in, like, an actual OWC lobby, I think. Like, so much reading strength here. And Vitoed actually coming in for Azza. Vitoed mapping that very popular round of 16 reading map. So it makes sense that if you can map reading, you should be able to play it a little bit as well, I think.
Well, let's see what this turns out to.
Only two ways this can go. To Azza or to Blem.
This did end up as a little bit of an easier pick. But,
you know, we make up for it next week. A little bit of a spoiler. Out of the beginning, Azer, Conrad, Fiery, and Wispy holding on. Everyone else finding a break earlier. But Vitoed also holding on to a very big combo.
Oh, there goes Azer. So does Kinokon, actually.
There goes Vitoed. Conrad and Fiery and Matthew. There goes Conrad.
There goes Matthew.
Maybe we shouldn't like disrespect this map, calling it like a little bit too easy, because people are having a pretty rough time on this, and that kind of happens with a low approach rate aim.
Maybe we're bad.
Maybe we are.
Collectively.
I mean, we clearly suck at gauging difficulty. Have you seen the feedback on the speed maps?
Oh, there goes Fiery. Finally.
Combo coming back on Azer and Vitoed, so definitely a comebackable lead for the side of Asa. Kind of just getting lost in the song right now. I don't know about you.
Me too. A lot of breaks from Blem.
Azer isn't so great.
Stop caster cursing my player.
Are you kidding me? Kukizi breaks the rules. Wait, Azer breaks the rules.
No.
What am I talking?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Matthew, your pen is like very sweaty. Like you can't hold on to it anymore.
Azer Frost.
Oh, shut up. Oh, there you go.
Cannot believe we're getting an Azer solo carry in 2024. It's going crazy.
No, you shut your mouth! You shut your mouth, young man!
Well, that pretty much ices it for Blem on this one. Azer's clutch gene of old. Not able to see it through to the end.
Hey, Fiery, check PayPal. I was gonna say drop your pin. You play mouse.
I think it's great how you drafted Azer on Team Asa. It's like if an Australian person were pronouncing Azer. And that's a break from Asa. And at the end of this, good combos coming back for Kinokon and Fiery Rage, but overall very even scores on the side of Blem. Fiery, Matthew, and Kinokon all just about within 50k of each other. And Wispy not too far behind.
Well, that's an unfortunate point going your way, so I guess I do have to go for the Fremont pool. Chat, give me a little bit of a break here. There's a certain Fremont map mapped by one of my players. Maybe we should pick that. Think about it.
That is true. But that would also be going back to low AR.
Yeah, but you know, they're going for the other option.
I feel like that's like the most neutral map in the pool. If Fremont 3 does win this, that map is just like kind of a flow aim control map, kind of a rhythm map. I feel like you kind of have to be okay at both of those skill sets to be able to actually get a good score on it.
For once, we can't actually call the poll early. It's very contested.
Finally. Wait, it's actually really close. 5 votes between Fremont 1 and Fremont 3, or Fremont 2 and 3. Just a few seconds left. Can we clutch it up for Azer? And we won't.
No.
Fremont 3 is coming out to Murray.
Well, I think that's a fine choice.
Well, I mean, it has more tapping than Fremont 2.
It's also 170 BPM, so maybe tapping isn't quite the word we're looking for here.
Still has more of it. You have to be able to hit some short bursts. But this, I think, is just going to be a comfort map for a lot of players in here. Very accessible sort of pick.
I don't know. It's still OWC free mod rules. Someone has to run the Hard Rock, and that act is not going to be so friendly.
So yeah, who's taking the Hard Rock here? I think maybe Conrad and Riot potentially.
Maybe Jackson and Riot. Maybe Chillier and Riot potentially.
Oh yeah, Chillier for sure could be a good option for Hard Rock. Wispy coming in might take the hidden. Or Kina Con.
I know who's taking the hidden on our side.
Yeah, I mean it's the grandpa in the top left. For anyone who's newer to OWC, they haven't experienced actually how good Azer was back in his prime. There was a solid 4 years or 5 years maybe where maybe one of the most feared players in the tourney scene.
Where's Chillier Perry in my lobby? I picked that guy first pick and he's dodging every map. Hello?
Yeah, I mean he's just like Ben Simmons.
Ben Shimon!
Meanwhile, I've got Michael Jordan in the bottom right. He's tanking everything. Good lord, I think he's playing Ice Cream Princess even.
Riot is Dame Lillard. Let's just say that much.
They call him El Cookie Z Mexicano for a reason.
Please say it right. Why is it? Why, Alex? What's happening? My team is crumbling.
Oh, Azer hidden Hard Rock, vetoed hidden. Riot Hard Rock, Wispy hidden. So Matthew and Con on the Nomad.
Con getting a couple of early breaks there.
That shouldn't matter, because here we go into the real streams. You can see they kind of go back on each other. Lots of aim control on this. Riot going to get caught out. So Azer winning the Hard Rock battle early here. Mans has still got it on the HHR.
Oh, there goes a lot of people. All of Blem. Conrad, the only one to hold through that whole section on the Nomad. And
there he goes.
Why do I talk?
I was about to load up my curse, dude. But you just did it for me.
I'm sorry.
And combo lead slightly in favor of Blem, but just marginally. They're going to need someone to hit the next hard section, and those breaks are not going to help them. Bunkon and Riot struggling a lot.
Wispy vetoed trading breaks on the hidden. Riot as well catching a couple of misses here. Azer and Con both trading. Jackson, Conrad, and Matthew. Matthew finally finds a break. Meanwhile, Conrad and Jackson. Jackson now the best combo in the lobby. And
there he
this
goes.
is on air. So Conrad back to the protagonism here.
A little bit too far away for Blem to really stage a comeback. They really needed to do a little bit better in the earlier phase of the map. So even with that Conrad mitten break, really not enough time for them, even though Riot and Wispy do have the big combos.
As expected, the Hard Rock having a little bit of trouble with accuracy on both sides. But a little bit unexpected. A couple of B ranks elsewhere as well. So great performance there from our Nomad players, grabbing that point. Thank you, chat, for picking a favorable map. I love you.
All right, we're putting it to the Wheel of Fate again. Let's go Hard Rock. 2 options.
Hard Rock.
Hard Rock.
Well, you could pick the Piroshki map for Wixinator. She would love you. But you could pick
They
the
really
Saika.
don't want to.
You could pick Hard Rock too. And, like, you know, anything could happen.
That map is going to be very contested, that HR2. Oh my god. I'm getting DMs from Wix, like, Miles, keep picking HR and Nomad. They have to pick a 1 map eventually.
I think they will pick every map besides Nomad 1. Just to spite you.
No, I mean, they would pick Nomad 1. They were close to picking it last time. Nomad 1 is an awesome map.
Oh, it is.
This map is going to be, I think, crazy between these two teams, because both of them have pretty good precision players, all things considered.
I think for this type of precision, I think we have a little bit of an advantage, but not that big. Considering you have Fiery, you have Wixinator, you have Riot. Like, it's still a pretty good team. But we have chillier pair.
You have Fiery, or not Fiery, you have Conrad Mitten. I'm mixing up my name so much right now.
They're both the same player in Spirit, maybe?
Nissan coming in now.
That's... He needs Gamma for this map, I know that. I'm not even joking. Skill says, I can play also. Why is he red? Is he on Project Love?
I think he is.
Oh, that makes sense, actually. I forgot that if you don't play Laser already, a couple of different user groups are highlighted in Laser that aren't on Stable, so like Project Loved and like I think Alumni is also highlighted. BNs are highlighted. They aren't on the Stable chat as well. So let's see. Fiery's calling this the most RNG map in the pool. That means it's good omens for us, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you know, that tends to happen on, I think this is about CS 6.9, maybe 7.1, perhaps?
We just started the match with 3 players.
Mm.
Hold on. Oh.
Let's get a 4th player in, lads. And Riot is back.
Riot trolled. Typical Riot. The biggest troll in Mexico. Right. Actually starting now. Is that a face or is that one of those like Rorschach tests where it's about what you see?
It looks like a face. So who's gonna carry on this one? Because I feel like this is really a solo carry map.
I don't know. Anybody in this lobby could solo carry this. I genuinely mean that. So far, so good. Never mind Jackson fighting the first break.
But accuracy is so far in favor of Azza that not going to bring the lead back for a while. And that flow pattern catches Chillier.
Unexpected that only one player got caught. Wixinator finding the next break. Skill though, missing an air. And Conrad as well. And nobody for Azza having any combo.
Okay, I just got a DM from the guy who makes these Bubbleman pictures, who made like the mash between Bubbleman and Spazza. I just got one between Bubbleman and Azer. We are hard at work here, chat. You want to see it?
I don't know if we can show it. Fiery having like a great time here. Still holding the full combo, I believe.
I just
Never
put it in the
mind.
chat.
Listen, they could drop their pen. They could crash. Like their also could crash. It's not over. Here's how Azza can still win.
This ended up being a really great pick for Blem. Thank you, chat. Great stuff from Fiery on this one in Riot.
Well, I could be boring, and I could pick the one map that exists in the mod pool and not give you guys the chance to vote. But I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna give you the chance to vote on the no mod pool again. So, have fun.
Oh yeah. Okay, no mod pool. So we've got 1, 3, and 4. All these maps are really interesting, I think, between these two teams. And no mod 1 is taking a pretty strong lead here, Dada.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
I actually see where you're coming from on this. This is the real stamina map in this pool.
True. What is stream tapping when you can instead have infinite single taps? Parentheses, kills instant.
I think Azer just saw the picture.
He just looks real. He looks like a real person. That's creepy. They're not supposed to be real, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, the bubble Azer mesh. Where would that player be born? That player would have to be born in, like, Prince Edward Island.
Newfoundland's a
Newfoundland, yeah.
pretty good shot. Well, I want to see Wix here. I want to see Fiery here. I want to see...
Riot got the replay on this.
He did. Single tapping. John, Kina John.
Oh yeah, wait, streamer, we need to have the storyboard playing on the top left client. You can arrange that right now, because the storyboard on this map is so good.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, I think this map is one of the fan favorites from this week. It's just like, who ever thought that, like, aim stamina was gonna be so fun of a skill set? Also, Melon Boy is just a genius.
He is, By the way, this was not the background, and this was not the storyboard until, like, the very end. We had no idea this was gonna happen. And then
Oh, yeah.
it happened, and we were so happy.
I don't know if we can get the storyboard. I think we tried, but it might be a little too late for that, so unfortunate. Yeah, basically the storyboard is just the guy in the background running at you for the entire duration of the map.
Level 100 Ghoul. So far, early misses from Skill and Fiery. Mario finding a break.
Fiery
and Nissan and Skill.
skill. Yeah, this map, it's really interesting in that there isn't a single jump that really feels like it's going to catch you off guard, but it's just so straining that it feels like any jump could be a threat at any point in this map. But right now the threat on this is Chillier, as it remains very close, 1 FC on each side.
Chili and Riot are both single tapping this. Never mind, Riot started alternating. Boo! Boo this man. Curse this man.
Chillier single tapping this is actually insane, because Riot spent a lot of time trying to single tap this for the replay, and it was like, even giving him a lot of trouble. And
That's karma! That's karma!
Yeah, but Chillier's gonna run out of stamina soon. He's not Himmy. He's not Himmy.
What if he just has infinite stamina? What if he's the true final boss? Level 101 Ghoul.
And he's taking it back all on his own. The host of Osu World Cup himself. His team crumbles around him, as does the other team, but it's all him. How is Chillier still FCing this, man? Can you break?
No, please don't break.
I'm calling his phone right now.
No, no. My money's on the line here. No, fuck! No, sorry.
Alright, we're bringing the hammer down. Where's Acer?
I'm calling outside interference,
I don't think there's enough time, luckily enough for you. I mean, Mario's got a big combo. Oh, but does go down. Librarian all on her own. Is there enough time? I don't think so. Yeah, 120k lead remaining very stable here for Aza.
Listen, there is a section at the end of this that could catch people off guard. Let's see. Lead has shrunk down to 100k roughly.
Yeah, but there needed to be a lot more breaks for Aza for this one to go back to Blem, so gonna be tied at 4 now. Pool really starting to get whittled down. We've only got Nomad 3, Nomad 4, Hidden 1, Hidden 3, Hard Rock 1, 3 out of 4 double times, and 3 out of 4 free mods.
Oh, it's your pick.
Well. Well. This is a tough one. This is a tough one for me. I think we're gonna go back to the Nomad pool once again.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's a map in there that I think we want to see played.
Have some fun. Like, go out of your comfort zone. Pick multiple options, not just two. Flipping a coin is so boring.
Oh, it looks like if you look at the poll, it's actually all Nomad 3. Always has been.
Leo? What are you doing?
And it looks like the operator, we've called in our big guns. We've got our insiders at work. We're gonna be playing Valdez.
Well, they never said they were fair polls. They just said we'd let you pick, we'd let you choose between the options in the polls.
Yeah, and our pollsters, I guess, have their own motivations to go through with. So, yep,
Oh,
the
look at
OS
that.
original.
Nomad 3-1.
Yaspo map. This map is a really funny in a pooling context. It's rare that you see a CS6 alt map in a Nomad pool.
Oh, it's some funky rhythms, it's some funky snaps, some funky aim, just funky all around. Though I think jazzy is a better way to define the song, at least. So let's see who's up for the challenge. Let's see if we get some Conrads in the lobby, some fire mages, some chillier pair perhaps, some more chillier pair.
I mean, Chillier won that last map all on his own.
That's why you pay him the big bucks.
That's why he was the first overall pick. It's like that one good Ben Simmons game. You get it every year, and it makes you think, oh yeah, Ben Simmons is still that guy. But then you figure it out, maybe he's not that guy.
I can't believe you're comparing chillier pair to Ben Simmons. Like, what did he do to you?
He didn't do anything to me. He's just on the Brooklyn Nets, and I can't have that.
Would you rather he wasn't a 76ers?
It would be funnier, because then he would be failing on a team I hate even more. Okay, but sports talk aside, we've got Azer Belladonna, Mario, and Conrad up against Matthew, Librarian, Fire Rage, and Riot on the OS original Valdez.
I'm not sure who I favor here. think we'll quickly be able to tell. Fiery, Azer, Mario, Librarian, Riot, Conrad, all missing.
This map is really hard.
Matthew also following up. Belladonna, the only combo that remained, will not remain for much longer. Everybody reset in the first 200 combo. That's what you'd expect.
I like Azer on this map, actually. He put a lot of effort into modding this one, so he has, I think, the most familiarity out of anyone in the lobby on it, but he's gonna go down. So that leaves a couple combos on his team. Oh, but it was a Bancho. It was a Bancho. Hold your horses, folks. He's still got that big combo.
I'd give the edge to Fiery, actually, because he played this 30 times to get a
the
replay.
replay, right?
Yeah.
Oh, true. Conrad missing on the slow section. Lead is teetering just about on a knife's edge. Belladonna going down as well. This little flow section finds a flow. A chain miss.
Speak English here, sir. Oh, there goes my whole team.
Fiery finally goes down, but honestly, all of Team Blem really found their comfort on this one. Librarian and Riot finally gonna find the drops, but Matthew remains holding. Not anymore, but there isn't really enough time for Azza. Got a couple combos on Azer and Mario, but don't think it's gonna be enough, especially with Mario going down.
I think the quote-unquote speed section caught out both Fiery and Azer there, unfortunately.
So with this one, our great honorable leader Blem will reach match point. Now it's up to Azza to bring glory to the country of Italy.
Well,
There's something you haven't been touching, I think, a pool that your team should win, like, very straightforwardly.
are you by chance talking about the DT pool?
Yeah, I think any of the three remaining DTs should favor your team heavily with Jackson and Chili are playing like they are.
Jackson just pinged. Quote, Jackson, today at 11:56 p.m. Excuse me, sir, do you have any DT maps to spare? DT maps for the poor, please. Well, DT maps for the poor.
Yep, and we've got 3 tapping maps right there at your disposal. Fallen Angel, I think, probably the favorite.
Take your pick.
The
One of
mapper
them-
of DT3 is on our team.
One of them is mapped by your team.
Chat, please pick DT3. Well, it's already way out of reach. 130 votes for DT1.
Well, DT1 it is.
Fallen Angel has
Stop
been
the count.
eliminated.
Stop the count.
The electoral votes for the 3rd District of New Jersey have gone to Fallen Angel.
Well, this could go one of two ways. We either go to tiebreaker or we don't. So I strongly ask your team to do a little bit of some gray area activities. So if you could please put in Mr. Concon Kinocon, if you could please put in Librarian, known speed players, that would be very, very kind of you.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chance to finish off Azza here, Blem. But there's also a tiebreaker that could be played.
Listen, get Nissan out of there, put in Fiery Rage, you can read this map. Nissan needs Gamma for this.
Hey dude, I sent the DMs.
Check PayPal. put in Shiv.
Hold on, I need to make a few calls. Oh no, I think it's too late.
Oh,
Everyone is deafened in that VC. But regardless, I still think this is a good advantage for Aza. Barring any Riot or Nissan magic. 'Cause
I'm not sure. Riot is Jesus. He is El Coquizi Mexicano, so who knows? There goes skill. First break of the lobby. So far, so bad for me. There goes Wispy as well. Chillier, though, over tapping, I believe, or under tapping that stream.
It's gonna look good for Blem for now. This map is very long though. Almost 4 minutes with DT added. Another representation of our efforts to put long classic maps into DT pool every week.
Oh, there goes Matthew. Nobody else.
It's looking good right now for Blem. Jackson goes down. It's only Vetoed left on the combo for Aza. And it looks like I might need to be Oda Banner here, Mr. Dada.
No.
All
Oh, there goes Riot. There goes Riot.
Riot goes down, but Nissan is still there. Short combo lead for Aza, but we're getting into the streams here. Matthew is double tapping. Still goes
Jackson,
down. Everyone
Chillier,
goes down.
whoa.
It's Nissan, the carry for Brazil in previous years.
Really, bro?
Give me my freaking banner, Dada.
I'm gonna say the F word again.
Oh, you should not.
I'm so frustrated.
Let me tell you, Nissan has still got it. Look at that combo. 1250 getting through the cut stream. Still pretty good accuracy as well. Not as high as Riot, nearly at 99, but still one of the OG speed tourney players showing up in the show match and missing on aim, as the OG speed players do.
Well, we're gonna get a tiebreaker anyway, but that's just because we want to, really.
It would be really tragic if a disconnect were to happen on Team Blem right now. That could be the one thing that could potentially— oh, and Riot disconnects from the lobby. Now that's way too late in the map. I don't think we're gonna be able to get an abort on this one. I don't think we're gonna be able to count his score. And oh, and Nissan too. And it looks like we're going to tiebreaker. Oh my goodness.
Are we? The score is still in your favor. Can we get a couple more?
Wait, I think by OWC rules now, you know we have no fail on every map. I think we just keep the score they had at the disconnect. Listen, Blem does it! Blem does it with one player! Look at that, it's tied! It's a win for Asa, and we're going for tiebreaker. Did you see anything? I didn't see anything. That was such a clutch from Team Aza. And we're gonna get the tiebreaker. Yeah, don't look at chat. Yeah, nice advantage on speed you had, dude.
Oh Christ. I just... that's probably the funniest conclusion that could have been. But it didn't conclude that at all because we are back at 6-6 or 5-5. It's a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we're getting the tiebreaker. Yeah, very, very cool tiebreaker mapped by Bad Boy and Melon Boy. The boys. I'm just so shell-shocked. That was such a close finish, right?
Stop mentioning that.
What are you talking about? Like, that was just such a crazy clutch. Okay, tiebreaker. O's original by Minstrel. You all watched the showcase. This map is really hard on the aim. 212 BPM. Very much a mechanics tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's a mechanics tiebreaker. Has pretty comfortable BPM. Has a couple of very big streams. Not big in the terms of in the sense of like length, but in the sense of like spacing. It's very spaced. So it might catch a couple people off guard. Let's see if Team Blem can get that victory, or if Team Aza will refund me my banner. Quick reminder that after this show match, we're gonna have a little bit of a break, and we're gonna have one of the most anticipated matches in at least this phase, if not the tournament, which is Australia versus United States. So if you're having fun right now, just stay awake a couple more hours and you're gonna have hopefully a very exciting match to watch as well.
Couldn't be more exciting than this, though. Alright, I should stop gaslighting. Yeah, it looks like rosters are gonna be set here. Jackson, Skill, Chillier Pair, and Vetoed. Riot, Wispy, Konkon Kinokon, and Librarian. Gonna take on one of the highest star rating maps in the pool. 7.79 stars. Aim. Lots of aim.
7v8 apparently. There are players in this lobby that you cannot see.
Around 10,000 BC, humans invented the slinger to throw objects even harder. Around 400 BC, humans invented the catapult, allowing them to throw objects even harder. And shortly after, the trebuchet allowed people to throw objects even harder. In 1958, they invented the ICBM, which allowed people to blast objects just about anywhere. Since then, the evolution of throwing things have mostly been halted, until 2024 when Team Blem invented a way to throw OS maps harder than was previously.
Thank you for that, David Attenborough-esque reading. So, there we go, we're starting.
It cut off the word imagined, the one that I was reading off of. Alright, here we go, finally, into the tiebreaker.
Prediction?
Oh yeah, we should get a prediction, just a quick one at the start of the map, if we have time.
Chillier Pair? No, we already had the prediction, I believe.
Oh, we did? We did? Okay.
Yeah. Chillier Pair, I think, is gonna solo carry this. The Chili Pilly himself.
I mean, he is the host of the thing, so...
Frosty Fruit.
The Frosty Fruit himself. It's pretty cold up where that guy is. He's gonna have to be ice in his veins on this one. Gets into things fairly quickly. You can already see some difficult aim and bursts coming in, catching out Wispy, Kinakon, Librarian, Jackson, and Chillier at the start. So 3 players continue to hold, now only 2. The LATAM representation in this lobby, Riot and Skill. There goes Skill.
Wispy missing on a bridge here. Not a bridge, but a burst here. Well, Riot still holding the C. Not anymore. Con, Kinakon, and Librarian both still holding pretty sizable combos. Maybe not who do you expect, and this is very mechanics forward tiebreaker, but they are still making it happen.
I mean, Librarian accuracy, not much there, but holding the combo should be enough. And it's kind of equalized by Kinakon having some very good accuracy. Vitoed gonna go down on that build-up. Riot dropped a little bit before that, but here we go into the streams. Is Librarian gonna be able to hold through these streams? Looks like she will for the first part. Drops a lot of act, but there goes Kinakon. So Jackson and Skill, but there goes all the combo on the side of Blem. It's only Skill holding on to any combo, and he goes down as well. It's an absolute collapse from everyone in the lobby. Going into the halfway point. It's a very difficult map, folks.
Basically nobody holding combo here. Chillier is the highest at around 270, now 300. Riot slightly close behind. Skill and Jackson. Not Skill anymore. More Jackson. And that's my team.
But it's not like there's any combo on my team to really bring this lead in. It's just 25k, and basically all of that now is going to be on Riot's shoulders. And into the solo section. This is probably the hardest section of the map. If we're going to see any chain misses, it could be here. Riot goes down. Chillier at the highest combo in the lobby at around 230. We're going to see if he can hold on to that, but the chain misses are going to throw the lead a little bit further in favor of Blem. But it's 50k and staying about equal there, as breaks are coming in from just about everywhere. But can the Chilly Willy do it?
Not really any misses besides Vito there. On that bridge to the final chorus, I believe. Wispy with one air.
Just a little less than a quarter of the map left. It's actually flying back in favor of Aza.
The accuracy.
Blem breaking a lot there. Chillier finally goes, but the accuracy drops are really hurting them. Wait, this is a 5k difference at the end of this TV, Dada.
It's a shootout. It's just a shootout.
Okay, we might have invented a new way to throw matches, Blem. Let's not do that. It's so unbelievably close going into the ending. It's all just about holding that accuracy now. There's no combo anywhere, but it's continuing to go further in favor of Aza.
Oh, God. It's 10k, 15k now. Now it goes back. It's really not any combos or way to call it. It's going a little bit in favor of Aza now. Finally opening up that lead. Spin. As a long spinner. Don't stop spinning.
Not enough. Aza took it.
Well, in legitimate fashion, Aza takes the show match over Team Blem. They win exactly nothing. Good day.
See the very talented players on our map pooling team. I'd like to thank everyone for coming to this show match between Blem and Aza. Combination of some test players, some replayers, some map poolers, some mappers, everyone getting in on the fun. Got a couple more show matches later on in the tournament. I believe we're going to have an all-star match coming next week. But until then, that has been it for this showcase. Aza gonna take it on the tiebreaker, bringing glory to the nation of Italy, is Aza. But there's another match tonight at 4 UTC, 43 minutes from now. We've got Australia versus the United States, and that's coming right up. So stick around, because that is definitely one that you cannot miss. That is easily has potential to be match of the tournament. So go make some food. You've probably got enough time for that. You can run to the store if you're in a time zone where the stores are still open, but
You know what they should actually do?
what should they do, Dada?
They should buy some banners to show their support for any of the teams still in the tournament, or not. You can still support Team Kazakhstan. So go ahead and go to the OSU store, buy some banners, support your favorite teams, and contribute to this wonderful thing that is the OSU World Cup. And yeah, Miles, any last thoughts?
None from me. Just take a look at the upcoming matches. Throw them on your schedule if you want to watch them, because there's just a bunch of bangers on there. But until then, I've been Miles, joined with Dada. Hope you all enjoyed this show match, and have a good rest of your night or day, wherever you are.
See ya.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are watching at home. It's a good late evening here in the eastern side of North America as we load in to one of the most anticipated matches of the tournament so far. In the winner's bracket in semifinals, it's Australia versus the United States, seed 2 versus seed 3. We've talked a lot about these teams through the tournament so far. A big narrative and a big thing that has remained true is a large gap between the top 3 in this tournament and everyone else. Well, this is it. This is the first matchup between 2 of those top 3 contenders. I'm Dio, and joining me on what is sure to be a fantastic match is Mr. Chillier Pear, OWC organizer himself. Good evening.
Good evening, Dio. It is good to be here. We had a very exciting show match just before this, and I'm amped up for some exceptional gameplay here. There is a ton of controversy that comes around every year with the OS World Cup when the United States is mentioned. The team who has put forth the longest streak of first place finishes of any country in the history of the tournament, and an Australian roster that looks to put that to rest. We are putting all borders aside here tonight. Australia and the United States, the red, white, and blue on both sides, and we are all here for some damn good OSU tonight.
Yeah, I am ready to see what these teams come out with, because this is sure to be a fantastic match. On one side, you have Australia, a team that is pretty much universally recognized as the single best speed and tapping mechanics team in the tournament. Now, obviously, you don't get seed number 2 without having every other base covered through the qualifiers pool difficulty at the very least. The question in a lot of people's minds, though, is how well do those other skill sets scale? We know that they have Grand Finals level DT ability, Grand Finals level tapping and mechanics ability. How well can they scale on a lot of the other skill sets in the pool? The United States, on the other hand, the scaling for them is basically never a question. This is a team that usually actually looks a little shakier in the early stages, historically at least, and then ramps up as the tournament goes on to have one of the best scaling rosters in the tournament. So I think the big question here, and to be answered in this match, is how well can Australia pull off points on a lot of the other skill sets in this pool? Because with the United States banning out the Hard Rock 3, the Nomad 2, 2 of those big stamina heavy stream maps are now gone from the pool. You do still have the entire DT pool left, but a lot of that is not quite as tapping focused as either the Nomad 2 or the Hard Rock 3. So good bans to start out from the United States, and similarly good bans from Australia, right? The Hidden 2, the Free Mod 2. United States nowadays, a more of a well-rounded roster, less so specialized into either the gimmick or the tapping mechanics, whereas in previous years, especially, the early stages of 2020, 2021, to some extent 2022 as well, they were a very, very strong gimmick team, very, very strong reading team. So definitely still a lot of that in the United States roster, but less of that kind of specialization for them this year.
And that's exactly what we're looking at right now. This is a trend we've seen for a couple of years now, where the United States goes up against these higher seeded teams into these later stages, and they really like to use that to their advantage. And we're at the point in the tournament, and with their streak, that teams have picked up on this fact, and there's a reason Australia has gone in for the Hidden 2 and the Free Mod 2. They know the United States is good at precision, they know they have the reading, they know they have that control as a skill set, and like you said, the United States, they are a good mechanics team. They have plenty of players that are able to fill those skill sets, but when you are going up against Australia, you do not pick stamina, you don't pick streams, you don't pick the flow aim. This is what they're good at, this is their bread and butter. You are never touching this, if at all possible, against them. And we're already seeing this trend continue into the first pick of the match. We've got lovely Ice Cream Princess Sweetie to start off the Both of these teams are bringing out absolutely everything that they have. And going into map 1 right now, a strong start is exactly what the United States is looking for. Again, they're still a powerhouse team, and they're still the most successful roster, or at least country rather, in the history of the OS World Cup. But Australia looking to put an end to that this year. Again, a lower seeded team, the United States. So for them to win would technically here. And like we expect, like we want to see, the United States opening up strong, 2.4 million team score on top of an exceptional start from Pez. A singular slider end dropped, it seems, with that 50, it looks like.
Yeah, that is a fantastic score from Pez. and just helps out even more for that first pick from the United States. It's a strong opening, as you said. That's exactly what you want to see. And on a map like this, you know, maybe there might be some people watching who would say, oh, well, you know, everybody else was, you know, only 450k or so for the United States, but this is a really hard map. You don't actually need all that many good scores on this for it to be a solid pick for your team. One or even two people who are really comfortable on this and can put up 600k or an FC is enough. It's pretty much always enough at this stage of the tournament. And so for the United States, it's a solid opening pick. Some of these other maps, right, a little more mechanics focused, a little more straightforward. Those kinds of maps, you're going to want to see 2 FCs, maybe at least 1 FC and a choke. But on something like that, single FC is almost always enough to get the point. And United States showing why there. That's a very difficult pick. Shout out as well to a Secret Box 630k on that with 1 miss. That was a very, very good score and could have been a little closer if Secret Box had FC'd, but still wouldn't have been enough. And now into Australia's first pick, going to be the double time 2. Again, not surprising. Australia, the widely regarded as the single best DT and tapping mechanics team in the OS World Cup this year. And while this DT2 is a little tech focused, it is speed tech. AR 10.2, 240 BPM, lots of consecutive burst chains in this map. Is the speed as draining as some of the picks from, you know, Hard Rock 3, for example? No, it's not quite as draining, but it's still a big factor in the map. And that is something that Australia is going to lean on, is that comfort at these higher BPM ranges.
And that's what this map is all about. Not only that comfort at the higher BPM for them, but throwing off the United States a little bit. This map is very finger control focused, despite it being a little bit more speed and stamina oriented. This map is actually often regarded to be one of the easier DTs in this map pool as well, just because of the flow patterns. The density is a little bit higher. It's not quite as aim requiring, especially as something like DT1 in there, or even quite as much finger control as DT4 requires. We won't even get into that until we see it, but this map has given a lot of really good DT players some trouble because it is slightly more unconventional, even though people regard it as being more simplistic in terms of style. So we're really looking for those strong DT rosters, but also those players that are going to be able to make those switches with the finger control, the triples, the quints, the doubles going through, and we'll see a lot of that right from the start here. And we've got these strong rosters in for DT. We've seen these from both of these teams this tournament thus far. Zintex, Emrek, Box, and AKN ZX going up against Utami, Pez, Window Life, and Rectigon. Some variation in both of these, but for the most part, the cores sticking around. And Australia looking for that first point with a scary DT roster here. It's about the consistency.
Let's see if they have that consistency. The United States in previous rounds, in quarterfinals, for example, on some of these speedier picks, was able to, you know, just barely take the head-to-head matchup on stuff like DT4, for example, from last week, on the Fremod 2, for example, from last week, but those are very, very small score differences. So it's about the consistency. It's about whether Australia can find these high scores on this DT map, because if they don't have that consistency, United States is going to be able to punish. And both teams clearly ready for the map out of the gate here, both holding onto this 4-way full combo to start things off. Nothing really tripping up any of these players at the intro, just a little bit of act difference here, creating a very minuscule score lead for either team at the moment.
Quarter of the way in, and this is the type of match where you're really not looking for, like in other matches, your strong DT players to put up the combos. You're looking for everyone in the lobby to put up a good combo on this one, and like you said, that accuracy does make a difference early on when there is the 8-way held up, but there's plenty of patterns left around the halfway mark where we could see some breaks. We're not quite at some of the trip-up patterns yet, but everyone's made it confidently through that first section. Australia, understandably, we talk them up as being the better DT mechanics team, and their accuracy is reflecting that for the time being, but the United States is catching up. Pez holding them back just a little bit at that 97% accuracy, but the 3-way 98 from Australia is huge, and it's a double break from the United States to trade out only one from Secret Box, and Australia just got a pretty sizable break there.
Yeah, Secret Box broke a little bit earlier, but both Utami and Pez going down for the USA is huge on this map. Now it's an uncontested full combo for Australia. Zintex, Emrek, and Ikanziax all still holding the FCs. Into these sliders, we have seen people break on these, so make sure you're holding your nerves. Make sure you're ready for those sliders as they come out. Nobody finding the break, but AKNZX finding the break right afterwards. And now it's still just the two-way full combo 2-2 for these teams. Zintex and MREC versus Window Life and Rectigon, and only a 140k score lead for Australia is shrinking in favor of the US, but is there time here at the end of the map? It's just a little bit left here, not even a sliver of map left, and still 120k. It should be enough for Australia to take their first pick, and it will go their way. Pez will find another drop here at the end of the map, and that is going to secure that 140k lead back the way of Australia. Two full combos for either team, but the overall better score line and the overall better max combos in favor of Australia. Just the one slider break there for AKNZX on 890k, the big difference maker for Australia.
3S ranks for both teams. Just a slider break from Utami there, and this is what we were talking about at the start of the map, right, Dio? This is what you expect from these high-level teams. You're not looking for your good DT specialists to put up scores. You're looking for everyone, and with almost 4 million score coming up big for both teams here, you can tell exactly what we are expecting for the remainder of the mechanics pool and the DT pool that is still up here for grabs today. It goes back to the United States, and we may look again towards more of the gimmick, maybe going into the Hard Rock Precision, Double Time 4, very control-focused, Free Mod 3 as well. There's a lot of good options for the United States' skill sets here as well. The hidden pool, we haven't gotten a chance to see Taquito come into the lobby yet, one of the more impressive hidden players in this lobby. So there is so many avenues at the start of this match when only 1 point stands for both of these teams.
Yeah, and let's talk about those avenues for the USA a little more, because Australia, they do still have some very good scores on these more gimmicky picks, especially Hard Rock, and even on some of these more rhythm-focused hidden maps. Australia can contest and even beat out scores from the United States. On tech, on alt, they do still have contestable scores. So I think a lot of this is going to depend on kind of the comfort levels for the United States and their players. And I think picking into the strengths of those individual players at the semifinals level matters a lot more on these gimmicky picks. Something like this Hard Rock 2 really encapsulates that. You have two of the best Hard Rock Precision players in the world on the side of the United States in both Boshiman and Rectigon. To boot, you have other very, very good Hard Rock players on this team. Just to name, I mean, a lot of the roster, honestly. Decaton, Window Life, Kama, all of these people are really, really good at Hard Rock. Utami can fill in from time to time. Pez on certain Hard Rock maps can be very solid. I don't think he plays this one. He might actually be in. He is sitting in the lobby right now. But there's a lot of players on the United States who are very, very solid on this. And while, yes, Australia is generally a very good Hard Rock team, are they as strong on CS7 alt Hard Rock, where your precision strength starts to matter quite a lot? I think USA is going to be pretty well favored on this pick.
The precision on this is an interesting aspect, because if you're a Hard Rock player, you're really looking at precision as controlling your cursor movement, right? That's what precision really is. It's being able to reel in that aim aspect of things. And not only do you have players in the United States that get an advantage in this area, like Decaton with mouse, where that control aspect does become a little bit more I guess it becomes more controllable is the way to put it, where you have the grab from the surface to hold it down unless you drag with that tablet pen. But likewise, this is a very slider-oriented map, right? So the precision is not necessarily taking the form of that aim control on specific patterns. There are some of them, but a lot of it is from those sliders. They're fast, they're long, they're small. And this is the point of difficulty that comes out from Saika here, right? That's what we're looking for, and that's why you've got players like Pez in for this sort of map, I think, that are usually in for more of those awkward-styled Hard Rocks rather than the raw precision mechanic style ones that we're seeing in here. And again, that's why I called this pick out very early for the United States as an opening Hard Rock here, because not only are they a good precision team, and not only does this fall under where they should be looking, but the way that this map is presented falls so close to that gimmick level skill set rather than the mechanics like usual precision. And I think Australia is going to have a tough time getting a hold on this Hard Rock 2.
Let's see how strong their grip is. Let's see how well they can take hold of this map for both sides, because even if you are a team favored, precision is just one of those skill sets that even if you are the stronger team going into it, sometimes you can just flop, you can just fumble, and it's so easy to do that with these smaller circles. So you have to be really, really comfortable on the map and the skill set overall to be able to consistently take points on precision maps. We do have an early break from the side of Australia on AKNZX, but shouldn't impact too much. It's less than 100 combo into the map. That break from the Secret Box going to start to do a little bit more. We are now a quarter of the way in already. This is quite the short map, only 2 minutes long, so every little bit of combo here counts. And right now it's the 4-way for the United States, still going strong, but there goes Rectagon. Big miss on that circle stream, but it's only the 1 FC down so far for the US, and still another break to come through for AKNZX on the side of Australia. Now halfway through, it's the 2 FCs on Australia to 3 on the USA, but there goes Zintex, and it's looking all the better for the Americans on this pick.
I think that's going to be dangerous for Australia. Decaton finding a break is going to give them an avenue in, but Emrek drops that last full combo, and that's Utami and Pez left standing. And the good news for the United States is those 2 combos that have broken have the highest 2 accuracies for the United States and in the lobby. Decaton 99.4% and 98.9% for Rectagon, and they are just only the assistants to Utami and Pez right now, putting up these full combos. And this is what we were talking about, why Pez is in for this kind of a Hard Rock precision map, this awkward slider Amy style. Both players hitting these wide angle streams, one more accelerating, and both of them make it through it. Utami misses the last one. Pez finds a slider break. We get no FCs, but not before a double 900,000 score from them and a 3.2 million finish for the United States, putting up a very large score gap.
Yeah, that is a very, very convincing win from the US. If it wasn't clear why they were picking into Gimmick before this, if you had doubts that they would be able to take even a higher approach rate Gimmick maps like this one on the AR-10 or with the smaller circles, doubt no more, because they've definitely shown what they are capable of on stuff like this, and that is an instant double time 3-pick for Australia. They don't even have to think about it here. 300 BPM AR-8 DT. This is just 300 BPM bursts with quite a lot of very dense aim in between, right? It is 300 BPM and AR 9.7. That is not something you see every day. So density on this does start to be a major factor, but it is Australia. They are the best speed team in the tournament, and you can't really doubt this team coming into this pick. There's a lot of players on this roster who are going to be very comfortable on this sort of thing. And 300 BPM in 4v4 team tournaments isn't something that's tested all that often. You do tend to get it a bit more in higher star rating 1v1 open ranked tournaments. We have seen over the last couple of years a lot of map pools leaning into A, much higher approach rate, B, much higher BPM DT pools as of recent, but not something where you have 8 players trying to play it all at the same time, and especially not in semifinals. So it's a very different story here, and I think it very much favors the teams who have the room to breathe on this BPM. Comfort at this super high BPM is paramount for you to be able to read what is going on, control your cursor, aim things correctly, keep your finger control together on the jumps, which you're probably going to have to alt for most players. Most people cannot single tap 300 BPM. So if you have the comfort on the burst and you have the room to breathe, the room to think about everything else going on, it's such a boon on this map.
This map is something I'm not even questioning for Australia. The two middle DTs here in DTs 2 and 3 are the ones that I am not even going to bat an eyelash. Australia is going to be comfortable on this. Like you said, most players are not going to be able to single tap 300 BPM jumps. I would say no player in this lobby is probably able to single tap it and still put up the score that they're going to need to on this map. So I'd say everyone's probably going to be alternating this, which does in the end probably favor a team like Australia, where a lot of these players are used to this sort of skill set, this high-level DT, this high BPM. And then, once these DTs are gone, maybe we look elsewhere for Australia. Maybe we look back to the flow aim, some of the other mechanics picks in here. I think DT1 is contested between these two teams. It's an aim map. It's a consistency-based map. But the United States has one more DT to get through before we even get to that point. And Australia is going to make it very difficult for them again. It wasn't a super big score gap on the previous DT we saw between these two. It was only about 130,000 score, and Australia is going to look to increase that gap on this map. It's very easy to find a break on one of these streams after switching from an alt pattern. If you find yourself on an off key, or if you miss aim one of them, there's that chain miss potential on this. The accuracy going to be something to look out for, apparently. Emrek falling to 95 early. We're looking for a good start for Australia right now. Any break from either team could flip this over, but we're not even a quarter of the way in yet. A decent length.
Yeah, it is still 3 minutes after double time, so one of the longer picks in the pool, and it feels much longer on DT as well. But there's the first break. It does come from Rectigon on the side of the United States, and that is awesome for Australia. But there goes Emrek. Does find a slider break on the Buzz slider at the end of that first KI time as well. So 3-3 in the full combos tied up here. And yeah, this accuracy is a tough thing for both teams here. You have 97s, 96s for Australia, 98, 97s for the United States. Only 198 on their side, though, and was a little lower for the U.S. at the end of that first KI time as well. So still going to be tough going through the rest of this map. Again, longer 300 BPM note chains are just not something you see all that often, and so being able to tap them accurately is really tough for a lot of players. We're still 3-3 in the full combos, though, going into the second KI time. Breaks here are huge. We are halfway through the map. You do not want to break in this KI time and cut your score basically in half. It's another slider break for Emrek, but it's a match miss from Window Life, and that is huge for Australia. United States, they are now down that extra full combo. It's just Utami and Pez against Zintex, AKNZX, and a Secret Box, all holding the FCs for Australia.
All players hitting that snap into this slow section here. We've got a big bump up in difficulty coming in this section right here. The longer streams, big alt jumps back and forth. All players make it through besides Pez. 70 combo on them. It's 1 FC to 3 right now, and the United States barely has an FC of supporting combo for Utami. The accuracies are barely there for any player in this lobby right now. AKNZX the highest at 97.5 in its window life to find another break, and I think that might just spell demise for the United States on this double time pick, as Australia continues to prove to us why they are one of the best, if not the best, double time team in this tournament. The three-way FC, the only break to have come out from the number one player in the world, Emrek, right now, who is still out comboing two players of the United States at that 500k right now, and his teammates are going to bring him straight into the finish. Look at this from Australia.
And this is what makes Australia so scary on these DT picks, is it's not just Emrek. Hell, they don't even need him. They could have 3v4'd this pick with just Zintex, AKNZX, and a Secret Box. They don't even need the number one player in the world to go in for this map. It could have been any member of their roster to fill in that fourth slot, and they still would have taken it. That is the level this team is at. That is how ridiculously strong this roster is, this whole team is on the DT mechanics. That is why they are feared as the best speed mechanics team in the tournament. And it's that consistency from everybody else that we were looking for at the start of this match as well. Safe to say they've found it. They are here to play. As you said, spelled out demise for the United States. Well, that's 2 rounds in the spelling bee done, Chillier. So we'll see how long Australia can keep up their streak of correct answers as the United States prepares their own here. going into their next pick, and it is going to be Nomad 3. They're going to go into another higher circle size pick, Valdis, the Nomad 3. This is an original song, by the way. This is commissioned by Nagiha for the OS World Cup, mapped by Yaspo. This is some CS6 swing precision in the Nomad pool. It's not quite an alt map. It's not quite what you usually expect to see in the Nomad 3 slot. If you're used to watching tournaments from a couple of years ago, you might expect a lot of aim control. This map certainly has that. Maybe some finger control. This map certainly has that in spades. But you might not expect it to be all mapped in 1/3 for most of the doubles and most of the patterns in this map overall to feel like 207 BPM rather than 138 BPM. And that timing change between 138 and 207 is pretty tough for a lot of players.
This map is everything the United States is looking for in a Nomad 3. I'm actually going to venture to say that the United States fares better on an unconventional style of Nomad 3. I actually think that the more to the status quo of Nomad 3 this map was, the more contested it could be between these two teams because of the strength of the alternating players on both sides and how they make it through these skill sets. The fact that this map by Yaspo here is, like you said, small circles, it's awkward, it's got wide angles, it's got sliders, it's got aim control, it's got snappy patterns, and it's everything that embodies the word uncomfortable for 2 minutes and 24 seconds with awkward rhythms, might I add. This is not a simplistic song, so you're really not just able to flow your way through this map. And that is everything that gives the United States the advantage on this. It's everything that Australia generally struggles with against a lot of other teams, and it's why this match continues to go back and forth, because there is such a high concentration of DT maps for Australia and these gimmick maps for the United States. Both sides have these strong points, and we're really just looking if either side finds that extra break, that one slip-up.
Well, we'll see where those slip-ups come from. I have a feeling they're going to be bountiful in this map because this is not an easy pick. Again, these more complex, challenging maps tend to be overall more difficult for players, regardless of the round they are pooled. We do have Pez, Rectagon, Utami, Kaiten in for the United States. O/Slash making his first appearance for Australia. Zintex, Emrek, and a Secret Box in for them as well. And this is, again, I think a very solid roster for the United States. We saw a lot of these players and what they're capable of on the Hard Rock 2 already. While this is a different sort of map, it is similar enough in style to draw some comparisons. Unfortunately, the start of the map not going the best for the United States, as Rectagon and Decaton both finding a chain miss on the switch to 1-4. By the way, the new comboed patterns in this map are going to be all 1-4 patterns, so all at that 138 BPM rather than that 207 that we talked about earlier. And for now, it's just the 2 full combos to 3 in favor of Australia at the moment, but should not amount to too big of a lead for the Aussies so far. It is still early days. We're only a third of the way into the map. Still quite a lot of patterns to go.
That rhythm that we talked about, this unconventional type of patterning that comes with this song that gives a lot of players trouble. And even the United States, with their strengths, finding, again, that little bit of difficulty here. Again, we pointed this out, I think, as one of the most difficult maps in this pool. This is such an underrepresented skill set, both in the pool of players and in map pools in general, that it's very difficult to pick out who's going to be able to play this. And unfortunately, Box and Zintex going to be finding breaks. That does leave the 2 FCs up for Australia here. Unfortunately, they're contesting what is effectively 4 FCs, and with O/Slash down now a third of the way left of the map to go, and it's Emrek still standing with an incredible score, but there's nothing he's going to be able to do by himself against this trio with Pez finding a break even.
It's Emrek versus the world right now, and in some cases you take those odds, but not on this pick and not in the OS World Cup. It's not enough in the semifinals. The whole team for the United States popping off on this one, finding those good scores. It's still the full combo for Utami to match Emrek as well. It's another break to come through from both Rectagon and Decaton, but there's just not the combo on the side of Australia to pull back this massive 500k score lead, and there goes Emrek as well. It's already said and done at this point in the map, and just like on that DT3 for Australia, it's the team-wide effort for the United States that brings it home on this 5th pick in the match and the 3rd pick for the United States. A 600,000 score lead in their favor and a full combo for Utami to close it off. 600k on all 3 other members, by the way, which is a very, very good overall score line. 600k for most of the other matches that we've seen so far this weekend would have been a very, very high overall score, but it's just the 4th best score on the United States. Nothing special.
Nothing special whatsoever about that. No, don't bother. Just let's
it's not that good. I mean, it's only 600k.
That's fine. It's just, average Saturday evening. We'll leave it to elsewhere. And there it is, DT4. Wow, Australia actually going in for one of the maps that I thought would be a little bit contested here. But man, you know what? At this point, I'm not even going to question it. Australia has been so unbelievably good at playing double time this match. They're going to continue their train. They said, we don't care if the United States might be good at this awkward style. And honestly, I think the Australia would still be amazing at this. It's high BPM, it's snappy, it's full of doubles and ult style patterns, and it's really high AR compared to a lot of other picks. We're pushing 10.5 on this one, and that really is the kicker here. We're looking for Australia to push their strong points as much as they can, and the high BPM, the control, and that AR on the DT is going to continue to favor them over and over again, and they're going to run it until it doesn't work, and I haven't seen it come even close to not working yet, Neo.
Yeah, it's been good for Australia so far. That said, in other weekends, it has been a bit of a toss-up. Last weekend, the United States has the head-to-head win over Australia on DT4. Now it's by 55k, but you take what you can get. 55k is still a win on the map on the day if they're able to pull off a similar scoreline here. In DT1 in qualifiers, which is similar-ish to this map, Australia is number 1 on the map overall, but United States' best score beats Australia's 2nd best score on that map. So there are ways for Australia to take this sort of a pick versus the United States. And so it's still a good pick, right? It is AR 10.5. It is relatively still high BPM, right? Where I think at 220-ish for this map, probably 219 or so. 219.5, I think, if the math checks out, maybe. Somebody check that. No, 214 actually, even lower, 215 BPM. So it's a lot lower than the previous DT picks that we've seen, which were 240 and 300, but it is that higher approach rate. And again, I think a lot of what makes Australia so scary on these picks is the overall comfort with not just the high BPM that comes along with DT, but every aspect of the mod, the higher approach rate in particular, the higher OD in some cases. These are players who are just very, very comfortable at DT and everything that it brings with it. And so for a lot of these players, AR 10.5, not that big of a reading challenge. We've seen a lot of people struggle with the reading on this map. In theory, this should be a very good pick for Australia just because they won't have to devote as much energy and as much brain power to reading the map, so they can focus on actually just playing it.
That's what we're looking for. New faces in for the map on this one. Kama and Kyo both coming in respectively for either side. Kama known usually for high accuracy on these control type DTs, will be finding an early break alongside Decaton. And Australia, while it's not a substantial lead given how long this map is and how early those breaks were, are going to take just a slight lead at the start here. It's going to be maybe 200 combo total, and it's enough to throw them a little bit of score to start right now, and that's exactly what we're looking for. I totally realized I said Kyo instead of Sayo. I'm losing it. I'm losing it tonight, Dio. This match is so hype, I'm mispronouncing names that I've seen 1,000 times.
Welcome back, Kyo, my favorite 5K rank restricted player from Brazil. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back to the OWC. It's going well for Australia. There's not a lot to say at this point. It's a couple of early breaks for the United States. It's a 4-way full combo for Australia. Utami and Rectigon are still matching. There is still that danger factor as well with Decaton on a very big recovery combo, but so far so good for the Australian roster as they continue to just show this consistency on these DT picks that is nigh unmatchable so far in this matchup here. We'll see if they can continue through the rest of this map and through the rest of the DT pool after this. Likely the DT won the next pick for them here. But so far, it's just been looking impeccable for Australia. 2/3 of the way in, a 260,000 score lead for them, and the 4-way full combo still going strong. But again, 2 big combos on the United States, a big recovery combo for Decaton, and Kama now with a pretty solid recovery as well. But there goes Utami, and now it's 1 full combo to 4, and make that 0 combos on the side of the United States, except for Rectigon, both Decaton and Kama finding the break there, and that does it. That'll seal it up. Signed, sealed, and delivered by all 4 members of Australia.
That is almost all the way through the map. We've got the one switch in the song at the ending here, and if they make it through, it's going to be the play of the weekend for Australia. AKNZX misses on absolutely nothing but up to the top there. Look at that first map of the match all the way through, and I'm not going to say it until it's done, but it's Sayo, 99.35% accuracy into the ending, a 1.18 million score, single-digit 100 count, absolutely obliterating every other play in the lobby. Kama, the next closest with 5 more 100s, 250s, and missed at 541 combo. And Australia with the strongest 4-way performance we've seen on a full spectrum of DT maps. This is every skill set under the moon for DT if they pick all 4 of these, and they continue to prove that you should never touch this skill set against them.
What the hell was that? Like, what the hell was that team score, man? 4.4 million on that is not okay. That was a ridiculous team score for Australia. I'm still kind of shocked. The act from Sayo is ridiculous. The team-wide consistency is again ridiculous for Australia. It's just nuts. It's just nuts, man. United States is putting up massive team score differences on their own picks, but the team-wide performance and level of consistency it takes to put up 3 full combos on not just the AR8 300 BPM DT pick, but also the AR 10.5 Alt Tech Hybrid DT pick is absurd. It is ridiculous. That was nuts from Australia. Just these last 2 picks from Australia have been absolute massacres. The United States, however, still, of course, bring ourselves back here, force perspective a little bit. It is still 3-3. No matter how many points you win by, it is still a win at the end of the day. Just because you win by 1 million or by 20K, it is still 1 point on the board. We are still tied 3-3. United States still has a lot of gimmick maps to abuse in this pool, and they are going to continue to do so with the free mod 3 Kimuri by Niwashi, mapped by Down, 1 minute and 55 seconds. Very, very short, very quick map. At 170 BPM, a lot of awkward control focus flow aim, a lot of finger control in this map as well. It's very similar to some of the more rhythm focused hidden picks that we've had earlier on in the tournament. You go back to the round of 16 hidden 1 Escape by Sarawakwi. You go back to the quarterfinals hidden 1 Deorbit by Torumaru. Those are probably the closest comparisons you can make to this sort of a pick in this pool. Very higher BPM, alt, wiggle, aim control, finger control heavy with tons of changing rhythms all over the place.
This is, once again, the epitome of the United States' skill set. And again, like you said, these style of maps we've seen so many times, especially from Down as a mapper. Very close in terms of what we see from them in multiple tournaments. In Niwashi, the rhythm, the control, that's really what you're looking for in here. Those rhythm switches are the huge difference maker for a lot of teams on this sort of thing. And this is just, again, we're going to look for the United States to put up their strengths here, but this does also give Australia a chance to make a bit of a difference. This is free mod now. This means that Australia doesn't have to necessarily run everyone on something they're entirely uncomfortable with. They could run the hidden, the hard rock, the over mod, or just anything that helps their case on this. But the United States and Australia thus far, kind of mutual abuse in this match thus far. Australia has just been throwing double time mechanics and speed at the United States, and the United States has said, you know what, let's pick the exact opposite. And it's going to continue this way, I think, for at least 2 more picks here. I mean, we've got this one more from Australia DT, and then that puts us 1 point away from match point for both teams on that side. We get no overmods, but kind of expected. Rectagon Sayo on the hard rock, Utami Box on the hidden, and the double no mod on either side. That's really what you look for on free mods like this, right, Dio? Is those confident no mod combos. That's really who your anchor players are. Those should be your strongest scorers. Those should be the guaranteed FCs in all possible cases in order to hold your team up if something goes wrong. And we see some breaks from both sides already on these early rhythm switches and back and forth. This is a tough one.
It is so many breaks coming out from everyone in the lobby right now. Zintex is just not having a good time straight up. Chain missing on quite a few patterns. Secret Box early on finding the chain miss. Sayo there finding the miss on the hard rock before this slightly easier section. Decaton, Kama, Rectagon all finding breaks for the United States as well. It's just Utami on the hidden and Emrek on the no mod holding these full combos, but it's 99 AC and the hidden multiplier for Utami, helping to bring this score lead a little bit the way of the United States. Otherwise, the accuracy in the combo still a little in favor of the US, pulling the rest of that score lead together for their team. And with more breaks to come from Sayo and a Secret Box, it's still going the way of the United States. And there goes Emrek as well. It's another couple of breaks from Sayo and Secret Box to follow up, and the United States unassailable at this point in the map. Full combo still intact for Utami. 500 combo on all 3 other members. It's only Zintex to match anything that any of these 4 USA players can do for their team. This map already well and truly over. It's just about style points here, and unfortunately Utami won't quite earn those, but it's still a 600,000 score lead and no chance for Australia to bring this one back to a breakpoint.
The hidden player to be the highest score almost on your team. I think it will maintain even with Rectagon into the ending, who we have somehow missed, putting up over 700,000 score on hard rock on that map into the ending. And the United States does the exact same thing that Australia has been doing to them from the double time. They are going to give them no chances at picking up a break point, and it's going to be this way, I feel, for quite some time now. Australia with no breathing room for the United States and responding in kind from North America. And here it is, the DT1, the 4th and final map. It's the most simplistic of all of them. It's the most aim-focused. It has bursts, and it is long. This is consistency. This is about how confident you are in your 4-player roster, and with what we've seen from Australia thus far, and some other scores we've seen this weekend with the high accuracy from players like Ciccone with 1/100 on this map, I would be hard-pressed to not see something similar from Australia, but distributed across 4 players, therefore making it the craziest score ever, and Australia farming performance points in a tournament match.
It's certainly possible. We saw it on the DT3. We saw it on the DT4. You have to expect near perfection from Australia on these DT picks, because that's what they've shown us so far, right? Is near perfection. It doesn't get better than a 4-way, but a 3-way and a 600k or 500k or 700k is pretty goddamn close. It doesn't get much better than that. And I think that's the kind of scoreline you have to have on a map like this that is that most straightforward pick, because The United States players are not going to get tripped up on this super high approach rate. This is AR 10.3. It's been standard high AR since the Boon Ages, since the Stone Ages, right? This has been something that players are very familiar with for a very long time. It's OD 9.1. The accuracy is not all that much of a challenge on this, and it's also not a concern for chain missing and note locking because the bursts and streams in this are mostly stacked except the cut stream section. But what it is it is very consistent, as you said. It is very long, as you said, almost 4 minutes after DT. And again, you favor the team that is most comfortable on double time when put to the test on a consistency pick like this that melds both the aim strain and that burst and stream strain at that 264-ish BPM.
Here we go. The map that Australia will use to get this match to 4-4, and that will leave us with 1 pick left per team, and Australia with the double time pool fully picked and potentially fully won. That would be 4 out of 4 double times and easily the most dominant we've seen a team be on double time overall in a tournament, especially the OS World Cup. And as we get through the intro, we're looking for those accuracies. We're looking for anyone to potentially be uncomfortable with some of these aim patterns because that's the majority of this map here. Sure, the bursts are a component, but the jumps are really what are going to catch players in the middle of this map. The majority of the time and the drain time on this is because of the aim sections with the triples in between. We see a little bit lower accuracy from Emrek off the start, but we do still have 5 double S's across the lobby, and Utami and Zintex matched exactly even right now. This map's going to come down to whoever misses first. And here we go. First Ki, first jump section starts now.
Everybody is still holding strong at the start here. It's the recovery on the accuracy for Emrek. It is the less than 10,000 score lead for the United States to start us off, with everyone just holding, everyone comfortable so far. And again, this is why we talked before this map started about requiring that near perfection for either of these teams, because this being that most straightforward pick, yes, the aim is awkward. It is in an older style. Yes, there are bursts. Yes, there are things that can trip you up. But this is, by all means, the most straightforward pick in the DT pool, and these players are showing why. It is very, very comfortable for all of them, but there goes Taquito. That's the first major break. It's just about halfway through, and now we're into the cut stream section. Another break to come through for Taquito, but that is the only break on either side of this lobby right now. These streams are the biggest speed strain section in the map. Does anybody break here at the end? It is Rekigon who finds the drop, and that is the 4-way full combo still intact for Australia after the biggest speed section in the map over halfway through, and they're gonna start to pull way ahead with this 2 full combo advantage over Utami and Window Life, Emrek, AKNZX, Zintex, the Secret Box, all still holding for their side.
The power is here. It is being displayed to us time and time again. First section over with. The burst cut stream section is gone. It's out of the way, and Australia with over 2,000 combo of lead. Secret Box to find a break, but guess what? It doesn't matter. They still have a full FC of lead over the United States. Their score still continues to go up. Their accuracy is holding strong, and there is absolutely nothing that the North American team can do to get back into this one. Australia holding it down, unwavering. They have every skill set under the moon in DT. They have all of the consistency, and they continue to maintain through the ending jumps here. Will we see the triple hold through? It's 350,000 score, and Australia with all 4 double times likely in.
Yeah, it's gonna be the 4-way DT sweep for Australia. They will not close out the 4-way or the 3-way FC on this map. It is just those 2 at the top, AKNZX and Emrek holding the FCs. AKNZX on some fantastic accuracy as well. Utami and Window Life to close out the double FC for the United States, but the timing of these misses massively favoring Australia. Secret Box and Zintex missing near the end. Zintex missing again at the end, actually, finding another couple of breaks there. And AKNZX not able to hold on at the end either, but it's just not going to matter. It's still a 180k score lead for Australia on that DT1, and we are tied once again 4-4. Australia taking all 4 DT picks in a row against the United States, and the USA taking 4 gimmicky control reading focus maps in a row against Australia. I don't think the pick strategy for these teams is very hard to understand. United States is going to pick some more gimmick, and Australia is going to pick some more mechanics. The question is, which maps in particular are they going toward here at the end of the match? There's quite a few left up for the United States that fall under that gimmick umbrella. There's the No Mod 4, there's the Hidden 3, the Hidden 1 to some extent, and of course the Free Mod 4. And as for Australia, there's really only 3 that stand out: the No Mod 1, the Hard Rock 1, and the Free Mod 1. Out of those, I feel like the No Mod 1's probably their best option, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. First off, it's the United States' last pick to come through.
This is where the picking strategy changes, Dio, and dare I say it, this is where the match really starts, right? You lose all of those maps that have been picked thus far that were immediate strong points for these two teams, right? The United States has picked all of their very evident strong maps, and Australia has gone through the double time pool exactly what they were looking for. And the United States now branches out into something a little bit more accessible, right? No Mod 4, this tech slot is not as against Australia as a lot of the gimmick maps that we've seen thus far. We are looking for something that's more comfortable and more accessible for the opposing team. Likewise for Australia, and you pointed out with their picks that are potentially upcoming in that No Mod 1, the Hard Rock 1, and the Free Mod 1, is Australia picking into AIM is more accessible to the United States. And that's why I say this is where the match really starts, because the United States now needs to hope that Australia is not as confident as they are on a tech map, which is all more than likely with the depth that Australia displays on this roster. And likewise, when Australia goes into their pick, which we assume will be one of the AIM slots, they have to hope that the United States doesn't have an equivalent response for that slot in order to give them a tough time. And that's where this gets interesting, is how do these teams hold up to that pressure? Do the veterans come in for these maps, those who are experienced in OWC and know this pressure, or do we continue with the same strategy of finding that mix, finding that depth on both sides, and putting in those strong rosters, and not letting these two teams be swayed by what this match is becoming in these final 2 slots?
Let's see exactly how this pans out for the United States first. The last pick for Australia will come through at some point. I think probably most likely it's going to be that No Mod 1, right? You have a bit of a higher skill cap on that map. You have less chances for hard comfort mod players on the United States to shine on that sort of map than on something like the Free Mod 1. You have bigger circles, unlike the Hard Rock 1. USA has won both of the small circle picks so far. But for this map, there's not really an equivalent so far in the pool. It's tech streams, it's ridiculous slider shapes, it's very tough finger control, it's spam cut doubles, triples all over the map. There's a couple of maps that have been played between these two teams that are tech, the Hidden 3 in quarterfinals and the No Mod 4 in qualifiers, but this is on another level in terms of difficulty and complexity, and so drawing comparisons to those, I feel like, doesn't really do justice to how big of a gap this kind of a map can have in terms of difficulty to those other picks we've seen so far. And even looking back at those other 2 picks, they've been close. So it's really tough to call going into this, but the gimmick maps have favored the US so far. You have to favor them again going into their last pick. A couple of early breaks here to start us off on both sides, really. O/Slash, Sayo, and Utami, the only ones to hold combo. It's Taquito, Rectagon, Decaton, Emrek, and Secret Box all finding breaks for both teams, but that's 3 members of USA and only 2 so far for Australia. Another couple of breaks here on a very short 2-minute map coming through for a Secret Box will start to matter, will start to give the score lead back over to the United States, and there goes Emrek as well. These recovery combos for those 3 early breaks now doing enough work to bring things back onto their side.
Still got some breathing room for Australia. Remember, they've got those 2 FCs still standing, and as long as those are up, the United States has no guarantee of taking this point. They have significant backing combo for their 1 remaining FC, but any slip up on this, a double, and it comes from O/ to start us off. And it's Sayo, Box, and Emrek now up. They need to hope for breaks from the United States, and it's Sayo to find the break. And this is falling apart for Australia a little bit more than they wanted to. Halfway through, we kind of figured this would go to the United States. But even with a more contested slot in tech, not pure gimmick, these sliders just proving to be a little bit too much for Australia. And the United States, man, they again are just doing exactly what Australia did on double time, straight back to them.
And what is this team score, by the way? This would be one of the best team scores of the weekend if they manage to close out with these combos. It's not going to happen. Rectigon and Taquito will find these breaks, but those are near FCs, right? Utami's on the FC. Decaton's only 120 combo or so behind. Finally, another couple of breaks to come through here at the end, but it's just not going to matter. It's 500k in favor of the United States. There's not nearly enough score left at the end of this map for Australia to pull things back, even if their combos had held on, which they don't. Another few breaks to come through from Secret Box, Sayo, and O/. Emrek will be the only one to full combo that ending, but it is not nearly enough. The United States, with that score lead built up in the first half of this map, the first 2/3, 3/4 really, will close it out cleanly. 670k on this coming through for Utami, 580k for Decaton, matching the top score from Australia in Emrek, and everyone above that 500k mark for the United States. A fantastic team score for their last pick. And now, Chillier, the ball is entirely in Australia's court. Where do they want to go? What kind of map do they want to pick? How do they get to the tiebreaker?
It needs to be Nomad 1. In my mind, it needs to be. I don't think they can take a chance on the Hard Rock. I think the aim is too awkward. They definitely don't go for either of the hidden picks in here. Free Mod 1 is a potential option if they're feeling a little bit more confident on those mods overall, but I really think it needs to be Nomad 1 for them right now, and there it is. It's the most simplistic map, but at the same time, it's straining. It's single tap focused. If you are not an alt player, you absolutely want to single tap this. It gives you a significant amount of control over the rest of the player pool on this sort of thing. It's got bursts, and there is not a pause to be found in this map. And if Australia has taught us anything in this match, it's that they have the consistency necessary for this map. They have the ability to endure the strain that 220 BPM single tap jumps have on this roster. And the United States, they have match point, but that's all the more reason to be nervous right now. If they don't win this, they go to tiebreaker. And I'm going to be perfectly honest, Australia has been the mechanics favored team in this match. And you know what this tiebreaker is? Mechanics. So if I'm the United States, my nerves are running high right now. And Australia, while they've got that little bit of uncertainty with one more pick behind them, they know that they have been strong on this skill set. They know they have an advantage here. And if they can make it to tiebreaker, it is their best opportunity of sending the United States packing to loser's bracket.
Let's get through this pick first. Let's get through this Nomad 1 pick first. This is, I agree, this is the best pick in the pool left for Australia for all the reasons you mentioned, but I feel like the one thing we haven't talked about with this pick, and the reason why I favor this more than any other pick in the pool left for Australia, is this is a stamina map. This is not just an aim map. You talked about the strain and the no breaks and it being 220 BPM super single tap focused, but all of that combined just makes this really, really draining over the course of the map. You load into this, and if you don't have 220 BPM burst stamina, if you don't have the ability to hold together your forearm, your tapping arm through these higher BPM jump chains and burst chains and back-to-back patterns over and over and over again, within 30 seconds, 45 seconds, your arm is just burning. And that is part of the skill set that Australia has won every single pick in the pool so far for, and the skill set that United States double banned against them in the Hard Rock 3 and the Nomad 2. And that is a big part, I think, for me, the biggest reason why I like this pick so much more than the Hard Rock 1 or the Free Mod 1 for Australia. Let's get into it. Last pick for Australia, last pick of the match in this winner's bracket semifinals match. MREC, Zintex, Secret Box, Sayo versus Utami, Decaton, and Rectigon.
The final stand, the final map. The United States looking to close it out. Australia looking to bring it to tiebreaker. And like we've said, if they bring it to tiebreaker, this is favored for them. But we have 3 minutes and 21 seconds of jumps to go. MREC, the first to fall. Not a sign that Australia likes to see early here, but there's plenty of map left. There's plenty of sliders. There's plenty of more patterns in Australia. Crumbling right now a little bit more than we want to see. It's only one break for the United States, with a second one here. But Australia starts down at the beginning. We're not quite at halfway, and it doesn't mean that Australia is out, but it's a 1 FC lead, and that falls apart for them now. Utami with the break. It's Decaton Rectigon versus Syntex and Sayo, and the accuracies are looking dangerous for both pairs. Australia with the better backing.
Yeah, it's Decaton and Rectigon versus the 2 FCs for Zintex and Sayo. But MREC and Secret Box are on that better combo. There goes Zintex, though. That's one of the FCs down now for Australia. It's 1 versus 2, Sayo versus Decaton and Rectigon. MREC and Secret Box do have big combo, but it is still overall the combo lead for the United States. They just add up to make that full combo happen. And this is... Chillier, this is slightly longer Bancho lag than normal. I don't want to see it happen here, but it may just be the case. That might be a disconnect for MREC. Secret Box and Zintex are going to find breaks afterwards anyway. Is it the full disconnect for MREC is the question as we continue to go through the rest of the map. We're going to check on where all of these players are, but for now... Everyone has broken, actually. It is breaks across the board. Sayo's broken as well. Rectigon found the break. Decaton found the break. It's just Utami on 700 combo and Secret Box on 400. That's the biggest combos in the lobby right now.
That's it. MREC has gone offline, disconnected from the lobby. It's confirmed, and that means Australia is fighting with 3 versus an 800 combo versus Utami. It's 408,000 in favor of the United States and climbing, and I'm unsure as to what MREC's score was when he disconnected, but unfortunately, I don't think it was pushing above 500,000 score. As the United States goes into the ending, we'll have to check it when the map ends, but it seems that he is fully gone. We cannot abort this match. It is done. It's dusted. And in the most tragic, heartbreaking fashion, Australia will fall to the United States 6-4 in the winner's semifinals by 600k. MREC disconnecting on the final map.
That is one of the worst ways that it could have happened, but at the same time, it would have required over 600k from MREC to be able to come back in that map for Australia. At the point of disconnect, I believe his score was around 240k. He had found those early misses. We'll have to see exactly...
He's back in the lobby, but
He is back in the lobby. Confirm for me some rules, Chillier, about this, because do we take a replay and screenshot score for this, or is that the match?
We can ask for a score if he has it, because if his internet just disconnected, there is a chance that we can get the replay score from MREC still, because his power must... Oh, someone said his power cut out. Oh boy, that might be interesting. If MREC has a score to present to us from his locals, that is absolutely what we can take, but we need proof, and I Wait a second, I just received a score from... Wait, what? Wait, Azer's throwing me... What? Wait, hold on. Azer's confusing me in chat really quick. Hold on, blame Azer. What is...
Yeah. And unfortunately, the gap was 844,000 in favor of the United States.
844
so Emmerich would have... he would have had to make up 844,000 score. At the point of disconnect, he had already broken a couple of times and was on 240k-ish.
Yeah, he could not do that.
So I don't think it would have been possible, unfortunately. So even if we do get a score from him, I believe this outcome is probably still going to hold. And even if he were in for the entirety of the map, even if he did finish out that no mod 1, it would not have been enough. It will still be the win for the United States here. And Chillier, it's kind of a weird way to have it happen, but the United States will still, once again, make it into the top 3 in the OS World Cup. They will still keep their spot in the winner's bracket. They are still one of the top now 2 teams remaining in the OS World Cup. And there was doubt in this match. Australia put up a massive showing on so many picks in this pool, but at the end of the day, the skill set depth from the United States just came out at the end of it. The scaling came out from the United States, and they were able to take that match. They were able to move on to the winners finals for the first time since 2021. We have not seen the United States in winners finals since 2021. They were knocked out in semifinals by South Korea in 2022. And then last year, of course, knocked in the losers bracket by Canada in the quarterfinals. So this is the first time we will see the United States back in winners finals since 2021.
We will get to see, for the first time in a very long time, our 2 top finishers from last year's OS World Cup duke it out in the winners bracket finals. And unfortunately, this match not quite ending the way that we wanted it to. We're sorry the scriptwriters didn't get their annual raise this year. They must have left early at the end of the weekend. But the United States, they made it work. They faced an onslaught of all 4 double time maps, which is something most teams would not be able to hold up well against. And, well, technically the United States didn't hold up well against it. They lost all 4 of them, but they used that team depth. They used the remaining maps afterwards, and they were able to make the match work. In Australia, we have high hopes for them in the losers bracket. They will face the winner of Russia, Hong Kong, or Chile, which will be a match that takes place tomorrow, but not before we have South Korea versus Germany, the first seed versus the 5th seed, taking place in about 7 hours at 13 UTC. Dio, quick thoughts about that match before we look to close this one?
This should be a good match as well. Korea has been on form all tournament long. Germany putting up a very solid win against Russia last week in the quarterfinals, 6-3, looking strong themselves. So looking forward to seeing that match, looking forward to seeing which team advances into the winners finals. Of course, I think the projected winner for that match is South Korea. They have looked extremely strong from the outset in qualifiers. We talked about it at the start of this match, but one of the big things has been this large gap between the top 3 and everyone else in the tournament so far, and that still holds true with this match against the United States and Australia. We'll see if Germany can shake that narrative up tomorrow at 13 UTC. That'll do it for us here, though, at OS Live. Once again, congratulations to the United States for this win against Australia. Good luck to Australia in the losers bracket. They are down, but not out. They do have another chance to make it back into the top 3 for the 2nd year in a row. We'll see you tomorrow at 13 UTC. And of course, if you want to support either of these teams, the United States on their run through the winners bracket or Australia in their run through the losers bracket, you can purchase some banners on the OS website. If you buy the banner of the correct team, it displays on your profile until next year's OS World Cup, and the funds from these banners do go both directly to the teams and to the overall prize pool, so you're helping support both the teams themselves and the OS World Cup in general. I think that's it. I think that's everything we got.
I think that's everything we've got. Congratulations to the teams that have won this weekend thus far, and thank you to all the teams who were eliminated this weekend for coming out for the tournament this year. You've done a fantastic job, all of you. We are coming into our top 6 very quickly. Finals weekend is almost here, and we've just got a couple more matches until we get there, but that's it for this evening. We'll have 3 more matches for you all tomorrow. South Korea versus Germany, followed by Hong Kong versus Chile, and then Canada versus the United Kingdom, and then I believe we also have
Russia versus the winner of Hong
that
Kong, Chile.
match. Not displayed up yet. We'll get that match displayed after. But thank you everyone for watching this evening. I have been Chili Repair, joined by Dio for this very exciting match all the way through. Make sure you grab those banners. In the meantime, we will be back here at 13 UTC for South Korea versus Germany. You do not want to miss that other winners bracket match, and we will see you then. Thanks for watching. Take care.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the OSU World Cup semifinals, our last match of Saturday. It is Canada coming off a tough loss to the USA in the quarterfinals up against China, coming off a very strong weekend where they beat Finland 6-1 and then a 6-0 sweep against Norway. I'm iFlame, joined by the lovely Azer. How are you today?
Hello, good morning. Yeah, as you said, I mean, China is coming off pretty strong here with a couple of matches, but I would also kind of say the same about Canada here. Despite their loss to the USA last week, it was pretty close. Maybe not in score, but a lot of the maps, definitely some comparisons to be made. So a bit of a step up in opponents here for China for sure. We've also seen a lot of really good performances on both sides here. I mean, just on Canada's side real quick, I mean, Zudi's had a crazy tournament, at least so far. Absolutely the star of this team right now. And same with China on China's side. We've seen a lot of good stuff from David and Milk Tea as well. Very, very consistent across almost every single map. Like they're basically in for every single map they play, right? So
yeah, some very strong players on both teams. And to your point, despite the loss, 7 out of 8 maps played by Canada, they had top 4 in terms of overall team scores. So very strong scores regardless. And this, to me, is a very interesting stylistic matchup. Canada is the hidden team, the reading team. They love picking these hidden 2s, these no mod 5s when they are the reading no mod 5s, which is the case yet again. And China, similarly, loves picking those low AR hidden 2 maps. But when you look at those head-to-head scores last week, Canada first place on the hidden 2 by over 1 million points. I think China are gonna have to be forced to ban that one out.
yeah, that was a canyon on that map. I don't know what happened. Nobody was even close. It was kind of very, very impressive. But I mean, China definitely do have strong advantages on a lot of map types that maybe they're not really given a lot of credit for. I think you can look at a lot of the DT stuff on here as well as some of the tapping picks. Looking pretty good for them, I would say. So maybe on the side of Canada as well, something to ban out on their side. Something like the DT1, DT3. Usually there's the speed map being in free mod would be a good ban for them since China's won that every single time in the head-to-head. Although that's not really in this pool. So maybe that might change things a little bit here. On the side of China, I mean, I think you have to ban the hidden 2 after what you saw last week. Like even if they could play that, it was not even a contest for any other team.
Nope.
Like it was a 1.3 million lead or something over the second team. So kind of scary.
Yes, it was. And so expected bans, or the clear bans in my mind, Hidden 2 coming out from China. We should see kind of that speed DT from Canada. And I was actually looking at the Hard Rock 3 as a potential ban for Canada. It is very stamina intensive. 226, not the fastest, but it's not really the kind of thing you can just mash your way through. So I'm not sure Canada really has the roster for it this year, and they're going to opt for a free Mod 3 ban instead, so already leaving one of those two maps open.
That one's kind of interesting, actually. I mean, I would definitely consider Canada to be a pretty capable roster on that one. Lots of people able to fill a lot of the mods on that as well, which actually I think on this map in particular, they also have a couple people that could definitely run over mods on that. Obviously, there's Zuni, that's just going to run HHR on everything probably, but I think there's a lot more people on that roster that would be able to do that. But so far, it's actually going to be China banning out Hard Rock 3. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I have to say it's quite the surprise. I mean, we highlighted the tapping, the DTs as something that they would look towards in this match, but feeling the need to ban it out is slightly concerning. You really hope that China is going to look towards those tapping maps, but not the case so far. They certainly don't have the radium picks they can lean towards, so their picks could potentially be limited here. They do have the first pick. I still really do think it is going to be one of these DTs, very likely the DT2 or the DT3, something I think the one head-to-head they had over Canada last week, they had one more, but it was a 20,000 point difference, so effectively tied, but it was that DT3 that China really had the edge on Canada over.
Yeah, I mean, for DTs as well, there's always this big question mark over DT4. It's such a uncommon map, right? AR 10.5 on this one. Kind of alt-D style as well, which, again, I think Canada would have some pretty good players for, but the fact that it's 10.5, I think might not really be in their favor too much. So I'm curious to see what ends up being their last ban here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And it will be the Hard Rock 2. This one is a little bit surprising as well. Both teams have been good on the precision. Canada has liked picking the precision, at least in the last 2 rounds, but I'd say overall, China has been the stronger Hard Rock team. This tournament has been one of the weaker skill sets for Canada, aside from the speed, but for the first round in the OC World Cup, Canada does not ban the DT2. I imagine they are not going to be picking that. Now, it's first pick for China, and they've had some good performances, but I think players like David, like Milk Tea, like Crystal are really going to need to step up because Canada, I think they're one stage too early to say they've really started to fall off. I think this is the kind of pool that Canada should still be quite solid on, and so we're going to need to see some big performances from China's key players.
I'm actually a little curious about some of China's, more filled players, I would say, because they have a core of, you could say, 4 or 5 people, right? With like David, Burger Fox, Milk Tea, Crystal, and maybe Z numbers as well. But all the 3 other players on their team would kind of be considered to be, speed fill players. I'm wondering just how much their skill cap can continue. We don't really see them play too often, right? But for some of the early stages, right? Like Crystal doesn't really have the stamina to handle maps, I think, at this stage already. So, you have to start putting in people like Dwagon that they have. That's more of a tapping-centered player. Maybe Z numbers as well can kind of fill that a little bit. Lido Fox as well, mostly just a tapping guy. So, curious to see if we get to see them on these maps. But we're going to take a very different turn here and go for the No Mod 3 here on the side of China, which is also something we haven't really touched at all. But for these types of, like alt and control-y picks as well, definitely a good roster for China on all of these maps. They've been showing good results head-to-head as well on this type of stuff.
Yeah, you're going to see this core of David, Milk Tea, Crystal playing pretty much every single map, but the alt especially. In terms of the fourth on a map like this, could be Dwagon, could be Karumi as well as the fourth. I think they do have their options. But going back to some of those fill players, Z numbers especially has looked really good. Doesn't play a ton of maps, but has looked really, really solid on the maps that they have been in for. And notably has, I know, quite a few good scores on leaderboards from the pool this week. So things to look forward to there.
Yeah, pretty curious to see full rosters on both sides for this one. I think it's always pretty hard to actually determine who's playing what map on Canada because they have so many people that like fill different things. They have like a backup for the backup player. Like it's kind of crazy how well-rounded a lot of their like 6 or 7 other members are. So hard to say who's playing what map. I mean, there's some things that are kind of a given. You're going to see Zudi and Xylus a lot for a lot of these, but a lot of question marks, I think, for everyone else. I think if you're familiar with some of their players, you'd assume that, like, Sari would be playing a lot of the alti-year maps like this one, but so far has not really been too much of the case. So I'm curious to see who steps in for something like this, since, I mean, this map is such, it's so unconventional. We've spoken about this on stream for the previous matches as well, but, I mean, CS6 with swing rhythm, it's very unique, so...
Yeah, it's a tough one. And so far, what we've seen from Canada on these alt picks has been Cut Paper and one of either Dark Karate or Pigapone, but not going to be the case. They're going to have Nick and Ryuk, now known as Connor McDavid. So let's see if he can do what Connor McDavid does and put up a carry performance on this first map. Of course, you would love to get an early break point, but this map certainly favors China as they've got their kind of core 4 players here. As a reminder to those of you who aren't familiar, 235 is David, 234 is Kurumi, and 233 is Milk Tea.
What do you think about the yearly Ryuk name change? This one's probably better than the last couple of ones.
This is the best one so far. I can't complain too much.
Man, first map precision is really hard to get into. I'm curious to see how this is going to go. You'll definitely see a little bit of, jitter misses at the start here, for sure. First map being probably the one that players are most nervous on when the match is starting. So, playing a map that requires this amount of control is going to be a little scary. But we are going to get into it very shortly.
Yeah, at the very least, this map kind of gets progressively harder as it goes on, so you kind of have some time, at least for the first half of the map, to get into it, but it's not a long map. The first half is not easy by any means, so we're sure to see some misses, and accuracy could be a factor on this one. If anyone is uncomfortable on this style of map, we could see some lower accuracies, and on a map as short as this one, could be a big factor here. Into the first map of Canada versus China, and it is Canada with the first miss. Quickly followed up by 2 from China, though. That lead is not going to last long at all.
Yeah, the start here is going to be a little chaotic, I think, as they settle in. This is one of those maps where I think just going straight into this one after you've warmed up, like if you haven't played this immediately before or something like this, it's tough, but looking good for China so far here, still holding out to 2 of their combos. Gonna get an early lead here.
Yeah, and already, there goes a full combo on the side of China, so now it's one big combo on either side. Xylus, not quite the FC, but gonna be close enough that it shouldn't make a huge difference, but getting into some of the harder parts of the map after this slow section, we're going to expect to see a lot more misses. The questions are on these big recoveries because we've seen both Milk Tea and Kurumi struggling with chain misses continue over and over again. They need to find some recovery here. Crystal really needs some support because of the score lead. Quickly swinging back over, but that's 2 big misses from Canada. All of a sudden, that score is going to skyrocket over to China's side with all 4 players on recovery, and Crystal still on that full combo. They do drop 1, but they are going to hold on to the advantage.
Getting some. Oh, okay. I was gonna say Crystal does find a break finally, but getting some like war flashbacks from seeing Crystal pop off here immediately. I think we tend to forget every year that he's still pretty good. Every time manages to surprise all of us. But score lead is going to flip back over here. We've settled into this map. Nick and Zudi have fully recovered since the beginning. And it's going to flip over.
Yeah, and it's pretty much a full combo reset from China. Zudi, the last one holding, and with pretty much no time left in the map, we might just get that early break point in Canada off to a strong start. There is the miss from Zudi, but I don't think China have the combo to make the comeback. 130,000 points is just too much to make up, and a break point it will be.
I love this ending. Catches a lot of people. The rhythm changes here, but breakpoint on the first map here off the back of Zudi. I mean, kind of as expected. On the Canadian side here is what it looks like most of the time. It's a lot of good scores, and then Zudi is like far above everyone else for some reason. But
Yeah,
it was looking good for a while for China there. I mean, David and Crystal definitely gave it a good shot on this one.
Yeah, just fell apart in the ending. Canada held on to those recoveries. They really settled into the map nicely. And I mean, Zudi has just been on fire all tournament long, far and away above the competition. And just about every match she has played. Now, Canada have to consolidate this break point. They're going to look towards possibly one of those hiddens. They have something with the Nomad 5 is breeding, but it's not really the raiding maps you typically see from Canada. They have strong hidden players. They have strong low AR players. Nomad 5 is neither of those. It's really heavy overlap raiding. That's not something we've seen Canada really pick. They've also picked a lot of the free mod aim, and they're going to go right back to it. And we have seen time and time again, Canada love to overmod these free mods. Studi takes the hidden hard rock pretty much every time, and then likely to see cut paper in for the hidden. They are one of the strongest free mod teams because they have so many players that can take any given mod combination you need. But China, certainly no slouches on something like this. They have quite a solid aim roster themselves. Crystal especially going to be one to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, just to return to what I was saying about, the depth of versatility when it comes to mods and stuff that the Canadian roster has. I don't even know who's playing hidden on this. You mentioned cut paper. I don't actually think cut paper is going to be playing this because I have so many other people that can fill for hidden, right? It could be Xalis. I think it's probably going to be Pikapone. But it could also be Nick even. They have so many options. Obviously, Zudi's going to be running the hard rock. On the side of China as well, though, I think usually we tend to see David on the hidden and then Milk on hard rock, I believe.
So far this tournament, actually, it's been David on the hard rock, which is slightly unusual, as you mentioned. Quite solid on the hidden as well, but so far it's been C numbers on the hidden. Have seen Milk Tea take the hidden as well, who is in the lobby. Now, I say this every single time. I want to see 2 no-mod players on both teams. The overmod, I feel, very rarely pays off, but Canada, they do it anyways, every single time, without fail.
I think there's a good chance for this one. The section you're hearing right now with all the 1/3 streams, pretty tough, I think, if you overmod that on hidden. And of course, this being an A map, hard rock is just going to be objectively harder, right? So pretty unlikely to see an overmod on that. I'd be surprised not to see 2 no mods on both sides here.
Yeah, I mean, this map is just your classic Falcon Sound team map. Fast aim, you know exactly what to expect. You've got some crazy triangles, some geometric patterns. You do a flow aim section to watch out for. That is a little bit harder on the hidden. And here we go into the map. We do have Lido in for China. Going to be on the no mod, and it will just be hard rock for David and hidden.
Wow.
Hidden for David, hard rock for Milk Tea. So good shout out there, Azer. And it is going to be the overmod for Canada. 2 hiddens and a hard rock. And I think those are comfort hiddens for Pikapone and Zudi.
Ryuke on the hard rock, I mean, it's not that surprising, but I would fully expect Zudi to still run HH on everything. It's just 3 points at this point, but this works as well. I mean, pretty comfortable mods. I think maybe they just go for the more comfortable FC on this one. Should still be a good mod choice. I like this map being picked. It's got some lore, because Jonathan LFJ, being a Canadian mapper, went to China for a month before releasing this map, so he's on both sides.
There you go. Evenly matched, but so far it is Canada with the early lead. Have only found that 1 miss on Ryuke. Meanwhile, China, they've found 3. Yet again, it's only Z numbers holding on the no mod. This map is tough, especially with the hard rock. But there's plenty of time left in the map, 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Another miss comes out from Ryuke this time, not traded back, so China is going to be ever closer, but they need a lot of misses from Canada. There's one. Silas does drop, but that is traded back, and now 2 FCs to 1, and it is Milk Tea on the David, sorry, on the support. 2 misses now. Pigapone and Ledo missing again. So advantage over to China. We should see the score flip.
I'm surprised Crystal wasn't playing it.
Yeah, I am as well. Crystal usually in for every map. Here's the Floam section though. Claims 3 combos. 2 of them are on China, and Zudinator yet again has not missed, facing off with Z numbers, but arguably slightly easier for Z numbers on the no mod compared to the hidden from Zudi. And into this break, 165,000 points. It is far from insurmountable. China are absolutely in this match. All it takes is 1 miss from Zudi, and that score will flip in an instant.
Accuracy difference is pretty insane though.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem for China.
Over 100k score lead for Zudi against Z numbers just from accuracy alone. And not going to matter too much because Z number is going to be finding a miss after the break. No more combo on the side of China here for anybody. And, you know, the more maps get played, the more things stay the same. We're just looking at this one player here.
She just does it every time. She has been on form this tournament, and this time around, the Overmod paying off for Canada. Can she hit the ending, though? It is not easy by any means. Everybody else has missed. There goes Zudi in the end, but she has done more than enough, and that's going to be a consolidated breakpoint, a 2-0 lead for Canada. Now it's on China to find an angle back into this match. Where do they go from here?
Yep, lots of options for sure. Pretty good pick overall, though, I think. I mean, definitely looked a lot more comfortable on this map across the board. Obviously, we're just watching Zudi with this crazy score that she got, but overall, I mean, accuracies are pretty high here, I think. I'm wondering maybe if, you know, perhaps at this stage, China has an issue filling 4 players for aim or something like that, because could have made maybe a difference here to have a 4th score that's more in line with the rest of the lobby. So I'm curious to see maybe, you know, if Canada ends up picking more aim stuff like this, right? They're still hitting 1 that's a little bit similar to this as well. So wondering how that could go, but it is going to be China's pick now. So lots of things they could go over. It's worth pointing out, because it's not, you know, it's not just us talking about how good Zudi's been doing, but, you know, stats-wise, quarterfinals, Zudi 7th best player, round of 16, number 1, round of 32, number 4. Like, I think in qualifiers as well, number 15, like, just does not miss, ever. It's insane.
No, not so far this tournament, and certainly not so far in this match. On the side of China, it's been a little bit more balanced. I don't have the exact stats off the top of my head, but we saw Milk Tea put up an insane performance, I think, in round of 32. The last 2 weeks, it's been Crystal that has really stepped up. David, not too far behind, so it's been a little bit more balanced from them. And at this point, I think you probably can't go back to that kind of aim control alt style, having lost the first one. I think now is the time to go into that tapping, and there it is, DT3. It's going to be a rival of tiers.
Yeah, I like this. This should be a good pick for them. I think if this works out, they're definitely going to look towards something like DT1, perhaps. DT2 has maybe a little bit of control, you could say. It's very, like, active rhythm, so it's not too much of a tapping pick, oddly enough. So maybe they won't really end up going for that. But yeah, I mean, on paper, this should be a pretty good pick for China here. I mean, if there's one hole in Canada's roster that I think a lot of people have pointed out is kind of unsure if they have a 4th player for, like, you know, late stage speed stuff. Not really a player that you'd you know, that comes to mind for them. So I think this is maybe where you'd start to see this being 300 BPM. Map itself is pretty straightforward, but that BPM with the amount of tapping there is in here can be a little intense.
I really want to keep an eye on D-Wagon for this map. Had the 4th best score on the DT3 last week. Now, of course, they are slightly different, but one of those fill players that can really step up on these tapping picks is incredibly speedy. We've got a Milk Tea in the lobby as well as Ledo. I imagine last player is going to be David.
Probably David, yeah.
Yeah.
for Canada here. I mean, of course, we're expecting Ryuke for this one. I think that's a no-brainer, but likely, I think to see Pikapone and Nick, I would say.
Yeah, seems to make sense to me, and I think this is a must-win for China. If you're not winning this one, all of a sudden you're not so confident in the tapping. Z numbers make sense as well. Has played quite a bit of the tapping for China, but the bigger surprise is Lado, who really hasn't played the tapping so far in this tournament. It traditionally has been David instead, and not having the greatest score on that previous free mod 1 will look for something a little bit better. As you mentioned, Nick and Pikapone, but if China don't win this one, all of a sudden you're not so comfortable picking tapping, you're not so comfortable picking aim control or aim, and it becomes really difficult to find a pick. So this is a very pivotal point in the match.
Yeah, I think they do. They need a good result here, I think, because otherwise there's not too much left, I think, that favors them. Maybe some of the tech picks they've been, they've had good results, but against Canada, I think that's really scary. But yeah, we'll have to see if this ends up working out for them.
This is 300 BPM now. The bursts on this one do tend to be fairly dense. They are quite mashable, at least to me. So you don't necessarily have to be able to stream 300 BPM. You can mash your way through it. You're just going to tank the accuracy a little bit. We do see an early miss coming out of Nick, but this is quite the long map. Plenty of time for recovery. I want to take a look at the accuracies, and so far is a slightly to Canada, but I do expect to see some recoveries on the accuracy, and as the map really starts to pick up here into this first KI, we'll start to see some accuracies drop as we get one miss traded back now from China, and Canada is going to hold on to that lead for the time being.
Yeah, still pretty early on, but I think the accuracies are going to tell a pretty strong story here, I think, of how just, how comfortable it is for this type of map. It doesn't really stop too much, right? Maybe it doesn't have streams all the time, but lots of really, really active tapping at 300, especially for people single tapping, can be pretty rough at this BPM. So far, I mean, with Ryuke finding a miss, it's looking pretty equalized. Going to slowly go back in China's favor, but strong accuracy lead still for the Canadian team here. Could very well still change. We're not even halfway in, so.
Yeah, but that's the concern right now. It's China with 3 players down at 94%, only being matched by Ryuke. Everybody else are right around that 96, 97 mark. Osu is a combo game though, and there's still half the map to go, and there is still 3 big combos on either team. Nick doesn't quite have the FC, but a big enough combo to make the difference. There's the double miss coming out from Canada. Now it's just Silas holding. One traded back from China, but it's not going to be enough for Canada to hold on to the lead, and now D-Wagon and Z numbers are going to really push this advantage. Milk Tea not too far behind. There is one FC down, but they still on 2 big combos, and it is traded back by Xylus. So all of a sudden, Canada falling apart into the second half of this map.
Z numbers with a 92% carry. We'll have to see it. Oh, and all right, it's gone, but they've done the work. Hopefully it's enough. I mean, not really any combos on anybody at this point. So, I mean, accuracy going to start to matter a little bit more, but lead is still, 200k is kind of a lot with this much of the map remaining when how little combo there is left. Gonna find a couple more misses for the Chinese players here, but
yeah, into the
don't
ending.
know if there's time. It actually kind of looks like there is.
Yeah, it's going to be close into the ending. We're going to want to look out for any big chain misses, any massive accuracy drops that could tank the score for either team. If China can hold on to their combos, they should hold on to this one, but all it takes is a couple chain misses from Lado and Z numbers to turn this one right back around, but it's going to be a miss from Pikapone, miss from Z numbers. Canada or China, have they done enough? The map is quickly coming to an end. The score lead is shrinking, but Canada are nearly out of time. The misses are not coming for China. They hold on to their combos. Have they done it? It's going to be down to the second. Yes, they have. They finally get a point on the board. 47,000 points the difference on that one. That was a nail biter.
Man, you can see the BPM on this is so rough for so many people. The accuracies are really low across the board here. I mean, for a semis map, but China's still gonna, keep it together up until the very end. It was enough. I don't think it was as decisive as they would have liked it to be, but good that they have a point on this one now, and I think they're probably gonna end up looking at more tapping, or what is left of it in this pool anyways. You know, DT1 does have a decent amount of it as well, so a good option for them. But before we get to that, going back over to Canada's pick real quick, and gonna have to wonder if they choose to go for more aim type stuff. I mean, I think the creator looks pretty juicy for them right now. I think fits, you know, fits a lot of their skill sets pretty well, so could consider that.
Yeah,
But honestly, a lot of the hiddens and free mods are looking pretty good for them as well right now. They still have a lot of picks.
exactly. Hidden One was banned out against them last week. Now they have the chance to pick it. It is, as we've mentioned, the skill set they have been the strongest on, but free mods as well. I do think the free mod 4 is a little bit dubious, and they're going to go for the Hard Rock one instead, something we've not seen very often from this Canadian roster. It is still the aim, but Hard Rock, unusual for them. We're going to see, I imagine, pretty similar lineups to the free mod one on both teams.
I think you're probably seeing Dark Roddy step in for this one. He's basically on the roster for maps like this, so I'd be surprised if they don't put him in. Probably Zudi as well, and Ryuke as well. I think is going to be the last 2 people for them. So I think pretty comfortable roster for them. This map, I think, being it looks really scary on stream because there's so much like micro aim control, like almost awkward aim in this. I think the map is a little bit easier than a lot of the other things in this pool though, so nice little comfortable map for most of it. Nice to have if it's a map of your skill set. If we do see Dark Roddy come in as well, I think it might be a nice little like redemption for him. Last week he was brought in for first map No Mod 5, which was the reading map, and I think that brought him down a little bit, you know, spirit wise. So maybe looking to make a better debut in this match here. And on the side of China, I mean, I think for their Hard Rock rosters, they've kind of swapped around a little bit depending on what's in this map. But I mean, I think Z Number's been playing pretty well. Of course, you're going to see Crystal for this one. What do you think is a fourth?
Fourth is not entirely clear. My guess is going to be David on this one. Has been playing Hard Rocks a lot on the free mods for China. Not in this match necessarily, but at least in previous weeks. So especially on an aim map, I think David is quite strong on the aim picks. And there's David in this map. As you mentioned, quite a lot of that, I guess you could call it micro aim control. A lot of very large jumps that are very tricky, and while the map itself is a fair bit easier, all it takes is one miss in the middle of the map, and all of a sudden you're out of it just like that.
You blink and you can lose like 200k on this. It's pretty rough. You have to be very, very awake for the whole thing. Very, very aware. It's definitely a little bit of a focus map, but not too uncommon in OWC here, so.
Something all of these players should have experiences with. No surprises, we're going to see early misses coming out from both teams. Getting the nerfs out, getting settled into the map. But Dark Karate with some early struggles. Crystal the same. Slightly concerning already. But as long as that remains an even trade, neither team will really feel the effects.
I think the precision part of this map, not that it's really a precision map, but at the CS, I think when you play an OWC, it's easy to, you know, with nerves and all that, definitely ends up affecting the map a lot more, so.
Crystal finds yet another miss, not traded back by Dark Karate this time, it's traded back by Zudi instead. Now Z Numbers is going to miss, as do Nick and Xylus, and it's actually a full reset for Canada, so China, they have a chance to really push this lead. David does drop, but Milk Teeth, the last one standing with half of the map to go, has a chance to just run away with this one, but it's only 76,000 points in the lead. If we see that full combo drop off, Canada are right back in the map.
A pretty lengthy slow section here. I mean, this is so good for Milk Tea, just being able to build this up for free pretty much, and no one's matching, so big lead being built for China here. We have one more, you know, I guess like core section coming up here, and then a big change and a big diff spike at the end, so it's definitely not over yet, but China looking really good on this right now.
Real test is this next section. 2 combos traded, neither of them were the big ones. There's the FC gone from China. It is only Crystal holding. In Canada, they have 2 combos, Zudi being matched by Crystal, but it's Silas who has the support, trying to bring this one back, but it's not a big advantage. The support from Canada continue to miss, and there goes Xylus. They couldn't afford to drop that one. And now Crystal just needs to hold a little bit longer to secure this point for China.
Yeah, it's pretty much all on Crystal at the end here. Lead is not too high for how much is left in the map. Both Zudi and Crystal here are gonna have to hold on this ending here. It gets really hard, so having the combo here going to matter a lot as we get into the ending. Still holding for both of them. Everyone else is unable to hit anything. We're getting the last hard part here. Crystal is still going. 100k and rising lead for China here, so maybe a good break point here for them.
Yeah, Crystal has done it. China are going to get their break point back, and all of a sudden, they are right back in this match.
Very good. I mean, honestly, a little bit unexpected with how that free mod 1 went last time. I mean, China looked a little bit, worse on the aim style picks here, but maybe that was just a fluke. I mean, Crystal definitely came here to play. I mean, Milk Tea doing really, really good on this one as well. So very, very good for China finding a break point here. We've mentioned, we're not really sure if they have too many picks in this pool or what's even left. So the fact that they're able to get a point on something that I think we would both say is Canada favored is really good for them. So, and on top of that, is their pick now too. So finding themselves in a really, really good footing after that one. I think that opens up a lot more options for them just to know that they can win a map like that.
It certainly does, and I do feel that was a bit of a mispick from Canada. China first picked the Hard Rock 1 last week. It's certainly not a style of map they're uncomfortable on, and so I think Canada very easily could have left that for later in the match had it been necessary, but picking it early and getting punished. Now China want to capitalize on this momentum. They've now won 2 maps in a row. If they can find the right pick, they can make it 3, and all of a sudden the momentum would be entirely in their favor. They still have the DT pool almost entirely available, obviously outside of that DT3, and as we mentioned earlier, I think potentially the DT2 and the DT1 could both be good picks for China here.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think I'm looking at the rest of the pool, and I don't really see better options. Maybe Nomad 4 actually. They'd have a pretty good fight on. That map is pretty difficult though. I think it really relies on like standout carry performances. So it really depends on who's feeling good. Nomad 5 though. Okay. Lovely Ice Cream Princess Sweetie for China. Not the team I would expect to pick this.
roster for these kind of incredibly awkward reading picks. And we'll see if they can continue this momentum as we get into the overlap reading no mod. Very different style of reading.
Only have 2 misses.
I think so.
Let's
It's
see.
just that one section.
It was literally just that one section. Man, that's got to be pretty rough. I mean, hit every other part. I'm not sure if he got a stutter break at some other point, but
I don't think so.
just 2 aim misses there would have made the difference in score as well. So a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, for China's side, this is great. I mean, a lot of points back to back here. The momentum is going crazy for them.
Yeah, I mean, China has banned out the Hard Rock 3. They've picked and won the No Mod 5.
I guess,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'd call this aim. I don't know. This map is many things.
It is definitely.
Probably still the dominantly aim though, but bit of a stamina map for single tappers this one.
Yeah, potentially some aim stamina as well. I don't know if there's any mouse players, but mouse drift really tough on this map. I mean, there's just continuous jumps. You really don't get any break whatsoever. A few tough slider jumps and a bit of rhythmic ending, but overall, just continuous awkward jump patterns. And we've seen Canada look good on the aim before. I think not having to play the hard rock is going to be better for them, but now it's on Canada, right? You can't afford to give up another break point. Losing 4 points in a row would likely spell the end here, and so they need to fire back now.
I wonder, like, to me, this pick really has to work for Canada here. I mean, it's not really what I would expect. Maybe you're right. Maybe somehow I don't even know these two teams very well, because I mean, not that Canada's not able to play aim super good, but you definitely pin them as having a gigantic advantage over so many other teams on a lot of the hiddens, a lot of the free mods, and they're not really touching any of those here. Just, third pick here, all three of them being aim. Still potentially have a fourth and hidden one as well if they choose to play that one. So it's not really like the draft I had in mind for them, but maybe there's some information I don't know. But who knows? This will have to work for them, I think, because China with a lead in this match now with a couple of the breakpoints they got. So
Yes, it will. And in our defense, it's not just us, right? 92% of pick'ems have Canada winning this match, and right now they're on the back foot. They're the ones who desperately need a point on the no mod 1. And they need to pull out something here because they are quickly letting this match slip away. Let's see if they can bring it back on Warcry. Zudi, Nick, Silas, Pigapone for Canada. Meanwhile, it is David, Milk Tea Crystal, and Z numbers, or, Z numbers for us Canadians, for China.
in case you haven't seen this map gives you no breaks at all. There's exactly two short breaks in this where you don't have continuous tapping in the 3.5 minutes of this. There's only 2 of them for the entire map. So pretty crazy stamina check if you're a single tapper here. I think if you're more comfortable with alternating and stuff, not as big of a worry, but very much a straining map, this one. Bit of a marathon, so have to see if they can keep up until the end here. Gonna find 2 misses on the 3 misses for the Canadian team early on here, so kind of looking good again.
Yeah, not off to such a hot start. Thankfully, 3 of those misses were traded back, so Canada will hold on to their lead this time around. It is just Milk Tea up against Udinator, but Nick and Xylus both on decent recoveries, as are 2 of the Chinese players here, and it's a pretty consistent map in terms of difficulty, so lots of places to break, but there's no one spot you expect to see big misses, so it is really just going to be that consistency battle as Crystal drops the sporting combo.
Yeah, so much could change on this map though. This early part we're kind of just setting up for, just how much combo you can really carry on until the end, but again, it doesn't come across when you're not really playing this, but the fatigue sets in really quick on this one with how much, pretty precise aim. Well, not really in the traditional sense of precision, but a lot of the movements here are very, very, exact, I would say. Like, you really have to look at every single object here. It's a lot of mental strain to play this as well, but as we get a little bit over halfway in here, still looking good for Team Canada. Zudi, of course, but Xylus with the solid backup combo here managed to recover from the miss early on, and China still kind of struggling to find a footing on this one, so giving Canada a solid lead for the first time in a couple maps now.
Yeah, they needed to hold on to that full combo from Milk Tea, but dropping just after that halfway mark, not really much support there now, and Canada starting to run away with this. It looks like they're going to be able to tie things up 3-3 with 300,000 points in the lead. They just need to hold on a little bit longer to close this one out, and we'll see if Sudi can pull off another big score, as she's done so many times in this match. Xylus looking really good as well.
I need to see the ending. If Zudi carries on this FC up until the end, ending has a few rhythm changes here that can drop hack, so we gotta see it. But yeah, I mean, Xylus gonna find a break, but definitely did the work. I mean, this map is way more than over at this point. And you know, I gotta say it again. I mean, no matter how many maps fly by, we're still kind of just looking at Zudi carrying every single map. I mean, only 100.
3x 100, 4x 100
100
on that map. That is easily the best score on that map we have seen so far this weekend, and I suspect it's going to continue to be.
Yeah, not a lot of you know, things that can make you drop your accuracy on this, but it's still, you know, it's so long, it's so straining. 400 on this is pretty crazy. I agree. I'm not sure if we'll really see anybody beat this, but there's a lot of good teams we haven't seen play yet. So
yep.
Perhaps. So it's good to see that the aim has finally worked out here for Team Canada. They still have one aim map left in Hidden 1 if they want to choose for to go for that, but evening out the match here 3-3. They're gonna have 2 picks remaining on each side here, so wonder what China is gonna go with. Of course, we've been talking about DT1 a lot, but maybe them winning Hard Rock 1 might change some things, but not really a lot of other maps like it remaining in the pool. I'd say if they choose anything, it's probably going to be a Nomad 4 or one of the DTs still.
Yeah, they've been a bit more hesitant than we would have expected to opt into this DT pool. Of course, like the Hard Rocks for them, but they're out of Hard Rock maps. One of those banned out by Canada, one of those banned out by China. The other one, they won, and so, as you said, there's the Nomad 4. Potentially there's a Nomad 2. I think that would be an incredibly risky pick that they don't need to go for. And I don't think they're realistically looking to pick either of the 3 mods into Canada. There's finally one of the GTs, and it's going to be the DT4. This is an interesting one. AR 10.5. This one, not a skill set that's commonly practiced, but I do think both teams have players that could be strong on this kind of thing. I mean, of course, Ryuke for Canada as well as Xylus, but on China, I think potentially D-Wagon could be solid on something like this.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I know the full rosters for this one on both sides. I mean, this map is so, you know, unconventional for what we usually see. I think for both teams here, I don't think they'll have a full 4 roster on a map like this. Just a combination of how much, like, you know, control is needed in this, a lot of alt patterns, but just again, AR 10.5 on this is pretty rough. So gonna have to see. I think for both sides here, we're just gonna be looking at mostly 2 or 3 players. We're gonna be see Saryi come in. Saryi so far this tournament, she's kind of just only been playing these types of maps, I think. You know, the alt DT is definitely something that she's known for, so I guess going to be stepping in for this one. 10.5 not going to be a barrier for her. And I mean, I think probably Ryuke. Ryuke going to step in, yeah. Dark Karate going to be the 4th for Canada.
Yeah, China, less clear about their roster.
Very much unclear. Let's see. I mean, we can go through the list. I mean, I don't think Crystal's gonna be playing this. No. Maybe too much. I don't know. Okay.
All right.
Well, Crystal is going to be playing this.
Crystal.
Okay.
My best guess is
probably David.
D-Wagon, but could be David as well. It really depends. It's so hard to know who actually plays 10.5 because almost nobody does. And right, you are. David is in the lobby, 4th for China.
The big 4 though for China. I mean, this is definitely the lineup with the, you know, the scariest names. That's for sure. Like the 4 people you're really thinking of when you think of China's OWC team. So gonna have to show us what they can do on a map like this, which I guess we haven't really seen too much of yet. So loading into this now. At least they had a good map going into this before. Like if we had like a low AR pick before this, and then you have to go straight into like a pretty low BPM AR 10.5, really rough. But had some time to warm up, I guess, with the Nomad 1 before this one. So
Yeah, as much warm up as a Nomad 1 can be for a AR 10.5. This map is a bit of everything too. You know, you've got your aim control, you've got your finger control, you've got your slider tech, I guess you can call it. 2 misses, 1 from each team. Gonna keep things nice and even, at least in the start. But this one feels especially fast because of the AR, and again, because of the AR 10.5, you can see some very low accuracies if anyone is uncomfortable. We see Dark Karate down at 91, Silas down at 92, and China actually looking much stronger on the accuracy. That's going to keep them in the lead for now, as we have seen a couple misses from both teams, but mostly inconsequential as they have been early enough, and we're seeing a bunch of misses all over the place. I think that's a real one coming out from Kurumi. That one is going to matter as Canada have managed to hold on to their combos, and we'll see if they can take back over this score lead. Not going to be the case as Ryuke trades it right back, as does Xylus, and now China really going to start to push the score lead.
we are so clueless. I mean, saying, oh yeah, Crystal's probably not playing this, and he's carry. You can never count on Crystal for anything. Lesson to be learned every year, apparently. No matter how many other players we can talk about, still gonna show up. I don't even know how many years now. Is it the 8th year for Crystal or something?
Yeah, something close to that. And a very scary prospect for Canada. Dark Karate, the only one holding on 89% accuracy. Meanwhile, trying to fend off Crystal, David, and Milk Tea, who are all on 97. This is gonna take a miraculous performance from Dark Karate and a lot of support in order for Canada to take this one back. Looking like a really good pick from China. There goes Crystal finally, but the support is there. The difference isn't going to matter all that much, and I think David, Milk Tea are going to close this one out without too much trouble.
Yeah, you can look at the combos and say, oh, maybe there's a chance, but I mean, Dark Karate's got 87% with this combo here, and the ending part is going to be a little slower here. So much less combo to catch up on at the end. I think this should wrap it up for China here. So the DT looking good, and that misread is going to catch a lot of people here. So the fact that they're holding their combos through this one, pretty damn good. So again, DT working out for China so far. I mean, maybe not the one we were talking about, but I guess we learned some things today. China is not to be reckoned with on this roster. It's actually a really good team score, like not just in this match, but like overall. It's pretty up there. This map is really hard. 2.8 million on this is way higher than I think anyone would expect.
Very impressive score, and 500,000 point lead for China there. My faith in my prep has been slightly restored as the DTs have looked good for them as expected, but Canada, they still have the hidden 1. And I believe they still have the hidden 3 as well, so a couple good options for them. Now, hidden 3 is tech, so not necessarily something that Canada likes to play. They really much prefer those aim-focused maps, those alt-focused maps, as opposed to the kind of that tech, really. But HD3 is aim-control tech rather than slider tech, which I think is going to feel a little bit better for Canada. And I think at this point, either of those would be good options for them. They have really liked the anti-mod free mod so far in this tournament as well, especially with Zooinator having incredible performances on it so far. I think getting the top score with Hidden Hard Rock on the anti-mod last week. But this one is CS 5.5 AR 8.5, so it's not quite the typical anti-mod we see where it's AR 8. So we'll see. I think those are the 3 options though: free mod 2, hidden 1, hidden 3.
Completely agree with you. They are going to pick free mod 2 though. But I do think this hidden 3 is actually pretty good for them. I think this type of like very flowy, more tapping focused map, extremely good for a lot of people on the roster. Like Zudi loves those, Xylus loves those, Pikapone really loves those. So potentially a really good map for them here. Maybe we may or may not get to see it, because they're gonna go for free mod 2. So we're gonna be seeing, I think on this one, surely on this one, it's gonna be Zudi HDHR. I've seen some things. Definitely a bit of a scary performance in some of the practice lobbies on this one. But definitely more focused on everyone else for this type of map. It has been a little bit like divisive, I'd say, like for players. It's such a very, you know, niche specific type of map, especially when it comes to Hard Rock. Like we have seen a couple of people really struggle on landing good Hard Rock scores on this, because each slider on this individually requires so much control. So depending on who's your Hard Rock fill, I think the skill set it requires can be pretty tough. So I wonder if China's going to be able to find a player that matches that. If it's going to be Milk Tea or David or what.
Yeah, has been David previous weeks, was Milk Tea on the previous free mod, but ultimately, I think both David and Milk Tea have been playing quite solidly today. And so I think whoever's feeling better on the map, put them on the gnome mod, let them put up a big score, and just kind of let the other one suffer a little on that Hard Rock. You don't really, I think, expect all that much score out of your Hard Rock player on this map. You just want, you know, a solid, hopefully 300 to 400k out of them, and let your no mod players do the work. Or in Canada's case, let your hidden Hard Rock player do the work. Is that going to be the dream?
Yeah, I think, well, definitely not going to be seeing any hidden overmods on this, because the pretty intense aim control can be really hard at this AR. It's extremely dense for some patterns with CS as well. So I could maybe see some Hard Rock overmods just as like a not really a comfort pick, but I think for some people or some teams it's going to be easier to fill 4 people if you just have them play on the harder Hard Rock. This on Nomad is pretty dense, so curious to see how many mods end up happening here. Yeah, it looks like China's gonna use a timeout to figure it out.
Yeah,
so I guess that gives us some more time to also try to figure it out, although we don't have a good track record.
Not so far. And look, I gotta defend this a little bit. Okay, these two teams have so many players that can play any mod. Pretty much the only constant is that Sudi will be on hidden. Otherwise, I mean, we've seen multiple players take Hard Rock for China on the free mods. We've seen multiple players take hidden for China on the free mods, and the same is true for Canada. I do think this is a smart timeout for China. They know this is a pivotal point. They know that Canada is getting much later into their picks, and it's kind of, as you get farther into the picks, you're less confident that you'll win them over your opponent, and so China really would like to get a break point on this one, close it out on their next pick, and given how many different mod options or potential combinations of mods they could run, I think it's worth taking the time to figure out who's feeling good, who do you want on the no mod to put up that big score, and who are you going to throw on the Hard Rock to kind of just try their best to put up the score. And so I really like this timeout from China. Canada, of course, going to hop out of the lobby as well to get a bit of practice in before we start.
No, I don't think this is going to happen, but there is a chance. I think there's a small chance for Team Canada here. Obviously going to be running Zudi on the HHR. I think that's a no-brainer, but I think you might also be seeing Sari on the HCHR on this. I think I could see that happening. Sari is known to have a lot of, very weird, unique scores on maps like this. Very common name to see on the leaderboards for a lot of these. So it's an option. I don't know if it's an option they're going to go with, because it is a little bit risky with how hard this gets. But mostly just curious about the hidden choice here. I think on both sides, a few pretty good options. I think for Canada, I would probably expect cut paper, but I think this might have too much aim. So I'm not too sure.
So. And look, it is an option to have Sari on the hidden Hard Rock. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it. I'm happy to see it. I think Canada's 1 point they lost against Poland in that round of 16 match was because they tried to overmod with an extra hidden Hard Rock when they didn't need to, and it didn't pay off for them. Let's see if they want to overmod yet again, as they love to do so much. It may pain me, but here we go into free mod 2. We're about to see the mod combinations. Hidden Hard Rock as expected for Zudi, hidden for cut paper. And it's just going to be
Crystal Hard Rock.
Crystal, yeah, and hidden on David. So no overmods on either team. Yes, Sudi does have one extra mod, but she was taking Hard Rock anyways, and at that point, hidden is just a comfort mod for her. Here we go.
Oh man, settling into a map like this again. I guess they had the break to probably warm up for it, but it's so dense. The AR is really low. So I mean, other than Zudi and Crystal playing on Hard Rock, I think here, a bit of a tone shift going from all the previous maps we've played.
Yeah, and it's misses across the board. Got Paper, Silas, the two to hold on to their full combos for Canada. So holding on to that hidden combo is going to be really nice. Is going to give Canada a little bit of extra score multiplier, but it is very scary because it is incredibly easy, especially on some of these zigzag aim control patterns, to drop off that hidden combo. But Cut Paper looking strong so far, and the rest of Canada on good recoveries. Crystal has found multiple misses, but there goes a full combo from Canada as Silas drops on the Nomad. But misses from China. Going to even things out as Canada are off to a really strong lead at the start. And we're already a quarter of the way into the map.
China finding a lot of misses that, I mean, for Crystal it makes sense, but the wiggle streams, I think, is not really a place where I would expect like the non-hard rocks to miss on. So I think Milky finding a miss there is going to be pretty impactful if they want to have any chance at catching up here. But yeah, the rest of Canada looking good here. I mean, Xylus only had one tiny break on a slider, but Nick and Cuppaper looking really good. Nick gonna find a miss on this part. It's the hardest part of the map probably, so it's acceptable, but built up a pretty solid lead here. I mean, even with Zudi struggling, you know, we've been talking so much about how important she's been to this roster and how much, you know, carrying she's been doing, but even on an off map like this where you're forced to run a much harder mod and run the hard rock on this, having good backing here on this team for Cut Paper and Zhao is doing really good, so good to see.
Yeah, and Crystal, Zudinator have been the 2 stars for these two teams so far in this tournament. You don't expect your hard rock players to top score, you just want them to beat the other hard rock player, and 300,000 points is the lead. Z Numbers does have a big combo ready to capitalize if Cut Paper finds a miss, but Cut Paper has looked incredible so far, still around that 99% accuracy. Zudi does find another miss, as well as Nick, but Xylus is there with the support, and it's not going to be enough to make a huge dent in Canada. It really has to be Cut Paper. Crystal does drop as well, and I think Canada could be able to secure this point if Cut Paper can hold on for another 10 seconds. Really just needs to hit this last pattern, and the combos are dropping off of China. Support gone from Canada, though. It is all on Cut Paper, and it looks like Cut Paper has done it. Put the team on his back, and it's going to be all tied up 4-4.
And Z Numbers had a really good run on this one too. Finding the Nomad FC, I mean, the score's a little bit low because of the accuracy, but able to keep up on this map. Although Cut Paper with the mod advantage and the mod advantage and the accuracy on this definitely making a huge difference here. One of the only maps we've seen so far in this match that's pretty one-sided, I would say. We've only seen like 1 or 2 other ones that, you know, were pretty decisive. So definitely something that Canada needs right now. I mean, you know, almost going up to match point here, all tied up again, 4-4, with the pool being as depleted as it is. And I'd say that was a pretty interesting map to watch. I mean, a lot of the, you know, carry players that we've been talking about actually weren't really a highlight on this one. It was definitely more about some other players, some newer ones that we haven't really gotten to see shine on any of these other maps, right? So I guess that's kind of what happens when, you know, both Crystal and Zudi are gonna have to take hard rock on this. But yeah, as you can see, it's a little bit harder than the rest. So able to find that point there is gonna be good for them. And now we're right back again to China's pick, and it gets harder and harder every time here. I mean, maybe we're just wrong about this DT1 and DT2 being good for them, but I mean, they've had pretty good, solid victories on the other ones, the other 2 DTs that were picked. So, I mean, we just gotta say it again. I mean, with 1 pick remaining, still looking good for them.
Yeah, starting to feel like a bit of a broken record here, but this DT1 and DT2, I mean, at this point, if you're trying to flip a coin and take your pick of DTs, I mean, there is the no mod for technically. Okay. There's a bit of reach. Okay, finally getting DT2 quite happy. This is going to be your Speed Tech DT map, and this is the kind of map that Xylus and Ryuke could put up incredibly good scores on, but again, this is not the speed roster, speed team from Canada that we've seen in previous years. I do think this is a good pick for China, but you certainly can't count Canada out on this one.
Yeah, I think Xylus is going to do this do good on this no matter what. However, I think finding 4 players on this on the side of Canada might be a little bit complicated. I'm not sure if Ryuke, as of late, he's not really playing too much speed, I would say. So even though, on the WBC and stuff, we're kind of used to seeing him do good on all the speed maps ever. Earlier on when a speedier map was picked in this match, I don't think, we had the results that were expected. So I'll have to see if he can change that on this one. But I'm mostly looking at probably Pikapone on this. Pikapone and Nick are going to have to show up on this if they want to have a chance at winning this one. But I mean, on China's side, I mean, all 4 players that played TT4 did so good. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of overlap there. This map is a lot more straightforward. It is, however, very active in rhythm, if you haven't really gotten to see this yet. It's not really pure speed or stamina or anything. It's just really fast. A lot of changes happening all the time. So,
And D-Wagon was that top performer for China last week on the Speed DT. Very scary player to go up against on a map like this. Z numbers as well. And then, of course, they have their kind of tried and true core in David and Milk Tea. They've been nearly perma-lobbied. Here comes Ryuke for Canada as well.
They pretty much have been. I think they both missed like 1 map each or something.
Yeah.
Very, very well-rounded players. And they've been, that's so valuable to have, actually, just having like that core player that can play everything and, play well and carry some of them as well. So very useful for China here. I mean, I'm definitely looking at Z numbers for this one as well. We've had some really good standout performances on a couple of the maps. But probably Dragon. You've been hyping this guy up for sure. We haven't really gotten to see too much of Dragon's type of map, so I think if there's ever a time to show it off, it's probably now. Because I think with the maps that are remaining and how, assuming last map is probably a hidden map, considering how those have been going, I think China really needs this if they want to get to TB or have a chance. So really, really important pick for them here.
Yeah, and this is potentially one of the easier maps in the pool. We've seen some very high scores on it so far, with 3 teams getting above 3.5 mil, although they are some of the best speed teams in the tournament. To be fair, I don't expect to see 3.5 out of either of those teams, but we'll see what they can do. One of these 2 teams is going to be on match point. It is going to be China finding the first miss. Milk Tea drops off early. No misses from Canada, and D-Wagon, not really the player you want to see, finding a couple misses there. In Canada are in the driver's seat. Pikapone does trade 1 back. But a bit of an easier section now. That is going to let Canada push this score lead just a little bit farther. And it's going to be all eyes on this next KI section. Here we go.
Yeah, not the start that they would have liked to have here for China. A lot of really misses and pretty lower accuracies on this, but might just be, a question of settling in on a type of map like this. So still some room to change. We're only about halfway in here, about to get into another section here. We've seen a couple of misreads on these.
There's the big miss from Xylus now. And Nick, so it's 2 full combos gone from Canada. China gonna take over this lead in an instant. They've got really good recoveries. D-Wagon finds the miss, but so does Pikapone. That's gonna be a trade that's not gonna favor Canada. And now it's Ryuke.
Oh,
no,
the collapse.
Ryuke is
All
gone.
4.
It's all falling apart for Canada and China. They're very likely going to be on match point. It would take an absolute meltdown as the combos are massive.
Oh yeah, this is going to be it is shaping up to maybe even be 1 million lead on this here for China, which, I would say it's kind of expected for how good or how advantageous tapping seems to be for this team. So it took a couple maps to start picking it. 9 maps in here, and maybe they weren't prioritizing it, but maybe we were right about the tapping tapping maps I played.
Yeah, our prep might have been better than their own. Where are these picks? 3 maps ago. Regardless, China do find the picks, at least at some point. And that's going to be a very impressive team score from China, 3.2 million. And Canada didn't stand a chance. Now they have to find the right pick. They're going to go very quickly into the hidden one. This is the pick we've been waiting for. And this is going to be hidden alts or snap aim, you could say.
Okay, this might backfire, but I think I know what they're doing. I think they were saving this for last, as like a safety thing. You know, if you're down on match point, you need a comfy pick in order that you get the TB. I think this is gonna be it.
Yeah, I think this is a good pick for Canada. But they're gonna be nervous. If Canada were to lose this map, it would be their worst placement in OWC since 2017, 7 years ago. They're going to be nervous. They're feeling the pressure. It'd be an incredibly tough loss this early on in the tournament. But that's where we're at.
It's definitely worth pointing the opposite side of that too. I mean, China lately, not really been a team that people would really consider to be like high tier, I'd say. Like people always kind of expect them to be around this range, like, you know, 16 to top 12 or something like that. And I think every single time they always show that they're way better than that, right? So I think it would be also be pretty good for the Chinese team here to be able to advance past this and see what they can put up after this. I believe the winner of this would go against UK, if I'm not wrong.
UK, you are correct. And yeah, I completely agree. Crystal, Milk Tea could put up some incredibly good scores on this. These are the kind of maps they are also very strong on, and so there's going to be a lot of pressure on both teams. I think for China, Milk Tea, Crystal, and for Canada, Zudi, Cut Paper. Those are going to be the players to watch out for. And of course, the support is going to matter quite a bit. We're going to see Ledo come in again. Very interesting. Not a player we've seen all that much in this match, but has had some decent supporting scores.
Now, I'm going to go back to something I said at the start of this, where we're talking about last week how Canada basically matched the USA on so many picks last round. It was very, very close. The fact that these teams are in these positions right now where China's actually got an advantage over Canada and we're potentially looking at a tiebreaker between them should also speak volumes about how good China is playing right now. It's pretty insane to see.
Certainly is. Good luck, have funs in the chat. And Canada's hopes rest on these 4 players. No Cut Paper in the lobby. A little surprising.
Yeah, I think for a heavier mechanics pick like this, Ryuka makes sense. More than able to play something like this. I don't think we're particularly looking at like Ryuka to do that much better than anyone else on this team, really, but you know, very much able to always fill these types of maps. I think it's more so a question of nerves for him. He's known to be pretty nervous in OWC, so gonna have to see if that ends up affecting his performance here. But everyone else on this team, you know, before this was picked, I was talking about it, but Zudi, Pikapone, Xylus, they love this type of map. Like it is absolutely their territory. I think it is actually kind of scary for China to go against here, and I think you know, not to say that there's no chance, but I'd be pretty surprised, I think. However, again, they've been playing so good this match so far, so anything could happen. But definitely, I would give a pretty big advantage on, you know, most notably those 3 players on the Canadian team here.
Yeah, I would too, but Azer, we have seen a lot of surprises in this match, and this very well could be one of them. Although we do see early misses from China. It's going to give Canada a little bit of confidence, but this is a long map. It's going to be a real test of consistency, a real test of the nerves. There are so many places you can miss. Now we see a combo drop off from Canada. Well, they will hold on to their early lead.
Yeah, this is a bit of a long one. 4 minutes here. Not really any spikes in difficulty either. It's just very consistent throughout. I think a very, very common part that you might find misses on here is these 1/6 streams that have like snaps at the end, like almost like the Furioso Melodia type snaps. So they can be pretty mean sometimes. if you're not super prepared for them. And I think with nerves can definitely catch you off guard here, like getting a slider break on the part after. But we are going to be starting to see a couple of misses here as we get a little bit progressed into the map. Some Titans have fallen here, and now it's looking pretty interesting.
Yeah, China, they're in the driver's seat. Look at the shakes from Crystal. They've seen the scoreboard. Crystal knows it's all on them. Does have good support from Ledo as well. But Canada just need to hold on to these supporting combos and hope for the best. That's all they can do at this point. It's really out of their hands, but there is still a lot of map to be played. And Canada, with the accuracy, are actually holding on to this score lead. There goes Ledo.
On what?
The score lead isn't going to go over. No. Yeah, Canada, they have the support to keep this one in the lead. They need to hold on to all of their supporting combos, though. Crystal's combo is going to be massive and is going to keep in this one. Is anyone's game, but there goes Crystal. It's a three-way from China. Zudi trades it, but Canada, they're off to the races now as long as Xylus can hold a little bit longer. No, there goes Xylus. It's a full reset from pretty much everybody.
Everyone. Oh, it's getting spicy here. 60k. You're only really looking at Milk Tea for any semblance of a combo, but getting to a little bit of a solo here. There's actually a very specific pattern I forgot about that has like the tornado stream. You'll see it when it happens. It's pretty soon. That can change a couple of things here. We'll see if there's any struggles on it. Couple of breaks. Oh, Milk Tea's still holding here.
Yeah, being matched by Zudi and Pigapone. It's all going to come down to this pattern that you mentioned. It's coming up in just 10 to 15 seconds, I believe. Is down to the wire. Every drop, every accuracy. It's gonna matter here. Can Zudi and Pigapone? No, there goes Pigapone. Now it's Zudi trying to fend off Milk Tea. Can she do it? Canada have a 120,000 point buffer to fall back on. Ledo is gonna find a miss. That's gonna slow things down. And there goes Milk Tea. Canada should be able to close this one out. Zudi showing up when it matters. And Azer, I think we have a tiebreaker on our hands.
Absolutely do. Maybe not the match I'd expected on, but wow, I'm happy that it's here. 160k at the end here. It was rocky for a bit, probably closer than they would have liked it to be, but doesn't really matter. Canada gets the job done. They'll take their last point here, and it's all tied. We will have to play the tiebreaker.
And man, Azer, talk to me about this tiebreaker. What can we expect? Which team do we feel it favors?
I actually don't think it favors any. This is probably one of the most like neutral TBs that I think you could possibly have. It is very, like generic aim with a few mechanics as well. Like there's some 220 streams in it. It's not too speedy, but pretty neutral map overall. It's really just who's going to be playing better on the spot. Like all 16 people that are in this lobby are going to be, they're going to be able to play this. So it's just a pretty standard like 8-star aim map with a lot of movement, a lot of pretty active tapping, and I'm excited. I'm actually excited. I have no idea who's taking this. I genuinely don't know. China's been putting up such a crazy performance that I don't think a lot of people would be expecting them to be able to match Canada or take them to tiebreaker. And now they have a really good opportunity to advance further than I think a lot of people would have credited them for. It's been a while. They've been top 8, top 12 a couple times, but to be able to go further than this would be pretty impressive for them. And on the flip side here for Canada, a lot of maybe like historical reputation on the line. Like you said, it's been since 2017 that they've been outside the top 8. So maybe some cause for nerves here, but
yeah,
we'll have to
it's a similar story for China in the opposite direction. They've not gotten higher than 9th since 2016, where they placed 2nd. The win over Canada would be massive for them. Are we thinking for rosters? Of course, you have to have Zudi in, you're going to have Xylus in, and I think we're going to see David, Milk Tea, and Crystal on the side of China.
Yeah, I think it's the big four for China here. All the Lolals and Crystal probably. But we'll have to see. There's been some change. Maybe Z numbers actually has been playing pretty good for a lot of this type of map. For Canada, I think you're likely to at least see Peekapone. However, for the fourth player, I don't know. I would like to say Ryuke, but on tiebreakers, not always the most confident, so maybe someone else is going to step in. We'll have to see. This is going to be Nick. And Ryuke, actually. So no Peekapone for this, okay. Lado Fox as well, still in the lobby for this one, but again, this map is, it's not really catering to any specific skill set. It is very much just like peak difficulty. Everyone can play this, right? So it is much more about, who's feeling really good in the moment. It's very hard to make a roster for this, I think. It's just so dependent on right now, like today. How good are you today? So.
And I think we're very likely to see the hidden from Zudi here. It is just a comfort mod for her. She'll take hidden on just about everything she can. I don't really expect to see mods from any other players. And here we go. One of these teams could have a historic performance in OWC. China could pull off the biggest upset of not only the weekend, but potentially of OWC so far. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, but Lado on the hidden. We'll see if Lado can match Zudi here.
That's really interesting. I mean, I don't think hidden adds anything to this, right? It's definitely a comfort mod when this map is aired 9.8, but I would not expect that. I hope that's a good decision for their sake. I think for Zudi, we're used to it at this point. Like, it's gonna happen every time. I don't think anybody needs to, make a point out of it. But yeah, slow start here. We get a nice little introduction. This being an OC original from Minstrel, in case you missed it.
Yeah, players have time, settle into the map. Hopefully, get some of those nerves out. But here we go, Canada versus China. They have been so evenly matched throughout 10 maps into the 11th. Will it be Zudinator, who's been playing out of this world all tournament long? Or will it be this core of Crystal, David, Milk Tea, Lado for the support to close this one out? It is going to be the first miss for Canada, but this is no short map. This is going to be a marathon, Azer.
Oh yeah. I think some of the tapping parts of this can be pretty difficult as well. Like, it's not necessarily the tapping part of them, but there's a lot of aim attached to it. Like, the streams are pretty spaced, or there's a lot of snaps to a lot of different patterns, so it can be pretty hard, I think, in a tiebreaker context. Specifically, like, just those tapping sections are just not comfortable at all. So we'll have to see if that ends up mattering. It's still pretty much even at this point. I mean, VK finding a miss here most recently, but again, it's just getting traded all over the place. It's so hard to build a consistent combo on this, right? It's just very consistently difficult, lots of aim difficulty, so it's definitely going to be more about, the consistent performances, like who's really able to build up a big combo for any of these. And outside of China here, it's still just pretty much Milk Tea holding anything, but could still very much change. We're not very deep into the map, but Canada going to be finding themselves a little bit of a lead here with some more misses as well from David.
Yeah, it's pretty much a full reset for China. Crystal, the only one to hold that had dropped earlier. Nick does finally drop, but Zudi has held on through that stream section, and this is going to be potentially a massive advantage for Canada. We've got a slightly easier section coming up, and Zudi is just going to be able to build this score lead. We'll see if she can get through this aim control section. If she can, Canada will be in a very good spot to take this tiebreak. With half of the map to go, they're up to 141,000 points. Ryuke really struggling though, and no support for Zudi, but thankfully for her, there's not much combo on China either, as they find two more misses that they absolutely cannot afford.
I don't know how many more times we're gonna have to see this, but it's happening again. The 1400 combo, and no one's close. And I think if you're able to hold through this part here with a lot of the guitar solo, it could be really, really difficult with the aim. So, bit of a deal breaker this section going to be, but already 230k and climbing in favor of Canada here on the tiebreaker. So,
that's a very tough section though. Zudi could easily find the miss here, and that could be a big swing point, but she's looking so incredibly good. She holds the combo. There she goes. She finds the miss on the slider break.
The slider
there's
tick.
just no combo on China. Xylus is now the biggest combo in the lobby, and China, it feels like they're almost out of it. It's going to take an absolute meltdown from Canada. Maybe if Xylus finds the miss and everybody else holds, but it is dire straits for China here.
Yeah, for this pretty much just having one section remaining here, this lead is pretty big. Even if Xylus were to miss here, I think, Zudi's done the work. Supporting combos are, or at least were good enough. The scores are not too bad, but this combo advantage that Zudi was able to find, making a world of difference right now, despite any other miss that can happen on this part. We hit 300k at the end of a tiebreaker. I think it might, maybe with Xylus missing here, but even then, this score is still going in their favor. I think it's good to be called at this point. Canada doing the work on the tiebreaker. We were worried for a bit.
It was certainly stressful, but Canada have closed this one out. Sudinator absolutely putting the team on her back all match long. Time and time again, she put up the big combos when it matters. And on the tiebreaker, she puts up 650,000. Canada are going to be moving on to the next round of semifinals, where they will face United Kingdom. China, a valiant effort, but this will be the end of the road for them.
I would have really liked to see China play another round on this full. I'm not gonna lie. This team was looking so good for so many maps. Unfortunately, one has to go. This was a losers bracket match, so we will be saying goodbye to them for now up until next year. And Canada will be advancing.
Yeah, certainly disappointing for China to get so close, but fall just at the last hurdle. But they have nothing to be ashamed of. They played their hearts out against a very strong team in Canada. Put up some incredible scores too. Notably, that DT4 score was just out of this world. 2.6 million on one of the hardest maps in the pool is the top score of the tournament. And they've played a good tournament overall.
Yeah, so many good performances from individual players on both teams here. I mean, this was kind of a treat to watch, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think the result is definitely as people predicted, right? If you look at like pick and percentage for this, is probably gonna be very, very heavily in the favor of Canada, but
yeah,
I don't think it got there the way that anybody really thought it would. This was really close.
It certainly did not, but that is going to be our last match of the day. Our next match, at least our next official tournament match, is going to be Australia versus US.
Oh, it's actually
UTC. We do have a show match before that.
It's not on here yet on the schedule, but to UTC, there's going to be a show match that's happening between a bunch of playtesters. Should be a pretty good one. If you want to have fun watching a lot of people who don't normally really get a spotlight in OWC, right? There's a big team behind the pooling teams, right? There's like 35 really good players that are helping us making this tournament a really good one. So you get to see them play. Also, you get to pick the maps. So if that interests you, it's a nice little warm-up to show up right before, probably I think the match of the weekend, right? Australia, USA. Yeah. Lots of questions. Obviously, people are probably also looking at Korea versus Germany, but I think this one, is spoken about so much more, right? Like, so many questions on both teams here that are going to find answers on this match. So for UTC, sorry, Europeans, watch the VOD, I suppose, but for the rest of us, it's going to be a good one.
Europeans, don't watch the VOD. That match is going to be a banger. Ruin your sleep schedule. It'll be worth it. With that said, I think that is going to be it for us. Another congratulations to Canada moving on to face UK in the next match. We will see you guys back to UTC. I've been iFlame, joined by the lovely Azer. Thank you all for watching. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody! Right into the next match, aren't we? Welcome to the US World Cup 2024 semifinals weekend. As Sad Shiba mentioned earlier, Russia versus Poland. It's going to be a loser's bracket matchup, actually, between these two teams. I am Fiery Rage, going to be joined by Demarsh for this one as we get into the match. Thankfully, both these teams have gracefully allowed us to delay a bit to have that last match finish. So, haven't started yet. Anyway, how's it going, Demarsh?
Hey, it's going well, Fire. It's going well. I'm glad to be back with you. Yeah, Russia versus Poland. Both very highly regarded teams, have had incredible runs throughout the World Cups in their respective countries' histories. These teams, in fact, have met up 4 times in the history of the World Cup. Starting all the way back in 2013, Russia lost 4-0 to Poland in the group stage. Next time they met was in 2016, where Russia was successful and beat Poland 5-3 in the round of 16. In 2022, Poland lost to Russia 2-6 in the quarterfinals, and then 2 years ago in 2022, Poland beat Russia 6-2 in the quarterfinals. So first time we're actually getting to see these teams all the way up at the semi-final stage, but I mean it's 2 matches apiece for both of these teams. So this is the decider.
I think Poland probably seen as the underdog in this, not having some of their star players, Naus and Malashevsky, opting not to play this year, which definitely has taken, I think, a toll on Poland's overall team performance, but they're still a very solid team overall, even without them. Tomacik and Rafis, probably the standout players, I would say, out of everything there. Especially Tomacik, he's been kind of popping off.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. Especially last week, both their matches very one-sided. Poland going through Romania 6-0. Of course, we know the history between those two teams. And then Poland-Turkey 6-0 again. So Poland not dropping a single point last week. It looks good for the semi-finals.
I completely forgot about Mustache as well. Worth mentioning him as well. He's been kind of popping off as well for this entire tournament. Anyway, band phase, as we were talking, almost over already. We have no reading maps. Hidden 2 and Nomad 5 completely banned out. No worries about that. Fremod 2 as well. So literally no low AR maps remaining in the pool.
No, and again, Russia last week wanted to ban the Hidden 2. And I think Poland did have Hidden 2 banned against them, so I'm surprised to see... Well, sorry, I'm not surprised to see Russia ban into Poland again for this particular map, but yeah, no reading at all is a bit of a shame, but it's weird to see Poland ban the Nomad 5 knowing that Russia was probably going to ban that Hidden 2, although they could have banned both anyway, so...
I think the Nomad 5 is a different type of reading than most people probably are used to, and I think Poland just probably didn't want to deal with that. It's not horribly surprising, I'd say, all things considered. I think it requires 2 different skill sets, so let's see if it plays out for them. They do double ban into Nomad, actually, Nomad 4, the next ban for Poland, one of the harder maps in the pool. Tech-oriented. We've seen a lot of, well, we haven't seen a lot of, but we've seen last match, a lot of players struggle on that. So not too surprising to see Poland want to opt to ban that, especially up against some of the tech prodigies, I'd say, in Russia.
Yeah, and again, that free mod 2 ban for Russia as our last one. I'm not sure if we went into that, but the anti-mod, of course, gone as well, so... a lot of unique and tricky maps kind of taken out of the pool. There's a lot more of the mechanics style stuff open for both these teams, and Poland going to be kicking us off with the DT2.
Pretty interesting to open up with this, all things considered. Both these teams are pretty strong at speed, have very strong speed rosters. Russia, Welter and Skrowl, Chaconi as well. Standout players for them on any speed map for the most part. Poland, though, not to be outdone on that front. It's a very interesting first pick, I'd say, considering I think this is probably going to be fairly close, and I'm not too sure opening with that might be a good idea or not, but...
Yeah, it's an interesting choice from them to kick us off with this, really. We did see that Poland did opt to pick into DT last week as well with Renatus. So it was one of their stronger picks that they opted into.
Yeah, Tomachik and Rafis definitely perform probably the best, I'd say, on speed. But their overall team is pretty solid on this as well. I'm just kind of surprised to see them first pick into it against Russia, who is also very strong at speed. We'll see. This could go either way. Just getting the toss-up pick out of the way first, I guess.
Yeah, well, why not, eh? Get it out of the way, get it gone. See which team is doing better on the day.
Final rosters are in. Going to be getting into speed. 240 BPM. Lots of bursts on this one. Actually, a couple of finger control patterns as well. Some doubles here and there that can be pretty tricky. Like that. They can catch you off guard. Not going to catch off anyone so far outside of Rafis. Early miss from him. Not going to matter, though.
Yeah, we are also talking about as well reaching that the stage where a lot of players don't have the 4-man roster I think they would like for some of these higher end maps. So if there's any of those teams that are still left that just cannot pull a 4-man for something like this, it's going to be a rough time on these much trickier maps. But so far, both teams looking really good. Again, Russia, a dominant speed team, been regarded as one of the best in the tournament, and they're looking good on Poland's first pick here.
We are having some Bancho craziness happen right now. I'm not too sure how many of those misses are real. Rafis and Tardis have missed. We'll see if their combos recover or not, but actually it doesn't seem like they're going to. Those are the two that missed earlier, granted, but no trades on the side of Russia means this is going to be getting pretty one-sided fairly quickly. Ice Shark finally does drop one of those FCs, but we're going to be needing to see one of Chaconi Welter and Skrull to drop, and that is not looking too likely right now.
Yeah,
okay, this was actually a Bancho miss. Never mind.
There we are. One recovery.
Skrull missing as well. Okay, now this gets interesting.
Doesn't it just? Complete switch up from what we were looking at. I mean, Russia's still holding a lead here, but you've got big combos on the side of Poland and only 2 full combos on the side of Russia. Are they going to be able to hold out for the last quarter of this map? Oh, Steadis goes.
That's probably going to seal it for Russia, I think. Even then, I think it probably still would have went to them. Don't think there would have been enough time regardless. 2 very solid team scores from both of these teams, above 3 million on the first map. Just like we said, toss-up. This is what both of these teams are very good at, and we're seeing that in droves. Basically 2 FCs from both teams. Rafis with a very early miss, but we'll count it an FC. It's an S rank. See, it's an FC.
It's a rounded FC. Rounded up, of course. But no, very good stuff. Scroll also as well with the S rank. Very, very nice from them. But you look at Steadis, it was that single miss and may have not been the deciding factor in the end. It could have been those early ones from Tartis. And Ice Shark just breaking the one major time. But there we go. Russia with an early breakpoint. Very nice. But like you said, overlapping skill sets. So they're going to go straight back in to that DT with DT4.
Fun map, this one. I'd say probably more alt-oriented than anything. The main draw on this is the AR 10.5 after double time on this. So a bit of higher AR than I think most tournament players are going to be used to. It's not crazy by any stretch of the imagination, especially now that people are DTing AR 9.6 maps, but that is a factor that could come into play here.
Yeah, it is, and again, you can see why Russia pick it. You look at this roster, and you've seen the sort of DT scores they've put up, not just in tournament, but in standard as well. This is a bit of their cup of tea, really. And looking over at the Polish side, they're still going to put up a decent roster for this as well, I reckon. But I think Russia may be slightly more favoured because it's a bit of a hybrid map, this one. Very tech-focused.
Swaps to, I think, 150 BPM at the end. But for the most part, this remains pretty stable at around 210. A lot of heavy aim focus on this. If you've played a James Jan map, I know he's mapped a couple of Kendrick Lamar hip-hop maps as well. I think the one that's most similar to this would probably be Good Kid, Mad City. If anyone has played that, you would know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, this map very different from the DT4 we saw last week, which was very much more finger control focused than more of a hybrid map compared to this one. So that might yield some different results than what we saw from these two teams.
Bit of keyboard spam there. You're going to be seeing Elementaire come in for Poland and Desk for Russia. Their first playing time. Koziarek as well. Outside of that, though, the main 5 for both of the teams staying in for this one. I'm just getting right into it.
Out the gate here. Early break for Elementaire. Rafis as well. Going to be dropping it. Welter did drop as well, so it's not all doom and gloom for Poland, but it's not the ideal start they wanted. Again, under 3 minutes this map, so it's going to wrap it up. Koziarek drops as well. Not great news as Poland's left with just one combo, but a double break from Russia still opens things up.
I think I'm seeing why Russia picked this, and it is pretty evident by, I think, the fact that Poland doesn't really have a very strong 4-man roster on this, which is what you were saying. It's very hard to find a consistent 4-man roster as we get into these later stages, and we're seeing that for Poland right now on this map. Just not having really a fun time on anyone, for that matter. Tomachi is the only one that's, I'd say, having a fun time on this map right now. Meanwhile, Russia's Deske holding on to an FC still, half of the map remaining. This is probably going to be the most one-sided map of the match.
Yeah, it's going that way. Good recoveries from Russia's Draconian Scroll, and Welter not far behind as well, but Deske, like you said, storming ahead. Raf is trying to build something with Tomazic on the side of Poland, but Koziarek and Elementaire still struggling. But there goes Rafis as well. I think, like you said, it's going to be the most one-sided map at this rate. It's approaching 700k, and we've still got a quarter of the map left.
It's a very niche skill set, so it's not too surprising to see scores like this, in all honesty. This map is incredibly hard, and Deske is just kind of destroying this right now. This is disgusting. What?
Yeah, one kick.
Okay, he's
there
gonna miss.
There it is, yeah.
Thank you. I'll take my bonus from Poland, thank you. As we get into the alt-oriented section, this is the 150 BPM part I was talking about. Not going to really make a difference here, but...
Yeah, this is probably the most enjoyable part of the map. And Tomazic starting to get up there with a nice combo as well. But, I mean, it's a million. It's going to be a million by the end of this.
Yeah, the team consistency on Russia, unmatched on this. 2.6 million almost, and no one below 400k. Very solid team performance from them overall on that map. Scrowell and Chaconi both with S ranks, Tomachika as well. Overall, really solid. Chaconi actually with a 800k, just sliding in there. We didn't even notice that. But yeah, I think Poland kind of figured that that map wouldn't necessarily go the best, all things considered, so shrug it off. Let's get into Poland's next pick.
Yeah, they're going to need to try and get on the board sooner rather than later. Especially if they're going to stick with the DT maps, which they might do. Because they are, especially in that first map, playing very, very well. But they are going to switch things up slightly. And try to go some stream shred with My Heart Will Go On.
I'm so happy a lot of teams are... I'm so happy so far both of the matches that have been played have picked this. This is such a special map. I think everyone, I think at this point, is familiar with McDonald's. Very famous for mapping some of the more farmy, stream-oriented maps. Glory Days, obviously, comes to mind instantly. This is that, but with a bit more stamina intensive at 200 BPM and a lot more spaced. And obviously, kind of have to mention, rest in peace, McDonald's as well. Passed away recently.
Yeah, was also a staple of his Portugal OWC team. And yeah, will be sorely missed by the community. But what a map to remember him by. My Heart Will Go On. Absolute banger of a map.
A lot of people are probably familiar with this song from Karcher's set. A bit less stamina intensive, this map, but still tests that flow aim aspect very much. 7.7 stars on this one. Also worth noting, since this is a no mod 2, and we're not on laser, note lock is a potential factor here. If you misaim one of these streams, you are probably not going to have a fun time recovering.
No, you absolutely won't. And interestingly enough, neither team opting to pick into anything like this last week. So it's interesting to see Poland wanting to try and bank more on this in this matchup. It is a little bit more, I don't want to say use the word generic, but it is definitely more slot orientated mechanics focus.
Mustache coming in on the side of Russia. Absolute beast on these types of stream maps. Has had so many scores on maps like, I don't even know, I can't even name off the top of my head. He's been a machine though, all things considered. I think the smoke got ruined. I think that says Pekko from Chaconi, because of course it would.
It would.
Well known for doing that. Gamer and Handsome also getting their first map of the match here.
Well, we know what these two can do. Gamer especially on these sorts of maps. Let's see if that note lock will play a factor, like you mentioned. Later on into these bigger streams. Quite tame start, really, but really starting to hit into it now. Both teams keeping things very even early on. Not much to report, really. Oh, Gamer going to be the first one to hit the chain missing. Tomazic is. Oh, they're starting to fall now.
Yeah, as we were talking about, if you miss one of these, yeah, you're not going to have a fun time trying to recover on this. The OD is fairly low at 9.2, and we're seeing that in droves right now. Tomachik not having a fun time whatsoever there. Basically just gave up as soon as he missed, which I can't blame him. Trying to recover from no lock is a pain. Which is going to give Russia the advantage here early on.
Yep, very, very volatile map, and Tomazic still struggling. Handsome is going to find a combo reset though, so still a chance for Poland with Steadis recovering. Welter going to go down as well, opening the door even more for them as the score bar starts to head the other way now. Jaconi and Gamer looking to be the anchors for Russia to hold them in and try and keep this point alive.
As we get to the guitar solo, this is where spacing becomes kind of crazy. There goes that's one of the recovery combos on the side of Poland, which is going to halt this advance slightly. Not entirely, though. There goes Rafis. That's going to immediately shift it over.
And the door slams on the toe of Poland. It's still open a little bit, but it's not looking great. There goes Jaconi!
FC! It is Mustache to hold on. Gamer has her nice recovery, but it is solely on him right now, and this might come down to the last few streams if it keeps going at this pace. The ending of this is absolutely brutal with the spacing. If we see any note locks here, everyone drops. Gamer's gone. There's no combo on the side of Russia to counter Mustache. Willie FC. You know it.
Whoa!
You know it. Just like that, Polander back in it.
Crazy. 99.51. 10 100s. That is a crazy play from Mustache. Absolutely godlike. What a pick from Poland as well.
The stream goat at it again. The Polish stream goat never misses on this type of map. He loves this stuff.
Doesn't he just? But all around from Poland, very good stuff. Rafis on the 98 accuracy as well. It was so unfortunate for Jaconi. I don't even think it was a chain miss. It was a 99 act play as well. So really unlucky from Russia to try and hold into that one. But it was a volatile map, and it's what's put Poland back into this matchup. But Russia going to try and shut him down with some hidden now.
Kind of leaning more into the finger control aspect that we saw in DT4, but a lot of a much more different map, I'd say, on this.
I mean, this map is nuts.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. I think the last time this was picked in UK versus Philippines, I don't think anyone had a fun time on this map for that match. If I'm remembering correctly, at the very least.
I don't think they did, to be honest.
Yeah, no, highest score was Bubbleman at 586k, so score to beat. We'll see who can do that.
And even that was a kind of a crazy play. And they didn't... UK ended up losing that pick as well, I think, from what I remember.
Yes, they did. This map is... It's so brutal. This is very much a map that you might pick into if you have some... If you have, like, two very confident players on this, you might want to just go for this, because trying to field a four-man roster for this map is very hard, to say the least.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, whether that's what Russia's plan is, to try to pick those maps that they know Poland can't kind of four-man. They're having to field someone in to kind of put up a 300-400k score, and they can kind of just overpower Poland. But again, we'll see. We'll see if they can actually do it, because it is with this sort of map, volatility can cause all sorts of issues for the picking team. And we saw how Russia reacted with the volatile No Mod 2, so we'll see if the Hidden 3 works in their favor this time.
Oh, that element there coming back in on the side of Poland. The only swap for them. Desk coming in on the side of Russia.
And yeah, interesting point brought up. No Markram in this for a hidden map, which I can only assume is due to the 200 BPM nature of this map.
Yeah, there's a lot of, as I mentioned, there's a lot of finger control requirement on this, and a couple of, I guess you can say stamina, but it's not very stamina focused. There's just a lot of bursts scattered throughout the rest of the map. That can be pretty taxing on stamina if you're not ready for that.
immediately issues arise.
Yep. It just kind of hits you immediately and then never stops. And just like that, no one's having a fun time in the beginning here. So we're going to be waiting a bit for things to stabilize as people get used to the map. Because right now, everyone is just kind of missing all over the place, and no one's having a fun time. Tomacheek and Rafis holding on to the highest combos with Handsome Me on the side of Russia. Will give Poland a slight advantage coming out of that first part. But just like that, here's another, here's 4 flow aim.
And it's gone. And it's gone. Handsome and Tomacheek, never mind. That's just Handsome now with the big combo. Of course, Poland have still got Elementaire trying to hold on to something. Scrolls there, though, to kind of negate a lot of that and increase the score margin towards Russia. But big drops coming in for Russia there. Welter and Handsome drop. Scroll's still there, though, but now they're chasing a little bit. Deske's there. Tomacheek not going to be able to recover, but Mustache and Rafis starting to bring it up the rear as well.
Skrull slider breaks, that's one of the huge combos on the side of Russia. Elementaire slider breaks on nothing! Oh my god! Deske now has an unchecked 700. I need
No, he doesn't.
Dude.
Take a break. Take a break.
Yeah, you know what? You're casting the rest of them. You're casting the rest of us. Have fun.
I got this. Have fun, man. Mustache, though, and Rafis with good supporting combos for Poland. Handsome Me and Welter trying to limit it. It's still going their way. There goes Rafis. And is there a trade-up from Russia? I don't see it. Tomacheek and Elementaire also get reset, so it's just Mustache. There goes Handsome Me, though. Scroll reset as well. Desut was just before. So Welter's there, but is falling behind. Oh no, Rafis was a Bancho. Rafis was a Bancho. Poland's still got 2 big combos. It's within 50k now. Can they bring that back? Third of the map left.
They need at least one of these big combos to hold. If one of them misses, it's not the end of the world. There's not really that much recovery on the side of Russia. It's just Welter right now. And even him, he has about 200 combo less than both Rafis and Mustache combined. 4th of the map remaining. It's going to shift over to Poland in the last second here. To get into a little speed up section, BPM change.
Yeah, this is where the map really shoots up intensity. If you're nervous, you could go wrong, and it does go wrong for Poland. Big drops, 4-way reset for Poland into the ending, 61k. I think Scroll's still got some combo, though, so there's still time for this to go the other way.
Skrull and Deske both have combo right now. They need to hold on to this if they want to shift this over. It's very quickly shifting over, but this is the hardest part of the map. If they can hold on through it, that's all that matters, though, and they are holding strong.
It's 30k, it's very little in it, but I think that's the end of the map there. A little bit of an ending, but nothing major. Russia do hold on to it. They are going to be able to make it through.
Oh, that's nasty.
Oh,
Scroll. Slider break at the ending slider, but holding through that last part. No note lock or misses at all from those huge combos. That is massive for them. And they secure their own point. Poland still need a break point to get things back to tied.
Oh, so unfortunate for them. They had potential on that map. That was looking a little scary for Russia for quite a while. But the Mustache Rafis duo just couldn't quite hold on to those combos right to the end in the trickiest part of the map. But again, a nuts map. So very well played to everyone. But yeah, like you said, Poland's still going to be looking for a break point, but focus is on them now. They cannot afford to drop another one.
Well, they can afford to drop at least one more, but it put them in a very unfavorable position. Let's just put it that way. What would they opt to go for here? That's the question. You don't have any more of the stamina or speed maps, really. I guess DT3 kind of counts as that, but it's very much a speed orient. Oh, wait. I forgot Hard Rock 3 exists. My fault. This is no mod 2, but at 20 higher BPM.
My guy forgot a riot map. Let's go.
This is a speed map. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to call it a speed map. 227 BPM, very stamina intensive more than anything else on this, and it's basically your bog standard stream map just with hard rock.
Yep, very much stamina intensive, 227 BPM. Very nasty. Very, very nasty hard rock map. But something that I think Russia could actually do quite well on as well. I don't think this is a clear pick for Poland by any stretch of the imagination. It'll be another contest, really. Very much a battle between these two teams. And again, this is all to play for. Losers bracket match between these two teams. Russia or Poland will be eliminated as soon as the other gets to 6 points. So Poland maybe starting to feel a bit of the pressure here.
Already coming in for Poland as well. First time we've seen him in. Yeah, as you said, all these stamina picks and stream map picks in general are going to be toss-up between both these teams. Both of them have very strong rosters for this. It's just going to come down to who misses more and who has some more unfortunate breaks.
So much shorter this map as well, but it doesn't let up in intensity as the trade-off. So we'll see who has the better composure as we go into map number 5. Gotta be hoping that Poland are gonna lock in on this map. So,
There's not really any downtime on this either. I guess there's like one downtime period, but outside of that, this is basically just non-stop streams. Also a little mellow beginning here, but once it picks up, it doesn't really stop.
yeah, trust me, the map's coming. It's coming.
Just give it a couple more seconds, probably like 15 seconds or so, and then we're gonna have a fun time. Tomachik actually missing prior, but here comes the streams. Hope you're ready to see this for about 2 minutes.
So getting really into the bare bones of this map. Looking very even, slightly favored on Poland because of the early break from Tomasic, but the break from Ciccone leaving things open for them. But big combos on both sides still. Maybe halfway through the map already. We're approaching it at least. And there's not been a break in quite some time.
No one's going to be breaking in that first section. Now we're back into a bit of a downtime until the next stream part. So, a bit of combo build-up for both these teams. Not going to be for long, granted, as we get into the next hard part shortly, but it is favoring Poland for at the moment with these 3 FCs, and nice recovery, not anymore from Tomachik. There goes Tardis as well. Just like that, Russia now combo advantage by massive margins as Stez goes down as well. Skral trades one of them. They're going to need more than that. It's just Rafis on the combo, the old man himself. Can he put up a fight against 3 combos? It's not looking likely.
Yeah, the way it's just going. Scroll, there goes Gamer though. Ciccone still holding on alongside Welter. So it needs to be a break soon because Russia's score still going to rocket up very, very soon. Tartis Tomasic there though, trying to bail back some combo. So the score gap is going to slow. Scroll shaking a lot now, but Ciccone and Welter looking strong. Rafis cannot do anything.
They needed one of those FCs to break, or high combo in this case of Ciccone, but Walter going to be securing the FC. Ciccone following him up with a very solid backing score. Rafis. Gramps still got it. He still got it. Absolutely insane score from him, unfortunately. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff from both sides, really. But the break point from Russia puts them 4-1 going into their next pick. It's starting to look a little one-sided when really it's been anything but that.
We're just going to get right into a DT1. Another speed-oriented map, funnily enough. Bit more burst heavy, I'd say, than anything compared to the stamina intensive Nomad 2 and Hard Rock 3 that we've seen. I think fairly popular song and map, all things considered. Galvanize, my goat. This is a pretty popular DT farm map, I think, for a couple speed players, though. Or at least it used to be.
Yeah, definitely used to be on that side of things, but let's see if Russia. I mean, you know that Poland are going to have a fun time on this as well, but we did see Kroll do some crazy stuff on this.
All keeping the exact same roster from last map on this. Do see Ice Shark coming in on the side of Russia. Seems like that's going to be the only swap, though. Poland with their backs up against the wall as Ciccone, give him a second there. There we go. Not missing too much at the start of the map anyway. There's a couple of burst patterns here and there, but nothing crazy. As soon as I say that, Welter misses on one of the burst patterns. But yeah, Poland with their backs up against the wall here. Also worth mentioning, probably going to be seeing a lot of high AC on this map. OD7 prior to double time, which makes it, I think, OD9 with double time. Very accessible for a lot of these players, I'd say, in the accuracy department. See Dennis and Rafis miss. Welter as well, but 3 FCs to 2 early on here.
Yeah, so early game in favor of Russia once again. Lots of map still available, lots of time for things to change. Tartus going to drop though, not going to be helping Poland as they drop another big combo. Steadis also failing to recover, drops another slider break. Tomatic really being the last chance for Poland on this map. But Russia just looking unstoppable right now, even with a break from Ice Shark.
Yeah, Ice Shark does trade one of those high combos, so it's going to halt the advance slightly. It's going to be very slowly going in favor of Russia, but any of these combos from Russia missing can instantly swap it over. Tardis does struggle a bit to get a recovery going, but it's one of the lowest combos on the side. There goes Welter. So those are the 2 combos that already missed on the side of Russia. We're going to need to see more than that, though, as Tomatic goes down, the only FC on the side of Poland in the stream section. And Ciccone and Skral are demolishing this. Skral does drop, but Ciccone holding on through that entire part. Rafis, for his part, also holding on. So it's not entirely gone for Poland just yet.
So
this is disgusting act from Ciccone.
This is actually crazy. We saw him last week performing insanely well. Another FC on the DT1, so hopes are going to be high for him. He's going to have to hold because his team's not there to support. one mess up, which looks unlikely, but will allow Poland a chance. Because the scorebar is actually struggling to go over to Russia.
It's actually flipping over to the side of Poland if everything stays the same here. It's not going to, as Jez and Tardis miss. Those are the lowest combos in the lobby, though, all things considered. We're just going to need to see another miss from Russia here. If Ciccone misses, that would be huge. Even one of the recoveries, Squalor or Welter, if they miss, this can get pretty interesting. But Tomac, unfortunately, going to be the one missing, and it just does not seem likely that any of these Russian players really want to miss and give this lead over. Squall finally does, but I think a little too late at this point. Ciccone is just disgustingly destroying this map right now, all things considered. 1x100, I think, and he is just, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I mean, look at Rafis as well, 99.5. I mean, like you said, not an issue on this map, but even still, that score from Ciccone is head and shoulders above the rest.
He's actually going to close this out with 1x100, is he? Oh my god, that's disgusting!
That's insane!
That's disgusting, man! What? What is that play, man?
Actually bannable score. That is nuts.
My god. Russia now, break point. Poland needs to win 2 breakpoints from Russia, as well as 3 of their own picks, in order to get the tiebreaker here, and they're just going to go immediately for Hard Rock 1. Hope you like AIM.
Indeed, I hope you do like it, because this is about as awkward as it gets, really. This map is not pleasant, at least in my opinion. I don't like it.
There's a lot of awkward angles on this, let's put it that way. It's not your traditional AIM map, I'd say. It's more... I guess you could consider it an old hidden 1 slot. This is what you normally see, I think, in hidden 1 slots of the past.
So, again, another very mechanics-focused map. We've seen a lot of these throughout this matchup, and it's more of the same, really. But Poland, it could be their last pick of this World Cup if they cannot bring it home. And Russia will be looking to shut this out for sure.
We've seen Poland pull off some miracle comebacks before, though. 6-1 in the World Cup 2017 final stage. Ended up winning that match 7-6. Can they do it again?
Again, Poland, this is to stay in the World Cup. If they cannot convert this, if they drop that 3rd break point, it will send them home, and Russia will move on to face the winner of Hong Kong and Chile. Let's see if they've still got the fight left in them to bring this back. It has been done from this sort of scoreline before, but it's not a position I think any team would want to be in.
Probably the most accessible map we've seen thus far. I don't think anyone's going to have a horrible time on this, all things considered. Probably not going to be seeing many FCs, if any, but don't think we'll be seeing any bad scores from anyone here. Fairly consistent difficulty as well, so you can pretty much just miss on anything. We're seeing that already from a lot of members. Welter, Kosariak, and Tardis going down early on here. There goes Mustache as well. bit of a hard start
Oh
for
my god.
all things considered. No FCs on the board for them. It is only 2 early stage here for Russia, and those can go very awry as the map goes on, so it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. The score lead's only 10k. It's going to be growing a bit more there as Chaconi breaks. So, keeping it relatively close, all things considered, even with those breaks.
Deske and Welter with those bigger combos, but Poland's too far, and Deske goes. And a complete reset for the bottom row. Welter coasts as well. Tomazacic, it's just Kasarik. No, it isn't. He's gone as well. Chaconi being the strong one. Everyone not having a great time on this. What was it you said, Fiery? No one's going to have an awful time on this.
No one's going to have an awful score, and I mean, no one is. We're all looking to get 400k. Right now, Skrull, if anything, is making a lot of the difference here. Very low accuracy. Which is kind of surprising to see from him. Just keeping Poland in this, despite all these misses coming out from pretty much everybody.
So Russia still holding on to that advantage ever so slightly. Big combo from Chaconi and Welter playing a major part in that. But there's still a lot of map left.
No one missing on that sudden jump. Just Skrull, and he's the lowest combo on the lobby. Tardis, everyone on Poland outside of Mustache trading that. They're going to need to see a miss from Chaconi, or at least one of these recovery combos. There goes Welter. There goes one of them. They're going to need a bit more than that, though. And
Chaconi over aims!
That's massive. Mustache and Deske now the highest combos in the lobby, and it favors Poland just slightly. Is there enough map remaining, though? Deske goes down. There might just be enough map. Mustache goes down as well.
So, looking at these combos, there's still 3 decently sized combos. Welter goes, Deske finds another reset. That score bar is still going down. Tomazacic, Chaconi goes as well.
Hardest
8k in this ties goes down. Scroll, Kasarik drops. Will Scroll hold on to this? Let's try and recover. It's the end of the map though. Deske's there as well. Tomazacic finds another break. It's not going to be enough. Poland are out. They're gone.
It's going to get very close at the end there, but that could have gone either way for both of these teams. It's going to be Russia off the performance of Chaconi, and at the end there, solid recoveries from the entire team in general. Going to be pushing them over the edge as Russia takes this match 6-1. They advance further into the semifinals weekend.
Yeah, indeed, Russia breaking the deadlock between these two teams. They got 3-2 overall in World Cup meetups, and Poland go out of the World Cup. Commiserations to them, but a very solid performance from them. They will be back next year, but Russia carry on. And like I said before, Hong Kong versus Chile. That matchup has to take place before we find out who their opponents are, but I mean, what a first matchup for Russia. Very strong performance against a very competitive team in Poland.
Unfortunately, one of these teams has to go out. It's going to be Poland. It's not entirely over yet, though. Still got one more match in this block, which is happening pretty much immediately right after this, actually. Canada versus China. I almost forgot I almost forgot. My fault on that one. Anyway, it's going to be it for me and the Marsh. We'll see you guys in the next match coming in right now.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024. We are here with the semi-finals weekend, and we are kicking it off with the UK and Philippines in the losers bracket. this World Cup, you know, for now, we've had a few bangers here and there, but this weekend generally has a lot of potential to be one of the most exciting weekends in OS World Cup history. UK versus Philippines, although it might be one of the less favorable ones in terms of that excitement, does still have potential to be very explosive, very close seedings there as well. But this is going to potentially be a good one. We'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sad Shiba, joined by the wonderful Doomsday for UK versus Philippines.
Hey, what's up, Shiba? It's glad to be back. I'm glad to be back here on OWC again. It's the semi-finals. It's the business end of the tournament now. We're at the point now where the map pools are starting to get real nasty. There's a lot of very hard maps here. A lot of maps maybe we're not going to be expecting too many high team scores on. So this is where those high-end players are really going to shine. And on the side of Philippines, there's a few players here that on a harder pool could really do some bits. You've already seen players like Nathan Ram do so much work here for the Philippines in their matches. But up against the UK, a roster that scales well once you get into those harder pools, it's going to be a challenge for them. But I'm excited to see what they've got in store for them.
Yeah, the Philippines have done great work in proving their competence as a team, even while losing such huge instrumental players in their run last year, with not only some great individual improvements, but some rookies that have really showed up this year. Iko Rissi and Scene have done very good work for their team in order to really fill in those gaps that Philippines were missing. But that being said, Philippines even so are starting to thin down on their skill cap and flexibility with this pool being so difficult. They put up a really good fight up against Ukraine, winning on tiebreaker last week, but compare that to the pool that we have now, it's a little difficult to really be able to analyze Philippines' options, especially against a team like the UK, in which their skill sets are so similar, yet UK ceiling is one of the benefits that come with this stage.
Yeah, I think they're going to like this pool quite a bit with some of the maps being pretty damn hard at this point now already. Kind of feels like this pool compared to, say, last year's semis feels quite a bit harder than that. It feels so much harder than last year's.
So much harder.
It's kind of nuts. I mean, one thing the Philippines have certainly shown, though, is they are brave with their picking. They've picked a lot of different styles and maps. It's not too obvious to see like a trend through the way they've been picking so far in this tournament. They tend to mix and match, whether they're trying to pick into their opponents or pick against their opponents more often than not. Not too sure, but one thing's for sure, they are not afraid to go into different things each time. So I wonder what they've got in store with the picks.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at both sides of these teams, you can see that Philippines, with the skill cap being a bit of an issue like we mentioned before, their main strengths that we usually have seen the most pronounced here are in their mechanics and their aim. Anything that can kind of mix a little bit of tech into that as well is also really helpful, as players like Nathan Ram are despite being very well-rounded, most notably a very powerful control and tech player. So anything that can really add to his strength can give Philippines a lot of carry potential to potentially get a few upset picks. But it's safe to say that they are definitely the underdogs in this matchup. Their main strengths that the majority of their roster can perform very well on are eclipsed by the insane ceiling that UK have, and that's just going to make Philippines the underdogs of this match. But it doesn't really change how much potential this team has to do some really good work. These bans so far are what probably we would have expected here, with Fallen Angel being banned from Philippines into UK, which I think makes a lot of sense. This one has a lot of speed in it on top of it, which I feel like at this level, you are too scared of UK to do so. And UK, being the wise team here and going into that DT4, I thought this was going to be one of those very strong potential picks for Philippines to maybe exploit under the UK's nose, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. UK, snuff it out.
Yeah, getting rid of some of that control, so some of that left field pick that maybe UK might get a bit uncomfortable on. Even in the DT pool, they've definitely preferred their mechanics and their tapping. It's their happy place. Followed up with the free mod 2 as well, which is even more control gone from the pool. The Aza map, good to see Aza dropping a custom in 2024, but we're not going to be seeing it for this matchup.
Yeah, wise ban here from UK once again. Philippines are one of those teams that anything that can kind of implement their own main roster strengths into something that can add to Nathan Ram and a couple other players like Ramu, for example, that could really benefit from the hidden being applied on the free mod is going to be really beneficial for Philippines. And I think UK have made, I think, what most people wouldn't be able to see through too well. But I think if you really in depth try to analyze these pools and really try to look into these teams with previous stats established and pocket picks that surprised people in the past, UK have done some pretty solid bans, I'd say. Leaving that Hard Rock open, which is solid for UK generally, especially benefiting Mahmoud and Akolibed, who I think this year in particular have shown a very strong proficiency for those Hard Rock skill sets that UK, I think, are happy to play with.
It's looking like a lot of that Hard Rock's going to stay open because it's going to be a double DT ban from Philippines, and there it is. The 300 BPM density speed pick, I suppose. Arrival of Tears is gone, so that telegraphs, I think, all you need to know. Philippines don't mind speed, but they don't want to go anywhere near it in this match, it looks like.
Well, at least not into the highest degree, right? These two DT maps the Philippines have banned are some of the most unforgiving, brutal tapping maps I've seen. Granted, Fallen Angel, it's very much a consistency, not too high ceiling, but still reasonably difficult aim map with a lot of bursts, a lot of raw stamina speed, especially with that guitar solo, especially with that, not guitar solo section, but that very iconic part of Fallen Angel with the stamina death stream sections that are really brutal on a map like this. And I think Philippines, although very much competent in mechanics, they fare a team like UK with players of the likes of a Akolibed, of Malteser, who I think are two in particular players that could destroy on tapping maps this high in the ceiling and this high in BPM.
I certainly think Philippines going into this, they are going to have to keep up that bravery with their picking. Plenty of gimmick to pick into, and I think it's a decent shout into the UK. They have very solid gimmick players and very solid hidden players, but it's not really where they've found most of their success. They've been a little bit shaky at times on those weirder skill sets, and Philippines have the players to make use of those. I'd love to see them pick into something, maybe, plenty of that hidden pool, maybe even that No Mod 5 if they're feeling frisky. But with this being a best of 11, they definitely have to make use of it at some point. And I feel like making that work is an important factor for their win condition here, I think.
I agree. I think what's been a little bit difficult with exactly how to pinpoint with UK is very much the fact that they have been very consistent on speed and DT and generally the hard rocks as well. But on the other skill sets that I think on paper we would expect to be one of the UK's biggest strengths, they've been, like you said, very shaky, very inconsistent, and I think Philippines are going to try their best to maybe make the most of that, especially with players like Ramu, like Nathan Ram, who particularly last week performed very, very well. And I think that's the goal with Philippines here. Not only do you want to go with what you're potentially comfortable in, but also try and exploit the inconsistencies that you've seen within the UK, ignoring the strength they have on paper. And Warcry, despite what we mentioned, seems to be one that I, despite being very happy to see, a little surprised to be picked so early.
Yeah, opening up with the No Mod 1, an increasingly rare thing. People don't like to pick No Mod 1, it's a bit spooky. This one in particular is an interesting aim map though. By Melon Boy, it's been described as a stamina map, and yes. I totally agree. Because this map is 3.5 minutes of non-stop high spacing aim. The strain graph on this is just a flat line. It's completely maxed out and it gets very tiring. And it also has occasional bursts and control bits in it, 1/3 bursts that with you trying to hold your, I guess, stamina up on the aim, then you have to deal with control, and it's so hard to just flub on those when you're under pressure. So this is an intense aim map with all caps on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't understate the stamina difficulty of this map, not only in the tapping, but also in that aim. It's consistently hitting you over 3 minutes and 21 seconds, and usually you would expect somewhere in a No Mod 1 at this length to give you a break, to give you a moment to chill and give you a moment of a break, but that does not happen. ever in this map, and I mean that, you know? There are only a few moments of a slight slowdown in difficulty, and it's in the details. You have to really pay attention to this map to notice the slowdowns, and, you know, unless you are a player who has practiced this and knows where they are, usually you just kind of look at this and think, how are these players going to be able to hold on? Single tapping is a near death sentence unless you are quite literally one of the strongest single tap players on the planet, you know? So few players will be able to single tap these. You're mostly looking at, you know, the full ult players to prefer this over most aim maps, really. But yeah, here we go into Warcry. Another thing to mention here, this is a custom map here by Melon Boy, including the background and storyboard. And once again, man, Melon Boy does not miss. Incredible map.
Dude, it's so good.
It's so good. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get our semi-finals weekend started. And what better map like Warcry to get this going? UK and Philippines semi-finals. Whoever loses this is out of the Ost World Cup. And whoever triumphs advances to the winner of Canada and China. It is time. Let's do this for UK. Mahmood, Raj, Skiatso, and Bubbleman to start this off. Very solid roster here, very capable, but Philippines as well. This is their opening pick, and the roster does not speak doubt in that. Zone Louise, Miltism, Foster, and Nathan Ram to fill out the slots here. This map is consistently difficult through and through all the time. You see so many spikes, but also that occasional hit to check you on the tapping and finger control also just emphasizes difficulty even more. Opening misses here, not looking too good for UK. Bubbleman, Skiatso, and Mahmood all missing respectively at different periods of the map towards the start. It's only Rojhol onto the full combos, but finally versus Blood is dropped here from Philippines. Zone Louise is to go down next.
Yeah, the combo is looking pretty good here for the Philippines, and the accuracy is up there too, so they have the noses in front early on. But with this being stamina, can they keep that energy level up? And Poster gets the break, so it is actually advantage here with the UK. Skiatso gets another break, hands it back over. As this map goes on though, see the cursor shake, see the aim shake. We'll see if some players start dropping their stamina as this goes on.
Yeah, later down the line, you're going to be seeing a lot of players struggle here. You're going to be seeing a lot of nerves tested, but Rudge is going to be a big miss there from UK, including another double miss there from Skiatso and Bubbleman. Mahmood now left on his own with 800 combo. Yes, very good, but not really much compared to what Philippines have. Miltism and Nathan Ram still have those full combos intact with brilliant accuracy to keep them in check, but Miltism does miss on the 1/3 bursts, and that in turn gives a decent combo even grounds here in favor of Philippines by just a small margin. But the more the supporting combos go down, the more it could swing slowly in favor of UK, but time is ticking. The chase is on here. Mahmood has to hold, and the rest of UK need to try and get something to support and to suppress Nathan Ram, because if there's anyone who really isn't likely to trip apart, it would be Nathan Ram, but he's missed, and Mahmood still has the combo going into the final third. He's got to keep going because the scoreline is still in the favor of Philippines. Skiatso misses, but Bubbleman has to support. 500 combos soon to be, as Mahmood needs to continue. He's got to fight and keep it going. Only a quarter of the map left to go, but some of these jumps are so brutal even so, but the stamina doesn't seem to phase Mahmood so far.
Players looking rock solid here on their aim. Mahmood dropping like a few slider ends here and there, but he's not missing, and that's the important part here for the UK. They take the lead. There's a bit of this map to go, and there's some combo on the side of Philippines. It's not over yet, but the UK are back in the driver's seat here now.
Mahmood just towards the end, there's so little left to go. Important thing to mention here is that towards the very end, it doesn't continue from aim. It gives you some really difficult finger control. If your stamina is at its absolute lowest, this map will destroy you here. But the support combos from Philippines, despite being so solid, are not really enough compared to the combo that Mahmood has. And as long as the stamina and ag doesn't go too far down towards this ending, which doesn't seem to be the case here for Mahmood, it's going to be the case. Mahmood with the reverse choke will seal the deal for the UK without a doubt. Incredible solo carry score here from Mahmood. What a great way to start. What a clutch from a player who's beforehand so unproven, so unrecognized, but recently has shown amazing consistency and proficiency on these aim mechanics. Mahmood gets the reverse choke.
Yeah, Mahmood is having a great tournament so far. What is OWC so far here for him? Nathan Ram got that slider break though, and on a map like this, that is hard to take. What a performance though again from Nathan Ram. He's going to be so critical here to the Philippines. And they looked so good there for the first half, but the UK coming out stronger in the second half off the back of that ridiculous play from Mahmood and recovery from Bubbleman as well. 1k combo through the second half, getting himself back on track and doing well.
Yeah, that's a very instrumental win there for UK as well, although this is one of the strengths that I thought would be quite close to from both sides here. You know, there was a lot of potential for either team to really take that. You saw a lot of collective consistency more on the side of Philippines. It was that individual clutch from Mahmood that really got them that win. Had Nathan Ram not made that one tiny slip up, this would have been a completely different story, and Philippines would have been a point up.
We're not going too far from where we've just been though, Sheba, because the first pick from the UK is more aim, more or less. Free mod 1. To make the end of battle, it's the Jonathan LFJ Falcom Sound Team Classic. There's always got to be one every year. It's just tradition at this point. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, too good not to be left out every World Cup nowadays, right? JLFJ and Falcom Sound Team are kind of a match made in heaven, and this one is no exception. This one having a little bit of density applied to it as well. It is AR 9.4, but some of this aim is quite fast-paced, and in turn does lead to a bit of density reading difficulty in here, but not really too much of an intensity here. It's not mostly what you're going to be looking out for. There are going to be generally the raw aim sections that are going to be the most difficult, which does make you question what are the mods going to be here from both sides. I feel like some are quite obvious, most likely going to see Schiazzo on the hidden, but who on the UK is going to be on the hard rock? All three of these members in a Kolibad, Raj and Mahmood could easily run this and perform very well. Philippines is a similar deal. You could see quite a couple players run the hid, and most likely Nathan Ram or Imposter, but Zone Louise and Milkteism could alternate between the hard rocks. It really does depend. This map is quite versatile with the options you could put down for the mods.
Yeah, Philippines have a lot of insurance on free mod picks in terms of their mod players. They can mix and match. They're going to play it with Zone on the hard rock, Milkteism on that hidden. I think Zone on the hard rock does make sense. Zone, a very strong hard rock player, giving Nathan Ram and Imposter the no mod, I guess, comfort, quote unquote.
Yeah. I mean, Nathan Ram, I think there are a lot of alternating strategies. I think that's been one thing that's been so good about the recent years of the highest levels in tournaments is that strategies have started to become a little bit more complex. And granted, although there's only so much you can do in a game like OS, you know, sometimes it's still nice to see some differing strategies to what we used to see back in like 2021, 2022. And now you're a lot more looking at your super consistent carry plays to stick onto that no one. And Nathan Ram is going to keep that intact here from Philippines. There's Zone Louise and Milkteism on their respective mods, no slashes at all. With the mods from the UK here, Schiazzo on his classic signature hidden with Mahmood coming in to fill the hard rock slot here. With some opening misses already established here, with Milkteism missing at the very start of the map and Raj having a miss just recently, so small advantage in favor of Philippines in the first quarter of the map.
The early misses. Again here from the UK, they got early misses last time too. Meaning they're going to have to come back from behind again. It's another fairly lengthy map, so plenty of time for that to happen. And with that like guitar solo in the middle where it goes into those streams, that could be a big game changer.
Some of these back and forth linear sections are so brutal and so unforgiving, especially on your mods here. Not only is the reading, but the snap can be so complex, but still, it remains into the hands. But here we go into the guitar solo section, another one of these really brutal sections, and a lot of misses here from the UK. Akolibad, Raj and Mahmood all missing. Schiazzo left on his lonesome, hitting the 1/3 but missing on the very end. It's a full wipe. Philippines still have the lead with Nathan Ram still holding the line, but the stamina is still present. The streams are still there. Is that going to be enough for Nathan Ram to keep the combo going? There's not a lot of combo for UK to really back up. You are merely relying on Nathan Ram to gain and gain in favor of Philippines. Even so, 200,000 score is a great gap here for Philippines, even if Nathan Ram misses, but it's not the case. What a pop-off from Nathan Ram.
Yeah, no problems at all. Still holding 99% as well. Milkteism holding quite a bit of combo through that on the hidden as well is going to pay dividends with his accuracy. Philippines looking real good going into the next aim section. The second half of this. Philippines here on course for a big break point. It's looking like.
Yeah, it does seem the case. Another instance where, you know, although this is a great pick for UK on paper, they are seeming shaky. The theme seems to stand, at least for now here. Not many members of the team are able to gauge some big combos. You know, last on Warcry, we saw one player really stand out and the rest kind of struggle and slip away a little bit. And it seems there's going to be a recurring theme for the whole team this time, with Rudge being the last man standing as the rest of them potentially not really able to gain a big combo. Whereas Philippines on the other side, Milkteism and Nathan Ram hold the line, even through the hardest parts of the map. Is that going to be a full combo from Nathan Ram, or is that a reverse choke? Regardless, this score is absolutely crazy, and he's hitting these linear sections as well. This performance from Nathan Ram has been exceptional. A slider break at the very start of the match from Warcry, and now performing to very high levels here. And once again, it seems like Nathan Ram is gonna full combo this map. Absolutely incredible stuff. Milteism as well. What a great score from him, able to back him up. Clearly, Philippines didn't need it. That 800,000 score gap is crazy.
What a score from Nathan Ram, and what a score from Milkteism on that hidden. FCing all of that ending, a bunch of that middle section as well. What a brilliant performance here from the Philippines. And that is actually the first point Philippines has taken off of UK in 3 matchups. They faced 2 times before. That is their first point against them, so they are on the board.
Yeah, Philippines with a great breakpoint against the UK. Like we said, right, Doomsday, if there are any maps that we can really believe Philippines to be convincing on, it's going to be on something that can either A, exploit the inconsistencies, on B, something that they are as comfortable as can be and can make the most of Nathan Ram's versatility. And that's exactly what they've done so far, right? Great start from Philippines on pick that, UK picked, and again, a map that I would have expected UK to do very well on. But regardless, man, Philippines proved that they're no slouch on their own strengths, on the UK strengths especially, and they're going to even out the grounds 1-1. The question is now, where are UK going to go next?
Well, our DT2, White Happy, would be tempting at some point. That's got quite a decent control edge, but it's definitely got a speed string. But they might save that for later. I feel like that map is going to be a tight battleground, really. Philippines don't mind their tapping too much, even though they double bandit. They should have a chance on that. I won't be surprised to see UK pick into more mechanics, but the last 2 we've seen, it's 1-1. It looks pretty good on that that raw aim. Hard up 1 might not be a bad shout. But obviously, Philippines with the next pick, and they're going hidden 3. What a banger this is, by the way.
Oh boy. Il Jazz with a little bit of jazz.
Oh yeah.
This map is kind of brutal, wouldn't you say, Doomsday? I mean, rhythmic flow control is kind of all over the place and quite long with a lot of different BPMs on there as well. It's a brutal control map with a lot of rhythms and kind of a practice diff as well. You kind of have to know what's coming at you in order to really be precise in this one.
Yeah, this map is crazy. Absolutely nutty. Raw flow aim with huge XLD cells, tough rhythm, tough snapping. The time signatures in this kind of go all over the place. And there's some big BPM changes as well that come in really suddenly and then speed up suddenly again. So managing that on that hidden with all of the aim control you have to do is scary, man. So all about that raw control. But at 200 BPM, it's not super slow either. So you got to deal with it at a pretty decent tempo.
Yeah, it hits you at multiple angles, this Hidden 3 map. You go into some very intensive flow aim. You also go into some really difficult control, be it rhythmically or mechanically. It's pretty much all over the place, really. You have a few ramp-up sections as well that are just so difficult. You suddenly go into these chill double control sections, and then you just go into these rapid streams and flow aim. It can really trip you up, and all of that, plus the hidden being applied as well, it adds a pretty big reading check, especially with the rhythms in here this as well. Another important thing to note is that there is a rhythm change about 2/3 of the way through the map. It generally, from what I remember, stays decently consistent for the first 2/3, but later down the line into that final third, it does slow down a little bit and it changes the difficulty of it. But yeah, regardless, this map, despite being really cool and very, very nice to see, it is a difficult one. And although on paper you'd think UK have great odds on this, this is one of the things that make them look very shaky and very inconsistent. I think Philippines know that with Ramu and Nathan Ram coming in, Milkteism on such a great hitter performance. They want to snowball that, and this one will be the case as well.
Listia been drafted in here for the UK. One of their core reading players. Dropping, I think, one of the streams at the start, but plenty of time to adjust to the style. Everyone else doing it okay, though, but this map does not give you any time. on like a slow intro, it immediately gets stuck into it. There's a few breaks on the side of Philippines already.
Quite decent spread now, as Philippines do have their 2 misses of their own. UK do trade it, so it's still quite close. Listy and Schiazzo are probably 2 of the more proficient hidden players, the ones with a much higher reputation to perform on stuff like this. And the rest of Philippines have completely collapsed as well. Milkteism, Ramu, Nathan Ram, and Impulsor all missing respective times in that small instance. And in turn, UK are going to establish a bit of a combo advantage. However, Listia does slow down that push just a bit with that miss of her own. But Schiazzo holds the line still. I think if there's anyone that you don't really doubt on a map like this, it is Schiazzo. But how long can he hold on to this combo? There's still three quarters of the map left to go. We're only quarter of the way through, and Schiazzo does miss, and that's going to close things out quite a bit. Bubbleman and Rudge don't really have recoveries that are too significant here, and Philippines are able to just about under, very close to evening out the combo game. So this is still very tenuous.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight on Bubbleman's combo right now. Of course, on a control map, you wouldn't want to doubt Bubbleman. But it kind of is resting on him with Rudge breaking. It does hand the advantage over to the Philippines. It's going to go over to them slightly. The players starting to settle into the rhythm of this map pretty well now. It's up to the Philippines to try and keep that going.
Oh,
Milk Tea is for Milk Tea.
That miss is brutal. It is traded by Listia, thankfully, and that's one of the bigger combos here from UK that's going to go down and still solidify that advantage for Philippines. The 3 other members in Ramu and Poster and Nathan Ram do have some very high combos. The rest of UK, though, are falling apart. It's just Bubbleman left on his own, and despite Imposter missing, Ramu and Nathan Ram are able to contest Bubbleman's insane high combo, and that in turn is going to lead to the flip here for the Philippines as we get into the final third of the map.
A BPM change is coming. We'll see if it catches anyone.
Oh, small lag drop there from Ramu on the slider. It's a little bit of a cooldown coming into this. But here we are. Smaller than change. A lot of these protects mostly in 1/3, I'd like to think. And although not as intense, it's still very awkward and quite jarring if you're not practiced on it. The coverage from UK are starting to gain. But as the 1/3 and difficulty is starting to ramp up a little bit, you need to look at these combos. Bubbleman still is holding. Ramu does miss. So does Imposter. Is there enough time for this to flip? Nathan Ram misses as well. But Bubbleman trade. Is the combo from Listia enough? Milteism's contesting her. It's only 26,000 score, and the break is shown. The accuracy is hugely in favor of Milteism as well. He's got to keep this going. He's got to hold. Philippines' lead, despite a life so thin on the tread. Though so thin on the line, it's on a knife's edge. Can Listia hold long enough? No, she can't. And that in turn is going to give Philippines a lead that I don't think UK are able to build back. A full reset here for the UK as Milkteism pushes past the line and gives Philippines the win that they need to take the lead 2-1. Oh, he ends that as well. What a way to end it as well. God. Great job from Milkteism.
So far, so good here for Milkteism. A great game so far for them. A 2 miss, and that was so important. Philippines take the lead. They consolidate the break point. And we were saying, you know, how are Philippines going to do on the skill cap against a high skill cap team? Well, at the moment, they're looking just fine, Sheba.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Milkteism, I think, a player that was overshadowed quite a bit last year, considering the other 2 members of Philippines that they had beforehand, and Hyuk and Enri being the stars of the show, right? With Nathan Ram kind of being that third musketeer in 2023. You know, this year, Philippines have forced their last guard, their older guard, to really step up to the plate, especially with the competition that they face. It's been a tough road here for Philippines, but they haven't disappointed, and the individuals have really stepped up. And Milkteism is one of the bigger names in that pocket, right? One of the bigger players that have really showed up here for this team. And so far, he's done a great job against a team as daunting and scary as the UK. He's done a great job so far alongside the rest of his team, with Nathan Ram and Ramu having his back.
Bubbleman top scoring for the UK on a control map. That's get deja vu off that one, Sheba. I think I've seen that a few times before. Top score for Bubbleman on that one. Very solid play, but the team difference is the difference, but not by much. It was so close. They've got to pick well now. And I imagine they might be sticking at some more mechanics. I mean, that was a very, very controlling map, and it was contestable. Oh, they are going to go into more control. No mod 3. They're going into one of the originals.
Okay. Finally, good to see an OS original here. OS original here by Nagia. Valdez mapped by Jasper. This is quite a unique take on the No Mod 3. It's a swing rhythmic finger control, similar deal to the Hidden 3 that we saw earlier. However, it's very different on other aspects. CS6, AR 9.6. This is a fast, intense, and precise control map that can be really brutal on your accuracy, let alone the aim. CS6 is really messed up considering the velocity of some of these patterns.
Yeah, the high precision plus the swing rhythm, the snappy 1-4 control you have to do, and the accuracy side of this. It's a tough concoction. It's a mean brew. Some of the UK guys definitely quite like this map when they first saw it in the showcase. I know that much. We'll see how they do in practice. It's a pretty early time to pick this, and after losing the control pick, going to have a go at a no mod control pick. They did really well on the no mod 3 earlier on in the tournament. They have a strong no mod ult roster, so I can kind of see why they would pick this on the basis of something like that. But this map is, I don't know, I feel like this is one of those maps that it's not so easy to be consistent on. It's an odd style, an uncommon style with this CS combined with the mapping style, right?
Yeah, I'd be pretty inclined to agree with that. I can't lie. I feel like with the CS6 being there, precision is kind of inherently known to be quite volatile, quite difficult to be consistently able to predict the outcome, right? That's quite typical of precision generally. And I think with the difference that being in the map compared to the Hidden 3, shows that UK are not really afraid of the control from Philippines, more afraid of that hidden difficulty, because clearly they're not scared of still continuing that control. But this application of that CS6 plus the AR 9.6 plus the intensity definitely shows that UK kind of like the mechanicsy aspects of that control, right? Although there was a bit of mechanics in that Hidden 3, it was mostly the rhythmic and the hidden difficulty that clearly seemed to be that pain point here for UK. And they have shown some crazy work on Hard Rock, particularly throughout this tournament. And yes, this might not be Hard Rock, but it's very damn close to it. AR 9.6 and CS6, like already mentioned. This is the next closest thing to a Hard Rock control map that UK could really like playing, and their roster definitely shows dividends as well. Haunt, Schianzo, Mahmood, and Bubbleman coming in here. For Philippines, Ikarusi is going to be filling in the final 4th slot, with the other 3 in Imposto, Maltese, and Nathan Ram sticking around.
Yeah, Ikarusi, first map for them in this matchup, coming in for some of that control side, which he tends to play a lot. So far, he's played a lot of this in the OWC Philippines this year. A couple of early misses, but Nathan Ram leading the early charge once again here for the Philippines.
Yeah, and that being said, though, these early misses here from Philippines are going to give that flip in favor of the UK, with both Bubbleman and Schianzo holding on to the leading combos. I believe that's a reverse choke there from Bubbleman. Schianzo still has the combo alive. Haunt and Mahmood both missing at a similar point earlier on in this intro. We're only about a third of the way through, getting past halfway almost. With the small cooldown, but it's going to be starting to ramp up. Schianzo, that's a really rough miss there. One of the cooldown sections, although the 1/3s are punishing, you need to try and keep your composure because this ramp up is not forgiving. And that miss could be really tough as Philippines are starting to chase.
Oh, but Nathan Ram gets the break though. The FC's down for the Philippines. It's back with the UK.
Miltiism missing as well. 2 ginormous misses there from Philippines. And that's going to recover completely back on the side of UK. Ikarusi goes down, Imposter goes down. Everyone for the Philippines not able to keep that combo alive for too long here. As despite Haunt missing, Bubbleman still holds. And Mahmood as well with a great recovery. Close to once again holding to a reverse choke. These doubles getting so difficult, so unforgiving. Look at these bursts. Look at the BPM changes. Look at the doubles here. Look at the aim. It may trip up Mahmood and Haunt, but Bubbleman still holds. And as we get towards the ending of the map, it doesn't really seem like Philippines has any room to fight, with Bubbleman leading the charge. Who else, right, Doomsday?
Who else? I mean, once you get to late stage control, it's Bubbleman's territory. He gets the break, but 750k is such a good score for this man. That's an incredible score for this.
Well done from Bubbleman indeed. a great score on an incredible custom and incredible OS original here from Nike once again. And yeah, Volman putting up a show on one of the OS originals. That's always a nice thing to see. And what a score it was. A 1-miss reverse choke there. Nicely. Oh no, it wasn't even that. It was a choke. He missed on one of the late stage 1/3 space sections. Yeah, that's a brutal miss, but regardless, a great score. And the collective scores here from UK as well seem to have outshined Philippines by a decent margin as well. You can see the general scores for Philippines not really able to keep up with the rest.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for the Philippines that time. Just UK looking more comfortable to each player. Nathan Ram with the slider break, of course, 97%, the highest AC in the lobby. 97% is very respectable for this in terms of the accuracy. It's another great score here from Nathan Ram, but it's been a chaotic start, but so far, so even. It's in, I guess, 2 mechanics maps, 2 control maps, and we are square.
Back to 2-2. Back to even grounds. We've seen a few sporadic picks here and there, Doomsday. Not necessarily exactly what we predicted, but nonetheless, still equal. Now it's up for the UK to try and... it's up to the Philippines, sorry, to try and bring back the lead for them into the next pick. Question is now, is that do they try and hinge on the reading against UK? Or do they maybe try and hinge on more of that normal no more control? I think this normal 3 being won so decisively by the UK maybe makes Philippines hesitate a little bit on some of their picks. I'm very curious for what it's going to be. You can maybe see normal 4. You could maybe see normal 2, potentially. What could it be? It's going to be 3 more 3.
3 more 3. It's Kimuri. You love a bit of Niwashi here. You love a bit of down mapping. One of my favourite mappers when it comes to control stuff. Makes really cool flow aim maps, and that's exactly what this is. Crazy flow aim, accel, decel streams, rhythms, lots of micro movements needed, and it's rather short. It's 2 minutes of intensity. Philippines do like their free mod. Not too surprised to see them get stuck into some of it here.
Yeah, there are a lot of cut difficulty in this map in particular. Loads of cuts, control, loads of terrifying flow aim. Down is a great mapper first and foremost, and also very well known for, despite having such great tech proficiency, is mostly well known for his difficulty being in those cut and flow aim difficulty, right? So sporadic, so scary, so dangerous, especially with mods applied here. I think this one, despite being quite comfortable in terms of its statistics, its length shows a very different story. And might be a tell for how difficult this map could be for our teams. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for a Doomsday. Once again, I think if you wanted to try and match that difficulty in any way compared to the Hidden 3, this would be your next choice.
Yeah, it's a good analog to it. It's a good analog to it. The no-mod side, I think, will benefit the UK a bit better. Certainly, they looked a bit better on the no-mod side than the Hidden side. But the Hidden players did bits. This year did a really good run on that Hidden 3. Schiazzo has been doing pretty well on the Hidden. I'll be surprised to not see Schiazzo into this. This year's there. Will Skia be joining her? Into his yet?
Yeah, with this map being so short, you would expect quite a lot of consistent difficulty through and through, and it doesn't actually feel like that with this map. Usually Doomsday, right? It has a few ramp-up sections, it has a few slowdown sections, but when it hits you, it hits hard. You know, it's a 1,000-ton punch just coming at you. A little bit past the intro section is where difficulty starts to increase, and then a little bit past the halfway mark, it ramps up a ton. And then towards the ending, where it just absolutely destroys you. And we're seeing a hidden hard rock here from Schiazzo as well. Okay, I like to see that. That is a very enticing tell. You know, Schiazzo is one of those newcomers that, you know, being so young and being so, I'd say probably versatile and explosive. When he's confident, when he's on the board, he could be one of the most influential players on this UK team. And this hidden hard rock shows confidence, but can he keep that up with this map? Some of these cuts are so messed up. With Licio on the hidden, Teasm on the hard rock, and Romo on the hidden for Philippines. What's it going to be? These back and forth, so unforgiving. We're already getting into it. so difficult, man. Look at these tracking here. So many players going down. There doesn't seem to be any significant combos outside of the two mainstay super carries on both sides, in both Bubbleman and Nathan Ram, keeping their no mod combos intact, with an SS still holding for Nathan Ram to make this a little bit more scary here for UK. Recovery does lean in favor of them, though.
The accuracy difference on that FC will be doing quite a bit of work if it stays close. Back into it now. It's so short. We're halfway through already. It's with the UK. A trade on both sides. The FC staying up is so important for both teams on that no mod. Bubbleman gets the break.
Bubbleman, that's a ginormous miss. Philippines now able to build quite significantly with that combo from Nathan Ram. It's such a short map. Any of these giant combos can matter an absolute ton. But look at the recoveries here from UK. Lissio's gonna go down, and so does Schiazzo. Recovery advantage now shut down entirely here for UK. A Colibed left on his own with 500 combo, contested by Ramu. Miltiza may drop, but Nathan Ram still is fighting here. 99.91 AC is absurd for a map this difficult here. And as we start to encroach that ending, as we start to encroach the peak of its difficulty, it's up to the stars here for Nathan Ram to really edge himself in history. This map is so hard, but still it seems to be nothing for Nathan Ram until the very end. But that doesn't mean jack. Philippines still take the win.
That's an insane score from Nathan Ram. He left early. Was that an FC? That was an FC. Oh no, he broke at the end.
It was a choke at the very end, yeah.
That
doesn't matter though. That's crazy. That's a crazy score.
It is. I was too busy looking at the scoreboard to check his AC compared to everyone else, because that was ridiculous AC.
Dude, listen to me here, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me here. The next highest accuracy is from a Colibed at 97.07 AC, followed by Lissio at 96. The rest are 94 and under.
Yeah.
And then you look at Nathan Ram, and you see 99.10, 2 misses, 6 100s, and 2 50s, most of them being on the very end. Okay, so, Nathan Ram, what's your deal? How do you do so well? That's an insane score, really.
He's had his Weetabix this morning, Nathan Ram. He's top scored every map for his team so far. Long may that continue if you're following the Philippines, because right now they are going toe-to-toe with the UK on this pool. They've done well on control, they've done well on mechanics, and more mechanics is where we're going to go, but it's that speed that Philippines double banned already.
Here we go, another map here from Gazimal, quite happy. It's, despite being very speedy, I feel like the difficulty is more emphasized in its control. It's still very bursty though, and still decently stamina heavy. With the AR being dropped down a bit to 8.8, it's not going to be as strenuous on the high AR reading, but it really doesn't change how difficult this map really can be, especially on that speedy burst sections, especially on the control. You know, mechanics finger control and rhythmic finger control are two very different types of skill sets, and two very different kinds of players can perform so well on this, and I'd say United Kingdom love this type of stuff.
Yeah, get him on tapping and that's it. They're off to the races. The control side of this requires competence on the tapping as well, though. Philippines have quite liked their speed too, so they're not going to be too worried about this. But their opponents have been pretty consistent on this sort of thing so far. I guess the way this match has been gone, we've seen lots of mechanics, we've seen lots of control. This is mechanics and control combined. See how that affects both teams.
Yeah, this finger control is pretty harsh. Doomsday, it's pretty harsh. Question really is now on whether or not Philippines are able to match up to the occasion, right? This is one of the less, I'd say less or so high BPM level maps, but it doesn't really change the fact that it's still brutal. 240 BPM. That's pretty quick, man. And although Philippines are, I'd say, relatively competent, are they going to be consistent enough to keep up with what UK are going to be able to show on this one? Malteser, Akolibad, and Bubbleman coming in. I mean, with Rudge as well, all four of these players have crazy efficiency on something like this, you know? Rudge, despite not being a stamina player in particular, I feel like a lot of people mistake him for being that speed player. He is a great speed finger control player. And he's going to be one of the players I'd probably look out for here for UK to do great work on this. Bubbleman, Maltese, and Akolibad also joining in. This is a scary roster here from the UK.
it is. On the Philippines, though, they're bringing in their speed demons too. Xylos in, who is one of their mainstay speed players, getting drafted in here for the first speed map we've really seen. Zone Louise back in as well. Key player on those mechanics. We've already seen him do really well early on this tournament, or earlier on this match even.
Yeah, it's another instance where we're gonna have to see some of these individuals from Philippines to really pop off. Are we gonna see Nathan Ram go on that crazy pop off again? We'll have to wait and see. So far, it's not looking too good for them with Zone Louise and Xylos having his early misses. Xylos making his first appearance in this match, important to note. Still Milk Tears and Nathan Ram to hold. A little bit of a slowdown here, but it already hits you straight back into it with that speed. And all 4 members of UK into this first Ki still looking solid. A little bit more of this slider aim adding into this over the tapping difficulty. But it's still present. You see some of these doubles that can really trip you up if you're not prepared for them, if you're slightly uninspected, especially with those sliders on top. That can be really messed up, but it doesn't seem like UK are going to be phased one bit, as all 4 of them full combo this first Ki.
Yeah, looking rock solid. They do get the break though. Rudge is the first break of the UK, but 3 FCs still. There's 2 FCs on the side of Philippines though. They're not a million miles away. Zone Louise does break his recovery though. But they have good combos on 2 of their highest performing players. Bubbleman gets the break, but it's traded by Milk Tea.
Oh, it is traded by Bubbleman. And you know, if there's anyone you don't really want to doubt on anything, it is Nathan Ram. But these 2 combos from Macaulay and Malteser are of really high levels here. Malteser is owning this map, a player who loves this type of skill. And he is excelling on this so far with 99.2 actually leading the lobby by a landslide here. Not only in combo, but also in AC. And as the speed starts to ramp up just a little bit here, it is still hit here by both members of the UK with the full combos. Nathan Ram forced to fight on his own, begging for someone of those high combos to slip up. Bubbleman may go down, but that's not really the one you're looking for on this low slider. As we get into the final quarter of the map here, difficulty is starting to ramp up just a bit, but it really doesn't seem like UK are willing to let this go one bit here. Malteser and Akolibet still are owning this map, and Nathan Ram trying so hard here, pushing so many stops. Like, say, what is this man made of? It really feels like he can do anything right now. And he's really pulling the stops. Unfortunately, this time, the rest of his team, despite having admirable recoveries, really not able to keep up with the speed maestros here of the UK, explaining why they got rid of those DT bans at the start. UK will once again even this out. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a great match. This is 3-3, toe-to-toe. It really could go anyway.
Yeah, the one speed map left open, UK making full advantage of it. Yeah, those bans, 200 IQ bans, if I say so myself. That was a very good choice from the Philippines, because the UK shredded that map. They weren't a million miles away, though, Philippines, with 2 very good S ranks. 600k, 500k on Zone Louise and Xylos is solid. But UK are going to be too strong on these at this stage, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. These are really admirable attempts here from Philippines, really. I mean, it goes to show they're not a slouch on these mechanics. Even if they're against the UK, they are able to test them if they wish. And with Nathan Ram getting that FC, I mean, that's a crazy score even on its own. What more can you really ask from a player like Nathan Ram? Sure, he might struggle on the yak, but, you know, the guy isn't really stable as a speed player, so the fact that he can do this regardless is kind of insane, you know? That does give a bit of a fear point here for UK, right? Nathan Ram has had an incredible series so far. Do you worry about that later down the line when the pressure starts to really hit you? Because you Philippines are not backing down at all. And UK seemed quite convincingly the favourites of this match, I'd say.
I certainly say it coming into it, but the way this matchup's gone so far, it doesn't look like there's too much between them. There's still some skill sets you haven't seen much of yet. Nomad 2 might still be good for the UK, but Nomad 4, Void Crossing, I think is a great pick for the Philippines. Great pick for them, because Nathan Ram is on top form, and this is exactly where you want it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Philippines, they've clearly shown how much they love this techie control, and they're going to be continuing to rock into it with Void Crossing. This is, I'd like to probably argue, one of, if not the hardest map in the pool outside of Tiebreaker. It is a brutal custom map here by Asilica, and it doesn't let you really hold back. It is a myriad of different difficult tech control skill sets. Finger control, aim control, slider tech control, overlapping aim control as well. You have some space patterns that go back and forth into one another. It's a very unforgiving map, and one of the hardest in the pool, I'd say.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's full of triples where you have like a double and then a sudden 1/4 jump on the third note, all over the shop, in between those high SVs, those tech patterns. That no mod 4 weirdness, you know. It's turned up to 11 in this map, and especially in the first half, it's full of that aim control. Second half gets more into raw slider aim, but certainly that first half goes crazy on the aim control. And there's a one pattern as well near the end, square. You know the one. It's a horrible square. You'll know it when you see it, because I bet you half the lobby's gonna break on it.
Yeah, and you know, it continues afterwards as well. Not only do you have that square, but then straight afterwards you have those very sharp space flow sections that are also just so messed up. It's a disgusting circle tech overlap back and forth pattern that just hits you with such voracity. This is an aggressive tech map. And it really does pull all of the stops of what a difficult map could be. This is a great map here from Basilica. And, you know, it's translated in its flexibility and its difficulty. But regardless of that, I think both teams have a lot of potential. UK more emphasized on the potential. Unfortunately, they haven't really seemed to be as proficient on tech that we'd hope. And Philippines have exploited that really well. But this roster on paper for UK is still really daunting. Horns and Schiazzo, that dynamic duo, played in not only the Earth World Cup together a lot on these tech maps, but also in a lot of really high-level open rank tournaments. Lycia and Bubbleman joining the crew as well, two other players that love this type of skill. Is this going to finally be a breakaway point here for UK, or are Philippines going to once again roll the stops that they need? Scene is going to be making an opening appearance for the Philippines as well, a great tech control player that can really specialize in a strength like this, with Nathan Ram and Poster and Ikarusi joining afterwards. What are we going to see from this? Already a lot of early misses here from both sides. We've seen missing and Poster missing, Nathan Ram missing, Haunt missing, but still 3-2 in favor of the UK.
This team drops an FC, it's 2-2. Ikarusi and Poster with the FCs. Ikarusi gets the break, it's only Imposter left. Nathan Ram recovering, but UK looking pretty good on these opening control patterns. And wow, we've got 2 FCs coming out of those that first half for the UK.
Schiazzo and Bubbleman still holding the line. Nathan Ram, despite having that reverse choke, needs to try and do something. But we're starting to get close into those really difficult circle tech patterns. And it's tripped up Schiazzo early on. We haven't gone to that difficult section just yet. In fact, we've still got some more slider aim to go through, and that's a big combo down. However, you do still have 220,000 score to bridge the gap here for Philippines. You don't really have a lot to speak of here. And with that miss from Nathan Ram coming through, it seems like there's not really anything Philippines can now do to bridge it, as Bubbleman continues to fight. Schiazzo may have a recovery, he does miss, but it's still Bubbleman to hold on. Now I'm curious on whether or not he's going to be able to hit this crazy section after this, because it just gets harder and harder from here.
Yeah.
These sliders so versatile, so difficult. But still, you got more.
Square, it's coming up.
Here we go. Square is there. Bubbleman,
No!
he is reminiscent on it.
Everyone broke on it.
Everyone missed? Oh, well, there you go then. I mean,
Everyone broke on it.
that pattern is so disgustingly difficult. I mean, you really have to have practiced that so many times to know exactly where to go. And even if you're one of the best players of all time, you can't always hit something as difficult as that. But it doesn't really speak anything much about the result. It's the UK to break point over the Philippines in quite convincing fashion as well, despite this map being so hard. You look at a few of these sad underperformances here from Philippines, 3 of them not really able to scrape over the rest of the UK scores, with Bubbleman being a big outlier here. For the first time, Nathan Ram has not been the star of the show. It's again Bubbleman, like the normal 3, dominating the lobby.
That's another big score as well. 600k on that is very solid, if not great, actually. Depends on how this weekend goes with the tech players we have, but I reckon 600k is a high roll for this. It's another great score here from the captain. And they've got the lead back. It's the first time they've had the lead in a while, the UK. Really, I have to dig deep for this one. The Philippines are pushing them. It is UK's pick next, though.
Philippines are putting up a really good fight here. The UK have made a breakaway and have opened a window to potentially establish a stronger lead. Question is, what is it going to be? If I was to make a guess here, I'm starting to really lean towards one of these Hard Rock options here. We haven't seen them locked in at all. And although Philippines have a good proficiency on Hard Rock, UK have shown generally that they are the more superior team on that specific strength. So is that going to be picked in? Or will UK go into something else? Thinking of you as a what BPM is thinking of you again? Remind me, 227. Yeah, 227 BPM stamina map. It could be one of those ones. It could also be the normal 2. My heart will go on, but we did say that this was an option for Philippines to pick into. But it will be Hard Rock 3. This is your I was about to say that it's your gore shit difficulty. It's your gore shit stamina. Lots of streams, lots of stamina draining here. And I feel like, again, this is a great ballpark here for UK, but Philippines do have a bit of options in this one. A little bit of leeway. But considering how well UK did on the DT2, I feel like they're going to be a bit more confident in this one.
Yeah, more shred. More shred. If you have a team that's comfortable on 227, which UK certainly do, this is essentially like a no mod 2. It's a flow aim map for the most part. With mostly like streams that they're like straight lines, but they have sharp angle changes. That's the sort of aim we're looking at here. Some of them get pretty spaced as well. I think Philippines, again, they have a solid speed roster that can play this with relative comfort, and it might come down more to flow aim. They did well on the DT2 against the UK, but no doubt, the UK loved their tap-in and they looked pretty good earlier.
Yeah, I feel like this map is probably one of the most conventional in the pool. It is difficult and the angles are sharp, but it's not really awkward, I'd say. It's got a lot of sharp twists and turns on some of its streams, especially towards the peaks of its difficulty, where it really hits you hard, you know, sharp to the degree where, you know, you would expect it kind of rivaling the sharpness of something like Shusa, right? Something along those lines. It can be really brutal sometimes in some of the peaks of the streams here. But it's not really awkward, it's not really too uncomfortable, it's not really too unconventional. I feel like UK kind of dream of a map like this sometimes, you know? Malteser and Akolibed being the 2 signature players to come in. I think Malteser and Akolibed will love this map especially. It's kind of like the perfect blend of that flow aim and tapping stamina hybrid. But this is still at a BPM where Philippines can compete, like we mentioned before. Zone-Louise, Malteser, and Manate the Ram, all very capable of Xylos filling in the slot as well. Solid, reliable fill player on a lot of these maps. This is their UK's chance to make a breakaway. But is it going to happen?
We'll soon see. It's the same roster that played White Happy, that last double time pick for the UK. I think it might be the same roster that played it as well for the Philippines. The rosters write themselves, it looks like. Can Philippines steal this one? They definitely have the opportunity to. They have the strength to.
This is a big opportunity here for the UK. Considering how hard Philippines have been battling throughout this entire match. You don't get moments like these too briefly if you're the UK. So they really want to capitalize. Rudge and Bubbleman coming in to join Malteser and Akolibed. And this is a pretty consistently difficult, I'd say. You know, it only really ramps up in its difficulty with its flow aim. The stamina doesn't ramp up too much. The BPM doesn't ramp up too much. It's really the spacing of the streams that really hit you here. And we're getting straight into it. Roger and Bubbleman do have the opening misses here for UK, but it is traded by 2 other members of the Philippines. It is a 2 versus 2 battle here. Zonal Weeds is a player to massively look out for something like this. He thrives on these types of flow aim stamina maps. Is this going to be a moment where he can really pop off and become the star for his team? Because this time it's going to matter more than anything. Malteser and Akolibed still hold though, and make this very tenuous. Nathan Ram's accuracy as well is going to be a pain point here for UK. Nathan. Everybody is struggling a little bit, but not enough to break combos. Only quite a few ag drops, but that's it. Malteser, Akolibed, Zoe Louise, and Nathan Ram all have their combos intact still, with Rudge and Bubbleman still keeping the recoveries, joining them as well with Malteser and Xylos. Everyone is battling tirelessly to try and get the lead for this one.
And Nathan is holding on for dear life with this FC. Akolibed gets the break, but so does Nathan.
That's a much better trade though in favor of the UK, right? The much lower accuracy is going to really hit them. Double misses from both of the recoveries from both sides. It's just Malteser and Zone Ruiz battling this out, and it's still 20k. It's just these 2 players you need to look at here. These are the ones you need to focus on. It is a duel, a 1v1. Not many times do you see something like this so intense here in this OS World Cup. But it's still Malteser and Zone Luis to fight. Akolibed goes down, so Nathan Ram's recovery's in the lead. Malteser as well, going to be able to contest Bubbleman. But Raj has the lead in there, but down goes Malteser, and so Luis still is holding, but he gets the trade before the flip is in. Raj may miss as well, but there's not a lot of recovery left for Philippines. It's so close though. Is there enough time? It's slowly gaining here for Philippines. Nathan Ram has a good combo. All three of recoveries also decently high, able to contest the other members. Colin and Bomberman are the only two to stand. It's slowly closing, but is there enough time? It's so close! Spin to win could be a potential option here. UK need to spin to keep their lead going. It's closing for the Philippines. The spin to win is a possibility. Can it happen? No, it won't. The UK still win on their main pick and keep the lead 2 points ahead.
Man, Philippines, we're about to pull the heist of the century on that one. You have no idea. Zone Louise with the top score in the lobby. What a score, man. 98.6. But Malteser did just enough to hold him off. It's match point for the UK.
You know, you don't get to see maps as close as that very often, Doomsday, not gonna lie. You know, had Zone Louise traded just a little bit later, this would be a different story. We'd see 4-4. But UK have managed to just claw away and get away with, I think arguably a lot of people would consider a slip up, right? This was so close. But it ends up, thankfully for UK, still staying alive. The Philippines have definitely struck in some fear into this UK team. They will fight them on just about anything, almost.
They will fight them on the beaches, Shiba. That's what they're doing. And Philippines, with the next pick, still have a puncher's chance, really. They have good maps on the board to work with. They still have a free mod in free mod 4, which I think is a pretty good pick for them. They're not going to go into it, though. They're going to be picking No Mod 2. They're picking the Dragon Force map. This, I did not expect.
Dragon Force, My Heart Will Go On. I think a song that everyone knows to be far too iconic for us to not be a part of the Ost World Cup. Mapped by the late and equally legendary Mackie Donalds. A classic in flow aim. A classic style of his. Reminiscent of a lot of the very popular flow aim maps today. Like Glory Days, for example. This one, though, fitting for a dream tournament like the Ost World Cup coming in here for our semi-finals No Mod 2. 3 minutes and 16 seconds, yes, 4.2 AR and 9.6. A little comfortable, but that slight increase in the CS might make the flame test a bit more difficult here. 200 BPM, more in the comfort ball game for Philippines. And they do have several very scary flowing players. Like we've said, Zone Louise before, a player who showed up in the map before, might be able to shot even harder on this one.
Yeah, the Philippines kind of shreds on pure flow aim maps. I mean, the last map we played is essentially a flow aim map if you can manage the speed. It did come down to a 1v1. I think a couple of the players on the back end struggled for Philippines, but I can't see it being as much of a case here. I think they're going to be stronger as a 4. So perhaps on the basis of that, it might be a good pick. If Zone Louise is feeling good on the flow aim, then why not have another go? Nathan Ram looks pretty good as well, although that stamina looked just short on him. 200 BPM I think should be okay compared to 220. But UK have another fearsome tapping roster, a fearsome flow aim roster. They won't mind this too much. I did think they were going to pick this. The Philippines are taking the fight to them.
Yeah, indeed. I think Philippines feel like they still really have a good option to fight for this one, even if after losing. The UK, it's going to be the signature 3 for the tapping with Malteser, Akoliban, and Bubbleman coming in, with Schiazzo filling in the 4th slot. I think usually a lot of people would question the pick of option of Schiazzo coming in, but I feel like he'd like this BPM. I think 200 is still in his comfort point. I wouldn't really doubt Schiazzo on something like this, to be fair to him. And for Philippines, this roster is also very deadly. Milk Tears, Nathan Ram, Zone Louise, and Xylos. Same roster as before on the Hard Rock 3, same roster as the DT2. And now in for No Mod 2. My Heart Will Go On. Mapped by, like we said, the late legend Mackie Donalds. Your salutes in chat, your 07s in chat. It's time, but My Heart Will Go On.
It is a fairly comfy style of stream map. No one in this lobby will be a stranger to this style of map. It's kind of spiky, but it definitely has generally consistent occasional big spikes of spaced stream to throw at you. The ending has the hardest ones, so we'll see if it matters come the ending.
Yeah, you know, if you're familiar with the song, you will be familiar with really when and where it's going to hit you. The flow aim can really hit you hard towards the peaks of the key eyes and even on towards the ending where it hits you the most, especially towards the very end where the flow aim just destroys you here and first bloods are dropped here from the Philippines. Zone Louise and Xylos are the first to go down as all 4 members of the UK continue to keep their lead intact, but 2 members do go down. Malteser and Bubbleman are to join the trades. Milkteism does join in the misses, however, and that's going to still give UK a decent lead, but not by a ginormous margin, at least just yet here. Another miss there from Malteser, but not the one you're looking for here. Colibet and Schiazzo able to contest Nathan Ram for now.
Yeah, those GFCs are looking good on the ACK, but can they keep that flow aim together for the UK? Gotta hold their mettle against Nathan Ram, who has been imperious all game. It's up to him, though. He's got to make something happen here for the Philippines.
Oliver and Schiazzo are holding on to fabulous accuracy as well. An important note considering how hard these stream patterns really are. Another stream section to come through and Schiazzo does fall. A Colibad left on his own, but the recoveries here from Philippines are really potent. Able to out-contest everybody else except for a Colibad who is left on his own in this guitar solo section to the final third. Nathan Ram needs to hold, because if he doesn't, a Colibad might be able to try and slip this away here for the UK. The spacing on these streams can get so brutal, so unforgiving here. And a Colibad still, though, is able to fight. One of the kings of flow aim in this modern era of OS, let alone in tournaments here, but both players hold on the guitar solo sections. But the Philippines, the recoveries, they're so strong. They're completely outmatching the entirety of the UK.
They are. It's the team difference, man. To a man, every player in the Philippines are standing tall right now. And a Colibad's down.
Down goes a Colibad. And as the peak of the stream start to come through, the beautiful crescendo of this song and this map, it's starting to approach. Now the question is, your eyes on Nathan Ram, a man, like you said, Doomsday, imperious. Can he hold on to the ending streams of the map? Nathan Ram, he does! Philippines get 4 points!
This is like the performance of a lifetime here for Nathan Ram. We shouldn't be surprised, but it's been insane. Has he top scored every map almost, bar maybe the last one? Absolutely ridiculous performance from Nathan Ram.
What is this accuracy? This is sickening, Doomsday. I mean, the title you gave him checks out. Impervious, man of steel, nerves of steel, and a jack of everything, man. It really feels like there's nothing Nathan Ram can't do. And he is one of the pillars that keep Philippines fighting, keeps their fire alight. One more map. If the Philippines take this, we're going to tiebreaker.
They got to take a break point. I wouldn't even get like a check on how much PP that score was, by the way, from Nathan Ram, because that's 7.7 stars and ridiculous ACK. But regardless, the main thing is they're still in the OWC.
Somebody get the stats right now. We've got to find out. This is a close to a PP record. That's a great way to celebrate such a great map, and a great way to celebrate such a great player with such a great score, right? And with that, Philippines, a lot of hope injected. And on top of that, you know, a lot of options here that are thinning down here for UK. It feels like the only option that they really want to try and abuse is Hard Rock 2, potentially, and it will be Hard Rock 2 indeed to be picked here. But this is quite control heavy. And Philippines do have those really strong control players. I don't think this is a mistake. I feel like this is the best option UK can go for. But how are Philippines going to do on this? Precision. So volatile, Doomsday.
It is, and this is even more precision than the usual precision, because it's CS 5.3 base. Nearly 7 stars. So that is pretty small, and it's on a control-based map. It's a flow aim map, high SVs. So you need the control as well as that precision. I think this is pretty good for the UK. Their Hard Rock players have been performing well. I wonder if we'll see Mahmood back in for this. Looks like it, because we haven't actually seen Mahmood in for quite a while. His last map was quite a while ago, and he's been playing pretty well today. Definitely quite good to get him back in, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think the most recent maps here have been a little bit more on the control side, and especially more on the flowy side. I think Mahmood is not as comfy on more of the flowy stuff. He's a lot more into the snappy, a lot more into the rapid, mechanics-heavy control. And it's been the first time in a while that Mahmood has been able to play something that's a little bit more on the snappy, difficult side, and this one being one of those, right? It has those rapid sliders, it has those high SVs, and it does have a few of those circle flow patterns, but generally through and through, this is a snappy map for the most part. I mean, I wouldn't call it exclusively snap, but it has that in there, right? That kind of is usually the nature with some of these hard rock control maps. And this one being CS 6.6, 6.89? Is it 6.6 or 8.9? I don't remember being 6.6. 8.9?
Yeah.
That was higher than I even thought it was.
It's nearly 7 stars.
Good
Very
lord.
close.
Yeah, this is a tough map, ladies and gentlemen. And like we've said, precision can make things volatile, can make things uncertain. There is potential for Philippines to eke out this win and get tiebreaker. I would absolutely love to see it, but I know that UK do not want to give away anything. They want to get in and get out in order to prepare for Canada's potential matchup or China's potential matchup, depending on who wins that. United Kingdom have a very daunting opponent up ahead of them if they take this. Philippines equally. It needs to be now. Can Philippines do it? Zone Louise, Miltias, Nate the Ram, and Imposter coming in for what might be their last map at the SOS World Cup.
Haunt's back in. Haunt hasn't played that many maps. The nerves are going to have to be cool and collected for them. Imposter played quite a few maps in this match already. So far, they're the ones keeping themselves together because there's 3 breaks on the side of the UK early on.
So far here, so good here for Philippines. Zone Louise and Imposter do have those misses, but it is traded sequentially by Mahmood, Rudge, and now Bubbleman as well. A lot of these combos dropped here from UK, but it's looking decently close still. Haunt does have a good enough combo. A lot of players dropping here, but Haunt misses, and that's one of the big combos you really don't want to see go down. As Imposter is left to lead the charge here for Philippines, but recoveries from UK still in their favor. Misses all over the place. It's only 80,000. And this map is also so short. Is there enough time? Imposter misses! That's a ginormous one! And that might just spell the end! Mahmood and Bubbleman have the recoveries, and there's a slowdown section here. Enough notes to just keep it building.
More of a hard section here, more aim here, but UK have insurance now, 2 big combos. Philippines don't have anything to really combat this. This might just be it.
Mahmood's early miss absolutely meant nothing to him, and you can tell he is destroying the rest of this map. With Bubbleman's miss, potentially might have made this more tenuous, but it's not going to be the case. From the beginning to the end, Mahmood's the one to rely on for the UK, and he will be the one to shut down Philippines' dreams of tiebreaker, their dreams of advancing to the OS World Cup. A valiant battle here from the Philippines, proving through so much doubt throughout this World Cup that even without the 2 players that made their name known in 2023, they can still battle some of the best teams on the planet. And unfortunately, although their run ends, I think a round of applause is always in queue for a team as hardworking and as strong this year as the Philippines. The UK, though, will get their victory, and they will advance to face either Canada or China tomorrow.
Is Mahmood like the most clutch player in this tournament or what? Dude hasn't played for like 4 maps, 5 maps, and just top scored that when the pressure was really on. I'm so impressed with how he's been playing this tournament, and long may it continue because the UK are moving on. But yeah, as you mentioned, a word for Philippines, because they have proven that even on a pool like this, which is full of difficult maps, it's far harder than last week, they've taken a team like UK to the brink. I feel like at times during that one, they rode their luck a little bit, the UK. The Philippines, man, they're out, but that was a performance they can be proud of as they bow out.
Yeah,
My
not
God.
only the whole team here for Philippines to really step up, but Nathan Ram particularly, right? I think a player who was, although very notably strong in 2023, was also a player quite overshadowed by Emery and Hyuk, who were so indispensable last year, but Nathan Ram was also so valuable. And this year he was able to really shine in how versatile and how reliable of a player he is. You know, solidifying as probably one of the strongest players in this World Cup this year. And, I'd probably say the easiest call for an MVP on this matchup, despite the Philippines' loss. You know, Mahmoud was incredibly clutch. Zone Louise had some great moments. Malteser was incredibly consistent on the tapping. But Nathan Ram pulled every stop on every map. And,
generational performance.
Yeah, really. So with that, thank you, Philippines, for your great performance here. You've given us some of the best matches of this tournament so far. So a big salute and a heart to Philippines. But with that being said, they are knocked out of the Ost World Cup, and the UK will take them down and advance. Ladies and gentlemen, your next match will not... Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ost World Cup 2024, back to our semi-final stage. We are continuing our run here after one great match very early on today between USA and Australia, finishing 6-4, and Korea then showing their dominance against Germany 6-0. We are back with another match that has a lot of potential to maybe be another highlight in this weekend. Hong Kong and Chile, seed 8 and seed 7. Incredible potential to be one of the best matches so far. I'm Sad Shiva, and joined by, once again, this one guy.
Yes, welcome back to everyone. Hong Kong Chile is a fun matchup to look at. I do think that this is going to be a very exciting one. These are teams with, I think, quite different skill sets, which can often lead to a very exciting match. So I'm really looking forward to see what kind of pick strategy we see in this match, and to see these teams for the first time this weekend on a pool that's very much more challenging than the pools we've seen them on before in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think what's really exciting about this is that there really is like a true sharp duality with both of these teams. I think there are a few things that are important to note that are in common. I think most likely the things that are going to be clashed, maybe most hesitated on, is going to be something along the lines of the hard rock slots, the aim maps particularly. But outside of that, differences are pretty sharp here. Hong Kong very much looking to abuse that ult and tech control, most likely looking deeper into the no mod and free mod pool, whereas Chile much more on the mechanics side. We know this quite popularly. It's a staple example of their biggest strengths. So generally any of the harsher mechanics heavy aim maps and the tapping maps like the DT2, DT3 are the ones we're going to be looking at here for Chile to mostly exploit, assuming Hong Kong opt in to not ban those, because double bans are allowed on double time, so they can get rid of those. But if I was to make a guess, it's probably going to be something along the lines of DT3 and between Hard Rock 3 and DT2 for Hong Kong bans.
Yeah, we've already seen at least one occasion of that Hard Rock 3 DT3 pair of bans from a team that was slightly weaker on paper on speed than their opponent. So maybe seeing that here again. It's going to be Chile to open things up first ban, free mod 2. Did mention that, like, Chile has been a team that's usually been pretty good on the anti-mods, but they're going to be the ones banning out the small circle, low approach rate. And that kind of tells us a little bit about maybe what their strategy is looking like. We expect them to pick into the mechanics. We expect them thus as well to want to avoid some of this reading type of material in the pool. And it's going to be DT1 as the first ban for Hong Kong.
Ooh.
You know, it's another map that's high BPM, has tapping requirement, AR 10.3 as well. So not overly surprising, and there is going to be the Hard Rock 3 ban as well, so maybe expected the DT3, but DT1, you know, a worthy substitution in that skill set.
Yeah, again, these are also valid picks. I don't know why I didn't mention DT1 as another potential candidate for the bans. Definitely more likely than DT2, to be honest. But yeah, no, solid bans here from Hong Kong. The 300 BPM DT3 is still open. Maybe Hong Kong are thinking that they might be able to cheese that, or maybe they secretly are able to hit some of these bursts occasionally outside of that really brutal guitar solo section later down the line on this map. But generally, maybe the stylistic choices that are in this DT3 map might actually be a little more up Hong Kong's alley than we may have expected. But regardless, solid bans from both teams. No mod 5 being the final ban here from Chile, just simply not wanting to deal with this overlap no mod reading, which I think makes sense. It's probably one of the next most valid ones to get out of. If it wasn't that one, it was probably going to be no mod 4. But regardless, the bans are done. Pick is also selected here from Hong Kong to start this one off. It's going to be free mod 1.
Yeah, and this is kind of a little bit of a somewhat basic entry point into this match, right? A very, kind of consistency-focused free mod 1. We talked before the match that Hong Kong felt like they would be really into the aim control skill sets, maybe some alt and tech as well. So, kind of a free mod aim pick does slot into that to a certain degree. I will say I don't think this has anything to do with Chile banning free mod 2, such incredibly different maps. This is just, I think, a good comfort pick for a team like Hong Kong, and it's a good way to get into this if you feel like you've got a comfy hidden player on it, you've got a comfy hard rock player on it, you're going to put yourself in a pretty good spot to open the match. And it feels like kind of a neutral ground, right? This isn't one of those really edge case skill sets. This is something that a lot of different players will be able to get into and perform well on. And Hong Kong hoping to maybe rely on some depth of roster in order to make a pick like this work out for them.
Yeah, I agree with this being a solid opening pick for Hong Kong. There are a few areas where Chile might be able to perform quite well, particularly with Mathy and Intercamping, generally kind of the classic staple players that could be very consistent with Hard Rock or No Mod, kind of interchanging between them. Suntan as well has been one of the more consistent players for Chile. One of the biggest arguments with this Chile team on whether or not they might be able to perform well against Hong Kong is their consistency, because I think quite a few teams this World Cup has looked a lot more shaky despite being a very good, solid roster on paper, and Chile unfortunately have been one of those victims in the last few World Cups, last few weeks of this World Cup, sorry. And last week we had a couple players that fell off quite a bit. The week before it kind of switched around where the same players struggled, but a different one popped off. And for Hong Kong, it's a bit of a different deal. Generally they've been quite consistent through and through. But safe to say that if Chile are really on that A game, they will perform massively and may even be able to get an opening breakpoint on this free mod 1. It's very much capable. It's very much kind of a consistency aim check with occasional 1/3 streams and a few difficult control sections that might hit you up generally a little harsh, but Hong Kong are no slashes on this, and their opening pick explains quite a bit with the opening mods here being shown. MCY4 and Suwagi, the two mainstay carries for Hong Kong on the no mod, with Misha Awa and Max Bierio sharing the two mods. For Chile, Intercamping on his signature Hard Rock and Suntan on his signature Hidden.
Yeah, and 2 early breaks there for Hong Kong, matched by 1 from Intercamping, so Chile will have a bit of an early lead. And Chile has been an interesting story. You talk a lot about Mathy and Intercamping, right? That super high skill cap duo for that team, really great on a lot of the DTs and the tapping maps. Intercamping has been a little bit hit or miss throughout this tournament, seeing if he can kind of turn up in these late stages where his skill cap will really shine, as there is the break coming from Max Bierio on the side of Hong Kong. But Nikore and Suntan, men, have quietly, and of course I say it and he misses immediately, but Nikore and Suntan have almost quietly been performing really, really well as a supporting pairing for Chile. So we'll see if that can continue here. It's a double FC on Nikore and Mathy, the lone FC on MCY4, recovery combo. Misha Awa and Suwagi is going to bring this back over for Hong Kong with a bit more supporting combo, but Max Bierio completely falls apart in that stream. No spacing, oh my god!
Oh, quite a few misses coming through for Hong Kong, but still the recovery leads in favor of Hong Kong. Mathy does miss, but Nikore does still manage to have that combo going. Hits the 1/3 and the sliders too, but MCY4 and Suwagi are really having a stronghold over this against Chile. Misha Awa as well on the Hidden, able to join in. Does go down, but still combo slightly in favor of Hong Kong, but it's getting tighter now. If Suwagi and MCY4 go down, it's going to be a little more close as Suwagi does drop. MCY4 and Nikore both tying with the combos. Accuracy slightly in favor of MCY, but look at the score closing in slowly here for Chile. The collective recoveries in slight favor, but MCY4 and Nikore are still popping off. They have to keep their combos going. These are instrumental.
It is those 2 remaining FCs in the lobby that are going to be so huge, but Chile will be able to bring this over to their side with the superior supporting combo on Intercamping and on Suntan. a lot of players having a lot of trouble with those flow patterns on both sides. And there goes Misha Awa again. The score lead should be flipping over as Max Birio falls once more. And you have all 4 members of Chile building up some amount of combo. Decore still holding the FC. MCY4 can only watch. The score flips over. Misha Awa continues to struggle. The last quarter of the map upon us, 30,000 points, all in the favor of Chile. But oh my goodness, it's that support. It's that FC and the support. Nikori finally does break. MCY4 holds.
It's slowly ticking back straight afterwards. The jumps are still there, the notes are still present. MCY4's combo is high enough to maybe get the flip down. Suntan misses, but MCY4 trades, and that's enough for Chile to hold the line still. Mathy into Camming, good enough. Mathy's 500 and climbing towards the very end is going to push Chile ahead, just barely. But had MCY4 held on, had that combo still stayed, it could have been a very different story, but it's not going to be the case. Chile start this match off with a breakpoint.
That linear cross-screen 3-note jump was the demon that fells MCY4 in the near FC. It's an 860k, but it doesn't end up being enough. And man, just the clutch score there for Matthew with the big combo into the ending. Breakpoint to start things off. And that's the risk of picking a map like that first when it's not clearly into a certain skill set. It's anybody's game. And that proved it as we instantly have an incredibly close map to start off this match. And Chile now has their own first pick to try to consolidate a breakpoint just like that.
Solid start there from Chile. I mean, safe to say it was really close. I mean, MCY4 was inches away from getting that flip certainly through, but it really seemed like the rest of Hong Kong supporting-wise were kind of crumbling towards the end. Granted, it was getting a little harder over time, but Chile just kept their nerve. Mathy and Intercamming were doing really solid despite not holding on to the biggest dealing combo there. Nikore may have missed before MCY4, but the support was enough to push them ahead. And that was a general theme, even while both Nikore and MCY4 were holding strong. And thankfully for Chile, that was enough to really get them going. And that in time gives Chile a few options to consolidate this breakpoint and give themselves an easy 2-point lead. And safe to say, their options are, at least for now, a lot more confident, a lot more easy to predict, right? It's probably going to be DT3, it's probably going to be DT2, maybe even Nomad 2, but that one's a little questionable because the BPM is very accessible for Hong Kong. So it does depend really on what they want to lean into. They still have some choices here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those tapping picks immediately thrown in.
Yeah, I think DT3 is a very, very good Chile map, right? The finger control and speed tapping elements in this will be very good for their players, and there it is, the DT2 first pick for Chile. I mean, this map is just like Mathy right down to the ground, right? One of the great bursty finger control players in the world, and the rest of that roster will be more than capable of backing him up. Hong Kong, really not a team known for this skill set. This has always been their sticking point. Historically, have just never been a team that really leans into higher speed and tapping focused picks. And so I think this one might be a little bit of a struggle for them, but we shall see what they might be capable of putting forward. But man, you've got Intercamming, you've got Mathy. Chile going to be locked in, I think, to a really good performance on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail right on the head, right? This is a Mathy map. It's the name you definitely have to look out for. He played to an exceptional degree in the round of 16, did a decently good job in quarterfinals, but this time he really needs to pop off and keep Chile afloat so that they can contest this Hong Kong team, and so far he has done a good job. But there's still more to do. There's still 5 maps Chile need to win before they can say it's over. But the rest of Chile also have a great lineup for this. I mean, Intercamming as well, really solid on tapping, generally on paper. Gonza, I think, a boom or bust type of player, right? Generally, he's either going to have a decent middle-of-the-pack score or absolutely destroy on this map. And hopefully for Chile, that flip goes on the side that they want. But safe to say that Mathy is definitely the player to look out for here. Hong Kong do have a couple players to look out for, though. Suwagi, Kagasumira, MCY4, Max Birio, all 4 of them decently competent on this bursty speed. Maybe less so on the raw stamina on paper, but this burst is definitely still accessible, especially for Suwagi and MCY. Usually you wouldn't consider them to be strong stamina players, but I think for this 240 bursty speed, it's definitely a competent thing that Hong Kong can make the most of.
Yeah, I think, the discussion of this map makes it clear why Hong Kong went the direction they did with their bans going the Hard Rock 3 DT1, because those are, even higher BPM or higher speed, like raw speed requirements, whereas this one leans a little more into the bursts and the finger control, and has some of that aim control aspect to it as well. So if there was going to be one of these picks that Hong Kong might be able to contest, it was likely to be this one. That being said, you do still have to favor Chile on paper, but it is going to be a very early break from Gonza and Intercambing as well. So not starting off the way that Chile would have liked, but Kagosamiri trades one of those breaks back, so things will, kind of just level out here in the early goings. Not a super long map, though, 2.5 minutes, so any break can be meaningful very quickly. And there goes Max Barrio as well. 2 FCs to 2 for the team so far at about 500 combo in.
Yeah, still very even grounds, but as we get into the first Ki time, it's not really the speed that you're looking too hard into. It's some of these awkward slider aim and some of the finger control. There are a few doubles over these sliders that might trip you up if you're not fully prepared for them. But so far, so good here. Slightly in favor of Chile with the recoveries from Intercambio and Gonza still building. Suntan and Mathy battling Suwagi and MCY4, the dynamic duo of Hong Kong, still holding strong. And outside of that, no misses throughout that Ki time. We're going to be seeing a lot more bursts coming through soon, and maybe that might be an opening for Chile to exploit, as the speed is starting to hit just a little harder here. Keep an eye on Chile. Keep an eye on Hong Kong's bigger combos, because this might be an opening where they could slip, but they haven't done it so far. The rest of Chile still doing great, but down goes Gonza and Suntan. A lot of the combos here now. Suwagi, though, does get the trade. Kagosamiro does join as well. One full combo for one, but one giant recovery still there for Intercambing to give Chile an even bigger lead. Even so, a great start here. Mathy and Intercambing really pulling the stop so far, but I wouldn't count it out just yet. There's still an opening here that MCY4 and Max Barrio might be able to exploit.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 on the map for the moment, right? You've got Mathy Intercambing, you've got MCY4 Max Barrio. The supporting combo growing a little bit higher for Chile here, though, so that lead does continue to expand out a bit.
Soon.
Waiting to see any possible break from anybody in the late stages of this map to try to flip it around, but going to 400k, that break from Gonza is going to be relatively meaningless. It is still the other combos holding the 1FC to 1. MCY4, by the way, top ACK in the lobby despite the presence of Intercambing and Mathy on the other side, but it's going to all be for naught as we come into the ending, and this is going to be Chile. A solid performance on their own first pick. It's a consolidated break point by nearly 400,000. Mathy with the FC, MCY4 with the matching FC, but those backing scores just superior for Chile.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, both teams really did good on this one. 3 million on both sides. Solid attempt here from Hong Kong, especially with MCY4. Like you said, leading the lobby, outshining players like Intercambing and Mathy, who are staple mechanics stars in not only their own country, but internationally as well. Nicely done there from MCY4, but unfortunately not enough for Hong Kong to get that win or breakpoint. It ended up being a consolidated Chile win, a classic one as well. And in turn, it's 2-0. Hong Kong, though, do have their next pick coming up, and I think I'm really curious for what their approach is going to be, Aaron. What do you think? Do you think they're going to continue to lean into free mod, more of the control techie picks? Do you think no mod 4 is an option? Oh, I guess I don't have to ask you anymore. No mod 4 is going to be picked here for Hong Kong.
Yeah, I was going to say I think it's either no mod 4 or free mod, or maybe even free mod 4, which is a map that we haven't seen very much, but does kind of align with certain of the Hong Kong strengths. Because I do think that they probably stay with that kind of tech and aim control sides of this pool, which there are several picks available to them in. But the Nomad 4, man, this map is so difficult. I know we saw South Korea put up an insane score on it, but I feel like they're kind of an outlier in that regard. Most teams not going to do the kinds of things that South Korea did on a map like this. A very challenging aim control tech pick. Those overlap patterns that show up midway through, going to be insane. You see a lot of breaks on those, kind of those back and forth linear sort of almost square-shaped patterns. Really, really challenging. Of course, the slider tech elements as well in this, really, really rough. And, I think if you're Hong Kong, you're just avoiding anything that's going to be raw mechanics. So any of these maps that are tech-oriented, aim control-oriented, as I said, going to be where they'll stay, I think, throughout much of this match. And, try to avoid the situations where Mathy and Intercambing can really go crazy on their mechanics maps. I like this pick for Hong Kong a lot. I think they need it. I think you need to get into this match early if you're Hong Kong. You don't want to let Chile have too much momentum. And they've already started that with the consolidated breakpoint 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like you've already mentioned, this Nomad 4 is brutal. Custom map here by Asilica, and safe to say, they made this real testy. They made this very brutal. A lot of unique tech elements in this, but it is generally a wide tech test, right? You've got a lot of slider tech, you've got a lot of circle tech, you have a lot of aim control, a lot of tapping control, a little bit of reading in there as well. There was one particular section later down the line about just past the halfway mark into 3/4 mark with those brutal back and forth space burst areas there, and if you haven't prepared for that one, your combo will get destroyed. We've seen teams get fully wiped on multiple occasions from that pattern alone here. So if Hong Kong are prepared and perform well enough, which I wouldn't doubt, the potential is there, we might be able to see some very strong tech performances. MCY4 especially, one of the best tech control players on the planet here, but a map this difficult can trip up anyone. So although this is a good map for Hong Kong, I wouldn't expect the highest scores on this one. Like I said, Asilica made this map no joke.
Yeah, such a challenging pick. We get some very strong rosters in this for both teams. Couple early breaks. Nikore and Suwagi going to trade them out. See who can settle into this the best. It's the next break to come from Intercambing. Suwagi falls again, but it's 3 FCs to 2 for Hong Kong. Max Burio, though, goes down. And there goes Hibiki as well as Suntan. And this map is really gritting its teeth at you already here. It is no full combos for Hong Kong already. Matthew goes as well. There's not a single full combo left in the entire lobby. Not a combo over 100. And
oh my word.
Shiba, this is a little bit gonna show the differences between the top couple of teams in the tournament and everyone else in the tournament, because everyone really struggling with this map. Unfortunately, no meaningful combo really anywhere. 230 on MCY4 the best.
Yeah, although there aren't any significant combos at the moment, you can see the collective recoveries here from Hong Kong averaging out quite a bit higher than Chile, at least for now here. But you're seeing a lot of misses already. Nothing really majorly to speak of. Hibiki does miss. Suntan does go down as well. Max Burio joins in the misses too, but it's traded by Intercamming and Nikore straight afterwards. Nobody really able to get their foot off the starting point for just a long amount of time. MCY4 and Suwagi have finally made a bit of a breakaway, but I would not be surprised to see that combo go down soon. Suwagi misses. MCY4 last man standing here, but considering how low the rest of the combos are, this combo is instrumental here for MCY to continue holding. 107,000 score in the favor of Hong Kong. Mathy does miss, Suntan misses as well. Nikore and Intercamming really do not have a lot to speak of in order to contest what MCY4 is doing. MCY4 has the combo still going, hits the cuts as well. There's still more to go though. These spaced cut sections are so sharp, they're so precise, but MCY4's not letting go. This is a great return here from MCY. He finally falls, but I think the damage has already been done. The map is over.
And that is the carry performance that Hong Kong needed out of one of their top 2 players. MCY4 dropping the 518k, next best in the lobby, not even reaching 400,000 points. A real outlier in the lobby for MCY4, and it was exactly what Hong Kong needed there. The margin of victory, only 119,000. They needed every bit of that score, and when they asked, MCY4 answered the question, gets Hong Kong on the board. That was precisely what was needed to avoid, a real rough spot in this match early on. Job done there on the Nomad 4, a very solid pick as it turns out, thanks to some heroics from that carry player.
Like we said, Hong Kong as a roster are quite solid, but there is anybody you should really be scared of on something like that, it's MCY4, one of the best tech control players on the planet, period. Such a great score, such outstanding performances, especially on probably the hardest area of the map as well, Able to build such high valuable combo at a part of the map that you consider everyone to just completely collapse on is really impressive, and goes to show how much MCY4 is able to handle that pressure and able to handle that burden of being that superstar carry that Hong Kong needs on a map as difficult as this. But that being said, Hong Kong do get that pick down, but they are still 1 point down below. Chile still can keep this 2-point gap ahead if their next pick goes well, and I would not be surprised to see this DT3 picked straight afterwards.
Yeah, I think the DT pool obviously going to be the domain of Chile in this match. I'm getting a little bit of an audio glitch here. But it is going to be the DT4. It's high AR time. It is high AR time. Not the raw tapping that you might have expected out of a map like the DT3, but instead we're going to go air 10.5, some finger control, and some awkward patterning. Something a little different, right? You don't see a lot of maps or much less songs like this in a lot of pools, but Chile wants to continue exerting their will in the DT pool in general, have very good high AR players, so pick, I think, another solid one for them.
Yeah, agreed. This isn't too bad of a pick here for Chile, but I'm not going to lie, I feel like this is a little shoddy still. I'm not too familiar with how much Hong Kong can perform on particularly the super high AR, but regardless, the way this is mapped is definitely something that's up Hong Kong's alley. Suwagi and MCY4 could absolutely own on this, but assuming that Chile know maybe a little bit of a weakness on the high AR, particularly for Hong Kong, this is not a bad pick for Chile regardless. This is still a good pick for them. I'm just a little worried about Hong Kong's controllability on this. I feel like there might be some potential for a breakpoint on this.
Yeah, I think out of the 4 double time picks, and if you want to toss in Hard Rock 3, the 5 kind of more tapping focused picks in a row there, this is definitely the one that feels like Hong Kong has the best chance on. And it's the sort of map, sure, we saw Australia nearly 4-way this last night. You're not anticipating that too often, though. Most of the time, I think what you can expect is if you get one player, maybe 2 with an FC or a very good scorer, you can put yourself into a position to succeed on this map. And with a lineup that has Suwagi and MCY4 on it, that's always in the cards for Hong Kong. It's always a possibility. On the other side, though, it's the Intercamming Matthew show again. Suntan still in, Chalk Gamer coming in. It's also a very scary roster on a map like this. You gotta respect what they can bring to the table on these types of maps. I think this pick is very likely to be very contested, but it's so easy to break on any little one of those kind of aim control tapping patterns that it does feel a little bit more of a volatile pick than some of the other DTs. So excited to see what the teams have to offer on this map, because like you said, this is a spot where Hong Kong could maybe, just maybe, find that break point back while still using up one of Chile's favorite DT picks.
Yeah, I think the big question mark for me is how much Hong Kong are going to be able to handle this high AR particularly. I don't think I am actually worried about that control. It's very much on how consistent they can be on the 10.5. Very early on here, we're seeing a miss there from MCY. A little bit of jitters to start this one off, but this map is it is brutal. It is quite brutal on the control. You got a lot of doubles, you got a lot of space snaps, you have a few slider moments, and it just hits you on multiple angles very quickly. But for Chile, it seems like it's pretty good for them so far. Only an early miss there from Matthew, but it is joined by a miss from Chalk Gamer. So as we emphasize that advantage, it's already flipped back on the side of Hong Kong, with MCY4's recovery able to outshine Matthew and Chalk Gamer combined, at least for now.
I worry about the comfort level of a few different players in this lobby. MCY4 falls for the second time. Kagasumiri down at 95 ACK. Max Bureau at 96 ACK. 95 and 96 on Chalk Gamer and Matthew as well. See what those players continue to look like over the course of the map. Low ACK can often mean that you're a little bit uncomfortable with either, the tapping element of this or the high AR, so we'll see how those players continue to do throughout. But it is still holding on to the triple FC for Hong Kong for now. That lead is so minimal, though, Shiba. It's 25k, and the accuracy helping out Chile to try to bring it back over to their way as they have recovery combo on 2 members despite being down in FC.
This is still extremely tenuous here. The repeated struggle here from MCY4 is pulling back the 3 combos from Hong Kong, at least for now here. Chalk Gamer and Matthew have recovered beautifully, but there's Intercamping, and that's a big combo down now. Hong Kong will be able to establish that lead as long as none of the other combos continue to miss here. MCY4's recovery also solid here, managing to regain a little bit of footing here in this map. Suwagi, Kagasumiri, and Max Barrio still with full combos intact here. We're going into final third. A few extra bigger sliders here that might trip you up on the slider miss, and it does. So MCY4 goes down again. Oh, no. Kagasumiri goes down. Suwagi misses, but it is traded by Suntan. Chalk Gamer joins too. It's just Max Barrio left on his own. As we get into the final quarter of the map, it's still close, but Chile do not have a lot of combo left here. It's just Intercamming with 200. Max Barrio not only needs to miss, but the rest of Hong Kong need to collapse their recoveries to give Chile a lead. It's still tenuous, but Max Barrio misses on air before the next KI time, and this could get very, very close here. Intercamming alongside the rest of Chile are building recoveries. It's closing in really quickly, but the time is ticking. Intercamming has to hold. The rest of the recoveries are starting to gain here for Chile. Suwagi and MCY4 trying to fight, but there's not enough combo. How much time does Chile have? It's 30,000 closing in. Intercamming needs to hold. He needs to keep it going, but the time is so close. 107 points for Chile. Just barely take the map.
The last second flip of a lifetime for Chile. 107 points. You thought it couldn't get any closer than that DT2 last week. These guys are here to say, no, we can make this one of the closest individual maps in the history of the World Cup. Any miss, any note, any 100, and it would have gone the other way. The last second heroics, man. The combos holding it to the end from Chile. And it is cinema. It is cinema in this lobby. Chile holds their breakpoint advantage by the smallest of margins for the 3-1 lead. 107 points.
107! 107! T1G! That's ridiculous! That's a single 300 from any player at any time would have led to a Hong Kong win. Isn't that insanity to you?
Oh my!
That's absurd.
It is what we hoped for. It's what you always come into a match as a spectator or a commentator hoping for. Just the closest possible outcome that you are ever likely to see. It's heartbreak for Hong Kong, though, who felt like they could have had that map for much of it. But Chile just dug their heels in and refused. They pulled and pulled and managed to get the lead over to their side by the barest of margins. And now you got to recover. Now you got to go into the next pick for Hong Kong, which is going to be this hidden 3. And you got to say, all right, I know that just happened, but we can still contest this match. We can still keep it going. And we've got to pick for ourselves here that we've got to continue to win.
Indeed it is. Hong Kong still have a match to play. Chile still have a match to play. Hidden 3 next here for Hong Kong. I'm still a little shell-shocked from the fact that we might have just witnessed the closest map in OS World Cup history. We need to get a historian to track if this is really the closest, but
2018 Bubble Man, 70 points against United States, UK versus USA. Yeah, this is the second closest that I know of off the top of my head, but that only goes so far.
Yeah. How could I forget about that? My own country. How could I forget? You're right. Yeah. Anyway, back to the match, shall we? Hidden 3. This one's a doozy. Rhythmic mechanics, right? It's got rhythmic fitting control. It's got streamy 200 BPM mechanics. Tons of control everywhere. Rhythm changes, aim control. It's all over the place, T1G.
It is, and again, it's going back into that skill set that Hong Kong, really wants to lean into in this match on their own picks. Kind of going the same direction as they did with the Nomad 4, where you're just really focusing the hard aim control. This time with Hidden, which is a mod pool that we haven't seen a lot of out of these teams. They really haven't been playing a ton of Hidden. 0 combined Hidden maps between them in quarterfinals last week, so something a little bit new there. But again, you bring in a really strong roster for Hong Kong with M2I4 Suwagi, Misha Awa, Max Burio to see what they can do. And another one of these maps that really throws you right into it. Right from the start, you get those brutal flow aim tapping patterns, especially with Hidden added on. And you've already seen 4 breaks out of, you've seen Suwagi, Max Burio, Alfiu, and number 37, no 37 going down as well, and Matthew and Suntan too. It's literally MCY4 in the lobby.
Already, everyone is collapsing on this map. Another theme similar to the No Mod 4. This map just being so difficult, hits you so quickly with its raw difficulty. But it is MCY4 once again to be the main man standing for Hong Kong to give them a lead. But still by a decently small margin here. 3 members of Chile still have those recoveries high and climbing here. With the Misha Awa missing at the same time as around number 37. it's still looking relatively tenuous. This single combo from MCY4 is giving a very close lead, but still established here in favor of Hong Kong. As we get into the next quarter of the map here, MCY's accuracy is phenomenal as well. That score is going to scale very highly later down into the map, which could give a bit of a slowdown here if somebody else misses here from Hong Kong. But it's still really tenuous. And number 37 is building a recovery, tied by Misha Awa, but the gain is still going for Hong Kong. 60k and a very slowly climbing.
And Matthew to drop right before this slightly slower part is going to be instrumental for Hong Kong trying to build this lead out. His accuracy was already not the greatest in the lobby. Going to help things out even a little bit more. Those combo drops with low-ish accuracy always going to be very beneficial for the other team. Max Burio, though, also down at 95, as is Suwagi. So, you know, relatively even. It's a break from MCY4.
Oh my god, no way.
FC gone. They do have a lot of combo on the other three members. Suwagi matching Suntan, Max Burio, and Misha Awa on the good recoveries as well. There goes No 37 Alphew and Mathy. So even with that MCY4 break, Hong Kong's still going to be an okay spot. Suwagi, Max Burio holding on. It is all on the shoulders of Suntan CDM to try to keep this in touch for Chile. But for now, Hong Kong, oh no, it's a 1v1 now.
Okay, it's getting it's getting close now. Suntan has a chance to get this comeback through. Chile's recoveries are slightly in the hand. MCY4 had missed on nothing earlier on, and that's a tragedy. But it might be a crisis averted as long as Suwagi can still keep his team intact. As we get into the BPM change, it's a little slow here, goes into 1/3, but will ramp up very, very soon, and will get a lot harder. Can Suwagi pass the test? Can Suntan pass the test? Accuracy slightly in the favor of Suntan for Chile. As the recoveries here for Chile are gaining just a little bit. That miss from Matthew's not going to help, though. Number 37 joins, and Suntan finally falls. Alphew joins. A complete collapse here from Chile, and Suwagi's not backing down one bit. Does finally collapse towards the very end, but Hong Kong have got enough score to run into the sunset.
And that was exactly what Hong Kong needed here. They just kept that combo up on their members for long enough. The score gap going out to 200k in their favor as Chile all fell just before gave them that advantage. Just a couple of chain misses come through and a bunch of resets came through. And Hong Kong now going to be in that 200,000 point advantage coming into the ending. Again, getting what they needed out of one of these really challenging picks in the aim control and flow aim kind of department. They need all of these maps to go well for them, and that's 2 of them with the Nomad 4 and the Hidden 3. Still searching for that break point, but it's another solid pick for Hong Kong. They avoid dropping a second break point. They put up another solid team score, despite the best efforts of Suntan top scoring the lobby. It's Hong Kong as the team performance. 3-2 goes the score, but you really start to feel like these skill sets are getting tighter and tighter as this pool starts to constrict a little. 4 bans and 5 picks means 9 maps gone from this pool. I know, crazy math. I passed the second grade arithmetics, but it is going to start meaning that these picks become a little closer fought even as we go on and on.
I would agree. I mean, Hong Kong's options are still there, as with Chile's, but I'd probably only say there are about 2 more maps left that are a little bit more on the confident side from both sides. Outside of that, it's tenuous, it's scary. You know, you're looking at the DT3 for Chile, and potentially the No Mod 2, maybe even No Mod 1. And if you are Hong Kong, I mean, you're looking at both of those free mods as good potential. Maybe even the Hidden 2, maybe, just maybe. You know, we saw what Suntan and number 37 have done in the past. Suntan already just now proved a very scary omen for Hong Kong on the Hidden. So I'm curious for how that future is going to unleash, but Chile are not going to go into either of the picks that we fully claimed. It's going to be the normal one, that tertiary option that we thought would be available there for Chile. They're going to be going for it straight away. Hasu, Warcry, mapped, storyboarded, and designed in the background by Melon Boy. I think this one has been a fan favorite, and I refuse to stop glazing how good this map really is. What a great No Mod 1. It's a stamina aim consistency test, constantly straining you over and over with not, and I mean this, not a single break to cool you down. You will constantly be hit over and over and over with jumps and bursts to test your stamina and your consistency.
This just continues to be one of the most popular maps of this pool for the entire week. We'll have seen it in all but one of the matches so far, including the show match. Everybody just loves this pick. The raw aim consistency, so different, right? A lot of Nomad ones you see are kind of diff spikes. You have, the Ki diff spikes, the guitar solo or similar diff spike. This one just throws the kitchen sink at you, and then it goes to the bathroom and gets the tub and throws that at you too. It does not ever give you a second of respite, and Chile is counting on that with their stamina on both tapping and aim to be incredibly valuable. That being said, this feels a little bit like the free mod 1 where it could be a little volatile because this aim skill set is something that a lot of people can play, and Hong Kong no exception in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, the stamina is really the big question mark I have here for Hong Kong. This aim consistency is not really a question for me. They have incredible players that can do great work on their Suwagi MCY4. Always not only so flexible, but especially on aim. Love this type of aim consistency. However, it is the strain that worries me here for Hong Kong. Hibiki and Max Biro to fill the 2 slots here. Chile have not only solid aim players, but mechanical marvels who thrive on stamina, able to play some of the most stamina-intensive maps in the game, period, let alone in tournaments, let alone in OWC. So this one, I mean, for some, is probably going to be a walk in the park stamina-wise. I mean, Intercamping and Mathy immediately to look at here to not really have an issue with stamina. It's more consistency that's a question mark with that one. So, will it be the consistency to throw off for Chile, or will it be the stamina to be thrown off here for Hong Kong? Hong Kong still need a breakpoint. They need to even out the playing field without giving Chile that advantage of a breakpoint. It needs to be soon, otherwise it's going to get more and more dangerous. Here we go into Warcry.
Once more unto the breach. This map has been some cinematic performances. We've seen incredible scenes. We've seen heartbreak. We have seen elation on this map. And which of those will it be, and for whom this time around? Man, South Korea dropped an incredible score on this a little bit ago in their match against Germany. We'll see if either of these teams can do the same. It is going to be Suntan and Hibiki trading a couple early breaks, Nikore the next to fall. And these are 4 players that, for both of these teams, that have been so steady and so strong throughout this tournament, right? Suntan, Nikore, such great performers alongside Intercamping and Mathy, but down to just 1 FC already for Chile. It is just Mathy remaining. All of the misses for Hong Kong have been consolidated into Hibiki. MCY4 Suwagi and Max Burio all holding on to the FCs despite the multiple breaks from Hibiki. The lead going their way here in the early stages.
Although this map doesn't give you a break, there are still instances of a few of the changes here. You can go from just traditional, regular, sorted-ish jumps into these slider jump combos as well. The map also consistently tests your tapping consistency with these burst jump scares that are not only forced to keep your toes up, but also forced to keep your tapping a little bit extra strained, right? Sometimes if that stress really hits you, you'll tense a little extra hard just so you can hit that burst. And with that miss from MCY4 coming through here for Hong Kong, it's getting a little closer here. Recoveries from Chile are starting to climb. Mathy's full combo is still there to contest Suwagi. With Hibiki going down as well, Max Burio needs to keep that 2 combo ahead to keep Hong Kong going, but it's still slowly gaining for Chile, but Nikore does miss. And this is going to even out the playing field massively until Max Burio misses. Constant back and forth misses. It's trading everywhere, and the flip is going to come through for Chile.
And it's just 1 FC remaining per team. It's Suwagi and Mathy on the full combos, but Suntan and Intercamping have recovered so well since their early breaks. First few hundred combo, and ever since, it has been cool, calm, and collected for those 2 players. Suntan and Intercamping. No, it's a break from Intercamping. So now we have Mathy FC, Suntan backing combo, Suwagi FC, but the combined backing combo for Hong Kong not where it needs to be, and Hibiki struggling. There goes Suwagi. The FC is gone. And now it is Mathy free to fly. Finally breaks as well, though. And it's Suntan, though. It is still Suntan, and there's another break from Max Burio. It is Suntan, the big combo. It is MCY4 doing everything he can, but not getting the support he needs, and that lead's still going to stay with Chile into the last quarter of the map.
Indeed, it's 162,000 difference. Hibiki not able to get his feet off the starting point, and Suntan's recovery as well, able to back up Mathy. You know, you'd think, you know, a trade from Mathy is invaluable considering that Suwagi had missed earlier on, but Suntan's recovery still stands and very tall, so above the rest of Hong Kong. MCY4 is all that's left to hold the fort for Hong Kong, but there isn't enough left. There's nothing left in the tank here for the rest of the Hong Kong team. Suwagi's made an attempt, Max Beer's made an attempt, but it's not enough. Suntan, not only with one of the highest accuracies in the lobby, if not the highest right now, will be securing that reverse choke to give Chile a great win once again. It looked really tenuous for quite a while there, Aaron, but it does seem like finally Chile make the breakaway and secure a victory.
And man, you just gotta feel for Hibiki on that one. Unfortunately, a lot of that margin of victory for Chile was on that bottom score compared to some of the other scores on the team. But shout out Suntan, like you said, reverse choke, very early miss. Kind of the opposite of what Matthew did, both in that 13 to 1400 combo range and putting up a 722k and a 697k respectively. Really strong performances leading the way. Just a little bit better across the board for this Chile team on that pick, and they still continue to defend that break point. The Nomad one was maybe an opportunity for Hong Kong, but doesn't end up happening. Like you said, Chile runs away with it in the end. Hong Kong quickly into the free mod 3 as the picks continue to dwindle. We go back into the free mod pool for the first time since the first pick of the match.
Unfortunately, Hong Kong not able to consolidate it once again, slipping away from their fingers with valiant attempts from multiple members of their team, just not able to get that breakaway to cut even. But it's still possible for Hong Kong to keep the flow going for now. Free Mod 3, a map that a lot of us expected to be one of those signature Hong Kong picks, has been locked in here. Niwashi Kamuri mapped by Down. This is a cut stream control fiasco.
And control aim has gone well for Hong Kong on their last couple of picks. I would say about the opposite of a fiasco when you look at those scores that players like Suwagi and MCY4 put up on the Hidden 3 and on the Nomad 4. So I very much understand this pick as a logical progression of the previous ones. Winning by, 223k on the Hidden 3, 119k only on the Nomad 4. These points are so closely contested, but it has felt like Hong Kong found kind of their niche in this match with these types of picks. And this is a pretty much must-win, as it has felt like so many of their picks have been, but down 4-2. Free Mod 3 is a gotta-have-it moment here for Hong Kong.
Yeah, it really is. If Chile managed to slip away with this one, it kind of seems like it might be all but over. It does feel like we're finally starting to see Chile regain that consistency, right? Which is a great thing, right? I think a lot of us were doubting Chile a little bit. We thought Chile have looked really shaky throughout this whole tournament, really uncertain. But this time they are pulling a lot of stops. They are pulling those super high scores, and they are able to contest Hong Kong on a lot of maps. This one could potentially be no exception, especially with Santana number 37 playing. Decamping and Mathy, the two staples of the team, still sticking around to fill in those fourth slots. But Hong Kong do like this. Down, a mapper very well known for his sporadic, scary, and consistently inconsistent difficulty with the flow and the control, right? Loads of cuts, loads of scary patterns that if you are not prepared for, if you do not expect from a map like this, could trip you up massively. Considering how there are cut streams, you could see a few chain misses, you could see a lot of accuracy drops, and with a map this short, you would expect it also to be very dense in difficulty, but it's even tighter than that. This map actually has slowdown sections with just tells you how brutal some of these harder parts really are. Suwagi, Misha Awa, Max Biro for MCY4, Hard Rock for MCY4 with Hidden for Misha Awa, Suntan on the Hard Rock, and number 37 on the Hidden. Unexpected Hard Rock here from Suntan, but accepted nonetheless, and hopefully it's going to be the boon that Chile need to take this one to match point.
And it's starting off well for Chile as Misha Awa really struggling in the early stages here. This map throws you right to the wolves with the aim control requirements of these little back and forths and the aim control streams in the intro. It's intercamming to fall, but Suwagi and Misha Awa and Suntan all join him, as does MCY4. And it is Max Burio, the only combo for Hong Kong. Meanwhile, No 37 and Mathy on those big combos. The FC 99 8-1-100 for No 37 on the hidden. One of the best performances we've seen through the early stages of this map for anyone this whole weekend. Some more big flow patterns coming in. But look at that lead already, 300k for Chile.
Here we are into the ramp up, and Chile already have a really strong advantage here. Number 37, though, does finally go down on the hidden, with Mathy still left to fight. But there's a lot of score, like we said here, for Chile. Hong Kong really can't get any combo really high enough to contest. It's only Max Burio on his own. Mathy does miss, though, and so that combo from Max Burio could be what breaks away here for Hong Kong. They still have a lot to gain. The recoveries from Misha Awa and MCY4 are solid, but Suntan Intercamping are able to contest. It's Max Burio uncontested with a solid advantage with Suwagi and number 37 over the recovery here. Does Hong Kong have enough time? The score is starting to slow down, but it's ticking. The pie chart is starting to fill up. There's not a lot of time left here for Hong Kong. But does Max Burio have enough? There's still cuts to go. The next part of the map is still to come. And it's really brutal. It's so unforgiving, but the flip is there. Max Burio does miss, but MCY4 and Misha Awa have his back. What looked so doubtful towards the start, what looked like almost certain there for Chile, ends up becoming a comeback blessing for Hong Kong. They take the map, and another breakpoint conceding is not going to happen.
It's just cinema on top of cinema on top of cinema. This match continues to deliver map after map. The flip and just rocketed on over, did that scoreline. That was crazy clutch stuff from Hong Kong in the last quarter of the map. A really, really crazy movement of the scorebar in the last moments. But all those big combos for Hong Kong and a little bit of a misstep from Chile near the end of the pick. Man, oh man, this match just delivering every which way. Another close scoreline, 185k. I mean, when was the last time we had a match that was decided by more than 300,000 points? You have to go all the way back to DT2 as the second map of the match. Everything since then has been a battle, and now it comes down to just the last few picks. It is Chile with the 4-3 lead. They still have that breakpoint advantage despite everything that has happened. Breakpoint on the first map of the match. And we have played 6 more maps since then. Chile just holding the advantage, holding the line the whole way through. And their own pick to come to try and force a match point in their favor. And you can tell the nerves starting to hit just a little bit here. The timeout request coming in. So Shiba, we're going to finally have a quick second. We're going to have a little extra time in this one. Everybody can take just a tiny little deep breath and think about what we've seen and think about what's to come. We've got Nomad 2 DT3 left for Chile if they want to go into tapping. We've got that Free Mod 4 still untouched this weekend. Where do we think they go to try to give themselves the match point?
Well, Chile, I mean, it really does seem like they can put up a fight against Hong Kong on just about anything. But if we're really looking at how strong they are on paper, you got to look at DT3, I think, as an obvious one. I feel like the use of the timeout most of the time is either used to cool yourself down after a bit of a stress situation, or option B, to practice for a very specific type of map. And this DT3 is quite specific, 300 BPM raw speed. It's no slouch, and I think Chile are a team that really want to make the most of that one. That being said, though, considering this was one of the Tavern Mechanics maps that Hong Kong didn't ban, you're a little less uncertain about it. But regardless, I mean, 300 BPM is 300 BPM, and Chile do like their speed. So I'm assuming that that's going to be the most likely option. If they wanted to, they could go into the Hard Rock 1, as Chile do have really solid Hard Rock players and really solid aim players. I feel like another choice could be No More 2, but I feel like that map is so accessible, you more want to look at that one as a potential coin flip, right? It's got a lot of space parts on the most predictable parts of the map, the peaks of the Ki times and the ending, where the streams really hit a peak where most players will end up collapsing. So I think if Chile want to try and go into something that they know they can lock in a win on, it is most likely to be that DT3, if not the Hard Rock 1. Do you think there's anything different, T1G? Do you think there's any other options?
And I don't. I really... This is the point in the match where it starts to become a big challenge to find those picks. So I think you just have to look at what are we best at historically, and let's just lock into that type of option. And it's going to be
Nomad
2. So they are going to go the tapping route, but it's going to be the Nomad 2 instead of the DT3. I guess they just know something we don't about that DT3, the fact that they are leaving it unselected until possibly even their last pick. So my heart will go on Flow, Stamina, 200 BPM. Obviously, the emotions tied up in this map with it having been created by Mackie Donalds. A lot on the line here in this moment for the players, but of course taking a moment to think about somebody who has left us in the community behind, unfortunately. But this is a map that I really think either team can be victorious on. Hong Kong is a pretty good flow aim team. They're not great at raw speed, but they've historically been pretty good at flow tapping. So this feels, like you said, a little accessible and a little scary for that reason.
Yeah, mapped by, like we said, mapped by the late Mackie Donalds. A legendary Dragon Force song mapped by an irreplaceably legendary player as well. Left us too soon, unfortunately. But our hearts will go on, as will his legacy and this map. This one, like we said, it is 200 BPM. I think that's one of the things that makes me a little less confident in this for Chile. I mean, not to say that Chile can't tap 200 BPM, it's more that this is pretty accessible for Hong Kong. Siwagi and MCY4 have improved a lot on this tapping BPM. It's not really like they're going to struggle on this. Same with Kaga Samira and Max Birio. It is that sharp flow aspect that makes me very uncertain on who could win this. It really could go any other way. I feel like the most likely players to look at here in terms of the most consistent flowing players would probably be MCY4 on the side of Hong Kong and Intercamming on the side of Mathy. But outside of that, Intercamming on the side of Chile, not on the side of Mathy. Intercamming on the side of Chile. But Mathy's also a pretty good player on this one, but I'd say MCY4 and Intercamming are the most likely players to be very high performance on. But the spacing on these streams are brutal, and it can really trip up anyone. Anyone could hit these as well. So here we go into My Heart Will Go On, a pivotal map here, not only in its representation as a map period, but also in the stakes of this match.
You just got to take a deep breath, grit your teeth, gird your loins, and head into it. There is nothing left at this point. A map like this feels like it is so binary. You can FC it, or you can fall off a stream and miss 30 times, and you just don't know which it's going to be until you play it. Will we see maybe some note lock on somebody? You know, you can so easily fall and just struggle. But we will see. It's been Mathy and Intercamming to look so strong on these tapping picks for Chile over the course of the tournament. Nikore Suntan backed them up very well time and time again. But Hong Kong has proven the ability to clutch up in a lot of picks so far. And this would be a big opportunity for them if they can do something like that once again. I recall back a few years ago that they won a Nomad 2 against the United States, that they were vastly favored against them, but it's breaks. It's 4 misses altogether. Kagosamiri, Suwagi, Nikore, and Mathy. 4 FCs gone, 4 FCs remaining.
Oh, next stream session as well is going to trip up MCY4. That's a really big miss to go down here for Hong Kong. Like we said, a player that we really look at to be one of the main factors that could perform very well on this, but it's not going to be so far. It's Max Birio to be the last combo standing here for Hong Kong. Intercamming and Suntan still have that combo intact to give Chile a very strong advantage there. Another miss from Mathy, but not really the one you're still looking for here. Recovery from the Corey is also solid, enough to contest Kagasumire. So this lead from Chile is going to continue gaining, but we are just halfway through, and we are going into the next Ki time. Again, more streams, more intense flow aim. we could see a complete collapse from either side, or we could see everyone full combo just about everything. We'll have to wait and see. Nokori is the first to miss. A solid recovery there from Chile, but it's not the full combo you're looking for here. Maxperio is trying his hardest. He is banking on somebody here from Chile of the significant combos to miss here. But Suntan and Intercamming aren't letting them go at all. Intercamming's accuracy is also phenomenal. Like we said, a pivotal member on this team who had looked so quiet throughout this tournament is now really shining through and giving Chile the pop-off that they need. Everyone hits those streams. And Chile still keep that lead, but it's tenuous. It's getting down, considering the recoveries here from Hong Kong. It's starting to gain a little bit with Kagasumira, Suwang, and MC going for, bringing the support here for Maxperio, but he misses. Nokori also trades, but it's 2 full combos against 3 really potent recoveries. Is there going to be enough time here? Matthew's combo is also quite high. Someone has to miss. Suwagi Kagasumira is also down, and that might just solidify it now. With the 2 full combos still intact there for Chile, MCY4 can only do so much as he falls. Does Suntan get the full combo? Does Suntan end this off in style? Suntan! No, he's down. He may pop off towards the end, but unfortunately it's not enough to full combo it. But regardless of that, Chile are 1 map away from advancing to face Russia.
And now we know why they picked this Nomad 2 here, man. Those scores from Intercamming and from Suntan, unbelievable. So strong the whole way through. Yeah, they both had a bunch of misses, but it's chain misses. It's a Nomad 2. That's just what happens. And Chile, man, oh man, they put in work on that pick. It felt dangerous for so much of that map. But, you know, it's so easy to look at Chile and to think about Intercamming and to think about Mathy. But Suntan has been so strong for that team. And showing it here once more. And it is match points on the remaining 2 picks. It is 1 pick for Hong Kong. If they win that, it'll be a last pick to Chile. Both opportunities for Chile to close out this match, as you said, to advance for that matchup against Russia. So the last pick for Hong Kong, their last stand, their last line of defense, is going to be a tricky one. We still have yet to see a free mod 4 this entire weekend. Maybe not the direction to go in, but the aim control has kind of dwindled down in this pool. So their options are getting more limited, as we said might happen in this match. You're getting to the point where you're picking kind of the best of what's left instead of having an optimized map for your team. And that's a situation where Hong Kong finds themselves in for this last pick of their own.
I think what makes this so scary here for Hong Kong is that even though number 3 is a good option here, whether or not they win, that DT3 is still open for Chile. I mean, surely now picking DT3 is going to be the most obvious choice. Chile have been quite brave, but quite smart with their pick strategy. Confident enough to go into a map as sporadic and dangerous as the number 2. Still coming out intact with a smile and saying, hey, look, we're at match point and we still got that DT3 open. Pick whatever you want. You know, we're still going to have a scary map that you know you're not going to want to go against us on. So, yes, this number 3 is a solid one, but whether or not that happens, Hong Kong need a huge blessing in that next DT3 pick. I do not doubt one bit Chile are going to pick that.
Yeah, but, I mean, you really, you got to take it 1 map at a time, right?
Yeah.
We have that DT3 pick in the back of our mind for what Chile may go into next. And Hong Kong knows that that is a likelihood as well. But they've still got to play this Nomad 3. They've still got to win this Nomad 3. It has only been, as we said, the 1 break point in this entire match. And it was the first pick of the entire thing. There's only been 1 map this entire match with a score difference of more than 300,000 points between the teams as well. This has been so tightly contested the whole way through, and there's no reason to expect the Nomad 3 to be any different. And with that in mind, you have to be 110% locked in and ready to go for this map for both of these teams. You can't overlook this if you're Hong Kong and think, we win this for free, let's start thinking about Chile's last pick. And if you're Chile, you're thinking, we could take a break point and close out the match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. think this map, although definitely mapping-wise in favor of Chile, the sheer precision on this alone does have a couple members of Chile, you know, raising their eyebrows and be like, this seems like something I might like, especially with intercamming and Mathe around. Nakore as well, pretty solid. Suntan being able to just do well on just about everything at this point. But Suwagi, MCY4, Stilek, all three have good proficiency on this style. Another thing that I think we've forgotten to mention just yet, this is the OS original outside of the tiebreaker here at the semi-final stage for the OS World Cup. Nagiha, OS original, Valdez, mapped by Yaspo. It's a CS6 AR 9.6, a very unique map. Considering what the normal 3-slot usually is, it is precision swing control. A lot of doubles, a lot of weird patterns, and that CS6 can really test you sometimes. So we'll have to wait and see what goes through here. Early misses already, though. A lot of players struggling to adjust early on into this map. A triple miss there from Hong Kong, with Matthew only being the single miss on the side of Chile. Another miss there from Suwagi as well. Not a good start here from Hong Kong, but we're still early days. A lot of potential for some more misses.
Yeah, unfortunately, those more misses coming from Suwagi, which is not the player you can afford to have breaks on if you're Hong Kong. It is Suntan to trade it out, and there goes Nakori as well, so that will stabilize a bit, but Slock is going to break also. This is his first map this entire match, I believe, which is quite the scenario to walk into the room to see. Shades of Donald Glover in that famous scene from Community with everything on fire. It is MCY4, though, to hold the FC, as well as Max Birio on the recovery combo. Intercamming and Matthew, though. Who else? The famed duo from Chile to hold this lead out by just over 100,000 points, reaching the halfway mark. Suwagi is recovering, as are Nakore and Suntan. This is going to stay a battle. Only 100,000 points between the teams thus far.
It's still close. Recovery is quite nicely established here for Hong Kong. It seems like they've managed to make a recovery, but there's Steluk, and that's a big miss to go down. Chile still have those recoveries intact, but Matthew does miss, and that's one of the full combos shut down here for Chile. Nakore and Suntan, though, still strong. Suntan misses as well. It's slowly closing in a bit here as Hong Kong start to establish a bit more of a combo advantage here, but as long as intercapping holds with this great accuracy as well, leading the lobby, it's gonna be still a valuable one, but intercapping does miss, and the scoreline. But MCY4 trades. Suwagi and Nakori are battling it out. Max Birio uncontested here. A double miss there from Chile. Still up trades, but it's not a good enough trade here. Max Birio does go down, and it's a full collapse for Hong Kong. Nakori misses as well. It's a collapse everywhere, T1G. No one is able to build a significant combo, but this scoreline says it all. Chile, through I think a few people's doubts. Is there enough? I'm not sure.
There's so little combo anywhere. Matthew has 200. He falls in. Well, wait just a second. It's only 80k into the last notes. No.
That's it. It's done.
That's it.
Oh, my word. I thought it was over. Thank you, T1G. That looked actually kind of scary towards the end, but it doesn't matter. What's done is done. Chile will take the match against Hong Kong, fighting their way through. Such a rocky start to this tournament, but now finally able to take that strong win against a daunting opponent like Hong Kong. Hong Kong are out of the OS World Cup, and Chile will advance to face Russia very, very soon. In fact, in a few minutes, I believe, unless our players have accepted a break request. Outside of that, though, Chile take it.
Yeah, I think they're going to be going pretty much straight into that, so it's just going to be a second to kind of put a brief cap on this match. That is an incredible performance from Chile. They get straight into things against Russia soon. But man, what a match we just saw. All of those points so incredibly close. A battle the entire way through. But Chile just emerging 107 points, right? I mean, how much closer could this one have been besides that? Hong Kong going to be eliminated here in top 12. Chile going to be going on to top 8, so they will match their seeding and an opportunity to advance on into top 6. Against Russia presenting itself. We're in crazy scenes here, Shiba, but man, what a match, and what another match we have to come right after it, too.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't help but look at that DG4 and think, wow, that is a real thing to like at retrospectively at what could have been. We might have been able to see today as the day again, but unfortunately not for this one. But regardless, we got some more matches to come back very soon, so I'm not going to hold you on for too long. One thing I'll say real quick before we transition into our break into the next match is, if you guys loved that match you just saw, if you guys grew a new fondness for some of the teams of this Host World Cup, you can get yourself some banners and make your support known. Very, very cheap investment as a way to invest and give the prize pool a bit more of a boost for our incredible players here at the Yoast World Cup. Not only do you benefit the players, but you also get to rep your teams in style. Go to the Yoast store, go get your banners to support whatever country you want. It doesn't even have to be a team that's still in this World Cup. You can still get your banners for Kazakhstan, guys, I'm saying. But outside of that, go get your banners. But until then, Team 1G, it's been a pleasure casting with you once again. I've been Sad Shiva, and we'll see you guys very, very soon for Russia versus Chile. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back. That wasn't too long, was it? Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024 semi-finals. Still a few more games to go this Sunday afternoon, or morning, or evening, wherever it is. Glad you're here. Chile are back in action once again. They've had a few minutes break, but they're back at it for their second losers bracket matchup against Russia. Seed 4 versus Seed 7. And a lot on the line for these two. There's a lot of hoodoo, a lot of curses to be broken here for these two, so tensions are high, I imagine. Can't wait to see this one. I'm Doomsday, gonna be on cast for this one. And joining me is the one and only Fiery Rage. Good morning, man.
I love casting at 7 a.m. again in 2 days in a row.
Hell yeah.
Everybody. This is, yeah, as Doomsday said, this is a loser bracket match. Russia coming off of winning against Poland 6-1 yesterday, at actually the same time as this match is currently taking place. Chile, we just saw them. They won against Hong Kong 6-3. Back-to-back matches for them. We'll see if that warm-up makes it so they can maybe perform a bit better on this, since... Actually, I don't even know if they need to perform a bit better, since Chile and Russia... Chile has won the maps. Russia and Chile have shared 3-1.
Yeah, the omens are looking good, but playing 2 matches in a row, especially when Chile just come off that very tight one against Hong Kong, and some of those maps were ludicrously close. Going straight into that can be a blessing or a curse. I mean, it does depend on the player, but getting that warm-up, getting maybe, if you drop the ball on your first run, that second run just straight after might actually be helpful, but sometimes you can mind game yourself and low roll instead. We'll see how it plays out for Chile here. Russia, of course, played yesterday, so they have slept since then. They've had a lot more time to, I guess, refresh themselves. But they'll have to come into this fresh against a Chile team that have already won a hard match here.
Already done with the ban phase. That was pretty much immediate. I am very happy with that. Russia banning out Hidden 2 and Nomad 3. I think Hidden 2 makes sense, not really wanting to deal with number 37. They do have Markram on the Russian side, but Chile, I think, has an overall well-rounded reading team, and I don't really think Russia can necessarily compete with that. Nomad 3, I think, is kind of interesting, especially considering Chile banned Hard Rock 2, which is the most similar map to Nomad 3 in terms of precision aim. And DT3 makes sense for Chile. I think Russia is probably going to be wanting to pick into that speed, so we're probably going to be seeing them pick DT2 at some point in this match, I imagine. Nomad 4 will be their first pick, though, which is kind of interesting, all things considered, but this is a map Chile played against Hong Kong, and they did lose this. They only got 1.24 million on this, so not a very good team score, all things considered.
I wish I have some players that will shred a map like this. I don't actually have the scores on hand. I'm trying to get the MP together for Russia. I don't remember if they played this last time. But I think on the basis of that, they must just think that's quite a beatable score, and I could definitely see Russia rolling higher than that. But
yeah, this was not played during their match, so.
Oh, okay. So this is fresh territory for them. It gives Chile time to, try and get a higher roll on it, though, especially with a map like this with so much control. A lot of that 1-4 control and some nuts slider aim in this. The second play can oftentimes work out a lot better. The first play, you miss Q, you don't get the flow right on these bursts. You lock in for the second play, so I can see Chile rolling higher than that last score today on this second one.
Yeah, Matthew and Suntan had pretty low miscounts, all things considered. Lowest in the lobby for those plays, actually. 5 misses from Matthew and 7 from Suntan, respectively. So they're more than capable of playing this. And intercamming, I think, also probably low rolled the last time he played, all things considered. Bottom scoring for Chile on that, but definitely more than capable of playing this type of map at a high level. So this is going to be interesting to see. Russia has not played this, so we have no idea how they would perform on this. I do think they have a pretty good roster for this, all things considered. I mean, you have Ciccone, Welter, Skrull, Deska in there right now. Fairly solid tech-oriented roster, all things considered, as well as the skill cap roster, which is what this map is mostly testing outside of tech. This is probably the hardest map in the pool.
I'd agree there, honestly. Trying to look at some of these maps and balance the difficulty. My skill set's a bit biased on reading, but this map is so volatile, and the way the players have been managing it, yeah, this is probably the hardest one in the pool, all things considered. Let's see, though. It's round 2 in the losers bracket for these two. One of these two are going out, and there's a lot on the line. Russia trying to get their first top 6 since 2019, and Chile looking to get their first top 6 since OWC 1, where they were 4th. So, yeah, uncharted territory for these two now.
A lot of history riding on this. Both of these teams haven't seen the finals weekend for quite some time now. We're going to be getting right into it so far. Actually favoring Chile quite a bit. 3 FCs to only be 1 on Deske right now. As soon as I say that, though, all those are gone. 2 FCs now. Make that 1.
They're dropping like flies, fiery. Just a bit with the a lot of those 1-4 snaps come in this first half. Maybe a bit more than the second half. At the moment, no one's holding major combo, but Welter recovering nicely. That 97%. He's doing a lot of work for him, but his team's backing him up as well. Each to a player doing better than Chile after that first part.
Yeah, solid recovery from Russia as a whole there. Welter does miss. Nekori trades it. That still favors Russia. Ciccone as well missing, though. That is going to halt the advance. Going to be going towards Chile. As soon as I say that, though, intercamming misses. Lots of misses just from everyone on this. There's not really any consistent combo being held right now. Skrull and Deske probably the most consistent at holding combo currently. We'll see if that continues to be the case as we get into one of the harder sections of the map. This is where slider aim is absolutely brutal. You can slider break literally anywhere here, just like Deske did right there.
Yeah, Skrull still got combo, and so Ciccone is still looking pretty good. Suntan, though, with 98%. Highest AC in the lobby. Doing a lot of work there. Oh, that's a big break there from Russia, actually. Suntan gets the break, though, so it's still with Ciccone and Russia here. It's tight, though.
Ciccone holding through that square is huge. He's going to break immediately after, but I think that's enough to secure the point since there's not enough combo. It's going to get a bit tight here, actually, at the end with intercamming, but not enough.
Yeah, that was it. I was getting real close at the end, though, but just enough done by Russia there to take first blood. Ciccone getting through that square, which is probably the hardest pattern in the whole map. That's taken out whole lobbies before, but Ciccone holding through with combo was so critical there by the end.
Actually, I think that made all the difference pretty much.
Yeah.
30k points. Not a big score margin at all, which I'm pretty sure Russia probably not necessarily happy with, but hey, they got the point. That's all that matters. Chile now to follow up with their next pick.
Where did they go? I mean, the bans were very different than the last one, so they're definitely targeting Russia with those. with the reading bans coming out, that does telegraph that Russia are a bit afraid of the gimmick. Plenty of that left in the free mod pool if they want to get stuck into that. Cell could be one. Wouldn't mind seeing free mod 4. I don't think we've even seen that map picked yet. But it is going to be Hidden 3 where they go, with Acheron.
If I remember correctly, this is one of the maps they actually shared in common. Chile got 1.8 million, lost this against Hong Kong. And between Russia and Poland, Russia did win this, but they got a worse team score, 1.7 million. So a bit of a volatile pick, all things considered. Only a 100k score difference between the two lobbies that this was played in for both of these teams. And it could go either way on this one. This is a pretty finger control heavy map. Some bursts here and there at 200 BPM. A lot more tech focused, I think, with the hidden mod than anything else, though.
You know, the control side is the key here. The accels, decels, and the streams are pretty harsh, and at 200 BPM, it's not slow. You have to manage all this control at a high tempo. But the streams are broken up, so it's not really a stamina thing. Yeah, looking at the way, like the head-to-heads, the miscounts on both sides are pretty similar. The sorts of scores are pretty similar. It's looking like a proper toss-up pick here. I wonder if we'll see some rejigging with the rosters, maybe. Maybe some of the players might want to slip in. Alfiu is back in here, who played this earlier for Chile. No 37 was the 4th. We'll see if he rounds out the roster here for Chile. There he is.
It'd be hard to, yeah, I'd imagine. It'd be hard to imagine number 37 not in for a hidden pick. Yeah, but I think this is the same roster for both of these teams on this map, actually. Yep. So this is going to be the second time both these teams play it. Chile won this last time on the head-to-head matchup. Can they do it again? Suntan admittedly got a pretty crazy score on this, 2 miss 660k. So hopefully can replicate that, because that will make probably most of the difference in terms of this map, since this is this is a pretty hard map.
Yeah, this map is absolutely nutty. This song is so crazy. The time signature changes like all over the place as well. There's a big BPM change just after halfway, which suddenly goes back into the fast stuff. We've seen players manage it really well, though. Been impressed with that. I thought that might catch out a few more than it has. Especially with these two playing it already in a matchup. They know exactly what they're getting into. Bancho trying his best there.
Alfiu is just having a head start. Don't worry about it. It wouldn't be a OWC match without the tournament client breaking in some way. Speaking of breaking in some way, everyone dies on the first stream. I don't think everyone except Matthew comboed that, and Scrowl.
Yeah, and Scroll had 84. I guess the break there. The combo gaming not holding together. Map's long enough to adjust to it, so plenty of time to get your bearings.
Yeah, rough start for both of these teams, so not having any fun in that beginning. Taking a bit to get accustomed to it, but we did get there in the end. Favors Chile for now. Combos on Suntan and Matthew. Combos on no one on Russia outside of Scrowl.
Suntan with the early little start there, but so early on.
Stabilized a bit now. This is from Desuke and Handsome, the only real major difference makers at the moment, as this lead builds in favor of Chile as we get to the first fourth of the map done.
Breaks there from Welters, unfortunate. Followed up by Matthew, though, so it's traded, but it's still with Chile here. Accuracy is down quite a bit here for Russia. The combos are gaming, but the accuracies for Chile looking much more superior. That accuracy from Matthew doing a lot of work, even though he has found a break at 98.6. And climbing for him.
And Suntan doing what he does best on this map. 660k last time, looking to replicate it right now. Holding a very solid 1k combo, just about. This is quickly becoming unapproachable for Russia to get back into this. Very solid first pick from Chile, looking like that as Russia basically breaks everything and all their chances to come back into this. Welter, the only combo remaining, and Suntan, Matthew, and number 37, all holding on to very solid combos and accuracies. This map is all but over.
Yeah, huge reset, and like no 37 with that 1k combo as well. Suntan with 1300. The BPM change is coming up. Hope we don't slip on that now with those runs they have.
Yeah, it'd be very nice to see them improve their run from last time. Doesn't seem like it's catching them too off guard.
They're through. See, no problem. I genuinely thought player could slip more on that. Oh,
well, no, number 37 did, but Suntan hasn't. I need to stop.
Oh my god. He might still beat his old score, though.
He did beat his old score. He could take pride in that, at the very least, I guess.
Yes. Just about. They don't need cursing. They're already like 500,000 points ahead. It's a dominating pick. A really good first pick. Russia definitely not looking very comfortable on this. They are recovering combos nicely through Desuke and Scroll, but certainly looked shaky on it as a 4, and Chile looking dominant on this. So that's something they can really make use of going forward in this match, I think.
Yeah, that hidden 1 is probably looking very tempting for them right now. Or free mod 4 even, if they want to go into some free mod tech. They want to potentially abuse whoever goes hidden on Russia for that. Very solid scores from Chile overall, though. Matthew 2 miss almost 99%, highest accuracy in the lobby by a very wide margin. Suntan doing what he does best on this map. 700k, highest in the lobby. As we get into Russia's next pick.
They're shredding that one. Suntan and Matthew, those are 2 very good scores for this. Here comes double time 2, White happy. Yeah, Russia getting stuck into that speed, and I'm excited to see the speed head-to-head between these 2. I think these 2 trade blows all day. Maybe Russia has the edge as it's been going, but especially on like something like this, a bit lower BPM compared to the Uber speed, a bit more on that control side. I reckon this is going to be quite a tight one between these 2 teams.
Yeah, this is another map both these teams shared in their lobbies. DT2 was played. Russia won this against Poland, 3.8 million team score with 2 FCs from Ciccone and Welter. Chile, only FC from Matthew with an intercamming slider break and getting 3.4 million. But both these teams are pretty evenly matched, all things considered. If intercamming doesn't slider break, that score goes to almost 3.7 million as an example, and that's 100k score difference. Meanwhile, Scrowl as well, slider breaking in their prior one. If he fixes that, then they can get even 4 million on this Russia. It's a very interesting head-to-head here. Russia favored on paper, I'd say, as the overall better speed team, I would say. But Chile definitely have a chance on this.
It is looking more like a consistency war on this pick, judging by the previous scores. I'd agree, yeah, Russia would be favoured. I think they are the more comfortable speed team, especially once you get up to semis. But this one's pretty approachable and suits Chile's speed players well. Same roster, of course, coming in. Gonza making his appearance once again to round out that tapping team for Chile.
Yeah, same rosters once again for both of these. We'll see if Russia can improve their score, as Chile did on Hidden 3 just now. Another finger control heavy map on this. A lot of doubles here and there, but mostly focused on speed, I would say. 240 BPM.
You have to manage the speed, but you do have to be competent at it to actually manage the doubles and quads, which always come at you as well. But I don't think 240 speed is going to be phasing anyone in this lobby. It's going to be more down to who doesn't just break on something silly, it almost feels like. It's one of those matchups.
Bit of a lengthy double time pick, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Early misses like that from intercamping, hopefully not going to matter too much.
Getting that early miss out. Just get your nerves out. That's what it's all about. Welter's miss, though, is going to make a bigger difference, though. That's a big combo dropped here early on for Russia, followed up by Suntan, so they ain't going to get very far.
The accuracy lead for Russia as well, off the backs of intercamping 96 and Suntan also 96. But Russia holding fairly solid 98, 99s for all players. Maybe building the score lead up slowly but surely, given no other breaks happen.
The first chorus doesn't seem to claim anyone, really. Still, we'll call it 3 FCs to 3. A bit of act drops. Oh, that's a miss in the middle of the map from Gonza, though. Chile are in a bit of trouble now.
Make that 3 to 2 as soon as you say that. I'm glad I'm not the only person cursing people. Now this lead is gonna just keep on building. Scrowell almost missing on that stack there, getting full 50s. Combo is what matters though, and he holds on to that. And we are approaching 200k. Intercamping dropping the FC on that. This is not going to be helping things in the slightest, and this might be over just from that. 3 FCs still for Russia. Welter on a very nice recovery. This is looking a bit doomed.
Yeah, Matthew can't do it alone. 99.2, highest, oh, not highest hack in the lobby actually. Cicconi's got something to say about that. 3 full combos, the early miss from Welter. This is going to look like a crazy team score from Russia if they can hold through this last little section. The last chorus, to be honest, is probably the easiest part of the map as well. See if they can bank this.
Yeah, well, I said they have a potential to get 4 million on this, and they're looking to do just that as they approach that and well surpass it. And not bad. Welter just misses on nothing at the end.
He's just bookending his score, mate. That's what it is. Miss at the start, miss at the end. Still getting a slider break.
Breaks.
That is a crazy team score from Russia, though. Speed team doing speed things, but that was crazy from Russia. Emphatic point there against Chile.
It's not like Chile did bad on that either. 700Ks from intercamping and Suntan. 99.3 highest stack in the lobby from Gonza. Just very unlucky miss.
Brutal.
Russia, team consistency unmatched on that.
Well, it does bode well for the speed head-to-head for them going forward. Chile, I think, it can count themselves unlucky on a couple of the misses they had there. But I see the accuracies as well were in favour of Russia. They look more comfortable on that side. And I think the other speed maps are a bit less accessible. I mean, Fallen Angel, Chile will have a good crack at that, I bet. But that map is probably more Russia favoured than White Happy is. We'll see how that plays out later on. I'm sure we're going to see more of that tapping later from Russia.
Ciccone with a 1x100 on Fallen Angel, and then their last match. Don't know if he'll replicate that if it ends up being picked, but obviously very comfortable on it. Don't think Chile would want to pick into it. I'm not entirely sure Russia would want to pick into it since Chile also have Mathy intercamming, which are more than capable of playing it, but we'll see. Fremod 1 is going to be the pick.
Breaking out with Jonathan LFJ. Falcom Sound Team. As you do. I think Chile played this last time as well. They played it a bit earlier. So they're getting stuck into it again. Some of that high-speed aim. Mostly. Then you have like a stream section in the middle, which has claimed a few lives in matches past.
This was the first point they played against Hong Kong. Won that 2.2 million. Russia did not play this. Suntan was on the hidden, intercamming on the hard rock. Fairly solid scores from them as well. See if they can replicate that. Russia, meanwhile, I imagine we're probably going to be seeing hidden, or well, we're going to be seeing Ciccone most likely on hard rock. I'm actually not too sure who takes hidden here. Markram, I guess, if he comes in. I'm not too sure if this would be capable for him since this has a lot of streams in it.
Yeah, like the 1/3 streams, isn't it, mostly? I think there's a couple of short 1/4 ones, but it is like spaced 1/3. I mean, Desuke could be coming in for the hidden as well. I think he's filled in a lot on the, I guess, mechanics free mods. Tends to play some of the numbered ones as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see him slip in here.
Gamer is going to be definitely, I'd say 99% likely on the no mod. Skrull, I think, as well on the no mod. Just wanting to get the consistent no mod players there. You are right, Desuke coming in, most likely going to be taken hidden. That's going to be our finalized rosters. We'll see if we are correct with our mod combination guesses.
Just gonna throw us for a loop with this Hard Rock. Surely Ciccone takes Hard Rock. That's just it's his bread and butter for the most part. Get Gamer and Scroll on the comfort.
I can maybe see Gamer taking it over Ciccone, but I don't think that's likely. They think Ciccone can get like a very consistent no mod play on this. Yeah, no, it's going to be what we predicted.
There it is. Looks like the same setup for Chile. Suntan on that hidden. The intercambing with that Hard Rock method. I feel like this map does come down sometimes to that stream section in the middle. People can be comfy on the aim, and then that stream section just completely murders you. We'll see how it plays out here.
Primarily aim focused. Streams we have been talking about. Main difficulty on this comes from the aim, and you're already seeing that in droves. Everyone on Russia outside of Ciccone missing in the early stages here. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 100 combo difference. Shouldn't matter all that much. Unless everyone on Chile holds FCs, which in that case, unlucky.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Just don't miss. And while Ciccone breaks as well, so there's no FCs already for Russia. Time to recover, but Chile haven't missed yet. So they've got time to make a massive advantage here.
They're looking comfortable on this. 99% across the board. 2 SSs, one from the Hard Rock on intercamping right now. Looking very solid on this. Matthew finally drops one of the combos. They're going to need more than that. Ciccone trades it as well. Here's the streams you're talking about. There goes Suntan.
Big chain miss too. So many notes dropped, so he's dropped a lot of score there. It's still with Chile, but now it's not. There's the break from intercambing. Russia have the advantage again. The recovery's doing work. Only Nekore with the no mod left for Chile.
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Just like that. All you have to say is his name. And these no mod recoveries from Skrull and Gamer doing a lot of work right now. Desuke on the hidden as well. There goes Skrull, but not enough, as I believe intercamming traded that as well. Ciccone doing what he does best. Can't have a Ciccone map without that being written in smoke at some point. This is looking very good for Russia. Probably guaranteed at this point, I would say.
Yeah, more aim now. There's some hard linears coming up, but that advantage is almost unassailable. They've got 3 combos of insurance, so surely the comeback win is on here. Chile looks so good, but that stream section just destroyed them, more or less. And Russia held a bunch of combo through that to save face.
Yeah, Russia struggling a bit on the beginning, but once they locked in, yep, they definitely locked in. Desuke gonna be dropping his hidden combo, but Gamer holding on. It's gonna slightly shift the score lead back to Chile, but not even nearly enough. Gamer as well missing at the end. He's done enough by this point. Most likely gonna be 400k score difference by the end of this. It's a very solid pick from Russia winning this, actually, not Chile, so not a solid pick from Chile.
Nah, it's unfortunate. It's a break point, and a big one too. 2 points in the lead now for Russia. Gamer and Desuke there with the 1k combos on their side. With Desuke getting that on hidden, no less. Very well played, and great to recover after getting a few early breaks. They locked in, and then they were sorted. Chile on the back foot.
It's just unlucky from Chile. That was worse than their score against Hong Kong by quite a considerable margin, actually. Just unfortunate breaks here and there, especially during that stream section. Russia capitalized off that with 2 700Ks. Even with their score from Hong Kong, though, I think they would have lost that regardless.
Yeah, they were still down by 200k on that score, so they still needed to improve to make that work. So that's 2 strong mechanics picks that Russia have won on as well, and they won on that No Mod 4 too. A bit closer in that regard, but certainly mechanics looks like something they could really make use of here in terms of that comfort. But the aim looked good for Chile. They were fine until that middle section. And here comes Fallen Angel. It is going to be double time 1 here for the side of Russia. I mean, why not? How well they played last time, why not?
And with how well they played on DT2 as well. Getting 4.1 million, I believe that's the highest team score we've seen so far. Still 1 match after this, so won't say the highest team score. But very solid on that, so might as well just stick with DT, right? We already mentioned Ciccone with the 1x100 FC on this last time, but overall, the team score on Russia was pretty solid on this. About, I'd say, 500Ks, if I remember correctly, from everyone here, and pretty solid accuracies. Just some unlucky misses from Welter, Scrowl, Ice Shark as well, but they've improved their DT2 score. More than capable of improving this as well.
Yeah, another map where it feels like it comes down to just performance on the day, consistency almost. But I can see Chile challenging them. Sure, the miscounts were fairly low, but you know, I think some of the combos were beatable. iShark got about 600 combo last time, Welter 800 combo. That's good, but Chile can contest that. Choc Gamer making an appearance here for Chile on that DT aim. Hasn't played too much this matchup so far, but this is his moment, it's looking like. And Intercamming and Mathy, don't doubt those two on a map like this. They have done fine work in the past and this year on maps like this.
Especially Mathy, I think he was the first DTFC on this, actually.
Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he?
I don't remember because it was pretty long ago, but
I think he was.
I think he was.
He's going to have to make some ownership of this one then. Suntown rounding out the lobby as well. That's a scary roster from Chile, man. Just on name value alone when it comes to something like this. So, but the way Russia's been playing, they should still be favoured on this. But they have to watch their backs.
Yeah, both these teams are crazy on double time. We already saw that with DT2. Lengthier double time here, 4 minutes long. And it's all about your aim consistency with the stream section in the middle rounding things out. See how it goes. Also worth mentioning, fairly easy to act this map. OD7 pre-double time, so OD9 after double time, which is quite a bit lower than your standard double time pick in any pool for the most part.
Wow, that's a few breaks early on there from both sides. 2 FCs to 2. Getting out of the intro. Still even. But a couple early misses.
Chalk Gamer dropping the accuracy is the only major difference right now, contributing to that 28k score gap. Ciccone not 100ing the beginning this time. We'll see if he keeps that up. Redemption arc, maybe. Get the SS here. Well, never mind. Unfortunate!
Nope. I mean, I do spy another one flying around the lobby. I won't say who. I won't do anything to it. Welter gets a break though, so it's back with Chile slightly here. But those FC still standing. Suntan gets the break. The SS is gone. Whoops, I tried. It's just Matthew left for Chile on those FCs.
Scrowl and Ciccone holding on strong. Gonna be building the score lead slowly but surely. There is breaks from the supporting combos of Russia, though. iShark and Welter not really able to hold on to a consistent combo here, which can be capitalized on if intercamping keeps holding and one of these FCs drops just like that. Scrowl gone. Cicconi's still holding on to the FC, countering Matthew right now. Matthew's gone on that cut stream. Cicconi holds through that entire hard part, as well as Scrowl. That was a Bancho miss, not an actual miss.
Yeah, the cut streams were too powerful for Bancho to handle there. Yeah, the two FCs holding through that cut stream section so well. Cicconi once again leading from the front, but Scroll not far behind. Chile don't have too much to combat this. I mean, they're hoping for a collapse and for intercambing to do something special. That's what's going to come down to here for any sort of comeback. Scroll gets a break immediately though, so that does make it a bit tenuous here for Russia.
They're going to need Cicconi to miss. And with how he performed last time on this, that's a hard ask, I'd say. There is no supporting combo for Russia, though, which is going to slightly shift the score lead over to Chile as long as they keep their combos intact. But it's pretty much all resting on Cicconi right now. See if he can hold his nerve and get another FC on this. It's looking fairly solid for now. There goes Chalk Gamer and Matthew, two supporting combos gone, back in favor of Russia now. I think with the amount of map left, this should be a consolidated breakpoint for Russia.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Maybe that just solidifies it. Intercamping misses.
Such a good recovery there from intercamping, but really it's out of Chile's hands because Cicconi looks like he's going to do it again.
2x 100 this time, I believe. He would be at 99.95 if this is 1x. See if he holds through the ending. Probably I'd say the hardest part at the very end there. Stream into a jump section, or vice versa. See if he holds through it.
Here we go.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. Making it look easy, Cicconi. That's 2 FCs in 2 for Cicconi on this map this weekend. Yeah, 200s this time. Yep. He's got twice as many act drops. What is he doing? What a play. What a player.
I think that was virtually identical to Russia's first time playing this, actually. FC from Cicconi, 600k from Scrowl, 500ks from Welter and Ice Shark. Basically the same score they got last time. And Chile not able to counteract it.
Yeah, so the miscounts looking pretty low. Intercamping with the 99.5 AC. 3 100s was good. Just getting a few misses, but that was a great run from intercamping. Like 3 players on Chile had over 1k combo. But that multiplier from Russia and that FC doing the work. They're looking real good now. But Chile has the next pick. They still have good maps on the board. But Russia now with a head of steam to finally break that curse and get into the finals weekend. At the moment, they're looking on course.
Still a lot of match to go. They have 2 points to go. It's Chile's pick. Kind of want to see Chile maybe go for Nomad 5 here. If they are ready for that type of reading, I think they have a pretty strong advantage on that.
I do reckon as well. You mentioned beforehand about as a team, they're more comfy on that sort of gimmick. And I do think so. I think Russia do rely on, I guess, individual brilliance a little bit, and especially in this later stage. You haven't seen Markram yet. He hasn't been in the lobby yet. I'm sure he's in the back ready for if a map of his comes up. But 3 mod 3 is the decision. It's going to be Kimuri. Still in the same ballpark, though. In the sense that control.
500k across the board for Chile on this one. Intercamming and Matthew on the Nomad definitely have room to improve here. This is something they lost against Hong Kong, though. Kind of interesting to see this early on. But we'll see if it works out for them. Russia did not play this in their previous match.
Short map this, and it's very volatile. It's under 2 minutes, and I mean, when you play it in solo, it's not too bad. You know, it's manageable. It almost feels like maybe one of the easier maps, but in match, it's a different it's a different beast. The back and forths, the wiggling streams with a lot of micro movements needed, and let's not even get stuck into the mod players having to manage this. This map is a nightmare on Hard Rock, particularly, and it's quite, well, it's fairly nasty on Hidden as well, especially Hard Rock though.
Hidden is chain miss central on this, I'd say, more than anything. We've seen a lot of chain misses with the Hidden mod on this from multiple different teams. So just pay special attention to number 37 and Deske probably on the side of Chile and Russia respectively. Imagine similar mod combinations compared to what we saw in Free Mod 1, Ciccone most likely on the Hard Rock, as well as I believe Suntan probably going to be taking the Hard Rock this time. Just wanting to get the consistent Mathy intercamming. Ooh, Markram coming in, so Deske might not be on the Hidden after all.
Yeah, it could be a hidden angle for that comfort, which I think is a good choice. Markram on Hidden is going to be quite comfortable, relatively. We'll say, I mean, this map's really hard, but Markram is one of the best Hidden players in the tournament right now. Look forward to seeing how he manages this.
I think a lot of people know him mostly for his low AR reading, but he is more than capable of playing Hidden overall. Very solid on that mod, so. Let's get into it here. We'll see how the mod combinations shake up. It looks like it's going to be what we said they were going to be.
Yeah, pretty predictable. Ciccone back on his Hard Rock. Markram will be holding on to that Hidden. This could potentially be Chile's last pick. They really need to make this work, or they are going to be in a world of hurt. Relying on a bit of a wild card pick here, but the control has been good for them. Let's see if they can make use of it.
You're mentioning very short maps, so these misses in the beginning actually are going to matter. No one doing it currently. Everyone holding their nerve. Deske, there goes a huge chain miss from him. Accuracy down the gutter, as well as Markram looking very solid for Chile right now. Suntan trades one of them, but they're going to need more than that. There goes Mathy.
Yeah, Hard Rock and no mod down here for Chile. The Hidden on no 37. Intercamping's no mod holding true. It's 2 FCs to 2. So it is still very close. It's slowly moving towards Russia with the recoveries. So really there's nothing into it as we go into the second half.
Pretty much dead even, all things considered. Deske missing. We'll shift it back over to Chile for now. Halfway done already. There goes number 37. Ciccone trades it. 2 FCs gone on either side. 1 FC on both of these teams. Skral and Intercamming battling it out on the no mod. Accuracy advantage for Skral at the moment. But the combos from Chile, the supporting combos from Mathy and Suntan, doing a lot of work right now.
For sure, man. Suntan making it work on the Hard Rock in the second half. Mathy recovering nicely. A bit ahead of steam now here, but Mathy gets the break. Hands the advantage slightly over to Russia, but they need more than this. They needed coming to break to make this comeback happen, but it's not looking like it's going to happen, Fiery.
The map is drawing to a close. 200k score gap. Definitely looking like a Chile point here. Solid scores from Intercam. Well, there goes Intercamming, but Skral, never mind. My fault, I guess. Suntan holding on strong through that ending on Hard Rock. Very impressive stuff from him. 670k. That is nothing to scoff at. Slider break as well from number 37. Very solid mod plays from both of these teams, really. Ciccone as well on 600k. But it's that Intercamming, no mod, and overall team consistency from Chile, pushing him over the edge on that one.
Honestly, that's 2 very good team scores for this. Those are very solid runs from both of them, and the miscounts were good on so many of the players. No 37 with that 98.5 slider break on Hidden is actually kind of a crazy score. I'm not going to lie. That's a very good score from him.
It's very hard to play this with Hidden.
It's nuts. But that does keep Chile's head above water. Next pick goes to Russia. They're still in a very good spot here, Russia. They do have speed on the board, but it's going to be not pure speed unless they want to go like Hard Rock 3. Thinking of You might be a choice for Russia if they want to keep the shred going. That's really about it, though.
DT4 is not a speed pick. It's more focused on high AR reading, as well as a bit of finger control here and there, but it's 220 BPM, so not necessarily have huge focus on that. They're actually going to go for it, so sticking with the DT pool, completely gone now, and I believe this is another map both these teams shared in common. Russia getting a 2.6 million just about on this last time they played it. And Chile, we saw them earlier getting a also 2.6 million on this, winning by 107 points against Hong Kong. Slider breaks from Suntan and intercamming on this, looking to improve their score there. Kind of a toss-up pick, all things considered. I need to stop saying that, but this is the one time I can say it.
Well, it's true. I mean, the accuracies look bang on between the two. Very similar. Miscounts very similar. Scores so similar. You can't really pull them apart on this one. They seem pretty comfortable on the AR 10.5. They said 10.3. 10.5 control on this. You see some players getting very low AC when they just can't manage it, but these two teams have rosters that can manage it well. And the accuracy is looking dead even, as I mentioned, so it's going to come down to who does what on the day. Flip a coin on this one. I can't see this one being very predictable, but Russia hoping it goes their way. Chile can definitely breakpoint this though. Definitely.
Just as equally, Russia can improve their score. They also had two slider breaks, Skral and Ciccone. The way Ciccone has been playing, wanting to hopefully FC this time around, I imagine. But yeah, like we were saying, slightly high AR reading, not your conventional AR you would see in the double time pool for the Aus World Cup or any tournament for that matter. 9.2, which is 10.5 after double time. More than capable, all these players, on reading it. That is a factor.
It certainly is a reading map through and through. Mostly about those snap doubles that repeat all the way through this, with that slider aim as well, which there is an element of here. You have a beat change near the end where it goes into more like low BPM streams. Seen teams manage that pretty well though, but it is there and you have to be aware of it.
It's very awkward to play this map.
It is. I'm not gonna lie. When I was like looking at the pool, I had to lower the AR because I absolutely cannot play this for the life of me on 10.5.
It's very awkward, especially when you're sight reading it, and even when you're not sight reading it. Aaron Camping and Ciccone trading early misses. It does favor Chile at the start. It's not going to be that way for long though, as Matthew drops. Desuke trades.
Those FCs looking real good at the moment on the accuracy. Welter and Desuke down slightly, but not by much. Chop Gamer does drop his FC though for Chile. It's only Suntan left with the full combo. And there are three on the side of Russia with the recovery, so now they're looking real peachy.
Desuke, Bancho miss, classic. Welter, I don't know if that was an actual miss from Welter, but that's one of the FCs gone, and they need way more than that, Chile. They need pretty much everybody on their side to miss with the amount of combo they have. And they're not, Russia's not looking to give this up easily. Halfway through the map, still holding on strong to two FCs and a basically FC from Ciccone.
More or less, and still holding the accuracy as well. We're past halfway now. There's recoveries on Chile, and Suntan can still make something work if Russia choke here, but gotta say, they're looking so good on this. 97% across the board here for Russia. Another break there from Chop Gamer. It's looking grim here for a breakpoint for Chile. Welter gets a break there. We'll see if it's real, but it won't matter anyway.
This is already untenable for Chile. 500k score lead and growing. This is nuts from Russia, holding on to 3 FCs at the break. It's just that Welter miss. Basically, That's the only negative for Russia right now. It just doesn't matter. This team score is ridiculous from them. They are popping off on the DTs. We saw Australia. We saw Australia pop off on these as well, but Russia looking to say, "Hey guys, we can do double time too." Here's a solid double FC, basically triple FC if you count Chaconi's early slider break, or not a slider break miss, but what can you really do against that?
Not a lot. Not a lot. 3.8 million is ludicrous for this. 3.8 million is crazy. It's far ahead the majority of teams that played this, including Chile. They have been blown away here. Suntan, though, gets a 98.41 miss, which is a brilliant score as well. But as a team, Russia looking hard to beat on speed today. And they still have one open as well if they want to get stuck into that Hard Rock one. They're in a good spot. They're on match point as well.
Also, thank you for somebody in chat. Apparently it's the nuke, not Desuke.
Ah, right. What do you
Hidden 1. Not too surprised to see this come out from Chile after Hidden 3.
We haven't seen this map too often, have we? It's been picked before, but it's not been super popular. Hidden 1s generally haven't been in this tournament for one reason or another, but the creator, we do love a bit of Yosei Teikoku. Love aim as well. 280 BPM, fast aim is the name of the game here. So 1/3 streams with a little 1/4 snap on the end as well, which repeats a lot throughout this. On the Hidden, you got to manage that. Don't slip on it. But for the most part, it is fast aim.
Yeah, the 1/3 streams, I believe 210-ish BPM, more than capable for all these players. Only about 6 notes long in any case. It's not really going to trip anyone up, hopefully. It's a lot more focused on alt-oriented aim. A couple of awkward patterns here and there scattered throughout.
Yeah, it's not all comfy. There's plenty of sharp angle aim, but plenty of linear aim too, and like alt-style patterning. I don't think either of these teams played this last time, so this is new territory, but they picked the 3-mod 1 earlier. This is not far from that, apart from every player having to take the Hidden. It's going to be Nikore, Suntan, Mathi, and Intercambing for Chile on possibly their last pick of the tournament. They've got to make this work to stay in it. But Russia are on the cusp of a huge run if they could steal this. They have not made it to the finals in about 5 years. It's been a hot minute, but they have an opportunity here to steal it if they can take this breakpoint.
Chile with their backs against the wall. They're going to need to win 2 of their points as well as a break point from Russia. And it all starts here. Seen it happen a couple times in the US World Cup. It's not over yet.
Yeah, you can never count any team out when you get to this stage, not least of which Chile.
Good start from both these teams.
Yeah. Chaconi gets the break though, as we mentioned that. But it's followed up by Suntan, so it's still even. Just the FCs to 3. Accuracy is looking slightly better for Chile, but only slightly.
These build-up sections are so brutal. The full screen jumps there can just ruin your day. Suntan misses immediately after. It's the combo that already missed, though. Not going to make a huge difference. Mathi missing, though. That's going to make a huge difference. Not traded by anyone so far on Russia. There goes Skrull, finally trading it.
Yeah, sharing is caring. They just keep dropping an FC each. Nikore gets the break on that W stream, though. So now it's with Russia at the break, and they see it too.
And that's a huge miss, especially the combo after this. This is a bit of a, I'd say, relatively easier part compared to the choruses. So Russia have a chance to build up a pretty sizable combo lead here. Let's see if anyone misses here.
Don't slip up now. No one does. Danuke does, actually. That's an FC down for Russia.
Only Handsome on the FC, countering intercambing right now. Matthew trades one of the misses, as well as Nikore. Suntan on the recovery, trying to counteract Chaconi, but there goes Handsome. That's the FC down. It's intercambing, and Suntan holding on to the high combos now. Firmly in control of this pick.
Solo coming up. They gotta hold. Suntan and intercambing have to make something work. Chaconi is hot on their heels with that 800 combo. He's been on such good form this matchup. Breaks from the supporting combos for Chile, but it's not the FCs. Intercambing gets the break though, and that might just be with Russia again. They're reeling in Chile.
The supporting combos are really scary here as we get into the ending. That's what's making all the difference. There's not any combo outside of Suntan on Chile. Chaconi countering that combo. And these supporting combos are all the difference right now. There goes Skrull on one of them, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to need more than just that. There goes Danuke. There goes Suntan on the combo. Chaconi is the only one remaining.
He's the only one left. Handsome Me with the 500 combo backing him up as well. He does get the break, but he's done work there. And Chaconi has done so much good here for Team Russia. So many clutch performances, and this one might just be the biggest of the lot. 1300 combo and rising here for Chaconi might just be sending Russia to the finals, Fiery.
Miss at the start, be damned. He wants to see this finals weekend, and who could blame him? 800k on that. And that's going to seal Russia in their top 6 place first since 2019.
It has been a hot minute. Russia always make it to semis, but they tend to just choke, fall off or whatever, but not this year. Not this year. And on the basis of some of them scores we've seen today, they've got every right to think they can go further than that. Top 6 for Russia. Chile go down, but not before putting up a fantastic fight there. And another brilliant run for Chile, who matched their previous run from last year, which was their best in over a decade. They've done it again this year, and they can be proud of that. Another very solid outing here for them.
No, Chile is definitely a team to watch out for. They have so many up-and-coming players that can absolutely pop off next year. Suntan was doing crazy this year. He had a nice glow-up. I'm really excited to see how he performs next year. But going to be out of the tournament for now. Russia progresses on. Gets to face off against, I believe, Germany?
Ooh, is that how it is?
I will double check that real quick.
Oh, no, they're against Australia next.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh,
dude. Double-time giant, that's going to be brutal.
Dude, the double-time maps are going to go so hard in that matchup. You have no idea. Dude, there's going to be so much shred in that lobby. It's crazy.
That is a matchup of the ages to watch, actually. That's going to be so exciting. That does it for us, though. Still one more match, and that's on UsLive_2. We'll get you there shortly with the host, Miles and Doland, on the casting desk for Canada versus Great Britain, only now, just starting.
There's a head on over there. I think we're going to be raiding them as well, so you'll see him here. But UsLive_2 for the last match of the weekend, and that is going to be a barnstormer. Stay tuned for that. And of course, the showcase for the finals maps as well will be coming soon after that, I believe.
19 UTC is the plan time.
18 UTC.
18 now. Okay, so 2 hours.
19
19.
UTC.
Doomsday, you are griefing me.
Sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, 19 UTC. My brain works. So, yeah.
It's okay. Everyone
you.
has those moments. Let's get you on over to Oz Live 2 for the last match of the day.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024 semifinals weekend. Day number 2, we are moving into our second and final winners bracket semifinal. It's going to be number 1 seeded South Korea, number 5 seeded Germany. Teams have met quite a bit over the years. This will be their 7th meeting in a World Cup setting. Currently knotted up at 3-3 over the course of World Cup history. So, a little tiebreaker on the line for the lifetime series between these two storied nations. South Korea coming in the overwhelming favorite, it feels like, in the eyes of many, but Germany, a country with some pedigree in the World Cup, has not finished outside the top 6 in the history of OS World Cup double elimination, a team to be reckoned with year in and year out. And so I think we are in for another exciting semifinal. Last night lived up to the billing. United States over Australia. Hopefully South Korea versus Germany does the same thing. I'm this one guy. Joining me today for this match is going to be iFlame. Good morning, iFlame, and welcome. South Korea, Germany, your thoughts?
Good morning indeed. Germany, as you mentioned, have had an impressive track record throughout the last 11 OWCs, and they've secured their top 6 spot yet again already, but they have got a tall order ahead of him up against the behemoths in South Korea that have been one of the most stacked rosters we have seen in OWC history. I mean, these guys had 5 players in the top 20 individual performers last week. They had 5 out of 6 maps played were top 2. 4 of those were first. This team has not dropped a single point all tournament. Germany looking to be the first, and we're wasting no time at all. South Korea banning out the Hard Rock 3. They're going to be looking to ban out some of the more tapping-focused picks. Germany, they're going to look to ban out maybe some of those more rating-focused maps, looking at something like the No Mod 5, potentially the Hidden 2, and potentially something like the Free Mod 3 as well. So they have options, but it will just be that Hidden 2.
Yeah, and I think in some ways this match actually does mirror last night's match a little bit, right? You had Australia, this overwhelmingly strong mechanics team. United States was very, very strong in the things like the gimmicks and the reading. And in this matchup, you're kind of seeing a similar thing. Germany, a really, really strong mechanics team. And South Korea, of course, very strong at just about anything, but technically speaking, their weakest skill set being the speed, strongest being some of that reading and the gimmick. So the bans here coming out very, very similarly. Hard Rock 3, DT3 banned by South Korea, 2 of those high BPM, high challenge tapping maps. And Germany banning out No Mod 5 and Hidden 2, which is the classic, we don't want to let the other team play reading bans. Lovely Ice Cream Princess Sweetie, all that overlap reading. And the Iosis Hidden 2, just the low AR, kind of aimy hidden map. I think bans going exactly as you'd expect them to there. And, much like Australia last night, I think Germany does have a route into making this match a very interesting one, but they have to perform very, very well. They have still available to them in the tapping skill set No Mod 2, DT1, DT2, and to a somewhat lesser extent DT4 as well. And if they can pick all of those and win all of those, they'll put themselves, that's 4 picks, that's 4 points right there. The question is, I guess, do we think they can actually execute on that? Australia had probably the best DT and tapping performance we've ever seen a single team in a single match have, with all those near 4 million or above scores. Germany, I think, is probably going to have to do something kind of similar here this morning if they want to have a chance in this match.
Yeah, and I think that DT2 is potentially a bit of a bait pick for Germany. We know South Korea have been grinding the map. Both Hyok and Doomsday Fanboy have very recent FCs on the leaderboard. But before then, we're going to get No Mod 3 from South Korea. And this is their kind of map. They love playing these alt picks, these aim control picks, and Are we going to be seeing Allegrissimo in? I think so, on a map like this. Wasn't in last week, I think, just wasn't around for that last match, and it's going to be really nice to have Allegrissimo back in for this week's match.
Yeah, this is a super cool Nomad 3, of course, an original track by Nagiha, custom map by Yaspo. Something a little bit different than the traditional Nomad 3, right? We've seen Germany have a lot of success in the past on traditional Nomad 3s where it's, snap, flow, alt. But this one has that swing rhythm to it. It has that precision element, with it being CS6. So a little less traditional than some of the Nomad 3s that we've seen. And we have seen, some kind of varied results on this. Some players having a good time, some players struggling. You toss that precision element in, and it can really be a challenge, especially very early on in a match. So we'll see who is warmed up and best ready to go, but that's already just a scary roster in the lobby for South Korea. Allegrissimo, Hyuk, Forum, and Tuna. Anytime you see Hyuk, you see Forum, you see Tuna, that's just a good start to a roster. Filling that with Allegrissimo, it's a scary thing.
It certainly is, and that's what's so terrifying about this South Korean roster. They have so much depth. They have an absolutely insane 4-player roster for just about every map, but Germany have got their roster filled out. Yari, Zeitfrost, along with the White Cat and Kriller. Those two are going to be in for just about every map, and Kriller had the third best score on the Nomad 3 last week. This one, of course, a little bit different, not quite the same style of alt, but Kriller's definitely going to be the player to watch out for. Had a very solid performance last week, and here we go into the first map of this match, Nomad 3. This one gets much, much trickier as the map goes on, so you're going to want to see both teams holding their combo through the first half of this map, and into the second half is where things are going to get a little bit dicey. So, once we get 15-30 seconds into the map, those combo breaks are going to start to be really important. We've seen 4 misses already, but early enough that the players can recover, and it should be fairly inconsequential. The accuracies, though, very concerning for some players. Hyuk down at 93, Zeitfrost at 89. We're going to need to see recoveries on those, as Zeitfrost really struggling early on.
And for South Korea, it's the double FC on kind of the expected players, right? Worst HR player, Flying Tuna, starting off with those early FCs being held. It's just Yari with the FC for Germany. And kind of a common hallmark of this pool is a lot of maps that you really get tossed straight in. They have challenging patterns right from the get-go, even though you can kind of settle into this map as it gets into some slower sections, a quarter to a third of the way through. You saw a lot of breaks, a lot of act drops right at the start before people kind of found their comfort level as we head towards the halfway mark. And there is that break from Yari. It's multiple misses on the little burst. And meanwhile, worst HR player, Flying Tuna, still holding the FCs. Allegrissimo, just the early break, and Hyuk recovering as well. It is White Cat to fall next for Germany. Zeitfrost and Kriller doing what they can. Excuse me, there goes Zeitfrost. So it's just down to Kriller. And South Korea just going to run away with this one, heading into the back half. As you mentioned, the aim control, the finger control gets and stays very challenging. Tuna finally does break, but it's nearly a 500k lead already. Forum, of course, doing Forum things. You just toss him on any map like this, and you expect, if not an FC, at least a great score, and he's proving that once more here.
Yeah, such good accuracy on Forum as well. The only one above 99. Tuna finally does find the miss, as does Hyuk, but it's just going to be too little too late. Germany have no supporting combo. And South Korea going to be taking this first point. It is their first pick. This is one they expected to win. Germany's not going to feel too bad about. Now it's a question of, are we going to see an FC out of worst HR player? Allegrissimo looking to put up an impressive score as well. Okay, no FC from worst HR player, but Allegrissimo actually hitting that ending. Very impressive return after being missing all of last week. Now it's up to Germany to fire back with a strong first pick of their own. Have that DT pool still open, as well as some of the other tapping maps in the pool, such as the Nomad 2. So I think they have quite a few options that are very reasonable first picks.
Yeah, but man, they're going to be coming back from a one-sided beatdown on that first pick from South Korea, man. Over a 1 million point differential with the 863k from Forum, the 780k from Allegrissimo. I mean, those are 300,000 points better than anybody on Germany. The lowest score on South Korea, just 9,000 points lower than the highest score on Germany. Just goes to show how comfortable and how confident they are on these types of extremely challenging, kind of non-traditional mapping styles. So as you said, Germany going to have to find a good entry point into this match here. I do think, it's probably something like this DT1 or DT2 first. Whether the DT2 is a bait pick, we can figure out when we get there, but I feel like it's something that Germany is just going to have to pick in this matchup, whether or not it's 100% perfect, because it's the closest thing. One interesting thing I want to mention, we talked about this last night doing prep for this match. It's a very interesting aspect of their skill set for Germany that the area in which they're most favored in this matchup is one where you often don't see two of their best players. Kriller and Whitecat, not speed players, but Germany so good at speed and stamina.
Yeah, but the raw speed has been banned out, right? So that's not going to be something that they pick. I think most of the tapping left are things that Kriller and Whitecat can both play. The DT1 comes through as expected, and this is a very good map for Germany. They have looked incredible on the DTs all week long. They had one of the strongest DT1 scores in the tournament last week, and looking to do the same here. They're going to keep this core of Whitecat and Kriller, Okinamo and Yari, very likely to come in as the third and fourth. Meanwhile, South Korea, we're going to see, I think, Flying Tuna along with Doomsday Fanboy have been some of the best performers for South Korea on the DTs. But they have quite a few options. It looks like Karcher will come in as a third. And for the fourth, you could reasonably see Hyok, you could reasonably see Worst HR Player. I think it's going to be one of those two, but Fragrance of Page even, it just goes to show how much depth this roster has.
Yeah, Fragrance of Page coming in and representing such a well-rounded player, despite being a newcomer and an OWC rookie, is really a good kind of player to have found for South Korea, because the lone weakness historically for Worst HR Player has been on tapping. So having somebody who can come in and do a lot of things to bolster Worst HR Player on his own maps, while also being able to play some of these tapping maps, very, very important for South Korea. And that being said, of course, Germany still will be favored on this type of map on paper, as we await the fourth to join Okinamo, Tim Kackner, and Yari. And look at that, it's going to be Flying Tuna as the fourth for South Korea. The Flying Tuna speed arc over the past year and a half has been exciting to watch, as he has really improved a lot in that skill set. And it will be Flay? I still don't actually know. I feel like I should know. I feel bad for not knowing. Will be the fourth for Germany, often in as the kind of fill speed member. Often does perform quite well in these types of maps, though. So then we're going to go map number 2, the first pick for Germany into the DT1. It is 264 BPM. It's pretty lengthy. It's tapping. It also has a little bit of awkward aim to it. And this is a skill set that Germany really has to do well on in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd say the aim is probably the trickier part of the map in terms of where we're going to expect to see players miss. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of tapping to this map, and you do need to have the raw speed to keep up, and that's why we're not seeing Whitecat or Kriller. We do see 2 early misses, one of those from Okinamo, who had the top DT score of last week, so not going to be able to do the same here, at least quite yet. And this is a much longer map, 4 minutes nearly in length, so there's going to be plenty of time for these early breaks to recover their combos. And this map does take a little bit to pick up, but this first Ki is going to be very telling as to how the rest of the map will shape out.
Still see some very high AC FCs from 3 members of South Korea. 2 FCs remaining for Germany, and in we go. It's going to be Yari to miss on the little square aim pattern before we get into this first real drop section, and that's going to be advantage South Korea here early on as Okinamo becomes the next to fall. It is down to just Tim Kackner with the FC and Fly on the supporting combo. Meanwhile, it is still a triple FC for South Korea. It is still Flying Tuna with just that break in the first about 70 combo, and South Korea is going to run out to a bit of a lead here already, just about a third of the way through the map, and it's going to be around a 200k advantage as there falls Okinamo again. We're still yet to see a meaningful break from South Korea, and this is the skill set that they're quote-unquote weakest on. Out to prove that that may or may not be the case. Finally, the break does come from Karcher, but Tim Kackner trades it back. No FCs left for Germany as we head into the cut stream section.
Yeah, that's going to be really rough. This cut stream section is one that South Korea have the players to be able to hit, and they're going 3 full combos strong. Okay, make that one. I spoke a little bit too soon, but there's just not much combo matching on Germany. Flea and Yari are on nice recoveries, but they're just down by so much. 300,000 points. They can make it up, but they're going to need a miss from Fragrance of Page at some point if they want to make the recovery, although they're not out of it yet. Okinamo, Tim Kackner, both have solid supporting combos as well.
This is quite a bit of combo on the side of Germany. There is still a lot of time left with this map being as long as it is. We've gotten kind of past the hardest tapping section, but there is this difficult aim portion of the map still remaining. We'll see if anybody gets tripped up on some of these slightly wider angled jumps, a little older style mapping. It is going to be Yari once more falling on aim. The curse of the speed player, unfortunately, befalls him. Down goes Flying Tuna again. It is still Okinamo, Tim Kackner, and Flea on those big combos for Germany, but they need some help here. They need Fragrance of Page to break to really have a shot at bringing this back. There goes Flea, and now it is Tim Kackner, Okinamo doing what they can, but Fragrance of Page continuing on the FC, newcomer to the team. We've seen some good rookie performances this year out of some players from various teams, and he is absolutely one of them. Finally breaks near the ending here, but it's a 365k lead for South Korea, and the only meaningful combo in Germany is going to be Okinamo, with Karcher, Tuna, and Doomsday Fanboy all holding some combo for South Korea. It does look like we might be seeing this break point here early on in this match.
Certainly looks to be the case. Fragrance of Page has done more than enough here, and Germany, each of those players able to put up some impressive combos, but just not able to hold on to them long enough to match South Korea, who are very quickly approaching that 3 million point score marker. Germany at 2.3 million, not really the score you'd want to see on a map like this, even comparing it to some of the other scores we've seen in this tournament. When we think of Germany being a DT team, you'd really like to see a stronger score on something like the DT1, but we'll see if they can recover, as they do have quite a number of picks left in this match. The next one, of course, goes to South Korea, and they have so much left to pick from in this pool. They've got the Fremont 3, and they've got the Hard Rocks that they looked really good on last week, had the top scores on Hard Rock 1 and Hard Rock 3. Unfortunately, there's a Speed Hard Rock this week, so that's not going to be an option for them. But they have so many options here. Fremont 3 is kind of the first one I'm looking to, but they've got quite a few other alt maps as well, looking towards something like the Creator in the HD1. They probably don't want to pick Hard Rock 2. I think that'll be something that Germany may look to pick later on in this match. But then again, free mods as well, something that looked good for both teams, but the free mod 3 and the free mod 4, both quite strong for South Korea.
Yeah, I like free mod 3, free mod 4 here for them as well. Free mod 2 could even be like a low-key sort of shout, especially seeing Germany having banned out the Hidden 2, right? Clearly a team that doesn't want to go into those reading maps against the South Korean roster. So, you know, South Korea, proverbially, the world is their oyster here, it feels like, in this pool. There are so many different maps, so many different archetypes of maps that they really like a lot. And it is going to be that Hard Rock 2. So they will make fools of us all here, it would seem. It's going to go into Saika. This is the small circle size pick here, right? This is CS 6.9. It is therefore going to be very control-oriented. It's very flowy, but it's just that small circle test, and we've seen a lot of players struggling with this. If your cursor is not perfect, if your precision is not perfect, you are going to have trouble on this. And real quick, before we move on to the next map, I do want to just mention something about the previous one, right? We talk a lot about how the top 3 teams feel like they've really separated each other from the pack this year. Fallen Angel, neither of these teams came even close to the United States or Australia. Last night we had a 4 million from Australia, 3.9 million from the United States. Today we have 2.9 million from Korea and 2.4 million from Germany. So if you were wondering just how good those scores were we saw in the first semifinal, that should give you an idea. These are two of the other best teams in the tournament, and they were over 1 million points shy of even contesting against the first two. So mechanics looking interesting, but this is going somewhere completely different as we head into precision.
Yeah, those are some crazy DT scores we saw last night, but upon looking into it, this pick makes a lot of sense. Germany had the third worst Hard Rock 2 score last week out of about 10 teams. They really struggled. We're very likely to see White Cat and Kriller, as well as Tim Kackner. I think the only question is the last player. It looks like it's going to be Flay. Last week they had Frost, so changing things up this time around. We'll see if it makes a difference as we get into this Hard Rock 2. Very small circles really plays on the nerves. And there are some kind of you almost describe them as flower-shaped patterns that have those kind of 5-note circular patterns that have tripped up a lot of players that are going to be the ones to watch out for in this map. Germany looking to get a break point back here. They need to find some ground in this match. Can they do it on South Korea's second pick? We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, this is a challenging spot to be in for Germany. Could fall behind that consolidated break point very quickly here if they're not careful. And this is a skill set that you gotta expect South Korea to do quite well on. Worst HR player, Fragrance of Page, Karcher, Allegrissimo, a super strong roster for this type of map. Germany, though, historically has found themselves pretty good Hard Rock rosters in the past. They're typically pretty good at flow as well. So we'll see if they can find a level of comfort in this pick that they haven't really seemed to in the first couple of maps. It's going to be early breaks from Karcher and White Cat to get things going. Allegrissimo, the next to fall. 3-2 for Germany in the early goings, but down 100,000 points thanks to that very low accuracy on Fle and White Cat. And there goes Tim Kackner. So 2 FCs against 2 recovery combo advantage to South Korea now, and they will quickly run that lead out. Accuracy goes a long way. When you look at that ACK on Page and worst HR player compared to the ACK on Fle and White Cat, well, that tells a tale.
Yeah, do not be deceived. Despite the accuracies from South Korea being very impressive, this map is by no means easy to hack, and the hack is making all the difference. Now the combos are making the difference as well, as that's full reset from Germany. It's traded back by only Karcher for South Korea. They've got 2 FCs and nice support from Allegrissimo. T1G, they are running away with this one, and Germany is just out of it. There's only about 30 seconds left of the map to go. And I think Germany are already going to be looking towards that next pick, as this is a dominant performance.
Yeah, this is extremely one-sided once more. South Korea has opened this match up with 2 really good picks of their own by all appearances. There is going to be finally that first break from worst HR player. Fragrance of Page, though, still holding on through these spaced flow patterns, heading into the very ending. Can he make it through? No, he cannot. He's going to fall, missing that slider head, unfortunately. But that is a 2.9 million team score for South Korea. 2 near FCs, Fragrance of Page, the 1 miss at the end. Worst HR player, the 99 AC S rank. Allegrissimo on the 694k. Karcher a little farther behind, but it didn't even matter because they were going to win with or without his score, and just Germany not able to get anything going on that pick. Wow, South Korea, that is a really, really good performance from the team on a very difficult map.
Yeah, I believe that's their second pick in a row where they've had the top team score of the tournament. So just continuing the trend from last week, and Allegrissimo has looked phenomenal so far in this match. Hasn't had any, carry performances, but on a team like South Korea, you don't need it. Just need to put up some really good supporting combos, and they're really liking having Allegrissimo back. Germany now need to find the pick. They can't really afford to give up a second break point. And despite losing the DT1, I think their best chance might be to go back to the DTs. I think there's the no mod 2. Do they ever go for a risky no mod 4 here? They have looked good on tech, but against South Korea, it's tough.
Yeah, I feel, a lot of the picks that you think of Germany and you're like, okay, well, they have Kriller and White Cat for that. Or, they have Okanamo and Yari for that. A lot of those picks you can think of, and then you realize, wait, South Korea has Forum and Fragrance of Page and Flying Tuna and whoever for that, right? the
Insert
roster,
full roster
yeah,
here.
yeah, the roster for South Korea, the roster depth for South Korea is so absurd that, you know, if even one player on Germany's side is less than 100% comfortable on a pick, like South Korea is just gonna jump on it. And it's going to be the Nomad 1. It's going to be Warcry once again. We have seen a lot of this map. It feels like, I unfortunately don't have the stats at hand, but it feels to me like this map has been picked in every match so far. It feels like we've seen a lot of it. Just that super consistent aim stamina. Not a phrase that you hear all that often, but it's 220 BPM and just unending, unrelenting aim for the entire duration. And I'm not going to lie to you, iFlame, I really don't like this pick for Germany into a South Korea team that has aim players like Hyok joining the roster as one of the best aim players in the world. Yeah, Germany has Whitecat, who has historically been one of the best aim players in the world, but like, do they have a full 4-man roster is always going to be the question. And I feel like South Korea is just scary on this skill set. I don't know that I love jumping into this, but I would love to be proven wrong and for Germany to get on the board here.
Yeah, it's certainly not a pick I had on my bingo card for Germany in this match, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on this one. They're not feeling confident to go into the DT. They know that South Korea has at least 2 DTFCs potentially on that DT2, so evidently they're not feeling confident enough to go into that. And so at that point, your other option is to switch up the skill sets. And again, Germany doesn't really have the speed maps left in the pool, right, to win this one off of tapping. So test the aim early. If you can win an aim pick, it opens up a lot of the other picks. And yes, it's a gamble. Yes, it's a big risk going into Hyok, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And Germany really need this one quite desperately. Kriller, Whitecat, Zeitfrost, and Tim Kackner. A very good aim roster. You certainly can't count them out. South Korea, they have just looked unbeatable all tournament long. They are currently undefeated, yet to drop a single map. I think if Germany wants to be the first, they're going to have to do it now or never.
Yeah, it is 19 maps in a row this tournament so far for South Korea. And Germany, seeing that sign next to Nomad 1, break glass in case of emergency, down 3-0 and really yet to make any sort of inroads into any of those 3 maps. This, I think, constitutes maybe just a little bit of an emergency. You lose this one as well, whatever the pick was going to be, and you end up down 4-0 double break point. And that at that point, the match feels like it's almost over already. So this is absolutely feeling like a must-win here for this German roster. It is the early break from 2 members. It is Zeitfrost and Tim Kackner to fall in the first 400 combo. South Korea, of course, holding the 4-way. No surprise there. There is a lot of map here. As we said, it's 3.5 minutes, and it is unrelenting aim. So early breaks aren't going to be the end of the world, but if they belie any sort of lack of comfort in the map, then perhaps it could be a spot of bother here for Germany. But so far, so good for most of this lobby. Just those 2 misses. Kriller, Whitecat still holding the double FC, the crucial members of Germany. South Korea, they're on the 4-way, because of course they are.
They certainly are. They have been absolutely invaluable so far in this tournament and showing no signs of slowing down so far. That being said, Germany very much still in this one. They're only down by 150,000 and they have some massive combos on their side. All it takes is 1 miss from South Korea and Germany are right back in this one, but T1G, 1 miss. Nowhere to be seen. What are they doing?
1 miss is just too much of an ask if you're Germany. You're like, please give us a shot here. And it's Whitecat to fall. Aim player extraordinaire. He has been historically so great at aim, so consistent at this skill set for so long, but falls here, and the FC remaining just on Kriller, who has been such an important carry player for that team the last 2 years, but down goes Zeitfrost as well. And I mean, we're 2/3 of the way through. We're yet to see a single break from South Korea. We're still seeing 100 from Flying Tuna. Drops a couple more there, but it's 4-way full combo. They are still holding. It is yet to be a single misstep from South Korea on this map. Nay, in this entire tournament, every move they make seems to be the right one, whether it's their pick, whether it's their roster on the opponent's pick, it doesn't matter. They are here to dominate. It is a 600k lead. It is a 4-way full combo still intact into the last quarter of the map. This is a South Korea team firing on all cylinders.
South Korea can do no wrong in the 2024 World Cup. This is, so far, the most dominant roster we have ever seen. We do finally see one miss, but that is one miss far, far too late, as a very impressive performance from Kriller, but it's not going to be nearly enough, as that is going to be another point for South Korea, a break point at that, and they remain undefeated for one map more. And I have a stat for you, T1G. As you mentioned before this map was played, it's been picked in every match except for one. It's been a very popular map, and the top score for today, 2.4 million from both Canada and the US, both hitting that 2.4 million mark. South Korea have blown that out of the water by 1.3 million, and they have now had the top team score on 3 out of 4 maps played. Everything but that DT1, they have had the top team score in the tournament. I mean, what do you do against this?
I do think that the team scores might be missing United States versus Australia question.
Yes.
There? So I don't know that that's for sure, but
yeah. Don't worry, I've checked my stats. I've got
Alright,
the
alright.
US-Australia match pulled up. The US also got 2.4 million on this, so.
No, I just mean like the other, some of the other maps. But here's the other stat about this match, as we are at a 4-0 lead here for Team South Korea in about 25 minutes. They've played 4 maps. They've won 2 of their own picks, 2 break points. They have won 3 out of those 4 maps by over 1 million team score. 1.1 million gap on the Nomad 3. It was a 1.1 million score gap again on the Hard Rock 2, and yet again 1.1 million score gap here on the Nomad 1. This South Korea team is showing levels of dominance in this match so far that, dare I say, are unprecedented. I mean, greatest OWC team ever was back in 2019, or at least in the modern era. I can't speak to like 2014 and before. But greatest OWC team in the modern era, I think it's pretty safe to say, in terms of dominance, was 2019 USA. This South Korea team is on a better run in terms of maps. This is 20 maps in a row without dropping a single one, and with score margins, even in a semi-final, over 1 million points. It is really starting to look like maybe they are this just absolute team of destiny, the wrecking ball just swinging through this bracket and obliterating all comers.
Yeah, it's so tough for Germany. They're not having a bad match. They had the second best score of the tournament on that Nomad 1. But against South Korea, second best is not enough, because they are unfortunately the best at the moment. The winner of this one going on to face the US. That will be a matchup to watch out for, at least for the moment. That team is looking to be South Korea, but Germany is not out of it yet. They are going to need to win a lot of points in a row, but crazier things have happened. This Nomad 4 is a very good pick for South Korea. Germany, it's interesting because Germany is typically a very good tech team. They have Kriller, who is one of, if not the best tech player in the game right now. Aha coming in would be a bit of a surprise for me. I would be really shocked not to see White Cat instead, but we'll see. But with that said, this is one of the hardest maps in the pool. It is really intense slider tech, and South Korea just have an incredible roster for it. Okay, there's White Cat in the lobby.
Yeah, this type of map is like just so South Korea though. I know, like, it's difficult right in this situation to not just say South Korea is great at this, South Korea is great at that. But the fact is, like, look at the results and look at what they're doing, and I don't know that you can really say anything else. They are so dominant so far this match. They're so dominant on so many skill sets. And again, look at the roster. It's Hyuk, it's Tuna, it's Forum, it's Amamiya Kokoro. Like, what do you do against this roster on a map like this? I'm not entirely sure, but maybe for Germany, Zeitfrost, Ahoff, Kriller, and Whitecat could possibly be the answer. A little bit of a question mark on Ahoff. He's played kind of only a few maps and hasn't always had the greatest scores. A little bit of a fill player. That happens when you're the 4th player. You're often going to be in for stuff you're not 100% comfortable with. but we'll see how he can perform on this one. It's early breaks for both him and Zeitfrost. Amamiya Kokoro the next to fall. So it's 3 FCs for South Korea against 2 on Germany. Kriller Whitecat, that duo has got to wake up. They've got to start really pulling in these great scores if Germany wants to have any chance at getting into this match. But this is a very tough map archetype to try to contest against South Korea. Down goes Kriller, down goes Ahaf once more. Still a 3-way to make that 2-way FC for South Korea. Hyok and Tuna full comboing against Whitecat with Zeitfrost on that recovery combo.
Well, there goes both of those names, though, 2NG, right as you say them, and now it's 2 FCs to 0. Amamiya Kokoro on the recovery, and South Korea are off to an absolutely massive early. This is not a long map either. Nobody getting slow slidered for the time being, but this duo from Germany, Kriller and Whitecat, I don't think they've had a particularly bad match. They've been playing about as well as you could expect. It's just unfortunately not been enough. There goes 3 misses, but 2 of them are on the side of Germany. Hyok does drop an FC, but Flying Tuna, who's had an incredible tournament thus far, is still on 750 combo, worst HR player. And Amamiya Kokoro not too far behind. This score lead has already ballooned to 550,000 points, and this one is looking like a foregone conclusion.
You do not win this Nomad 4 by 1,000,000 points. Surely you don't drop another one of these 1,000,000-point gaps. There goes Zeitfrost, Ahaf, Whitecat some more, and maybe that could actually be happening. Flying Tuna still holding the FC. Worst HR player and Amamiya Kokoro both on the recovery combo. Look at that accuracy on Forum. Finally does break, but over 99% ac. Amamiya Kokoro somehow held through that pattern, finally does break. It's Kriller to hold and fall as well. The whole lobby has reset, and this one is a done deal in the words of Dio. Signed, sealed, and delivered in favor of South Korea. This is going to be their 5th point in this match in a row. It may not quite reach the 1 million mark, but 929K, the margin of victory on this map is gigantic. 2.2 million to 1.3 million. South Korea 5-0 match points the rest of the way, and this level of historical dominance continues as they are now 21 for 21 maps in the tournament.
Yeah, Germany, they have the pick. They have one more chance to stop it from becoming 22 maps in a row. And the question is, where do they go from here? The DT1 didn't work out. The Nomad 1 didn't work out. I still think they're going to have to go back to that tap-in. Maybe they go for something a little bit crazy, like the DT4, but then, of course, the concern is that, yes, while you have Whitecat and I think Tim Kackner could put up a solid score on the map, I don't know that they actually have a full 4-player roster for that map, so maybe out of the question. They could try going back to the aim, but like free mod 1 maybe. They have looked really good on the free mod so far. Okinamu can hit in just about everything. They've got Tim Kackner for the hard rock, and so that makes the free mods potentially very easy in terms of mod decision, but it's so tricky to pick into this one, and this is the DT2, and this one I think is a good pick for Germany, but again, anyone's game. Both Hyok and Doomsday Fanboy have recent FCs within the last 3 days on the global leaderboards. They're not trying to hide it at all. You know, they're showing Germany, well, you can play this map, at least 2 of us, and I guess who are the 2 first in the lobby?
Yeah, you know, after the way the double time 1 went earlier, lost maybe a little bit of confidence in the DT picks for Germany. I kind of would have liked to see them chance the Nomad 2 here. They've got some really, really strong flow aim players on that German roster, so to see them avoid that even in, you know, a last-ditch effort sort of scenario is a little bit surprising to me. But instead, opting into this DT2, of course, we talked about that fact that their likely pick strategy would involve some DT, would involve some tapping, so not too surprising in that regard. But, you know, going into something that it's a little techy, it's a little finger and aim control heavy compared to something that's, you know, more of a raw stamina or speed like the DT1 or the banned DT3 or the Hard Rock 3. So it's going to call into play a little bit of a different skill set in terms of tapping. and we'll have to see how the players contend with it. Rosters might be kind of interesting for this one, as both teams appear to be taking some time sorting out their four-man. I would think they've got it prepped on their team sheets, but how you're feeling on the day can always be a little different, so we'll settle in here. Okinamo, Zytefrost, Kriller, Doomsday Fanboy, Karcher, Hyok, so far remaining to be seen, the one for each player, each team.
Yeah. Tuna, no surprises. This very much feels like the kind of map Tuna loves to play. Last one for Germany. We haven't seen Whitecat really play the speed, but this one is not a raw speed map, as you mentioned. 240 BPM. There aren't any super crazy bursts, so Whitecat feeling fast enough to play this one. Germany, one last chance to halt South Korea, prevent them from becoming, I imagine, the first ever undefeated team through semifinals. Someone will have to fact check me on that.
I am fairly sure that has never happened. I mean, maybe if it occurred in one of the very, very early days of the World Cup would be the only thing. Has not happened since I became a World Cup viewer. Even, you know, the team from the United States in 2019 still did drop at least 1 or 2 points in the earlier stages. In fact, I think they dropped one in like round of 32, one in quarterfinals. It is going to be the early break here, though, to get things back on track in this map from Doomsday Fanboy, Okinamo, and Kriller falling early on in the kind of kick slider jump heavy section here. The triples and slightly longer bursts can catch you out if you're not 100% on top of your game. Is going to be the early lead for South Korea here. Zytefrost and Whitecat, though, holding down the double FC from Germany, able to pounce on any misses that may be forthcoming from South Korea. But so far this match, such misses have just not been forthcoming.
No, they haven't. Germany putting themselves in a good spot to capitalize if those misses ever do come from South Korea, if being the key word, because they are still on 3 full combos. Doomsday Fanboy not far behind in the slightest, but it's only 115,000 points. This one is incredibly close to UNG. The question is, can Germany hold on to their combos through the next KI section? This is a still tricky but slightly easier section, so Germany desperately needs to hold on to their combos here. They can't afford a single miss, and all it takes is one from South Korea. Germany finds the miss. It's Whitecat. That was the last FC. That was not one they could afford to drop, and still not a single miss comes out from South Korea. Okay, there's one. Is going to balance things out a little bit, but one miss is not enough. They need more, and if they don't see those misses soon, it's going to be the end. Slow slider doesn't catch anybody out for South Korea, and this might just be at the end.
It could be. There is still some time left in this ending. The lead, 300,000 points, a decent amount of score remaining on every player, but South Korea looking so comfortable on that double FC on Karcher and Tuna. Zytefrost can only do so much despite the backing combo from Okinamo and Kriller. They don't have a second full combo, and they're down by a lot coming into the ending. And this historical run of dominance for South Korea in this 2024 World Cup looking to continue into the ending. This is going to be the closest map of the match. The margin of victory on this one, only 326,000 points, but that nonetheless is a 6-0 sweep for South Korea in the semifinal over Germany. The double FC comes in for Karcher and for Tuna just to put a cherry on top of a ridiculous performance in this match. Multiple top scores for the weekend, some incredible performances, and a Germany team on the other side that's just going to come out of this, I think, a little bit shell-shocked at what just happened to them. This South Korea team extending their dominance 22 straight maps into the winners final without losing a single point.
Yeah, I have to imagine that is going to change next weekend in the finals, because they are up against the United States, who put up some incredible scores of their own against Australia. And TNG, based on the semifinals, the head-to-head between South Korea and the United States, 3 maps to 3. That is going to be a match to watch out for. Germany will play the winner of the Canada-UK match. And so both of those teams are going to have a tough matchup for themselves, because Germany, yes, they got swept, but they still put up some very strong scores. And I think either the Canada or the UK are going to have an incredibly tough finals match ahead.
Yeah, we have some tight matchups remaining on this particular day. Do want to note just a couple of little things about this match before we start moving into the next one. So, average margin of victory. We just want to contextualize Korea's dominance here a little bit because what we're seeing is practically unprecedented. Average margin of victory on this match for Korea over Germany was 873,000 points. I mean, what are you even supposed to do there? That being said, a close one against their upcoming opponents, United States. We had a big win for each team on the Nomad 1 for Korea, of course, the DT 1 for the United States. Very closely fought maps on things like the Nomad 3 and 4. It does look like a 3-3 tie in the head-to-head maps between United States and Korea. What I'm saying is this Korea team is unbelievably great, but the United States is going to present a stern bit of opposition, like you said, possibly for the first time in this tournament for them.
And let's look ahead to the rest of the weekend. 15 minutes from now, Hong Kong versus Chile. I think a match that a lot of people expect to be incredibly close. Chile coming off a dominant win over Sweden, whereas Hong Kong unfortunately did recently lose to South Korea, but I mean, seeing what they did to Germany, you can hardly fault them for that. After that, we've got Canada versus the UK. Both of those teams coming off of hard-fought victories yesterday, and that could be potentially a close matchup as well. After that, Map Pool Showcase, I believe it is scheduled for 19 UTC.
Yeah, and one other match in between there, of course, so Hong Kong, Chile being the first match of that losers bracket for those two teams.
Yeah.
The winner of Hong Kong, Chile does go on to face Russia at 15 UTC. So we're going back to back to back to back here today. We've got 13, 14, 15, 16 UTC matches straight through. And then, as you mentioned, that Map Pool Showcase a little bit later on in the day at 19 UTC. So there'll be a little bit of a break in between the last match and the showcase. For now, we do have a little bit of a break between South Korea beating Germany and between that Hong Kong-Chile match coming up in the losers bracket. So, got about 15 minutes before that next match. Grab your coffee, grab your lunch, grab your dinner, whatever time of day it may be. Stop off at your local neighborhood Osu store. Pick up your banner. We're heading into the very, very late stages of this tournament. So if you have a team you want to support, stick their banner on your profile. Support the Osu World Cup prize pool. Let everybody know what team you're a fan of. And after that, come on back here. Hang out with us as we continue to roll through this Sunday. As mentioned, 15 minutes from now, Hong Kong versus Chile in that losers bracket matchup. You don't want to miss out. These are going to be some very, very close matches. So we will see you on the other side about 15 minutes from now after this break.
Yep, don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a banner. Take care.